Yeah, it's not philosophy.
It's so important that when engineers are build an aircraft and they want to, make it safely and test the aircraft, uh, they have to take reality into account to build the aircraft. So they take they assume and they take into account that the Earth is motionless and flat, level.
Do you think in the current manufacturing of aircraft they've taken into account that we've got a flat
it's so
Earth?
important. You know why it's so important?
No, they don't take.
Because they know.
When they make cars, they don't take globe into account. No, you're right.
Yeah, you're correct. So it's so important for the engineers because you know why it's important? Because when they know their families are gonna get in the aircraft eventually, so they want their families to travel and make it to point A to point B safely. So it's very important to take reality into account.
But my question is every building that's ever existed, every building that's been built, every car that's been made, do you think these engineers took into account that we've got a flat Earth or a globe?
No, it's a flat Earth.
Right. So you think this is like one of the biggest conspiracies ever designed?
No, it's not a conspiracy. You can see water is flat level, dude.
Water is a conspiracy?
Okay,
how's water a conspiracy?
So you think flat Earth is not? So you think
water is a conspiracy, bro? Come on.
So you think having a flat Earth is not a conspiracy?
No, it's not a
conspiracy. You guys,
you always get this the wrong way around. You always get it the wrong way around.
This is one of the biggest conspiracies on Earth, which is why you guys are discussing it. It's a contrarian view. It's against the norm.
You are a conspiracy theorist.
For believing that
what's a conspiracy? What's a conspiracy, dude?
Conspiracy is something that goes against the norm of professionals that have studied.
No.
Conspiracy. Okay, tell me what a conspiracy is then.
No, yeah, I'm going to try. Conspiracy is two or more people conspiring that as be holding secrets or doing something devious or planning something behind other people's backs.
So, for example, frogs.
Hold on, please. Me and your brother conspiring behind your back to hold a birthday party.
Okay, in the context of what you're talking about, you said two or more people asserting the existence of a conspiracy.
So, my friend, the point is the flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. That isn't a group of people hiding behind your back. It would be easier termed as the globe Earth was the conspiracy.
Oh, that's for sure.
It's just the use of language, my friend. The flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. That would be the globe Earth.
I just love how we pointed out like how every engineering design uses a flat and stationary Earth. And he's like, oh, they must be lying to us all of a sudden. Like, that's for you, bro.
You don't learn about any globe shit in engineering like you think. You don't use it for anything, actually. Maybe talk about people working at NASA is about as close as you'll ever get.
Was Ganyu spiraling and singing Happy Birthday? Is that Ganyu?
Yeah, no, I'm not sure who that was.
Wondering why Ganyu is muted now.
I don't think it was Ganyu. I think he was just challenging your opinions, but I don't think it was the guy saying Happy Birthday.
The water level is no one's opinion, though. It's a state of the matter. It's the physical and natural world. We just acknowledge reality for what it is.
Sorry,
man. You came in here and claimed water is a conspiracy, and that's some weird shit.
And our opinion.
No, I didn't. I said the flat Earth is a conspiracy.
No, you said water is a conspiracy.
Okay, maybe you misinterpreted me.
Oh, no, because water is flat and level, and that's how we base it. So you're telling us that water is a conspiracy.
If you're looking,
you're telling us that water is a conspiracy.
What are you talking about? When did I ever say that?
The flat Earth.
I said that flat Earth was a conspiracy.
Yeah, so that would be 70% of the surface of the Earth is water.
Okay, you're so confusing, man.
Yeah, you're just not following. That's what we mean by
gravitational pull.
Confusion is the path to understanding.
Now he's on to gravitational pulls. Yeah, okay, dude, that would be bringing down stuff to a horizontal plane.
Brother, do you think... okay, so you think there's a flat Earth, right? Obviously.
Yeah, it's measured.
Okay, it's measured by who?
By everybody, even the engineers. And
what scientist or engineer has ever taken into account flat Earth when it comes to shipping routes, when it's come to airplane routes?
Pull up, go back, take a step back, slow down. The science bit, Jedi's probably going to question.
No, it's just at the moment it's everybody. This is the thing, right? We all utilise and measure a flat Earth. Right, water is actually used as a horizontal reference datum and tool. It's a leveling device. We also use the surface of the Earth to actually dictate what level is, level being a horizontal line from left to right. This is also what is measured by surveyors of the world, right? When we build upon the land, we measure the surface of the land to be horizontal, no measured curvature. So this is what we mean by measured.
That's because it's all relative. You're not going to notice a difference between a straight line and a curved line. Relatively.
You are okay, but you are over distance if that surface is curved because it's an exponential function. That means there will be more and more deviation from a horizontal tangent plane with distance. According to the radius of the Earth, that could be measured over a distance of a few kilometers.
Okay, and exactly what difference would that be over a few kilometers?
Okay, if you don't mind, I'll go into miles because it's just easier for me. But if you could follow along, so the approximate formula is set. Sorry, I say approximate, and I'll give you the actual number. It's about 8 inches per mile squared. So after 8 inches, there's 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of descent from a tangential horizontal. After 2 miles, it gets worse. 10 miles, it's 66 foot. 20 miles, it's 266 foot. So you notice over a distance of, let's say, 5, 10, 15, 20 kilometres, we should be measuring that rate of change of slope.
Yeah. What you're saying is it's exponential over a longer distance.
Yeah, but we don't measure that. Right, when you said it's all relative, I presumed because the Earth is so big and we're so small, but relative to us, it's flat. But over the distances that we measure, we should be measuring curvature, but we don't.
Right, okay. I can see what you're saying.
Thank you.
And that's why the engineers build upon the flat, motionless Earth.
So why is this denied across society then? What's to lose in just admitting that it's flat?
I don't deny it, and everybody I work with never uses the globe. I don't know why you guys deny that water is flat and level. That's beyond me.
It's like a Western culture, like America, we made it to the moon. We are better than everyone else, and you better believe it. It's like culture. Like kids believe in Santa Claus, adults believe in water balls in space.
It's not just the USA.
Do you believe that the firmament is ionized plasma?
It's contrary governments that all have an understanding that the Earth is.
It's really.
All believe in
I hate to point this out. It's kind of ambiguous when we say governments, right? Only because governments change every 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, whatever government, some stay, whatever. People within governments, right? Their departments and so on. Your local member of parliament or constituency, or however it's expressed in your part of the world, they don't know shit. They only do politics, right? Do we really trust politicians? But they don't know shit. They change all the fucking time. We're not talking about these people. It's deeper than that. Further back or higher up the chain, let's say. Nobody that we see, nobody that we can really point a finger at. But it's not your teacher. It's not
satellite or launch is all fake then?
Okay, so this is the conclusion that we reach if we're talking about satellites and rockets proving that the Earth is a sphere because they show us pictures of the Earth being a ball, right? Now,
Artemis 2 is AI.
Okay, but when we try to validate that claim, we measure the surface not to be curved, we measure it to be flat. So we can only come to the conclusion that in some form or another, this is manipulated or not true imagery. Some would like just cast it as fake and CGI or whatever. It could just be lens distortion, who knows, but you'd have to be particular about the image. And if we're talking about satellites, the majority of them are in low Earth orbit, not far enough away to see 50% of the spherical nature of the sphere. They usually do low orbit passes, taking snapshots over the train that they pass over, and then after many, many, many transits of the Earth, they stitch what they see together around a model that they presuppose. So not all satellites show the Earth to be a sphere anyway.
You can't break through the plasmasphere.
Look, I understand what you're saying, but the point I'm trying to make is that there's a huge conspiracy in the sense that every single government seems to be hiding this information or doctoring imagery, videos, everything.
I understand.
And nobody from any sort of scientific background or someone that is, their job is primarily to focus on, satellites or.
I think you watch all that on TV, though. If you think about it, that's where you get everything from. You don't get that from reality. You don't go into
it's a huge conspiracy.
You don't go into a government building and they've got globes floating around.
I'm just saying,
look at the UN logo.
Is a conspiracy against every government to ever exist or study the Earth.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing, isn't it?
I would have assumed that at least one person studying the field would have come out and said something.
Yeah, we did. That's why we're here. Earth is flat. There you go. We told you.
We get this.
Yeah, but what authority do you actually have?
We get this a lot, dude. Right, this reliance on the narrative, and they're going to tell us the truth no matter what, right? This understood idea that everybody believes the Earth is a sphere, and nobody's pointed out that it's not, even though that we're doing so. The majority of these scientists are not doing this. Everybody goes to universities and gets taught from the idea that we all got brought up at school, that the Earth is a sphere. No need to prove it. That's what it is. They demonstrated this like hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. So starting from that premise, we can just go on and stare at the sky. That's primarily what goes on. No one's going to university to prove the Earth is a sphere. That was done.
And then they can't get a job, and they can't get a job, and then they don't get a job in that field, and then they have to stay at the university and get funded from people so that they can get paid to sit there and do nothing.
Sure, but this is you're talking about thousands, if not tens of thousands, being involved. You would have assumed one person would have.
Name them. Name one person.
I'm talking about like at least NASA. You're talking about the site.
NASA's a spy agency now, so they're out. So pick something new.
I mean, weren't they just responsible for the Artemis launch?
All right. Okay. Right. This is again really simple. You understand what a hierarchical structure is, right?
I know what you're saying, but it's just too big. There's just too many people involved, too many parties with conflicted interests. That it ever be a motive to all agree on one thing.
Okay, but I'm still going to point out departmentalization. You know what these things are.
Yeah.
You know what need to know basis. You know what national secrets are, non-disclosure agreements. You know how military structures work. The generals know more than the fucking privates do, to keep it simple. And you're asking how secrets are kept with large organisations, and I'm pointing out the structure that keeps it out, and you're going to hand wave it away because it's a really big organisation.
Well, NDAs are broken all the time, so that doesn't really mean anything.
I do appreciate that, right? But we don't really know the depths of these things. All we can really point out to, and it's a little bit like a murder scene, right? We've got a body with a knife hanging out of its back. The murder's taken place. How, why, all of these things are still yet to be decided, but the fucking knife is hanging out the back. It's akin to the surface of the Earth being measured. Now, why these people are motivated to do the opposite, as in tell us that the Earth is not what we measure, we can't necessarily tell you, but we can obviously come to the conclusion that what we've been taught is not true.
I don't know. It just seems too big of a conspiracy for at least one person to come out.
What fallacy is that, guys? Appeal to incredulity or something like that?
It's called appealing to authority, but that's only really you sort of have to when it comes to the study.
No, I don't have to. I can measure water. I can measure over water, dude, and prove that the Earth is not curving. And now that I've done that, the Earth is not curving.
Funny. Look, I'm not educated enough in this background to really discuss anything.
You can go prove it to yourself.
I'm
can go prove it to yourself.
A conspiracy.
A conspiracy. You can go prove it to yourself. You don't have to believe us.
Yeah, you are arguing from the conspiracy side. You think you live on a globe in a vacuum, spinning around a sun and flying around a galaxy, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist.
I tell you guys,
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm agreeing with authority here.
No, you're not. You're a conspiracy theorist.
That doesn't make me a conspiracy theorist.
Yes, it does, because we measure the Earth flat, and you're conspiring.
In this group chat, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but relative.
Are you Australian?
In real life,
are you Australian?
Yeah.
And you appeal to authority, and the authority is true.
I don't appeal to authority in everything.
With everything, so this is grey area, right? It's kind of subjective to you.
Well, yeah. I think something like this, where I'm, not well versed in this topic specifically, I can't discuss, semantics like you can.
All right. So, forgive me for saying this, and we're all in this boat. Being as we're all kept dumb and ignorant, it's kind of hard for us to argue this. So why bother? Let's just rely on the authority to tell us the story.
Did you just say the N-word?
No.
Who made them the authority on it?
What do you mean? Who made? What do you mean?
Yeah, who made the people in your authority?
Hold on, real quick.
People, the ones that have all the answers.
I guess education, background, and funding. I guess probably government funding.
Money is the reason why. Okay,
probably, yeah. I mean, that's sort of the case in everything.
Now, All
right. Don't interrupt the flow of conversation to ask about words. So whoever asks that, you could just get kicked from the channel. Thanks. All right, continue.
Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know why I'm being muted.
No, neither do I. It gives me the reliance on authority, and I get it. Like, we're too ignorant. So why would we argue against those who are in authority? Doesn't that worry you though?
No. I agree. I just think in this field specifically, I sort of have to appeal to authority. When it comes to a lot of things, I don't. But in this specific, I guess, conversation we're having, I'm not well versed enough. I'm just not well versed enough. I do my sort of own things.
I get you because you think it's out of your reach, and this is like really complicated stuff.
Well, it requires a lot of funding to sort of I mean, you can obviously your measures doesn't doesn't require funding, but I think the best way, honestly, to disprove or approve of what you're saying is to send up your own satellite and get a picture of Earth.
Why is measuring the surface not good enough?
Because it's contrary. Again, you have your own measures, but there's just so many photos, so many videos out there that all have a globe, not
which all have a curved surface.
Yes.
So I would measure that consequence then, wouldn't I?
Well, you can do your own measurements, but realistically, the only way that I think is a plausible way to measure whether it's a globe or whether it's flat is to literally get your own rocket, launch it, and take your own imagery.
That's not measuring, though.
To measure your table, you go to your neighbor's table? Damn.
I just genuinely think that's the only way you could physically know.
But that's what we're talking about, physically know, and we're physically measuring that's not a good way to physically demonstrate what it physically is. There's two things with film.
You don't think a photo.
Let's put it like this. There's two things with shapes and geometry and stuff. We can see them and we can measure them because certain shapes have got laws that apply to them when we measure them, triangles and spheres and so on, curved surfaces and interior angles. Right? So geometry, we observe and we measure. Now, if we get an observation of something like a sphere, then just by consequence of that, then we're going to measure that curved surface. It's a problem when we don't measure that curved surface. That kind of invalidates the picture, right?
Right.
That's what we're saying. The picture shows a curved surface that we don't measure.
Okay, do you think if you had the funding to send your own, satellite into space, you would do it?
It'd be really interesting. What would that prove? Because we could end up with two possibilities, right? Or maybe three, but let's keep to two. One, we're going to see a ball, and one, we're going to see a flat Earth. But it's a hypothetical.
Okay, but my question is let's say you did have the funding to send your own satellite into space, took your own imagery, would you, and let's say hypothetically it was a globe, would you then retract everything you've said, or would you think, NASA have hacked into my satellite and
no, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because I'd have to understand the instrumentation and how they apply in different pressures. For example, cameras and lenses in vacuums and so on, because lenses distort straight lines. So I'd have to understand this, but still by consequence of pictures showing a curved surface, I would still consequentially measure that curved surface, wouldn't I?
Right.
That's the whole crescendo to the point, because I could go up in a hypothetical and show you a picture of a flat Earth, and you could go up in a hypothetical and show me a picture of a globe Earth, but now we've got two contradictory ideas. How do we verify which one is true? Well, if we measure the surface, we'll figure out what it is, unless we're going to have contradictory measurements.
Okay. Do you think the moon is flat, or do you think it's a sphere?
I don't know. Because even though I can observe it and it looks like it most probably is a sphere, I can't confirm that speculation until I go to it and measure it upon its surface or fly around.
Right. Do you think it's possible for the Earth scientifically to be a globe, or does it defy? Or does it defy your understanding of physics?
What do you mean by scientifically a globe?
Do you think it's possible, given our current circumstances, minus, I guess, the curvature of the Earth? Do you think it's, I guess, your measurements of the curvature? Do you think it's possible?
No.
You don't think it's possible?
No, because it would need a curved surface.
Okay,
so if it doesn't measure to have a curved surface, yeah.
The measurements you've done regarding the curvature.
Pretty much, dude, yeah. We're talking about the identification of an object. Now, we can use measurements as an identifying factor within identifying anything. So, for example, you and your height, you can go to a medical professional like a hospital or doctors and they'll measure you. Now, that will be put on documentation. It will also be put on your driving license, right? 6'2" or whatever it is. This is now your verified height measured to be so. It's empirical unless you change it over time. So this is what we mean by an empirical standard, especially within geometric claims.
Gotcha.
Hey Jedi, if we're in a long break, Marcus has a question. Do you have any more questions?
No. It's all good.
Professor Triangle, bro, you tried to DM me and ask me for child porn, bro. You're a pedophile. You're a piece of shit pedo.
No, he didn't. And you can just get out the channel now.
Did, bro. You fucking DM me and asked me for child porn, dude. I got the proof. That's why you disabled my chat, so I can't put it in the chat.
Proof. Just fuck off. Thank you very much.
I do want to make one correction on you. You're asking about the shape of the Earth being scientifically proven, and I don't think science has to do with shape. I think that's more of a math question, and math is not science. It might be a tool in science, but math itself is just math. Geometry is math.
Okay.
At the
end of the day, science is not my strong point at all. So, no, it's been interesting having a conversation with you guys. You guys seem to know what you're talking about. You have your own opinions. Fair enough. I can't disprove them. Yeah.
Mate, if you're taking your leave, dude, it's been a good conversation. You're welcome back if you've got any other questions. It's been nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you, mate.
Appreciate it, dude. See you around.
See ya. See ya.
I'm going to unmute Marcus. He says he has a question. What's up, Marcus? What's your question? He just wanted unmuted so he could leave. That's funny. He just wanted unmuted so he could leave the room.
Don't worry about it. I've seen that before they do that.
Yeah, I find it sad how people don't understand that the further you get away from an object doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to see more, depending on how the light rays reflect.
Ball planet.
What?
Oh, he was just. Remember earlier I asked a question and nobody answered it? I asked, how can I level my two posts with a dot or a point? And so that was the answer.
Well, thanks for getting back to us anyway.
Problem is, though, I forgot the sonotubes. So now I got to go back to the hardware store. Or there aren't going to be no posts. Yeah, for those of you who never did any work in your life, like the majority of this generation, a sonotube is like a cardboard tube that you fill with cement, or sorry, concrete, to make like posts and columns that you're going to build on. And
They
the
wouldn't
earlier guy was
They don't
correct.
have any clue what they don't have any clue what you're talking about. I guarantee it. Maybe the best thing you could give an example in a parking garage. You guys sometimes see a swirly thing going up the side of a round post. That's a sonotube.
Yeah, and in case you don't know what the posts are, that's what you crashed in because you don't know how to park.
Round planet.
So on the side of the sonotube, it tells you like how many feet you want to go down, so how long your tube's going to be, and how many bags of concrete you need. And then right below that, it has a table which describes how to level and plumb the tube. So what it says is, step 1, place a point in free space. Step 2, and then it's blank. Yeah, but I really want to answer that question. How do you know a horizontal line is a tangent? I'd like an answer. That's step 1, by the way. To have a tangent, you need a line that is a tangent. In order to know that your line is a tangent, it must intersect a curve at only one point, which means you have to know there's a curve. So how do you know a horizontal line is teetering atop a giant curve? How do you know that?
How do we know the Earth is round?
Sure, how do you know that?
Because I don't live on a pancake.
Pancakes are round, dummy.
Pancake planet, pancake planet.
He never cooked a pancake in his life, so he doesn't know about round pancakes.
You're right. I'm a waffle guy. I prefer waffles.
That's awesome. He sat in the background for ages thinking about doing that. Built up all his courage.
Globers ruin themselves all the time.
It's fun.
I love my big round ball planet.
That's brilliant. Thanks for adding in ball now. Now we understand what you're talking about because round wasn't specific enough.
Hey, wait a minute, dude. I love your work. I love your work, bro. I saw your CGI work in Little Dicky's We Love the Earth music video. When Little Dicky is hugging the earth, you did the CGI for that. Wow.
Little Dicky, is that what they call you?
Yeah, among the elephant community. No, Little Dicky is a music artist.
Oh.
And for Earth Day, he made. Well, hold on, brother. For Earth Day, he made this video called "We Love the Earth." It's just all about pumping the earth and loving on it and rubbing yourself on it. Pretty gross.
Yeah, I would hump a hole in the ground. Why not?
Well, you know the Earth is Mother Earth, right? So that explains a lot about you.
I know, Mama Earth makes me horny.
Oedipus would be proud. Oh, wait a minute. You're not cultured enough to know that reference.
I don't know who Oedipus is.
Do you?
You know,
Of course I do.
brainworms can cause hosts to be sexually promiscuous. You know, he feeling like that for his mother might be brainworms.
Of course I know who Oedipus is. I went to public school. We all read the story.
Yeah, but see, they diagnosed you at the counselor's office. You're like, I really have this attraction to my mom. And they're like, yeah, that's Oedipus complex.
But I'm not attracted to my mom.
Oh, dude, your dad? Oh, man, dang.
My mom's a very
Damn,
beautiful
bro.
woman, but
Damn, bro. That's. I know you were
I'm
low,
glad
but
to
that
be.
low? Damn.
I'm glad to be related to her because she's a beautiful woman and I have good genes, but I'm not attracted to her.
Yo, hold on. We can't. We don't allow racist comments in here.
What's
Stop, don't
racist
do
about
that.
that?
Don't do that.
Never
Don't
mind,
do it.
dude. Are you cultured enough to understand the reference? Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, he's a millennial or
have,
something like that.
Dude, it's popping right now. Sydney Sweeney, the jeans ad. I have good genes. That's racist because she's gorgeous and not black. I mean, come on now, bro. You got to keep up with the times.
I mean, my mom is a beautiful white woman. That's correct.
White? Like a white paper?
No, like an albino.
Ooh, your mom is albino? Can I get her number?
Yeah. Yeah, Jemsy's into the alabaster skin.
No, I'm into things that I've never tried.
You seem to me like a guy who likes chicken nuggets. So.
What's wrong with chicken nuggets,
Dinosaur
bro?
nuggets? I like dinosaur nuggets.
Who doesn't like chicken nuggets?
Me, because I like dinosaur nuggets.
No, you
Listen,
like
isn't
women.
a chicken? Listen, isn't a chicken strip just a chicken nugget?
Well, if you watch Mr. Beast's latest YouTube video, one of the latest ones, he went to the laboratory and factory that where they grow the chicken nuggets, but it's not from chickens.
Why the fuck would I watch Mr. Beast? I'm not 13.
I mean, you follow the Beast system, so you might as well follow Mr. Beast.
No, dude, we just assumed you were stupid and banal because you came in here and were like, Earth planet, globe planet, derpa derpa little.
All planet.
Yeah, dude, how could we possibly have not recognized that you're an erudite valedictorian from Harvard? I mean, how could we not know that with that rhetoric?
Pancake planet.
The brainworms again. They're taking over.
His ones seem to be feeding every 2 hours or so.
Yeah. They're overgrown already. Overfeeding.
I have an academic question.
No, you don't.
Hit me.
If a flurf gets mauled by a bear in the forest, does anyone care?
The bear cares.
Yeah. A family, probably.
That's why the bear is doing it, because he cares.
Other flat earthers?
You know who cares too?
Oh, yeah,
go ahead.
Let's break this down. So basically what you're insinuating is that no one would care if a flat earther got mauled by a bear, which means that you're bigoted against the concept that people would think the earth is flat, which basically just reduces when you divide by 0 to you're just a bigot. So you're actually just a horrible person. So thanks for admitting it, even though we already knew it.
Thankfully, all is forgiven in Christ.
But the fact that you're bigoted.
What's wrong with being bigoted?
Yeah, I'm a bigot, but I have Jesus in my life.
Listen, ever since I got bigoted, I had to buy bigger pants.
People who don't hold to objective morality as being true can't say there's anything wrong with being a bigot.
How about objective reality?
I don't have to care what other people think because I have a huge cock.
No, you don't.
Does he sings and the sun rises? Or do you do you feed him like corn or something? Because he's big, right? Fat. So maybe he's like a chubby Rooster?
He's girthy. He's girthy. It's a girthy car.
Hey, in case you didn't know, dude, women divorce guys with big wieners too, and they leave them, and they're disgusted by them for other reasons, like their personality and their lack of ability to be decisive and other such things that have nothing to do with your physical appearance.
I'd
This
rather
is
be
why you
divorced
marry
if I
a good
believe in
Christian
flat
girl who comes from a good family that doesn't believe in divorce, and you make it clear what the roles are in marriage and what the duties are for each party. Then
Wait,
divorce
he was
doesn't
talking
happen.
about something else? I thought he said cock, like, you know, the roosters? No?
No, I was talking about my penis.
Oh, yeah, forgot that you.
Not gonna lie, that's
dude,
very black coded.
To be fair, you'll talk about anything except for the lack of demonstrable proven Earth curvature.
Oh, you mean that curvature that's totally real?
Oh, dude, listen, bros. He just said it's real. Let's shut it down, bros. Shut it down, back it in. It's settled now. It's settled down.
I mean, we're gonna have to shut down. We're gonna have to shut down. We're gonna have to shut down airports. We're gonna have to shut down the world because now we have to reinvent everything.
Pancake Planet.
Oh man!
We're gonna have to make curving stoves now so we can cook the curving.
Nobody told this guy
Has
space
anyone
is
found the edge
fake.
yet?
Nobody
Has anyone
told this
found
guy
the edge
space
yet?
is fake yet. Nobody told you space is fake yet. You keep thinking we live on a planet.
Hey, has anyone found the edge yet?
Well, your mom's been trying for years.
Anyone find the edge? Anyone?
Yeah, he's been hiding in front of us this whole time. He's currently playing bass for a band called U2.
Yes, I know that the edge plays for you too, but I mean the edge of the planet, the edge of the flat Earth.
What about it? What is that? What do you mean by
found it
when
yet?
you say?
I mean, it's just a point that's intentionally
Hold on. Sorry, hold on. When you say I need to know what this is before I can say that someone's found it. What do you mean by edge?
The boundary.
Boundary. Okay, a little bit more, please.
Well, no,
The boundary.
I think you know exactly what I mean by that.
Well, yeah, I need specifics. So, boundary between Earth
I
and
know.
what?
I don't use your
Between
neuro-linguistic programming in order to deceive
between
people. You and I both know what a
Dude.
boundary is.
Yeah, the boundaries can take many forms. The boundary between the Earth and what?
Oh, he didn't think that far. Dang.
No, I'm just not going to play your linguistic game. You and I both know what boundary means.
No.
I mean, it's just trying to understand
You just refuse to answer the question.
Okay, well, let me give you an example, right? Let me give you an example. The boundary of my table. Right now, I can stand on my table and I can walk off my table and I will fall off my table. The boundary of my table, right? But there's also the boundary of my room. I can walk to my room and I can hit a wall. Now, there's two different boundaries. We can define them differently. So I'm asking what you mean.
Okay, is the Earth infinite?
That's not helping me answer your question.
Anything
That's a new
that
question.
Infinite boundary. Anything that isn't infinite has a boundary.
Infinite. How the fuck would I know? Even entertaining this concept of infinity.
Okay, so just say you don't know. Have the intellectual honesty to say you don't know. Thank you.
I just did. Didn't know you're claiming I wouldn't have the intellectual honesty? I don't. I just did. When you brought up the claim of an infinite Earth.
You know the Earth is flat, but you don't know if it's infinite or not.
Hey, brother, listen. Jedi's correct, and you're just not getting it. So, for example, the boundary of an object is in all directions extant from the center. Okay? So, technically, I'm in a car driving on a road. That's the boundary. So, what you meant is the boundary going out horizontally. So, that's why he asked you to qualify your statement, dude.
No, there very well could be a boundary leading into space, but you guys don't believe in space. There could be an upward boundary. Earth isn't infinite. You either believe Earth is infinite or you don't.
Yeah, okay, so I bring this up, right? And
Here, let me tell you. Let me ruin your day, brother. Let me ruin your day. Here, yeah, let me ruin your day. Here, no, bro, check this out. The boundary of the universe has never been demonstrated either. So here's what I'm going to say about the boundary of the Earth. Hold on, brother. Every claim that they make about the boundary of the universe, I'm going to apply to the Earth. There you go. Yeah, you didn't see that one coming, did you?
Now I just don't care.
Exactly. So you're asking questions that one, can't arbitrate the proposition anyway, and two, you don't actually care about.
No, I don't care about your answer because it's retarded.
Really? So then the same reasons that it's retarded can be applied to the universe. I agree with you. The universe is retarded. Good job.
No, flat earthers are retarded.
No, well, let me go through some qualities. So the universe is either in a bounded space or an unbounded space. If it's in a bounded space, then there's space beyond the bounded space, right? And so the boundary of the universe, what's beyond the boundary? Well, nobody would ever know. And nobody knows where the boundary is because allegedly the boundary is increasing faster than our ability to even travel to it. So the actual conditions of the boundary of the universe will never be known. So it's unknown now, and it can never be known in principle. There you go. So my answer to you is that the boundaries of the Earth extent horizontally, and keep in mind this is just tongue in cheek. The boundaries of the Earth extent horizontally are procedurally generated faster than we'd ever be able to travel to it. There you go. That's my answer to you. Now, none of that changes the fact that the known territory is horizontal and flat. So, see, you'll talk about anything but the actual thing that matters, which is the Earth isn't curved. You'll talk about pancakes. You'll talk about, can I fall off the edge of the Earth? You'll talk about my wiener is big. You'll talk about anything except for the thing that matters. Because you want to leave this conversation thinking you've won, patting yourself on the back like you gave Flat Earth a fair shake, like you were intellectually honest. And you can go away thinking that. That's fine. But you're doing yourself a disservice by not taking it seriously. So yeah, now that we've established who the real men are and that you're a chump, you got anything to say for yourself?
I think he's at a loss for words right now.
I'm gonna predict he's gonna say, I don't care.
I wouldn't wait for him to respond. I would just change the subject and move on. I think he's just enjoying the attention.
What's his handle?
Was it? Let me check it again. It was the doggy guy. Is he gone? Probably made it to his destination. He gone.
Bro, you guys kept talking about pancakes, so I made myself one, dude. It just sounded way too good.
I know, right? But see, he messed up. He made a crucial error, friends, and this is why. The Earth is actually flatter than a pancake, so he screwed it up.
my God, you guys, wow.
Yeah, bro. Listen, listen. The University of Kansas, I think, they surveyed Kansas and they found out that Kansas is flatter than a pancake based on the topology profile from a mean line. And if you actually take the same principle across the whole surface of the Earth, you have allegedly 197 million square miles, and the maximum surface variance of the height and troughs is 13 miles. So if you take a 13-mile swing around the mean line, and the highest point is Everest, and the lowest point being the Marianas Trench, you end up with a surface that's actually flatter than a pancake.
I wish I could say that. I tried to say something like that the other day, but you said it so eloquently that I'm gonna have to re-listen to it, kind of like replay that.
Here, just tell the AI, say, hey, AI, can you just redo this in my voice? And then you can just play it as a clip, whatever you need to.
I almost tried to say that the other day, but couldn't make it as simple and well said like you did. Good job, AI. Thanks for that.
Yeah, in the category of flat things that we interact with on a daily basis, the Earth is very, very high in the percentile of flattest things. All right, time to go in the hardware store. I guess Wrecking Globers has to go on pause.
Genzi.
Oh, hey.
Do you actually follow up with Mr. Beast?
No, you know how sometimes, well, I'm gonna speak for myself. I find myself doom scrolling, and there was this someone talking about Mr. Beast making a video about Chicken Factory, and they were talking how this company makes chicken out of the same egg, like clones of an egg, and it just makes chicken out of that same clone for many years now. So that's something. That's what I meant. Like when you go to the store and buy chicken, it's not actually chicken.
Wait, what? But it's chicken shaped.
I mean, yeah, those chickens, but when you buy like you know the like chicken breast and that kind of stuff, it's like grown in a lab.
You know, there is lab grown meat, but I don't think they're able to do that at scale yet. Like I think lab grown meat would actually be pretty cool.
That's all I'm saying. It's just that's what I saw in the TikTok shorts or YouTube shorts. That's TikTok University or YouTube Shorts University. That's all I'm saying.
That's it. See.
Don't quote me on it.
Well, maybe one day we'll have lab grown meats. Hopefully.
Maybe it's already a thing.
No, I don't think so. Because then, if you have lab grown meats, you can make like perfect cuts and stuff, right? You wouldn't like have a bone inside, or like if you have like steak, you know how like when you buy steak, there's that fat part that you want to cut out, and like it's all unnecessary. You could have all like perfect cuts every time if it was lab grown, but it's not.
Yo, mama lab grown. Anyway, how are we feeling about circling the moon again, fellers? You guys don't believe that shit?
We do believe in shit because we can find shit in the physical and natural world. Even
Why are you
What's the
being
ang-
ignorant?
produce
what's
a
Why
the
lot
are
of
you
angle?
being
shit.
ignorant,
What's the
Jamesy?
angle? What's the angle to the spaceship right now?
Why are you being ignorant, Jamesy? What kind of
What's the angle to the
disrespectful answer
spaceship
is that?
right now?
You said what?
What's the angle to the
Face
spaceship right now? Yeah, what's the angle to the spaceship right now?
angle from where?
What do you mean from where?
You heard what I said. Angle from where to the spaceship?
From your backyard.
I said you guys don't believe in Artemis 2. You think it's warehouse footage.
No, it's
Yeah, it
studio
was.
footage, not in a warehouse
No,
studio.
you said you guys don't believe in that
They
shit.
did
That's
better
what you said.
production than just do it in a warehouse. That was the old one when they used two air hangars on an Air Force base. That's what you're thinking of.
What do they use now?
It was
Just a
filmed
regular
on
studio.
an
NASA owns the largest green
Pulse.
screen studio in the world.
And why is the footage glitchy and laggy?
Because it's made that way.
So it looks real.
How would you know if that was real or not? Why would it look that way if it was real?
You can tell it's
Nah,
real because it looks so fake.
No, I'm saying, I'm saying you guys think they do the glitch and the
No,
glitchy stuff.
I don't watch that TV show. It was like 10 minutes after that thing went off. They're just showing CGI the whole time. CGI.
Wait, bro, when you say you guys think, are you like a mind reader or something?
Yeah, I don't know, failures. In a few years. In a few years. In a few maybe
years?
maybe in a 20
You have 2
in
years,
20
right? 2 years?
I don't know how old are you fellers, but probably in 20, 30 years, people could go, commercially to space up there.
Oh yeah, that's what they said in 19. That's what they said in 1969. That's funny you said
And
that.
it's gonna be game over for you failures.
That's what they said in 1969. They said it was game over for you fellers.
Well, nobody was a flat earther in 1969.
Everybody was a flat earther.
Nah, they weren't failure. Anyway, what's your guys' problem with those?
So you don't have an angle? You don't have an angle to a spaceship for me?
I have an angle.
That's because you can't get an angle. That's because you can't take an angle to it from the surface of a ball.
I have a penile angle. Anyway, what's your failure? What's your failure's problem with the curve measurements? Is that you guys
think. You guys think, and since you are in our heads, you know what we think. Since
you guys don't calculate
the
drop off correctly. You guys don't do the 8 miles per square 8 miles per square kilometer, whatever it is.
Tell him.
Measurement, and that's it for you fellers. You don't do no refraction. You don't do no weather observations.
He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking. He's come in here so many times. Dude, you've been in here so many times. You don't even know the arguments yet, and you've been in here at least 100 times. You don't know the arguments yet.
Because I forgot.
I mean, you gotta remember though that brain worms take a lot of space in
why
your
would I
brain,
remember?
and he has like a small brain capacity at the moment. That's why.
So those arguments you guys got are bullshit, and you know how they're bullshit. You look at the way they're presented. The arguments you guys present are always in a form of some shitty edited video, some retarded looking meme, or anything else, or for that matter. There's not a single scientific this and this project.
Oh well, give me the scientific. Give me the scientific thing you want me to do, and I'll go do it.
Man, why didn't a single flat earther do that shit?
Dude,
why didn't a single flat earther do it yet?
Give me the scientific experiment you need me to do.
For example, look at the most scientific things you guys done is the FE core experiment, and that project is
Pancakes are very
full of
scientific,
lies.
right?
That project is full of lies and false evidence, false results, and the guy who posted that shit has disappeared from internet since they done the experiment because they've been caught lying to their fans who took their money. You flat earthers got your money took, and these guys didn't produce nothing. That PDF file they got is full of lies. You guys ain't got no proof.
What are you
All of
talking
the other
about, dude?
experiments have been debunked.
He doesn't know what he's
About
talking
Greater
about.
Sapien?
You guys heard what I said. You just choose to play dumb.
You haven't said anything yet.
Hey, Professor Triangle, calm down, feeler. Anyway, I'll see you guys on the next one. On the next Artemis mission.
Please never come back.
So, did you guys see my video demonstrating gravity yesterday? Should I repost it?
No.
Define gravity.
Oh, I'm just talking about gravitational attraction.
Well, define what that is.
A bigger object with bigger mass attracting a smaller object with smaller mass.
So when I go to the grocery store and I see the massive lady, why don't I feel attracted to her though?
You actually are to a small degree. You just can't feel it.
So you are, but you just don't know you are. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So what size do you have to be attracting things?
Let me show you. So this.
No, you can just tell me.
Well, like
tell
the video
me
demonstration
what size
will prove.
What size do you
video
have to
demonstration
be?
will prove it.
What does it prove? Tell me about the video.
Sure. Let me just link it and I'll tell you as we watch through it together.
Oh, yeah, I'm not watching it until you tell me. So I want to make sure I'm not wasting my time on something I've seen a million times.
Sure. Yeah. Well, for anyone else here, why can't I paste? One sec.
No. No, thank you.
Okay, there we go. So he takes the first experiment 2 lead balls on a precision instrument, and
what precision instrument?
It's sitting at rest, but when he puts
what's the precision instrument?
It's like a sliding arm.
That's not a precision instrument.
Well, the
What's
second one has a precision scale that the second one has a precision scale that you can see. The lead triangle gets attracted to the lead ball underneath it, and actually gets heavier on the scale.
Maybe triangles are attracted to balls.
Yeah, it could have. Well, I mean, it could have been any shape. I mean,
so you didn't eliminate that then, huh?
You're just trolling. So, actually, look at the video and try to explain.
No, things aren't attracted to each other.
Try to well, they are. This video shows it.
They're not.
And try to explain.
No,
try to explain
this. When you do that video and it doesn't happen,
it does. You can do this at home. You can do this yourself. You can prove gravity at home.
Can I see?
Yeah.
I can hang balls in the closet.
Sure.
So, suppose that you look at this video, it's interesting enough. You think, well, maybe this does happen. Maybe gravity is real. I want to do this for myself to prove it. You guys do the experiment, prove gravity, and then we can talk about how.
What am I proving? What am I proving?
That's gonna change your worldview, right?
And you're debunking Einstein?
No.
No.
Universal gravitation is consistent with Einstein's theories.
Hold on. So now you have mass attracts mass and Einstein's are the same thing?
No, but they're consistent.
Einstein believed in universal
You can't have
gravitation.
both.
His
You can't
theories are
have both.
consistent with it.
No, they're not. There's no such thing.
Hold on, before
Do you know what
before getting
consistent
sucked into
means?
the weeds on this, he's sucking you into the weeds, and you're taking the bait. I know you're probably know more about this than I do. It sounds like you could have that debate after, but right now we just need an explanation. If
Oh, hanging balls doesn't prove anything.
I mean, it's pretty good at showing universal gravitation.
No, define universal gravitation for me, so then you can show me how you proved it.
Energy exerts force on energy, basically.
What was the
Usually in
energy?
form of mass. It was the mass of the two spheres.
Oh, so define mass then, so we could really get down to the brass taxes here.
It's a property of fermions. I forgot exactly. No, it's more universal than that. It's a property of some kinds of matter.
Wait, isn't mass like a
allows
unit of
objects to
measure?
resist? It allows objects to resist deviations in their in their velocity.
So how is that attracted to something else?
But via universal gravitation.
And which is what?
It's the phenomenon that was in that video. It's the thing exerting the torque.
The phenomenon?
Yes.
It's the phenomenon.
Phenomena?
Yeah. If I go and do that and it doesn't work, then what do we say?
Oh, we gotta ask whether you built your experiment properly. But if you did and it didn't
it's
work,
my fault now.
If you did and it didn't
So
work,
if you make it
then
if you make it the right way, if you make it the right way, it works. If you don't make it the right way, it doesn't work. Is that what you're telling me?
This is true for all objects. If you try to make a pizza using mercury, you didn't succeed in making a pizza.
If you don't,
What's a successful way to do that?
If you don't put all the pieces
Like
of
tomato
the
sauce
watch
and such.
together, it doesn't give you the correct time, right?
Yep.
So, as a man-made object and this man-made thing that you are trying to push, where do we find this in the physical and natural world without, man's intervention?
And the force that we all feel towards the planet, and the force causing, or the forces, I should say, causing the planets to hold their orbits and have their various orbital deviations.
You just said that those things are flying around up there, orbiting around each other. That's a story.
Welcome to what science is. There's stories that we think have causal power.
Oh no, science
because everything
isn't. That
we
isn't how you
perceive
do
is hopefully
science.
consistent
That's
with
not
them.
how you do science. You don't
What do you
tell
think
a
a
story.
hypothesis is?
You
What do
don't
you think
tell
a
a story,
hypothesis is?
dude. You don't tell a
What do you think a
story.
hypothesis is? What do you think a
You don't
hypothesis
just
is?
go tell a story and then that's it. Ta-da! You're done with science.
Obviously. But you start with a story, and then you figure out whether your story is consistent with what you can
An
observe.
observation in the physical and natural world, you don't start with a story. That's wrong.
What do you think a hypothesis is, Gemsy?
You first have to observe a phenomena, don't you?
No.
Oh, so you just make up a story? Isn't a hypothesis has to be qualified as a valid hypothesis?
What is an invalid hypothesis? What is that?
An invalid hypothesis will be like me closing my eyes without observing any phenomena and saying, my hypothesis is that if Superman can shoot his laser eyes towards the sun, we might have a hotter summer this year. That's a
perfectly valid hypothesis. Nope, that's valid.
That's an invalid hypothesis.
That's a valid hypothesis. It isn't relevant to our universe, but it is a valid hypothesis.
It's invalid because you cannot observe you never observe anything in the physical and natural world to be able to make that story based in the physical and natural world, to be able to observe any variables that you're going to manipulate, to be able to observe any variables that you're going to manipulate, right, to determine the cause of the effect.
The temperature is absolutely an observable thing. That's a valid hypothesis. It's even a falsifiable hypothesis.
To manipulate Superman's laser eyes to not cause the phenomena of having a warmer summer because he caused the effect himself.
No, Superman doesn't exist in our universe.
Exactly. So invalid hypothesis.
No, it's valid. It's just like vacuous. It's about an object that doesn't exist.
Like doctor just told you. I mean, a professor just told you. It's just a story.
You know that all propositions are basically stories, right?
That's why it has to be a valid hypothesis.
But it is valid. Again, validity is like a very low bar. Like, if it doesn't have contradictions, it's probably valid. You got that, right?
The hypothesis is the whole point, dude.
No.
And you need a valid one.
The hypothesis isn't anything of import. The hypothesis by itself is like fucking worthless. The question is the hypothesis consistent with what we see? And when we try to extrapolate the hypothesis to new situations, does it predict what we experience? That's how you separate, discarded hypotheses from theories. Hypotheses that stand the test of our rigor.
Wait, if you're talking about science, scientific theories are established after the repetitive experimentation.
That's what I just told you, basically.
Wait, are you?
It's not about some number of experiments, right? It's about whether the theory is consistent within some domain, whether it's predictive within some domain.
So the scientific theory is an established, let's say, scientific fact, then.
I mean, in the sense that scientific facts aren't like absolutes, yes. It is a sufficiently powerful tool that science wants to keep it around, basically.
Yeah, it becomes a scientific law after you...
no, laws are parts of theories. They're just horribly named, but laws are just parts of theories. Very confusing to lay people.
Okay, I thought you were using theory as something like before the fact. Like people usually say.
Let me put it this way, right? When people talk about science facts, they talk about observable things. But observable things aren't stories, they aren't explanations, they aren't even causes. Observable things don't let you understand the world or what will happen in the future. To do something like that, you build a hypothesis about the underlying mechanisms, right? What is the actual cause for that stuff? And based on that, well, then you start testing them. You see, okay, does this hypothesis actually work? Do triangles attract spheres, or is it some other mechanism? And eventually, hopefully, we have some theory that's sufficiently strong that works in a sufficient number of cases where we go, yeah, that's a theory. We'll support that.
How about valid hypothesis for the Earth being a spinning globe in a vacuum of space?
Do I have a valid hypothesis for that?
Yeah.
Sure. I think you just laid it out. Having a valid hypothesis is trivial.
Give me the hypothesis for the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, I want to hear this. Go ahead, tell us.
Again, hypotheses, very simple. It's a sphere.
No, give us a valid hypothesis that proves that it's a globe.
Hypotheses don't prove anything.
Well, tell us how you figured it out.
Sure. When I looked at how ships passed over the horizon, I got real fucking confused until I thought through how they would look on the horizon of a sphere. And I was like, damn, that's consistent with what I'm looking at.
When you bought a P900 and said, oh shit, they really don't go over anything, then what did you say?
I don't know what that is, but I've done this with magnification and without. There's no difference in the fact that it's
you haven't tried.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. I'm in the middle of a sentence.
What you're saying is you haven't tried this, then. Okay.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. So I've done this with and without magnification. Using give me 20 seconds with binoculars, and it doesn't change that they disappear from the bottom up. I've yet to see a single flat Earth hypothesis that explains why they disappear from the bottom up.
Triangle. Again, he said
binoculars work just fine.
Going over the horizon, and then he thought about something, and then he came with a conclusion.
Yes, the sphere is consistent with it, unlike it being flat.
You saw a boat get all wiggly near the water and said, it's wiggly because Earth. Yeah, it is. Earth is a ball because it's wiggly.
The one I looked at wasn't wiggly.
What about the one I looked at?
I don't know what you're looking at. I couldn't tell you.
Oh, well, I guess I'll post it for you.
I'll say in general, if it's wiggly, you probably have some pretty bad observation conditions.
So how many other variables did you check before you just thought the cause of the effect that you're observing is
There's
the
9
one
miles away.
included.
9 miles. 9 miles for you guys.
I can't tell if that's the case, but I'll say that does have some optical shenanigans going on. You can see the size of the different elements of the boat change slightly. But yeah, I mean, if there's big enough waves, I suppose that could cause a false
So
horizon.
that means the Earth is a ball, right? Because that boat's going down
Well,
behind the ball, right?
That's not the thing that makes it. It's that it disappears from the bottom up. This suggests that either the
No,
waves
it
get like
disappears
infinite.
from the bottom up
I'm in the
because
middle of a
boats
sentence.
float in water, idiot.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. So the same amount of the boat is out of the water, whether it's over here or over there. The amount that's in the water is dictated by its tonnage and its displacement and all that stuff. That's not changing if you have a sufficiently large boat. The thing that is changing is the distance away to it. So unless you think the waves just get infinitely large the further you go out to sea in order to obscure the boat, then you have to think that, oh, it must be moving downward in some fashion relative to the line I'm inventing.
Did it happen?
And if you project that in all directions, you got a sphere.
Did the boat going behind the horizon happen at a specific location that will conform to the geometry of the sphere?
The Atlantic Ocean, yes.
Okay.
Like if it was going up a mountain, I'd probably be able to
my
see
question, though. You know that for it
I'm
to
not
be
sure what you're
the
asking.
sphere. Okay, so the sphere has a specific size, correct?
Sure.
Okay,
And it
so
by necessity
when
will.
you observe the boat, you're saying it's disappearing behind the geometry of the sphere. That phenomena, disappearing behind the geometry, will have to happen at a specific location, at a specific distance.
For like whatever optics and waves and whatnot, yeah, for any particular place you're looking at, it's going to happen at some specific distance for any given object, sure.
Oh, no, you mentioned waves. You mentioned the maybe there's temperature. There is also light that is reflecting on the water. So there's
geometry.
There's the angle of view. So there is many other variables that can cause the effect of the boat disappearing, though.
I'm not denying that fog exists.
You mentioned waves, the water. Maybe 1/4 of the boat is under the water as well, right?
If the boat is sinking, it's obviously going to look like it's receding behind the horizon if it's sufficiently distant.
Not
I'm talking about
sinking.
boats that aren't sinking.
Okay. What about the reflection of the light on the surface of the water that will also create a, kind of like a line that you could call a horizon? It could cause objects to disappear. You won't be able to resolve images within that line.
If you're looking like directly at the sun, I guess not. But I
Not directly at the sun. There's light reflecting on the water and causing also more phenomena that can cause disappearance.
I don't know what you're referring to. The fact that you can see the ocean means light is reflecting off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So there's multiple variables, many things happening at the same time, or is it one thing happening causing the phenomena that you're observing?
Dude, in the real world, everything's always like hundreds and billions of phenomena. Like, it's crazy. The world is complicated.
Exactly. So when people say the boat is disappearing behind the geometry of the sphere, is that the cause of the effect?
Of the one I'm describing? Yes.
So if the water is not curving to the specific rate that it will have to be for it to be the ball of the specific size that you believe in, if that's not happening, then could it be other causes?
If you can find a cause for it, potentially. But I'll say we have like abundant evidence of the Earth being, vaguely a sphere. So you need a lot of evidence to dismantle that.
Okay, so now we can say that now you agree that the boat disappearing from your beak could be caused by other effects. But now that
that's just scientific humbleness. Like, this is the same way of saying, like, hey, could we discover tomorrow that the standard model is completely wrong and we need this other like model of physics entirely? It's like, I mean, yeah, but the evidence for the standard model is incredible. It's so strong that to do that is virtually impossible.
Now let's isolate the one that you're saying is the cause. Now let's isolate the curvature or the drop over the distance. Let's isolate that one. Let's find if that one exists or not. Because if it doesn't exist, then it's not the cause of the boat disappearing.
That doesn't follow.
Okay. You're saying that the boat is disappearing behind the geometry of the sphere. But you know that there is other variables that might be causing that effect. Now,
yeah, but we're not talking about a boat that's sinking. We're not talking about horribly complicated optics. We're not talking about any of those situations.
No, we're talking about the geometry of the sphere. The boat is disappearing behind the geometry of the sphere, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let's test to find if the geometry is there, if the sphere is actually there, if the water is actually curving.
Yeah, how else do you account for the boat disappearing from the bottom up?
Do you have an actual measurement of Earth curvature or water curving for it to conform to the sphere? An actual measurement of that.
The boat disappears from the bottom upward.
Is that a measurement?
Literally, yes. What do you think measurements are?
So you're saying that people do measurements with boats disappearing over the horizon?
Yes. People look at the ocean pretty frequently.
What about when that doesn't happen?
Can you give me an example of a boat traveling across the entire ocean and not disappearing over the horizon?
I see boats all the time on Lake Erie that don't go over a curve.
Lake Erie is not an ocean. It's a lake. I said ocean.
Oh, so lakes don't conform to the sphere?
They vaguely do, yeah.
Large body of water.
But you need a sufficiently large body of water before like sphere effects come into play. Like if you've got a glass of water in front of you, it's not going to be significant.
You know there's lakes that are 100 miles long?
Nah, I don't know the size of lakes.
Are you saying that like the lakes, the big lakes in the United States, like how big are they? Like 50 miles, 60 miles big?
I don't know, dude. No idea.
But you don't know, but you're making a claim that lakes are not big enough. So which one is it?
I think Lake Erie is 165 miles long in one direction.
There you go.
In principle,
so is that
right?
Big
It used to be
no?
The entire North America had a giant fucking lake in it at one point. I mean, yeah, lakes can be big enough.
No, you can't prove that.
I mean, we got pretty good evidence for it.
No, you don't.
Sure, whatever.
We got spillways worn into the terrain and whatnot.
You don't know evidence
what that's from. That it's clearly from a fuck ton of water moving. What do you mean?
You have no idea. You're making up stories just because it looks like something.
If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, what the fuck do you think if it's not a duck?
So if the Earth is flat and it's measured flat, why the fuck would you think it's a ball?
It's not measured flat. It doesn't look like it's flat. That's the point. It looks like it's a sphere. It measures like a sphere.
Flat. No, surveyors
that's
don't
not how that works at all. Surveyors don't measure the Earth, my dude. That's the reason why they have elevated tools, so that they aren't trying to draw lines on the ground. They're drawing lines through the air to avoid the sphere part. Anyway.
Surveyors put their equipment on tripods to avoid the hump in the Earth, everybody.
The beauty of being a solipsist is just dismissing what you don't like.
Tripods were invented so that people could see over the curve of the Earth, everybody.
Tripods were invented for people who wanted to do things not relating to doing stuff on the ground. You know, we have like
So you
little
don't have to
wheels
hold,
that
like,
you can use
don't
to
have
measure
hold your
distances on the
camera.
ground,
Yeah, you
right?
don't have to hold your camera anymore. You can just put your camera on a tripod.
Well, if you're trying to take a picture of the literal Earth below you, you should put the camera on the ground. But if you want to do something not relating to the Earth below
So how about
you, then you might want to use a tripod.
I'll do it 1 foot off the ground. 1 foot off the ground is better. And then if we can see 10 miles, 1 foot off the ground, the Earth is flat, right?
No.
Why not? Tell me how. Tell me how much drop there should be. Tell me how much drop there should be. The boat should go in 10 miles. How far down should the boat be? Well, look it up.
You're the one making claims. I don't know.
You're
why
the professional boat. Says boats go over a horizon. So you tell me how far down it will be.
I said you stop being able to see the boats from the bottom up.
That's because they're in the water.
Why would that make them disappear that way? Just because they're in water? I mean, the same thing happens on land. It's just harder to see most of the time.
Because they don't disappear from the top up because the top's not in the water.
Again, if we turn the boat upside down, it still works the same way. Like, what do you mean? And again, on land, it works the same way too. You just aren't usually in places that are that flat.
Okay, so how far from 10 miles away at 1 foot off the ground should that boat be down around the curve?
No idea. I don't know why you think I'm going to have a different answer the next time.
Google it.
Fully deficient. Rough.
Solipsism is a hell of a drug.
Have flat earthers got any new models? Last I checked, they still couldn't account for simple shit. Well, then they can't know anything about the world.
Yeah, I posted my model earlier.
You did?
Yeah. Guess I'll have to go do it again.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but I haven't scrolled through the entire chat.
I'll have to do it again. This is something you can't do on a globe. So here you go. Right here.
Something you can't do on a globe.
Correct. Right here. There it is. Something you cannot do on a globe.
That sure looks like something you can do on a globe.
No,
that looks like something you can do
you don't have planes on a globe. There's something wrong with you mentally. If you think there's planes,
you don't need a plane on the globe.
That you're standing on a plane when you're standing on the surface of a ball. Do you guys see what's wrong with you yet?
You don't need a plane. You can do those kinds of measurements on hyperbolic space as well.
Plane. The guy standing on the ground plane. That's flat Earth model. That's my flat Earth model.
You've invented a geometric plane and labeled it ground.
That's how it works. No, I can just go to sea level. That's my plane. Sea level.
Sea level is not a plane. So that doesn't work.
So what is it? A curve? Is it a sea curve?
It's a literal sphere.
So it looks like we're talking two different models. Let's correctly label each model, okay? In one model, one of the waters curves, and one model, one of the waters doesn't do that. Why are we making this?
Well, that doesn't follow necessarily. The flat earthers can shape the water however they like. They just need to commit to a model.
I don't commit. I did. I posted my model for you.
That's not a model.
Let me see you get an angle to a sun off a ball.
You can do an angle to a point on any shape, whether it's a ball or hyperbolic, like torus, or like whatever geometry.
You might not know what a basketball is, but ask your older brother who probably played sports. Get a basketball and then put that in one hand, and then go get a ruler. You know what that is? A scale. Get them like a 1 foot scale. Lay that kind of. Yeah, just on the side of the basketball anywhere, and then give me that angle.
You do know
the angle
that
from the basketball. The angle from the basketball to where the your ruler is pointing to. Put a sword on there; it'll be longer. Hey, better yet, take one leg from a tripod and lay it on there. There you can another use for tripods for you.
Listen, you're not making much sense, but if you're roughly constructing a tangent, it's going to be 90 degrees towards the center of the basketball, meaning it's going to be approximately 0 degrees.
You don't have a center to work from when you're standing on Earth. You don't have a center when you're standing on a flat Earth.
We're talking about a basketball. Hello? Did you forget what you said? Okay. So basketballs, by virtue of approximating spheres, roughly have centers.
You don't have it to work from. You're working from the surface of the ball, not the center of the ball.
I didn't say you worked from the center of the ball. I said the tangent that the ruler will point in that direction.
Don't ever mention center again.
Why? It's true.
Because you don't have a center to work from.
You do? Welcome to geometry. Geometry, you just invent things. That's how it works.
So you can't.
We also don't have a tangent. We also don't have a perpendicular. We also don't have planes or lines or angles. All those things are geometry.
You don't have a center to work from, so you don't have an angle you can make on the surface of a ball. I win this one every time, dude.
No, all the things you're talking about aren't physical. They're geometry. Geometry doesn't exist in the real world. Geometry is what humans invent to describe arrangements of things. A plane isn't real. A line isn't real. An angle isn't real. These are mathematical constructs that we use in order to analyze things. You get it now?
Do you know what an angle is?
Yes.
What's an angle?
Oh, it's the sweep between two lines.
Oh, so not a curved line and a straight line.
What?
A curved line and a straight line?
Whatever kind of lines. It doesn't matter.
So you're telling me I can put a basketball on my kitchen table and then you can give me the angle?
The angle to what? Again, you need two lines. A basketball on a table doesn't necessarily have any lines.
Angle. Yeah, if you look at near the bottom, where it's touching the table, there's a curved surface touching the flat surface, right? That's, according to you, that's an angle. That curved line is some kind of an angle. Called a shark fin.
No, it's not some kind of an angle. Nope, that's not the angle. Because angles are between lines.
Straight lines or curved lines?
Doesn't matter. That needs to be lines.
Give me the angle for between a curved line and a basketball sitting on that, or a straight line and a basketball sitting on that line. Give me the angle.
So if you have a sphere and it's touching a plane, you're going to have tangents at the point where it touches the plane in all directions. In that plane.
Now you have a point now, no angles then. So now you're talking about points again, no angles.
No, you have an infinite set of 0-degree angles.
Nope, you don't have any angles. You have a point.
You have infinite angles of size 0 degree because they're tangent lines.
The angle where a ball meets a floor, when you set a basketball on a floor, the angle is infinite now, according to you.
Nope, it's 0 degrees. I told you it's 0 degrees.
0 degrees now. So you can't measure
if we're talking about the... If you're talking about the tangent line, it's going to be 0 degrees.
Yeah, if you were standing on a ball and then you flip the floor up on top of the ball, what would the angle be?
So anytime you make a sphere and a plane touch at one point, you're going to have an infinite set of tangent lines. So all those tangent lines are going to be... All those tangent lines, I'm so close to being finished. All those tangent lines are at 0 degrees. Nope, I was so close. All those tangent lines are at 0 degrees. All those tangent lines are at 0 degrees.
Right.
Why would you not be able to take an angle to the sun? Why would you be able to take an angle to the sun?
0 degrees. All your angles are 0 degrees.
Tangent lines and tangent planes are all at 0 degrees. That's what defines them as tangent lines and tangent angles.
So you can't do it on a sphere. Thank you.
You can do it on a sphere. I just described how.
You said everything is 0.
The angle of any tangent line to any sphere is going to be 0 degrees.
There you
Otherwise, it's not a tangent line to that sphere.
All your angles to the sun are 0 degrees. You lose on a globe.
No, the sphere, the sun isn't the sphere. Do you think that the model for a globe Earth is that we are on the sun?
You think that you can stand on the side of a ball and get an angle off of it.
That's easy. That's trivial.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah,
you literally can. It's trivial. Just imagine, you take a ruler, you put it on a ball, and then you angle it upward. Trivial. Easy.
You're in here because you're fucking up pretty hard, right? You're forgetting to make mention of the fact that you're invoking a tangent line from a sphere, right? And taking an angle from that tangent line not from the surface of the sphere. Right? You're not specifying that. Now, the problem here is you have to
the tangent line is from the surface of the sphere, a specific point on the sphere.
Right. So you have to assume that you're on a sphere in the first place to invoke a tangent plane. Right.
Obviously, we have to pick the geometry before we can start describing geometry. We need to. Can I finish?
So therefore, you're not going to fucking win this shit. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So therefore,
I want to just get out my point without being interrupted.
I'm going to speak, dude. I'm going to speak. Right.
Apparently.
Right? Then therefore, you have to prove that you're.
I would hate for us to have a dialogue.
I'm going to speak. Right. So go ahead and prove that you're on a sphere in the first place before you invoke a tangent plane. Otherwise, it's not.
Dude, he's the one talking about geometry like this, not me. This is his problem, not mine. This is his problem, not mine. This is his problem, not mine. I'm describing the system that he described. He's the one who said it's a basketball. Basketballs are spheres. Do you think basketballs aren't spheres?
No, dude, don't confabulate the whole thing. Okay, here's the problem. We know basketballs are spheres.
No confabulation.
Right? And we can actually.
And he was talking about basketballs, right?
Hang on, dude. I'm going to finish. We can actually invoke and create the tangent plane to a basketball because we know it's a basketball. We know it's a spherical object.
Yeah,
right?
So my description is correct, right?
You have to assume we're on a giant sphere. So prove that first before you invoke any sort of geometric abstract object like a tangent plane to something that may or may not be pertinent.
Do you know what a proof by contradiction is?
Go ahead and prove that it's a ball, dude.
Do you know what a proof by contradiction is?
Yes, sir. Go ahead and prove it's a ball.
And you understand that assuming geometry is perfectly fine for the purposes of a proof, right?
No, dude. No, you can create a hypothetical, but then you want to concretize it, right? Yeah, prove it somehow.
The fuck? And one of the ways you can prove it is by contradiction, right?
Okay, therefore, then do it. Go ahead.
Dude, we're talking about basketballs. I don't know why you're going to something else.
No, dude, the basketball was just to illustrate a point. Now, when we're going to.
And what was that point that was being illustrated?
Yeah, it's already illustrated. We got it, dude. Okay.
Okay. So what was the point?
Now apply to the context. The subject matter.
No, what was the point? You said you understood it. What was the point?
Apparently, want a giant ball. So apparently, want a giant ball.
You said you understood my point. What was it?
Prove that it's a giant ball before you invoke a tangent plane.
So again, you said you understood my point. What was my point?
Dude, prove it's a fucking ball before, or else you can't invoke a tangent plane.
You literally can. You can do it in a proof by contradiction, for example. And again, we were talking about basketballs, not the Earth. So try again. What was the actual point I was making? Do you remember it? You said you understood it.
Let's check on something. Triangle. Why was the basketball invoked in this conversation? Clear the air.
So we can see if we can get an angle between a basketball and a table.
Right, to illustrate the point of taking an angle or trying to take an angle between a straight line and a curved line, which can't work.
Correct.
Right? You have to invoke a tangent plane. You have to create a tangent plane to get a straight line, and then take an angle to that between that and something else. Right? This is like grade 7 shit. Fantastic. All right. So now the basketball thing is out of the way. Move on and apply it to the real world context, the grander context of the topic. Okay. How can we do that? We have to assume that we're on a ball. Right?
You don't have to assume it, no. But rather, his objection has been dismantled.
Otherwise, there's no analog. Right?
So again, he said you cannot do this on a ball, and I said you can do that on a ball, and then I showed you can do it on a ball like a basketball.
You cannot do it on the surface of a ball. You needed the center.
No, you didn't. And again, the center isn't real. The center is a geometric fucking pattern, dude. It doesn't exist in any meaningful sense other than as geometry we invented and slapped onto the world.
Make an angle standing on a ball.
You can. You can literally just take a ruler, plop it on a basketball. Oh, look, you've made an angle. Easy.
Nope.
Yes, you can,
dude. Holy shit! Now you've created a tangent.
Then show me where I'm going wrong.
From there,
nope, no tangent plane. No. We very specifically want the ruler to not be on a tangent plane.
What the fuck? Dude, if
we're
you
not
take a
talking
ruler,
about
you
it
put
being on a
basketball,
tangent plane.
what's respecting law? Hang on. Watch this, right? Just to like illustrate how dumb that fucking statement was. You take a ruler, you put it on a basketball. There's there's line number 1. Where's line number 2? Right, to which you can actually take an angle.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What did you say, dude? You take a ruler, you put it on a basketball, boom, you have an angle. Those were literally your words, more or less.
Yes.
How the f is that at all coherent? You need 2 lines to make an angle. Normally, what people would do is they would invoke a tangent line, right, to create line number 1, and then take an angle to that with respect to something else. The whole point of the tangent line is to actually create something straight to create the angle to something, right? That's the whole purpose.
If you want an angle to a tangent line, you could also just have 2 rulers and figure out an angle between them. There's so many options.
Dude, if you're going to say that you take a ruler, you put it on a basketball, and boom, you have an angle with respect
just
to
have 2
what?
rulers. Well, in that case, you could do it with respect to a tangent or with respect to the center. You can pick anything you want.
But here's the problem.
So again,
right? So now
you can pick anything you want.
Now you're moving
not moving the goalpost. You can pick anything you want to measure your angle with regard to. You can invent a line that passes through the center and do that as the thing you're making your angle to. That's fine.
You don't have a center to work from.
Yeah,
it's geometry. None of it's fucking real, dude. It's all invented. It's all human constructs. Hello?
You can't pretend you have an Earth center. Sorry, dude.
You can't pretend you have a line. You can't pretend you have an angle. What the fuck is this non-realism of geometry bullshit?
What the fuck?
Are angles real?
Dude, what are you saying?
What are you saying?
Do you even know what an angle is?
Yes.
Go ahead. What's an angle?
A geometric construct. A thing that does not exist in the real world. Because it's geometry. It's math.
Yeah, that's the definition of an angle?
No, it's not the definition of an angle.
But give me the definition of an angle.
It's the relevant part. It is the relevant part of what an angle is to this conversation.
If
Go ahead, give me the definition.
Then nothing is real, guys. Come on.
Go ahead and wait for the definition.
Math is not real in the same way that physics is real. Math is not real in the same way that objects are real.
Do you know what a triangle is? Do you know what a triangle is?
I do know what a triangle is.
Oh,
Yeah.
you do? All right, good. I'm gonna
another
post something
geometry.
in chat for you. Stop talking. This is a NASA IQ
stop
test
talking.
question. And go ahead and
I
answer
don't
this
care.
question. It's in the chat. Go ahead.
I'd rather not.
They can never answer this one.
Why would I want to?
You can't.
Why would I want to?
You can't answer it anyway.
Why would I want to?
You don't know what a triangle is.
Why would I want to answer your stupid question?
You told me you knew what a triangle was.
I do. Why would I want to answer your question?
Go ahead and tell me what.
You clearly
the
don't know
answer
what you're
is.
talking about. There's no reason to engage with you, man. Try to actually make sense in a conversation, and people might want to be interested in engaging with what you bring up.
I'm interested to even know if you know what a triangle is or an angle, because you haven't been able to answer those yet.
Except I have repeatedly. Do you agree that angles are
What
geometry?
an angle is not. You told us what an angle is
No,
not.
I told us what it was. It's geometry.
An angle is
I also
geometry.
told you it was the sweep between 2 lines. I gave you multiple parts of a definition. I gave you all the parts that would be necessary for this conversation, in fact.
Very good. Can you qualify those lines, please? Are they curved? Are they straight? Shit like that.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
See, he thinks you can do it between 2 curved lines. I'm telling you, the dude's out of his mind.
How do you do it without creating a straight line, dude? This is the point.
Why? You don't need to create any straight lines. What are you talking about?
How do you create an angle between 2 curved lines or a straight line and a curved line? What's the process?
What's the problem?
What's the process?
It's exact same as for straight lines. There's literally no difference.
Okay, you're bricked.
In no way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
He doesn't know the difference between a straight line and a curved line. I got 3-year-olds that
And it's
can
not
do that
relevant to
shit.
the ability to build angles between them.
Here's the thing, humanity, right? This exact, phrasing that you just, spewed out is why you ought to at least take a chance and take the test to refresh your own fucking like grade 2 geometry understanding. This is why.
No, again, I understand it.
This is one of them.
You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. This is your problem, not
Everybody
mine.
that's listening on YouTube, this guy refused to take a second grader's triangle test. It's not a NASA test.
Why would I want to?
Second grader test, and he couldn't take it because he couldn't pass it.
Why would I want to? Why would I want to take it?
For your own good, dude. Refresh.
It's not for my own good.
Geometry. Oh, you don't?
I know geometry. At least this level of geometry.
Humanity, can you stop talking over top of everybody? They're talking.
They're over talking me.
Conversation. It's very, very annoying to the people that are listening.
They're over talking me.
So here's the thing, dude. You ask, why should you take it? This is why. Refresh grade 2
You've yet to establish why.
Or
there's nothing to refresh.
Keep coming in here, at your own liberty and make a complete fool of yourself. You're allowed to do
I've
either
yet to
way.
do so.
I listen back on the recording, man.
Yes, I've been entirely correct the whole time.
That you can take angles to curved lines?
Yes. We do it all the time. It's easy. It's trivial.
How do you do it? Go ahead. Okay. Explain.
So at the point of intersection, you can look at what is the actual angle of the lines. And there you go. You don't care whether they're curved on some broader thing. The question is the instantaneous angle between them, like it is for all fucking lines.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for proving our point, dude. That quote-unquote instantaneous angle, right? You invoke a tangent line, you create a straight line, and then you take an angle to those.
I didn't invoke a tangent line. That's not what that is.
Actually, yeah, it is.
No, that's not what tangent is. That is a parallel line. That's literally not what tangent is.
You're fucking stupid, dude.
You can't have
you're the stupid one. You think this is a tangent? That's not what a tangent is.
If you use calculus, you would be able to understand what I'm talking about. You're just using a different word, right, to try and obfuscate the fact that you don't actually know.
You called something a tangent that isn't a tangent. Don't call it a tangent when you're wrong about that. Holy fuck. It's not a tangent line.
Angle, dude? What's an instantaneous angle, dude? How do you derive that, dude? How do you derive an instantaneous slope, for example, to a curve?
I think you were, in fact, pointing to it earlier when you started talking about calculus. But it's going to depend on what the line is exactly.
What actually happened?
You're not wrong, because you need a Taylor expansion to solve for that. The meeting point between a line and a curve.
What gets created? Nothing. You don't need to create any tangent lines. That's not necessary. You can just consider the instantaneous angles between the lines. You don't need to build any tangent lines. It's unnecessary.
You don't understand that these two terms are actually synonymous.
They're not synonymous. They have some equivalencies, but in one case, I'm in the middle of a sentence. 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 Nope, I'm correct. And I'm in the middle of my sentence. I'd like to finish it, thank you. So in one instance, you end up with a bunch of straight lines extending off into...
You don't fucking get it. You don't fucking get it. All right. Anyone else want to come off mute and continue with that? I mean, this is getting sad.
Yo, another round Earth W.
Really?
Yeah, that's definitely a globe Earth win.
No, just have both sides arguing their sides. Don't mute the guy. There's conversation going on.
I don't mute anybody. I never mute people, so don't blame me muting them.
I didn't say you, bro.
I did it, dude. You heard.
Let's continue. Have you guys spoken to this guy before? Because for me, he's new. So just continue the convo, guys. Come on.
Go for it. Go for it.
Simple question. Is a system with 2 lines the same as a system with 4 lines?
No, one has 2 and the other one has 4. Anyone?
So they're not the same. There you go. It's that simple.
I mean, what's the context, relevance to the shape of the Earth?
We're not even on that point. We're just in simple geometry land where this guy's struggling.
Okay. So, was it?
Does the guy who can't take a triangle test?
I don't want to. You have yet to give me any reason to do so.
Okay.
So I can figure out your IQ.
That's literally not an IQ test, but nice try.
Ad hominem fallacy.
It's an ad hominem for him to say it's literally not an IQ test.
It's an
it's not even an argument. It's just
an IQ is indicative of whether or not his argument is correct. That's an ad hominem.
If he said that, but he didn't even say that. It was just a non sequitur with implications.
How come you're afraid to take my test?
I'm not afraid. I'm bored.
Yeah, you are.
It's like a boring test.
How come none of you guys will take it? How come none of you guys will take it?
Will you pay me to take it?
You guys are afraid?
Yes, I'll pay you.
Want to be in the
have weapons grade autism.
That's what you have, weapons grade autism?
No, flat earthers have weapons grade autism.
Thank you.
Oh, is that Flounder? Flounder, you're back?
Yeah, man, he couldn't stay away.
All right, Flounder, you're muted, okay?
Brutal.
I mean, he was like chanting some, I don't know, weird stuff in the background while he was driving. Now he's just intervening between your conversation and the other guys. So
I have no idea if it was justified. It was just fucking funny. You're back muted.
Yeah. Just making sure
you missed the
voice is being used. I wanted to hear someone that tried to come in, if he's available. Hammer, Grottle Hammer, Joder, you were trying to say something earlier, but I couldn't hear you though. If you're available, maybe not. He wanted to reply to you guys, but couldn't hear what he said. So what's the point we're trying to cover at the moment, humanity? Got anything about the globe, maybe?
Well, he was the one that wouldn't take the triangle test, right?
I'll put it this way. The globe model is consistent with my observations of things like ships going away from me. I've yet to see a flat model that's consistent with those observations. So by the simple virtue of by lack of a meaningful model in the opposition, I'm forced to
celestial navigation. There's your globe. There's your flat Earth proof. Your globe Earth debunked. Celestial navigation.
Celestial navigation would be possible on a sphere. What's the problem?
No, you can't make an angle from the surface of a ball.
You literally can. It's trivial. You can put.
No, you can't.
You can take. So if we have a sphere, we can slap a plane on it in any direction we want. There's no problem. It can intersect with the sphere. It can not intersect with the sphere. It can be above the sphere. However we please. So it can bisect the sphere.
Okay, you do that. Take an angle to the light in your room, and then take another one and take another light to your room, and tell me what the angle is.
I have no idea what take a light to your room. I don't know what you're saying.
Take another angle to the light in your room from one, and put another ruler on there, and take another angle. Tell me what those angles are. Not between the rulers, not between the rulers, just the angles between the ball and the rulers to the object in the room.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Because it doesn't make sense. You're a fucking retard.
No, because you're not saying anything that makes sense.
Yeah, he's reinvoking the essence of the last conversation where you try to take angles to something, right? Between a curved line and a straight line, right? The surface of the ball being curved, right? So how do you do it without invoking a tangent line?
I just told you, use instantaneous angles, use instantaneous slope,
which is a tangent line, dude. Like,
it's not a tangent line. It doesn't extend to infinity like a tangent line does. But is it similar? Yeah, it basically is. It's virtually a tangent line, but there's no line, so it's not actually a tangent line. Welcome to geometry. It's fucking annoying.
No, dude, hang on a second. Okay, if you take an instantaneous slope to a curve, what do you get?
What do you mean?
Form?
You got a slope.
What form? Exactly? And what form does that take?
If you project it out into infinity, it might be a line, but you don't have to do that.
It will. Here's the problem, right? It projects out to infinity by its nature.
Nope.
Y equals
that's not how. That's not what points are.
Y
a point is not the same as a line. A point is not the same as a line.
Homie,
is a point the same as a line? Is the point the same as a line? It is a point. We're talking about an instantaneous slope. It's a point. It's a point infinitely close to another point.
Dude, hold on. An instantaneous slope is a point?
It's at a specific point.
It's at a point. Thank you. But the slope
and is a
not
slope at a point the same thing as a line, or is it merely sufficient to define a line?
Dude, the slope at a line. The slope at a point. It creates a line.
It can be used to create a line, but it doesn't create a line. No. If I invent some slope at a point, does a line exist there necessarily? No, that's not how geometry works.
Dude, what's the slope? What does the slope imply?
Nothing. It's just a slope. You can use it to build lines if you want.
Hang on. Are you just talking about the m or the a in the mx plus b or ax plus b? Then that's just a factor.
If you want to build it into a line equation, but you don't have to build it into a line equation.
Dude, if you don't have the whole line, you don't have a full thing to operate with.
You don't need the whole line. Why would we need a line extending off into infinity? Hell, we could just use a line segment if that will somehow make you happier. It still isn't a line.
Okay,
line segments aren't lines.
Line segment, right? If you're going to define the line segment, then but you need the whole line to derive a line segment. So
That's not how that works, no.
Okay, how would you do it then?
Without making the entire line. Why would you need something of infinite length to find something of finite length? That's silly.
Dude, the infinite length line is a starting point, then you crop it.
No, right? You can just not extend it to infinity in the first place.
You're going to need the whole line.
You start at a point. Nope, you don't.
Dude,
you start at the point. You start at the point. You start at the point, and you follow the vector for some distance, and then you stop. There's no need to have any line of infinite length. That's silly.
Okay, if you have a vector, then what? What do you do?
You follow it for some distance. You trace a line segment for some distance, non-infinitely, thereby only constructing a line segment.
Okay, can you walk us through an example?
I'm literally just going to say the same thing. It's geometry. No, that is the example.
Okay, watch this. I'll give you this. I'll give you a parabola. Okay, y equals x squared. What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah. To get this.
What am I trying to do?
What you said.
You're not making sense, man.
I am making sense.
No.
I want you to walk us through the process of how you derive whatever you're talking about without at all, crossing over using a tangent line of sorts.
I already told you how to do it.
Walk us through this example, please.
Sure, dude.
Thank you very much.
So, at some point on the parabola, you draw a line to some other point off in the distance.
Do you just draw the line on a piece of paper? Hold on. Do you just draw the line on a piece of paper ad hoc, or do you derive it mathematically somehow?
We're talking about geometry. You draw it geometrically.
Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna do this ad hoc on a piece of paper. You're not actually gonna derive it mathematically.
No, we're talking about geometry. We're not talking about drawing anything on any paper. This is geometry. No paper is involved in geometry.
Okay, so walk us through the math then. Don't just quote unquote draw the line. What is the definition of that line, dude? And how do you derive it?
Sure, it has a length, the distance from the basketball to the lamp.
What?
And it lies between the lamp and the basketball.
What basketball is in a parabola, dude? I'm asking you a specific example. You have an x squared, okay, parabola.
Sure, so replace the basketball with a parabola. It doesn't change anything.
What line are you talking about then?
I told you.
What line are you talking about, and how do you get it?
So you have somewhere in space projected a parabola. And I'm saying just project, intersecting that parabola at some random ass angle, a line which connects that parabola to a point distant to it.
What's the definition of that line, dude? Like, why can't
Let's
you walk
say 127.274 x.
You're fucking stupid. This is
You're
crazy.
asking for numbers in a system that doesn't have any numbers. I don't know what the fuck you're expecting to get back.
What are you talking about? I gave you x squared. That's all you need to derive any tangent line.
Okay, you're asking for a tangent line to an arbitrary point. Sorry, we're not talking about tangent lines. We're talking very specifically about non-tangent lines. And you're asking me to invent some equation for a line that will intersect with this parabola? Sure, dude. Y equals x. There you go. Are you happy now?
This guy, okay. You really don't know what you're talking about, dude. I asked
Does y equals x intersect with your parabola?
At 2 points, yeah. And that's your problem.
So it satisfies the requirements then.
No, it does not.
It literally does. It intersects it. That's the only requirement.
It's a tangent line, dude.
We're not trying to build a tangent line. We're trying to build a non-tangent line. Did you forget the entire conversation? This guy claimed we cannot build a non-tangent line. We're looking to build a non-tangent line.
Dude, the whole point, what we're trying to do here is derive a tangent line to which you can actually take an angle. This is
no.
Conversation.
Literally the exact opposite. We're trying to derive a non-tangent line. Yes, we are trying to derive a non-tangent line because this guy claimed you can't derive a non-tangent line from a sphere. He said you can't construct that. He said that's impossible.
I didn't say that. I was talking.
I'm not talking about you.
The whole conversation. Dude, the whole topic.
And the whole conversation was about that. The whole conversation was, can you construct a non-tangent line that intersects with a sphere? And I said, yes, you can.
Is that what you said, Triangle?
I said you can't make an angle between a curved line and a straight line. Take a basketball, for instance, and lay it on your table. What's the angle?
That's the whole point, dude. Because at this point, if you're just going to take any arbitrary line, you don't even need the ball in the first place. You don't need the curve.
Well, no, it needs to intersect with the ball. You do? You need to prove it can intersect with the ball. If the ball somehow couldn't be intersected with, then it would be a problem. But it can be intersected with. That's why it's trivial.
At how many points does it need to intersect?
It doesn't matter. At least one.
At least one.
Yeah, it's fine if it intersects multiple times. Who cares?
Okay. So if it's going to intersect at one point, that's called a tangent line or a tangent plane.
Sure.
Right.
But we're talking here about allowing for more than one. More than one.
If it intersects at more than one point, then there's no real point of speaking about it because it's arbitrary.
Tell that guy this. He's the one saying you can't do this for some reason.
No, he's saying the whole.
Yes,
he's saying what you can't do. No, you're not tracking, dude. Okay, the whole.
Did you not listen to his explanation about the basketball and not being able to make a line between the basketball and the light?
You can't take dude. He was saying you can't take an angle from the surface of a ball, a curved surface, and anything.
But you can. I just told you how to do it. You have a light. You have a basketball. The light literally shines on the basketball. Imagine tracing a line along that vector between the two. Oh, you have a line that intersects with the ball that is drawn from the surface of the ball to the light source. It's a finite length. It's a line segment. There you go. Easy.
That's a line. That's a line. That's not an angle.
Dude. You made a line.
So sure. So now draw a different line to a different point. Let's say to the door to the room or to the window to the room to the same point on the ball. Oh look, you can find the angles between these things. Yes.
Of course you can take an angle to any arbitrary lines and then make those lines.
Yay! That was my entire argument.
No, but that's
not on a curve.
Hold on. Dude, that's like saying, okay, I'm gonna have two lines and I'm gonna make them intersect at the surface of the ball. Okay, big fucking deal. But if the origin,
that was the entire thing I was trying to tell you.
No, yeah, you weren't tracking, dude. The whole point was
that was the entire conversation was to reach that proof. Was to reach. Yep, that is indeed true.
You completely misunderstood, dude. You completely
misunderstood. No, this was the entire point of the argument.
Just check this out.
This guy claimed you couldn't do that. You can.
No, you don't get. these two lines, okay, this is the whole point. Those two lines, depending on the angle, okay, one of the lines will either intersect with the ball at one point or multiple points, and the other one will absolutely intersect at 2 points. Okay, there's at this point the conversation. Yeah, think
they're arbitrary. They're arbitrary. They're both at least one because they intersect with it.
At least one. That's what I'm saying. One of them will.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee that both have to be two or one has to be one. No, you can just have two that both point into the ball. That's fine.
But do they intersect at the surface?
Yeah, they also intersect with each other at the surface.
Exactly. So one of them will intersect and skim the surface. The other one will hit the and go through the ball.
Imagine you have one line that goes towards the center of the ball and one that goes at a 45-degree angle to that first
one. But now you're talking about from the center.
No, I'm talking about the line. I'm talking about a line that is perpendicular to the surface and one that is not perpendicular to the surface, but also isn't, or not perpendicular, sorry.
Thank you very much.
No, that is perpendicular, yes.
Perpendicular to the surface, i.e. 90 degrees from the center point outwards. Thank you, that's a tangent line.
No, 180 from the center point outwards.
Yeah, you don't
It's not parallel to the surface, it's perpendicular to it.
This bloviating is beyond me, man.
I'm sorry you don't know what perpendicular or parallel are, but tangent lines are parallel to surfaces.
I know exactly what those mean.
Yeah, they're definitely not
perpendicular. Then I don't know why you flipped what they meant.
With a ball. They have nothing to do with a ball, that's for sure.
Yeah, dude.
Perpendicular and parallel.
Any sort of combination of syllables that you can derive on the spot to sound like you know what you're talking about. This is absolutely incredible.
You agreed that this is trivial. I don't know why you're fighting me on it. Just imagine, you got two lines, and between them is an angle of 15 degrees, and neither one of them is a tangent line to the ball surface. There you go.
Are they touching the surface, though?
At one point where they intersect, yes.
Thank you very much.
And they touch it at other points down below somewhere. But we don't care about those 2 points. No, because they both touch it twice. No, they both touch it twice. They both touch it twice. They're not tangent lines.
Then I will ask you. Let me put forth this request. Okay, go get a piece of paper and draw out what the fuck you're talking about.
This is trivial. Can you really not imagine this?
I'm asking you to formalize it, please. Because what you're saying
formalize, you mean draw something.
Incredibly incoherent with respect to what we've been talking about.
No, it's literally what we've been talking about.
Dude. Absolutely incoherent.
It's literally what we've been talking about.
Okay, then if I'm mistaken, do me a favor, draw it out for me like I'm 5 years old.
Sure.
Yeah, turn the whiteboard on.
Yeah. And you'll see, dude.
Let's see. Can Discord figure this out?
You will see, man.
Success. There you go. Okay. I've pasted it in the chat.
Let's see. Thank you very much. Now extend those lines, dude. They're going to go through the ball, right? Because the definition of a line is, right. Thank you very much. That's what I was saying.
If you extend them into lines, but these are line segments, as you can tell. They don't have infinite length.
Oh my God.
Great. Let me put my glasses on. I love that. I need to know that. So you got two green lines touching that ball. The bottom one, what angle is that at?
To the other one? I don't know.
No, not to the other one.
Measure
to the
it if you really care.
Not to the line.
So, to the ball. What do you mean by to the ball? What do you mean by to the ball?
Celestial navigation to the ball.
No, you're not making sense.
Uh-oh. Now I'm not making sense.
My God, dude. This is
celestial navigation doesn't require that it's to the ball at all. It doesn't require that in the first place.
This is what we've been talking about the entire time.
Yep, the whole time.
What we're going to do. Yeah.
I said celestial navigation, and he said, yeah, it does work on a globe. And I said, no, it doesn't.
True.
And we're back to the actual topic.
This is crazy, man.
And you've debunked
celestial navigation just requires that you can see things in the sky and know where they are relative to where you're trying to go. Like if, for example,
now
you
it's
live in the northern
relative to where you're
hemisphere,
going. Now
if,
it's
for
relative to where you're standing.
example, obviously we want to use celestial navigation to go somewhere, otherwise we wouldn't be trying to navigate. So if, for example, you're in the northern hemisphere and you want to go south, you can look at the passage of the sun to figure out what direction that is. If you know the lunar cycles, you can also
Only on a
figure
flat
out
Earth.
like east and west and stuff.
Only on a flat Earth.
No, whether or not the Earth is flat wouldn't really change that. I mean, you would need to build a functional model with a flat Earth
Or
and
you
a
can't
sun
take
before
any
we could
angles
start
to
talking
any of those
about
objects, so
the
you can't take any
properties
angle
that they
to those
have,
objects from the
but
surface
certainly
of a ball,
possible.
can you? Go back to your picture and tell me what angle
Again,
that
we're
green
not
bottom one is
trying to
pointing
do
away
it to
from
any
the
like
ball.
surface of a ball. We're trying to do it from our perspective.
Yeah, so
We don't care about the surface of the ball.
as a black circle, and then you drew you standing looking up one direction and me standing looking up the other direction from the same place. Which direction am I looking? What's my angle?
Which direction are you looking? In the direction you're looking. Like, we haven't defined any angles here. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Well, you're on the surface of a ball. What angle? What do you? And then you're looking at something. What are you looking at? And what's the angle? What you're on the
I'm looking
surface
at
of
the
that
thing,
ball.
and there's no angles because angles are between things, and that thing is just a vector out from me. There's no
No
angles
angle
involved.
in celestial navigation on a ball.
We're talking here about a specific question you asked me, not celestial navigation.
Do you even know how that works?
If you want to follow the sun, you don't need any fancy angles. You can just
I don't
look
want
at
to
the
follow
sun.
the sun. I want to look at the stars and measure angles to the stars.
Okay. Measure angles to the stars relative to what?
To the Earth,
To which part of the Earth?
where your feet are standing, basically, or your eyes, either one.
It's called an
Your
elevation angle.
eyes aren't on the Earth.
No, but it's called an
But
elevation
again,
angle.
your eyes also aren't like a line, so that still didn't answer the question.
That's why we use a sextant.
Yeah, but again, sextants do it relative to, like, usually a gravitationally defined
No,
perpendicular.
it doesn't say anything about gravity in the book.
I didn't talk about any book. What are you talking
You
about now?
just said, oh, it has to do with gravitation. It doesn't say that in the celestial navigation books that it has to do with gravity.
Are you stupid?
You're stupid.
Yeah, dude, you're the one that didn't pass fucking like grade 2 geometry here.
Couldn't pass the
That the
triangle
case?
test.
Or was I actually
Know what an
correct about
angle
all
is.
my claims
Think you-
when it came to
think you can
geometry
make-
so far?
No, you weren't, dude.
Yeah, think you
No,
can
it was
make
not.
angles.
I
to the
literally
surface
was.
of a ball.
Nah, bro. You misrepresent the
What was I
entire
wrong about?
argument. You
What was I wrong
misrepresent
about?
the entire argument. We were talking about line definitions of lines, right? AX plus B, y equals AX plus B. I was telling
Well, now
you.
you're putting them in
give
coordinate
one that does
planes.
not
We don't need to do
intersect
that to
at
have
one
lines.
point, that does not intersect at 2 points, right? And you gave us one that basically intersects at two, or intersects the ball at 2 points.
Yeah, because we
If you
were
extend
talking
those
about
two
ones that
lines
intersect
out,
at 2
by
points.
definition, right? If you take those 2 lines, right, and you extend them out by definition, okay, they will intersect at 1 point and then cross through to the other side of the ball.
If you're talking about a tangent line, but we're not talking about tangent
The only way
lines.
to get it at 1 point, the only time that you can actually get it intersect the surface of the ball at 1 point is if you get a tangent line. This was the whole fucking point. Unless you
No.
crop them, but
This was not
that's what
relevant.
we were talking about.
Yeah.
That's not what
We
we're
could
talking
probably
about.
solve this with just a definition. No worries. Oh, the children have showed up. Hi, children.
Yeah.
Humanity, you say this has to do with celestial navigation. Do elevation angles pertain to celestial navigation? Is that primarily what's used?
Well, I don't know what you're trying to say, man. Like, it depends what you mean.
I'm asking
If you're talking
you,
about following
in
the sun,
celestial
then no.
navigation, I mean, if you're going to be obtuse about it, we'll just move on to
You have
somebody
to
else. The
slow
children that came in
down.
here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
If you're
slow
talking about how to
down
use a
because-
sextant, is that what you're talking about?
No. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm just asking you, in celestial navigation, do they use elevation angles primarily to find out where they're at?
So for most of the celestial navigation that's been done by humans, no, because it was pre-modern. It was like ancient.
Okay, so what were they using then? Can you tell us about it?
They followed the particular stars. They followed the cycles of the moon. They followed the sun, especially.
And how did they follow them? How did they figure out where they were on the Earth?
By looking at them.
Just by looking at them? That's it? Just staring at them?
They're not on the Earth.
Fair enough. The stars are not on the Earth, but I'm asking you, how did they just look at them and know where they were?
Because you can see them. You have a vector from you to the object that you're seeing, to the vision. Sorry, so the image.
Do we really want to continue with humanity? I mean, he's a known troll, but I mean, is there anybody else?
Questions at all? It's funny.
He's butchered literally every sentence that he spewed out in this entire conversation.
Yeah, I know. He's just kind of trying to waste time, as usual. So, I mean, if you guys want to keep going at him, I guess I'll unmute him.
No, man. Leave him on mute. Fuck. I tried to beat him earlier because it was evident it was a fucking joke. But someone really wanted him back in, so we brought him back in. And he dug his hole even deeper, so fuck that.
Do we have any other new people here that believe that they're on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
I mean, Foundering's still here.
Wait, you want to downgrade from him to Flounder? I mean, is that an upgrade, downgrade? I'm not sure.
My suggestion was irrespective of any up or downgrade.
Mm-hmm.
We got Prop Hat, though.
Hey, that's me. So what's up? What's the topic? What's going on?
We are on flat Earth.
Oh, so do you guys believe the Earth is flat, or?
Oh, we know it for sure, without a doubt, my friend.
How? I don't believe that. Convince me.
Well, first off, it's what you see in experience, isn't it? I mean, do you see curvature?
What gets me is, can you explain an eclipse, lunar eclipse?
You explain it first.
Yeah, that's the question. Can they even be explained? And I don't think they even can be explained. But yeah, I mean,
what is the
you want me
shadow?
to attempt it, or you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead. Tell me what an eclipse is, so we can explain it to you.
The shadow of Earth. I don't know the proper word, but the shadow of Earth. What is the word I'm looking for? You can see the shadow of Earth from the right side of the moon, and then you can see it progress slowly.
Casted.
Cast on the fucking moon, and you can watch the stages. I watched it before, and it looks like a curve too as it approaches, and it goes from the right to the left, and then how do you explain that?
How do you know that that's the Earth?
What else would it be?
That's a good question, because in many cases, when we see an eclipse, at least a lunar eclipse, where we see the shadow, whatever it is, sweep across the moon, there's a selenelian eclipse. And this happened at least a couple years ago, 2.5 years ago in the United States. We all saw it here. When the shadow comes from the wrong side that you would expect, and it's moving in the opposite direction the shadow is that you'd expect. Essentially what happens is you're staring at some point. You're staring at the moon above the horizon on one side, and over on the other, you're staring at the sun. They're both above the horizon. It's like daytime, daylight out. And the moon is eclipsed, even though it has an unimpeded path directly to the sun. That's called a selenelian eclipse. And I don't know if those can be explained.
Oh, so if it wasn't the Earth and it was another object, it would have to be, I guess, behind the Earth. But because it can't be in front, it can't be in the path between the Earth and the moon, because then you'll actually...
Right. If there's something up there, whatever it is, we don't know about it, but it is highly coincidental with the motions of the luminaries. I mean, they can predict it pretty accurately and have been predicting it for thousands of years. But that doesn't mean they know what it is. I mean, the phenomenon is still quite mysterious.
Tell the poor guy what the globe actually says it selenelian is.
Well, it depends what source you read. If you go to one of NASA's web pages, they call it the impossible eclipse. You know why they call it impossible? Because it appears to be an optical illusion, because you have the sun and the moon both above the sky at the same time, and the moon is what's eclipsed, and there's nothing in the way.
Well, like, okay, you didn't explain to him that this appears on every lunar eclipse, right? Like, if you're in the main...
Yeah, potentially,
like, the
I
main
guess.
pathway of the eclipse, you'll see the normal shadow, like you do.
Well, this is the exact opposite. This is not a normal
band on the
appearance.
outer edge, then you might see the refracted one, which can appear weird.
Well, hold on. So here, let me describe the motion of this for the audience who might not understand what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm going to use a sunrise example because these can happen whether the sun's rising or setting. But if you stare at the sun in the east, it's going to be coming up over the horizon. It's coming up. Now, meanwhile, over towards the west, if you look in the opposite direction, you're going to see the moon starting to set. So the moon is going down and the sun is coming up. Here's a funny thing about the motion of these objects relative to us on the ground. The sun and the moon move at about the same speed, but the sun moves slightly quicker through the sky than the moon. They don't move in the same track either. So as the sun is coming up, it's coming up a bit faster in the east, and the moon on the other side in the west is setting. So as the moon is more slowly setting, the sun is coming up, and you know what you see? You look over on the moon as the sun is coming up in the morning, you see a shadow on the moon, not coming from the bottom, but from the top. So the shadow of the Earth is coming from the top, and it's gobbling up the moon as the moon is starting to set. The moon is getting more and more eclipsed because the shadow, the black shadow, is chasing the moon and outrunning the moon. Eventually, the moon gets fully eclipsed by this black shadow, but the moon is still above the horizon, and by that time, the sun has more fully, properly risen in the morning, and there's nothing obstructing the moon on the ground. So you have the shadow coming in from the top instead of the bottom. That's the opposite. And you have the motion of the shadow coming down from the top as the sun is coming up. So it's an opposite direction of travel as well. So it's not only the wrong location, but it's the wrong vector of travel. Like, that's the problem with these.
Yeah, but help the poor guy, right? Like, you're telling him, as long as he knows that this happens during a normal lunar eclipse, every normal lunar eclipse, and the shadow travels normally in like the normal full coverage, and then if you're towards the edge, you might see partial coverage, and if you're even further, there's a tiny band where you'll see like the refractory effects.
Okay, so what?
You can predict exactly where you'll be using globe math, like where that band will be.
Yeah, you can predict it where it will be using any math. You can use any coordinate system.
Well, this one works as consistent with the globe. Like, there's nothing spooky.
Yeah, well, flat coordinates also work and also offer greater precision, depending what you're doing.
I don't know why it would be greater precision, but like for this, is it more precise because we can predict where you'll see the selenalium or where you'll see full coverage? Like,
well, they needed so much precision for LIGO that they actually used a flat datum. They used a flat Earth coordinate reference system, and they started surveying the arms to build them out.
Okay, so they took a globe projection, flattened it out, and then for this tool, it was more impactful.
I don't think they took a globe projection and flattened it out. They used a local coordinate system that's not globe derived.
I think wasn't he asking a question originally though? Like, circling back, was he asking, okay,
sure. I mean, if we want to move on to something else, we can.
Was he asking what an eclipse is on a flat Earth? Because eclipses are explained by a globe, but how do flat earthers?
Listen, we can explain it. I can give you an amazing explanation for this. It doesn't involve a globe. It doesn't mean it's true, but I could probably convince you with it.
I've heard the whole black sun thing. Is that what it is, or
no? This is something I came up with myself. That's actually quite brilliant and explains everything. But you know why I won't do this? Why I won't entertain it? Because you can't prove anything with an explanation, no matter how good it is. Like, who wants that? That's just an excuse. Like, if you've ever dated a cheater, I mean, they got explanations for days that sound really freaking good. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, if your explanation's ad hoc, it's not going to be able to make solid predictions. But fortunately, the Globe one that I just gave you does make good predictions, so we know.
Well, it's still ad hoc, right? Like, you can still have a really good ad hoc explanation, but it's still not true.
If something has like a bunch of different band-aids onto it, it's not going to be as robust or reliable of a model or explanation. But
probably
fortunately,
not,
this one doesn't.
Well, that's the Globe. The Globe actually is. There's no single interoperable model for the Globe, so I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
There's no single interoperable model describing and explaining everything about the Globe consistently, internally, all the time. It's so full of problems. The whole reason why our community exists is because we document these problems and post them on our Discord and elsewhere to talk about.
Yeah, but you guys don't even use models.
We're talking about one of them right now with the Selenelian eclipse.
Flat World doesn't even have a model.
Yeah, but
who needs a model? We're in the process. Listen, everybody comes in asking for models when we don't benchmark our claims against a model. You benchmark a claim against reality. If you're trying to prove that something exists in reality, you benchmark the claim to what's happening in the real world. You don't benchmark it. Can I get through a single sentence here? Or am I going to have to keep repeating myself? Because I'm going to get bored.
Are you a rusher or a dragger?
All right, you're getting muted.
Okay, so we all clear?
Yeah. No, I just was saying, when you explained the Selenelian to the poor guy, and this is how it was explained to me originally in this room, was it's some kind of rare eclipse, which it's not rare. It happens on every lunar eclipse, right? Like, it was just explained wrong, and just wanted to mic up to
that happened here.
Poor guy.
Like, when was that?
It happened to the poor guy right now, and then it happened to me like when I first came in here a couple months ago.
Okay. Well, I mean, it can be rare for the observer. It may happen every time it occurs on Earth, but it could be rare for you because you don't get to see it very much. Okay.
Yeah, but if you explain like part of it or half of it or leave important details out, like, it's misleading.
What was left out that was misleading?
I'm not attributing malice to it or anything. I'm just saying it's misleading.
Okay, well, who was doing the misleading and how specifically?
Like, not explaining all of it, right? How it occurs on every lunar eclipse, but you said it's a rare eclipse.
I just acknowledge that that's the case.
On the spot, and then saying that, and then also including that.
So we're setting the record straight.
You'll see the normal shadow on like most locations where like there's only a tiny band on the outer edge where you see the refracted variant. But it's
refracted.
Normal
what do you mean refracted? What's getting refracted?
The Selenelian.
What's refracted?
I'm just telling you, that's what, if you're going to just steelman the Globe explanation, that's all I'm saying.
Well, listen,
about half of it.
People can't steelman the Selenelian because it's paradoxical in both its motion and orientation.
It's not,
I don't even think you could steelman it. Can you diagram a Selenelian? Like, can you MS Paint it? Because every time we ask people fail, we actually collect their failures and put them in a forum. And we review them once a year, like at the end of the year as an album. But I mean, if you would be so kind, maybe you can actually document this for us and set the record straight once and for all.
I'm going to build a ChatGPT Python program that shows...
Whatever it takes, man. Show me both the motion and the location of the phenomenon on a globe using the heliocentric principles.
It's been done multiple times. It's just all I was saying was just don't leave all that.
People say it's been done. I hear this every day, and then I say prove it, and they can't.
Well, I mean, like, they prove it, and then you guys don't listen to it.
Oh, really? Why don't you try to prove it right now?
Correct.
I'm going to listen to every word.
Just dismiss evidence arbitrarily to fit your worldview.
Dismiss arbitrarily. Okay, well, why don't you present it right now, and I'll show you what it looks like when we don't dismiss it arbitrarily. Because I hear us being accused all the time of hand-wave dismissing claims and evidence. And while we can do that to the claims, we shouldn't do that to the evidence. But I've only seen that accusation levied against us because people didn't like what our justification was. We gave justification for dismissal, and they didn't like it. And so they said, you didn't even give one. Like, it's like, yes, I did. You just didn't like it. Come on, MFer.
I just want to say, if you want to claim the Earth is flat, you need a flat Earth model. That's just
no, you don't. You need a measurement. And we've got models of this everywhere. I would like actually to point out that NASA's got some great flat Earth models. One of them was actually developed on a computer using Fortran, and it's the code is in the paper Derivation and Linearization of a Flight Path.
Which model is that?
It's a flat Earth model that NASA created to model aircraft for safety purposes.
Okay, well,
Would you like the PDF? We got hundreds of these.
Sure, is it? I don't think that model is consistent, though. They
okay. Well, then you can take that up with NASA. You can tell them that their flat Earth model wasn't good enough for modeling aircraft safety.
Yeah,
I mean,
he hasn't looked at it. He hasn't looked at it yet, but he knows it's wrong, even though he hasn't looked at it.
You know it's wrong. You're going to have to tell them, too, why it's wrong. And I think the whole audience here would love to hear from you why this is inaccurate. Can you go into that for us, or are you just, making stuff up?
He hasn't seen it yet, but he doesn't like it.
Exactly. He's making stuff up. He's like, everything the Flurf says is going to be wrong, no matter what he says. Default.
I mean, because I'm already aware that
he never heard of it before, but now that he heard of it, he knows already.
No, I haven't heard of that specific map. I just know that the only consistent topology is one that's of a globe.
That's not even true. I'll show you a paper right now from the United States Naval Postgraduate School, where they increased the accuracy of their military targeting by getting rid of the spherical globe coordinates and using a flat plane coordinate system.
Reply to that one, buddy. Come on, you got it.
He's just going to hand wave.
Front page and abstract I posted. Now, this is your chance to not hand wave dismiss claims and evidence by us. So why don't you go directly address this without hand wave dismissal?
Crickets.
If you don't want to right now, just say, no, I don't feel like it right now. That's cool. And then we can visit this later. But I'm going to write your name down on a list that we keep so that we can make sure that we follow up with this and not let anything slip through the cracks, because that would be bad.
Will you post the whole thing?
Yeah, it might work to post the whole thing. I mean, this doesn't even seem to. Where does this actually say?
Oh, you want the whole PDF? Excellent. Well, while I go fetch the PDF and I'll post it in here, can you read the abstract out for the audience while I go find the PDF for you? That way, that I do something for you, you do something.
This isn't the entire abstract.
No, it's not. It's the top part of the abstract. Do you have the PDF handy? If so, you can post it.
Go ahead, Olishness. Read it for us, can you?
Huh?
Can you read it for us?
No, it's not the entire abstract. I'm not going to read half of an abstract.
Can you read half of it?
No, I cannot.
They hate seeing the words flat Earth and flat here and flat there. They hate that. They hate that shit.
It doesn't say flat. It says plane. Be clear.
Yeah, it doesn't actually. None of this, what you've posted, supports.
Right. If it's a plane, it's curved, right, guys? Like it's a globe plane.
Well, it says,
you're so silly. Keep it up, guys. You're so silly. You just like reinterpret stuff all the time.
To be clear, it's a tangential plane, not just a plane.
Oh, does tangent mean it's curving with the globe or no, Alishness?
A tangent can be curving.
No, a tangent necessarily does not curve.
What do you mean it necessarily does? So it does curve, just does not necessarily.
No, it necessarily does not curve. Tangents don't curve.
I think it's fairly obvious that you don't actually have a working conclusion from this.
What do you mean? I don't have a working conclusion. My conclusion is that what you believe in a globe doesn't actually work the way you think it does, and that people can actually increase their accuracy practically, especially the military, when they dispense with global coordinates and use flat planar local coordinates. It's great. It's wonderful. This isn't the only thing. Like, we've got hundreds of these cases, folks. Like, we've got stuff not only from NASA and from the military, but from the field of academia, field of surveying, geodetic surveying. In fact, the entire field of geodesy itself is built on this core foundational principle that you measure the Earth flat. You measure the Earth flat, and then you mathematically develop round Earth models.
Right, but that's fundamentally incorrect. That tangents are not curved. Have you ever heard of parabola? Because that is literally
parabolas. Parabolas have a tangent. And the tangent, I guarantee, is not curved.
Curve, you don't think of parabola?
The tangent is a point on the curve that is perpendicular to the foci of the ellipse.
There is such a thing as a curved tangent. I don't know why you're denying this is like math. This isn't like
a curving tangent. Okay, show me an example where you use a curving tangent to measure the Earth.
I'm sorry, to measure the Earth, or are you asking me for evidence of a tangent curve, which you know exists? You can't deny that there's such a thing as a tangent curve.
You can curve a tangent if you want, but a tangent by definition doesn't curve.
Yeah,
I don't care what it does by definition. It's called a tangent curve.
Alice, you're butchering the entire thing there. You're misconstruing the term like a derivative, taking a curved derivative to, say, an x cubed curve, right? That derivative.
Oh, you're right. Oh, you got it, dude. She's thinking of the tangent function and not the tangent. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, we're talking about. Yeah, we're not talking about tangential functions from trig. Come on.
Why not?
You're so silly. You just love moving those goalposts around, Alice.
Yeah, tangents are always straight.
How tricky of you. We're not talking about the tan function. We're talking about tangent lines to a curve.
Not even just that. We're not talking about first derivatives to high order polynomials and shit.
That's not what the PDF says.
Well, that's what you're trying to claim, and we're not. So
you're
what do you mean?
You're
that's not what.
You're trying to do what the previous guy did. What was it, Humanity or somebody else? Like just trying to. What you're doing is you are going off on a tangent. And you're trying to keep us there.
It's
and
like
we're not going there with you. We're going to come back to where we
started. Putting a ruler on a basketball. It's like putting a ruler on a basketball.
Yes.
That's a great tangent example.
And you will find a point on that basketball.
No, it stays straight.
Okay, so there is a point of the basketball that is flat.
A point? No. Points are dimensionless. A point is dimensionless and cannot be flat.
I know.
Oh
but
my God!
You said a point is flat.
Yeah, Alice, you're fucking it up again.
No. I'm saying
you're just Alice. You need to. I know you're on break right now. You're a government employee. You're probably running around Central Virginia outside the the freaking National Archives, whatever. Maybe you're in Greenbelt. I don't know. Go get yourself a sandwich. Relax. Maybe a glass of wine or mimosa and come back, and we'd be more than happy.
I'm actually outside of your house. I'm at the FBI. I'm outside of your house right now. Thank you.
Yeah, Alice, you're conflating.
Oh, you're at the FBI now. I thought you're in Culpeper or something.
Yeah, Culpeper.
I knew this channel had feds.
Oh shoot! I'm so sorry for unintentionally doxing you.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so are you gonna post? Did you post the thing?
Oh wait, right, the paper. Hold on.
Can you actually explain to us the paper rather than just posting it? I mean, like you're saying, oh, the word flat shows up. There's a tangent. Tangents are flat. That's kind of like
I can get into that. They're using what's called the differential method of GPS leveling.
I'm a little confused why you have memorized.
Oh, we know that you are confused. We know that. It's pretty obvious that you're confused.
No. I don't understand.
We can tell. It's not like a secret though.
No, I'm concerned and confused that you're memorizing information about me. Like, are you A-logging me? Like, what's going on?
Yes.
No, I'm just one of these many nerds in this community that you've talked to. Probably hundreds of us that have near photographic memories. So
you've been
I know it's a curse.
Having a photographic memory, you have an eidetic memory, not the same thing. Thank you.
I didn't claim they were.
Okay. Anyway, I would like to look at the paper. Give it a good look.
For what? So you can report it to the FBI? No.
What are you talking about? It's a NASA paper. Why would I report it? Government already knows about it. It is NASA. I mean, if you don't want to...
Then you're going to go to that NASA office where they're holding the original paper. You got to get it burned. No.
What? That's fine. I'll just find it myself.
You're going to do a witch hunt, right? Is that what you're looking to do, Olish?
Why would I burn...
You're going to burn the digital information, aren't you?
Paper posted.
Burn it onto a CD. Take it home with me.
You want to talk about now why GPS actually improves its accuracy when you use flat planar coordinates instead of spherical ones, and how they've actually been doing this for decades, and most people don't know. People don't know about the whole ground segment to the GPS system. They think of the space segment, and they think everything is top down, but it's really not. It's bottom up to down.
Yeah,
but the ground segment includes there are 1,300 radio emitters on the ground that are part of the GPS network operated by NOAA, as well as the U.S. Air Force. And these ground-based radio stations actually provide a carrier frequency, a wave that is used to correct and improve the accuracy of the so-called satellite-based pseudo-ranging transmissions.
That's how
it's called the CORS network, CORS. CORS, like I said, has 1,300 emitters worldwide. And these are used in order to deliver what's called a local tangent plane to GPS receivers. By default, your receiver, your Garmin, your TomTom, what's in your phone actually uses a local tangent plane to begin with. Why? Because it's also using these ground stations to enrich your GPS data. It's also using Wi-Fi networks, radio stations from airports, cell towers to enrich your data. All this enrichment is called the differential method, and it started in about the year 2000 under a program called Skyhook, which was operated by the U.S. Air Force. And the name of Skyhook is a homage to when they were doing retrievals of satellite canisters of film back during the Cold War, when the early Satelloons and satellites were spitting out film that they were taking of like Russian and Chinese military sites. That program was called Skyhook. Well, in the 2000s, there's a contract called Skyhook, and I think a company even made with the same name. And they basically flew airplanes all over the world, all over America for sure. And they geotagged using GPS. They geotagged the location of emitters. Your Wi-Fi home router was tagged, and so was the local radio station, and so was the airport's radio tower, and so was everything else. Those are all geotagged and fed into a gigantic server so that they could use that with GPS signals alongside. And what's delivered to the end user is a flat coordinate plane system where the point of the origin is at the receiver. And what the receivers do is they are chained together. All these tangent planes are chained together, boom, 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 one right after another, like a tessellating tesseract. And what they do is they use mathematics. They use 4 spatial dimensions, not the typical 3, to chain these tangent planes together around what's called a hypersphere. And that's the Earth-centered Earth fixed coordinate reference system. They take local tangent plane LTP called east, north, up, ENU, for every receiver, and they take their little square flat chiclet and they chain them together hyperdimensionally using math around a fictitious ball that exists in 4 spatial dimensions. Yep, and you know how I know this? I mean, you can read the mathematics, and I've got the formula that they use to do this rotation in 4 spatial dimensions. They actually have 2 vertical dimensions. They've got a z-axis A z-axis being your local plane that is orthogonal to your ground. Your vertical is orthogonal, that's 90 degrees to the ground. And then you've got a w-axis, which is the fictitious Earth radius vertical that goes from the point of center, it's often chained to WGS 84, all the way up into outer space. So you've got this interaction between the w-axis of the fake globe and ECEF, and then the z-axis on your local tangent plane. And they actually calculate what your angle of deviation is from one location to another relative to the point of origin in the fictitious Earth for each local tangent plane GPS receiving user. So that's really what's become in this modern age of GPS. Okay, it's a series of flat planes that everybody uses. It's chained together and hyperdimensionally, so that you can still imagine that you're on a globe.
And do those measurements work without it? Do those measurements work without it?
Well, they're not measurements. Yeah, you've got calculated coordinate distances and orientation of things, and that's all internally accurate, internally consistent. I got no problem with it as a flat earther.
What do you guys think about Artemis? Like, what do you think happened there?
Work?
Just like a rocket went up in the sky and came down. Yeah, but I'm a man.
Do those measurements work? Do those measurements work without?
There's men speaking, so please back off.
Those measurements are actually not going to be accurate, Alex. Those measurements can't be accurate.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'll tell you why those measurements can't be accurate. It's because there's what's called a topology mismatch between the curving spherical manifold of the globe and its coordinate system and the measured flat Earth that we have with our lasers and long-distance infrared observations.
That's not what I asked.
So what's happened is you have a topological mismatch, which means that the curving distances that you calculate using latitude and longitude, even though they're internally consistent, they're not accurate in the real world.
That just presupposes
not without extra modification, and there are tons of modifiers where they.
All right, I found the paper. I
posted the paper. I'm glad you found it, but I actually posted it and announced that I posted it.
Importantly, do you realize? I'm just going to screenshot and send this. They adjust for the curve. Yeah, the second step is to use a coordinate transformation, which uses the ellipsoidal surface.
That's for putting the coordinates back into latitude and longitude. Yeah, they have to. If you're going to express anything in latitude and longitude, you're going to have to remap it or reproject it back into a curve.
Conspiracy. Yeah, so he just said that doesn't work unless you use the.
So you're saying
mathematics.
No, it does work. They actually state that it improves the accuracy once they strip out the spherical geometry, that it improves the accuracy.
You're saying they need to transform it for the curve to make it accurate, to get proper coordinates.
No, they need to transform it for the curve to make it compatible, not accurate. Compatible WGS, compatible WGS 84, and all the other systems using geocoordinates, latitude, longitude.
Yeah, compatible with coordinates we can actually use in reality.
It's a practical purpose. It's not reality. In reality, they said that they can improve accuracy by using flat planar coordinates.
Okay, well, if you have it, if you have the raw data, that's just like they assume the 2D plane. Do you have anything on this that works on a larger scale? Because that would really prove your points. That's the challenge.
Okay, how about the entire British national grid system?
So this one did the transformations for a curve?
When I mentioned hundreds of examples, I wasn't joking. And one of the biggest examples that I can quote, I have to go in 3 minutes to a meeting and then I'll be back, but it's called the British National Grid System. Okay, there's something called the UK Ordnance, that's like military ordnance survey, where they surveyed the realm, at least their holdings, the British Islands. And what they actually chose to do it in was not using spherical coordinates, latitude and longitude. They used a flat Earth coordinate system called the British National Grid System. This is the same system they use to resolve legal disputes. So you've got like a company that's building across some farmer's land. And they want to resolve who's on whose property. They're not using spherical coordinates. No, they're using the flat state plane coordinate system of the British National Grid System, which are flat orthogonal. It's 2,500 kilometers squared.
Sure, but just to be clear, you're retracting the paper that you cited proving a globe.
I'm not retracting the paper. I'm supporting the paper. I am supporting the paper debate, Daddy. I am adding extra to my claim. This is yet a second piece of evidence that I'm stacking onto the first, that's supporting the first.
Well, this one, to get any practical measurements, you need to account for the curve. We went through that.
No, they
You
don't. You're
went to the British
you're just
coordinate system.
lying and misstating this. It's obviously not the point of the paper. It's not even the point of the paper. Like, if you read the freaking title of the paper, you're going to debunk yourself.
Well, okay, like the title.
Okay. I'll accept a okay. That works for me, and I got to go to a meeting, so I'm going to.
Abstract that you cut off doesn't prove
Daddy,
anything.
we're glad that you agreed with him in this. Okay, thank you.
That flat earther got absolutely destroyed and just ran away.
Is that what you heard?
What a retard. Yeah.
Delusional.
Damn, guys. Good job, guys.
What do you guys think about Artemis? You think they just shot like a rocket up in the air, just came down somewhere else? I think that's what happened. It's fucking stupid. It's hilarious.
Are you laughing at your own jokes or something?
No, I was laughing at you. Well, maybe you. Probably you.
I think also the second one
just the flat Earth. Like,
before we go to Artemis, I think the British national.
You laughing at the flat Earth? What does that mean? You laughing?
I'm laughing at the flat Earth idea. The idea that
what is that? What is that? What is that you laughing at? Can you show me what you're laughing at?
Yeah, your reasons or your idea that the world is.
What reason? What reason? Can you explain that to me? What reason?
Are you retarded? Whatever reason you think the world's a globe, I'm laughing at that.
I'm trying to get the joke that you're laughing at. Can you tell me the joke, the reason? Can you say the reason that you're laughing at?
The joke is that you're a goofball for believing it, dummy.
Believing in what?
That the world isn't a globe, dummy.
This just sounds like a troll.
Wait,
what do you mean? I always says like you're fucking retarded.
You think it's a joke that people don't believe in the joke of the globe?
No, I think you are a joke because you don't think the world is a globe, dummy.
What? So why do you believe that it is a globe? Is there a reason for that?
Because of the overwhelming evidence and what it would take to suppress that evidence.
The overwhelming evidence. Can you tell me like one piece of evidence?
Yeah, let's hear
it. Yeah, pictures of the globe.
Like, so are you saying that pictures are is the evidence?
Yeah, you don't take pictures to be
photo evidence is not evidence.
It's not evidence?
So, wait, he said pictures. You gotta remember, he said pictures, remember that part?
Yeah, you don't think that those are evidence?
So if I see pictures of a Godzilla,
hey, silly, I've asked you 3 times. Here's the fourth question. Do you think that pictures are evidence?
Is that evidence?
Yeah, it would be weak evidence. It increases the probability of the proposition that Bigfoot exists, but it would be weak evidence because of other independent reasons.
Okay,
right? It still would be evidence, retard. Do you agree?
Do you have, how can you confirm these pictures?
Do you agree? Do you agree?
How can you confirm any of these pictures?
Do you agree? Now, do you agree that it's evidence? Yes or no? It's the 5th time I've asked you.
There's evidence for non-curving Earth as well.
Whoa! Do you think the pictures of the globe?
There's photographs.
Yeah. Do you think that's not what I asked you, retard? Do you think the pictures of the retard? I asked you a question. Hey, retard.
The Earth. There's infrared photography of the surface of the Earth that doesn't show any curvature. So which one is the correct one though? Is it the curving one or the not curving one?
What are you talking about? The question makes no fucking sense.
What was that?
Tell the difference of the what? What are you asking?
He says that he has pictures of curving Earth, right? He said that, right?
Yeah, there's pictures of Earth being like you could observe the curve from.
There's also pictures of non-curving Earth.
Well, I mean, it depends at what distance you take the picture from. Like, if you take it like from the stratosphere, of course, the curve is not going to seem as precise as if like you were outside of the stratosphere.
So you do agree that there are pictures of both curving Earth and non-curving Earth. So
but it's about perspective.
What can we do to differentiate from which one is wrong and which one is correct?
You could literally, both are right. That's not the point. You could literally just fly higher or above the stratosphere.
Curving and not curving?
Okay. Did you hear what I just said? Both are correct. It depends on the perspective.
Yeah, I mean, if you fly like higher, like if there's like a spacecraft, for example, that takes pictures, like a satellite or something that's out above the stratosphere on the Earth's orbit, you would see the curvature much.
Have you seen the pictures of concave pictures of the Earth?
A concave picture? You mean like a picture where the Earth is not? You mean convex?
Are those correct as well? When the pictures show concavity, is that correct as well?
I would have to look at that. I can't really imagine that.
Okay, so will you agree that if we want to check and verify which one is correct, can we check the Earth, like the surface of it?
What do you mean?
Like, instead of going away from it, like you're proposing, let's go away from the Earth. We actually go.
No, the Earth is too big for you to
the point that we can measure it and check what it is.
The Earth is too big for you, to observe actual curvature. You would have to do it by looking.
Sections.
You could still measure it. You could still measure the curvature.
So can we measure the Earth? Can we measure?
You mean the curvature, or what about the radius, the diameter?
Or the lack of the curvature?
Sure, there's methods to measure
If there was curvature, we will be able to measure it. If there was a lack of curvature, we will be able to identify that there is a lack of curvature as well.
I don't understand your question.
Based on measurements, if there was a curvature, we would measure the curvature. But if there was no curvature, we will also show that there was no curvature.
And are you talking about are you asking? Are you trying to tell me the method of how you would measure it, or what are you trying to say?
Well, there should be methods. If people want to do something, they will develop a method to identify what they're trying to find, right?
Yeah, there was Eratosthenes' method, for example, where he used shadows that produced angles of certain degrees, and that is how he measured the circumference.
The Earth, not shadows, though, not shadows. And Aristophanes didn't.
Yeah, you measure the Earth. You measure the Earth by observing the shadow angles.
No, listen. Aristophanes wanted to find out the size of the circumference of the Earth, not the curvature of the Earth. You're kind of mistaken.
He used that. Yeah, he used that to measure shadow angles by calculating the difference in shadow angles and knowing the distance between.
He already pre-assumed that the Earth was a sphere, so then he measured shadows to determine the size of a circle. And
he didn't pre-assume. No, he didn't pre-assume. He determined that the Earth is a curve because there's different shadow angles in different cities, right? He would look at the two towers.
At the same time, the Chinese did the same test, and they came to a conclusion that the Earth is flat.
I would really want to see who came up with that conclusion, but. Sure. We could look at their experiment.
Measuring the shadows, if you change the variables, remember, he assumed that it was a sphere already, so his conclusion was that the sphere is of a certain size.
That's not a variable. That's just a hypothesis, or that's just
that's not a hypothesis.
An axiom, or that's just an axiom.
Axiom, hypothesis. The axiom will be that the Earth is flat and stationary. That will be an axiom.
Yeah, but the Earth is clearly not flat and stationary. That's the whole point. And Eratosthenes was able to observe that it's not flat.
It's clearly horizontal, flat, motionless. That's pretty clear, though.
Check.
Okay, can you prove it to me?
If we live in a dome and a firmament exists, then the Earth would be flat.
You live in a dome?
Yes, because we have compressed air. We're basically compressed air and gases.
I live in my body, though.
Okay, I mean, I don't even know why. I don't even know why you have to talk about Eratosthenes when there's literally satellite images.
You brought it up.
Yeah, I'm telling you how people were able to measure to able to measure the circumference of the Earth by observing that the Earth is not flat.
You're confusing calculations with measurements. That's your issue. Because if you use different variables and different pre-assumptions,
Okay,
you
what
can come to a
variables?
different.
Okay, what was the
To a
issue?
different conclusion.
What was the issue with
The
Eratosthenes?
Chinese came to a conclusion that the Earth wasn't curving, and Aristophanes, whoever that was, came to a conclusion that the Earth had a certain size. So it depends. It's inconclusive.
So here's the thing. The Chinese never actually did any measurements. Yeah, the Chinese never did any measurements. It's actually traditional Chinese cosmology.
They tagged you in the open chat.
So someone tagged you,
They made
sir,
a
in
model.
the text chat. Someone tagged you in the text chat, and you're denying what's
Well,
being
I'm
said.
talking
but
with
we're
you
not
right
looking
now.
into it, though.
Well, can you give me this the source code that the
Gregory
Chinese?
is telling you that he put it there for you.
Eratosthenes had two hypotheses. Found some difficulty. The Earth is spherical. The Sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance, so that its rays reach the Earth sensibly parallel, as it will appear.
Pre-assumptions, presuppositions before the fact.
What were the experiments done by, or how were the measurements done by the Chinese philosophers that came to the conclusion that
You're not understanding. You're not understanding. They did the same action as Eratosthenes without trying to factor into their logic train the presuppositions.
I just googled it. And I can't really find anything about any Chinese mathematician, philosopher during that time trying to do.
The
If
PDF
you haven't
was
found
provided
something
for
according to you within a grand total of 10 seconds of research.
Why are we assuming that they didn't have a preconceived notion of flat Earth when they did their measurements?
Cambridge University plus age.
I'm confused as to why you think Aristophanes
Alish, we're talking to a new person. Can you just let us talk to new people, though? You've been over this like 1,000 times. It's freaking annoying.
No, I'm asking you. You can't answer the question.
We have a new person, and you're here to interject and to just try to get the new people to go away. That's what you're trying to do. Obviously.
I am. Obviously.
You've had this conversation how many times, Alish?
So to briefly answer her question and then to just move on to the next point, right? To act as though the surface of the Earth not being horizontal is the default is obviously ridiculous. In the history of humans,
I asked ChatGPT.
Just hang on. Okay. The spheroidal Earth doctrine, the SE doctrine, is obviously the Johnny-come-lately as it concerns the shape of the Earth and the history of humans. So the default that we observed our entire lives until someone thought they were so smart, such as Pythagoras, which is the primary originator of this doctrine, okay, which didn't originate from empirical observation, let alone verification. It arose from his aesthetic opinion about the gods favoring or the spherical shape above all else. That's where the spheroidal Earth doctrine began. That's where it began. How it began. Okay.
I asked ChatGPT to summarize me this article, a Chinese Eratosthenes of the flat Earth, and they actually do the same thing you criticize. They come up with an assumption, and then they already work on believing that this assumption is true. So what they do is they had a flat Earth. They had a belief already that the Earth is flat, and there's dome sky cosmology of some sort. I don't know what that means because this was done by cosmologists. And so all the math in it is.
Concentrate on what's being said here, dude. What are you talking about? Concentrate.
No, this is the article. No, this is the article, right, that he posted. And so what they do is the math in it is already internally consistent with that assumption, right? So they're doing the same thing you criticize Aristophanes.
All right, so like I told you, it's inconclusive.
Look,
go ahead, Gregory.
You're not getting the point. He's not getting the point. The point is, people try to appeal to this measurement that Eratosthenes did as though it's exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. The fact that just not necessarily the Chinese, that another person or people did the same operation and got the same result and the interpretation is coherent with that evidence, proves that it's not exclusively indicative of the Earth. So it's a weak inductive argument. It doesn't prove your doctrine.
Well, the thing is that we actually could verify that Eratosthenes was actually correct. He was actually off by 1,000 kilometers for the Earth's circumference, but we could verify that he's correct through satellite geodesy, for example, or GPS systems. So
again,
the Chinese were wrong, and
the thing that underlies this. Okay, look, we heard you say this before. Okay, here's a reply. The thing that underlies this is your metaphysical doctrine, which is so-called gravity. Without that,
okay, do you not believe that there's satellites in space? Do you really need metaphysics to talk about satellites?
We heard you already. We heard you say that appeal already thoroughly.
Why do we have to talk about metaphysics? This is just so simple.
Because this is a part of your worldview. This is a part of your cosmology.
My worldview is simple.
Stop talking to me. Cosmology is...
Why are you talking to me then, bro?
Stop talking through me, I said.
Oh, God.
Cosmology is a subcategory in metaphysics. So you're already talking about what is categorically a metaphysical subject. Look it up. So,
okay, but guys, you have to relax, guys. You have to relax.
What you said.
It's going to be okay.
Can you stop that?
You're just yapping. You're not really saying anything of merit.
Now you're just ignoring what I'm saying to you now.
Because you're yapping, dude, which has no merit.
It does not prove that you know better because you're just snobbishly hand waving. What I'm saying, yeah, of course
he left. He's not receptive to new information.
He wasn't ready to be schooled.
Okay, let's go through it. I will tell you, everything that you say with me, I will give you a fucking answer. I will not go away. But I will tell you everything about the space and about the Earth has been a lie that it teach in school and so on. No, we are living in a topographical landscape. That's no question. And I'm a captain. I know how you take and use text. I know the elevation angle. If you have an elevation angle, you need 180. That's the ground we are using. Over long distance, and then you have a circular equal altitude. Circular equal altitude gives you thousands of miles. That is absolutely flat. Circular equal altitude, 1,000 miles. How is that? And at the same time, you think that you're living in a spinning
There's
world.
someone that had a question, Johnny. You're monologuing, Johnny. 1 second.
No, I'm not monologuing. I'm telling. That's not monologuing.
Yeah, but there was someone that had a question, though.
Yeah, I am telling. Now everybody can question me just like that because I know what it's about. That's
My
all.
bad, Johnny. Thank you. I just wanted to hear the other question that someone had because the other guy left in the middle of the conversation. So
yeah, I can talk about that also, but I come late in, so I was not there before. I just was in the middle. But I really want to discuss this problematic. But I'm just saying, I know the Earth is flat. It's massive flat. I'm not friends with Nathan Oakley, but he learned from me. But I have nothing to do with Nathan Oakley, so just relax. I will just tell you that there is something that you have to take in. The world isn't like you have been taught. There's a lot of questions. And you should not have any fucking bias. And just relax.
yeah, we're relaxed. Everybody's relaxed.
Good. Very good. So, I don't have to talk. I'm waiting for a response.
1 second. Go ahead, Christian LDS. Do you wanted to say something, Christian?
Yeah, I was just curious about what people think about the pictures that taken from that whatever it is, thing that's flying around or whatever.
Well, I'm glad you
Space.
asked, because that's the very thing I
Are
was
you
going to
talking
talk about
about
earlier.
picture from space? Are you
Oh.
talking about?
Yeah, obviously. So,
Yeah.
so what I was going to talk about
I might be able
earlier.
to post one of the screenshots I took.
Yeah. What I was going to talk about just earlier, right?
Okay.
So obviously
I
we
will
live in an
say.
age where, hang on, Johnny. So obviously we live in an age where we've been inundated with the notion, right, with the whole psychological operation campaign, that humans have contrived devices, aerospace devices, to fly far enough away from the Earth to get pictures of the Earth allegedly being a ball, right? Okay. Problem is that, one, if that is indeed the case, that entails that we can measure the curvature down here on the Earth that we've been on for only God knows how many thousands of years since He created human beings. Okay. And secondly, it rests upon a fundamental metaphysical presupposition which is incoherent. I'll get to that later. First part, the simple modus tollens explains the issue. If there are authentic, if all the alleged images of the Earth being a ball are authentic, then we can measure the curvature down here on the Earth. Observe and measure down here on the Earth. We don't observe and measure the curvature down here on the Earth. We can take you through the ringer, showing you all the long distance observations where we see farther than what would be possible on a ball, including laser measurements that show that the surface is parallel with the laser rather than deviating in a convex slope downwards from the laser, which is in the entailment of the Earth being a ball. Okay, so there's that much. So if there are images that are authentic images of the Earth being a ball, then we would observe and measure the curvature of the Earth down here on the Earth. We don't observe and measure the alleged Earth curve down here on the Earth. We observe and measure it to be horizontal. Therefore, there are no authentic images of the Earth being a ball. So it's a simple modus tollens to help you understand the issue. With that first layer, the first layer.
No, man. Okay, I understand. I understand your viewpoint, but I want to talk about this.
He was answering the question to the other guy, Johnny, to the Christian audience that asked the question.
I will talk about the reality, what we have, what we haven't.
Yeah.
So, Christian, do you have a question so far?
There's no proof. Oh, see, there's no proof for anything that about the space. There's no proof about anything. We are land on the moon. There's no proof about anything. Everything is a fucking lie. It's a made up fucking shit. And a lot of people is making a lot of money.
Johnny, we can find shit in the physical and natural world, and that's real. But what they're proposing is an impossibility, something that doesn't exist. That's why they have to only show it in the TV. Shed is more real than the globe idea.
For me, it's a lot. It's about fucking money and the control.
What do you think, Gregory, when people say that the globe is shit or bullshit, but we can find those in the physical and natural world?
Yeah, but
unlike
it doesn't matter.
Unlike the globe.
I know. I know that
when they say the globe is bullshit, but I'm like, no, we can find bullshit in reality.
Okay, I will tell you. It might be some balls in it. I have a balls.
That's why I call it fantasy.
It doesn't matter. I'm a fucking spherical just because I have a balls hanging down. You know, I am a universe. I have balls hanging down. That's not. Yeah, I think it's my universe because I'm thinking about my dick all the time or my balls. No, it isn't. It's more. I think it's brain.
For anyone that let me check in the new Johnny. Let me check in the new people. Go ahead, Audie. Audie, you want to say something? Audie, go ahead. Got a question?
Yeah, I just joined.
Hey, Audie.
All right. If you got any questions, you can direct them to Gregory.
Or Johnny. Johnny will field any question you got.
Well, Well,
fix your connection, Audie.
the world's
Fix your
flat,
Audie,
they can put
yeah, fix your connection. Yeah.
and
Audie,
I'll be-
check
No
your
problem.
satellite connection. Check your satellite connection. Maybe
There
the
is no
satellites are
satellites in the
not.
first place.
What?
High altitude platforms. No satellites.
Yeah, Johnny, let him try to get the question out.
Okay, where you want to go? You're all over the place now.
He's trying to get a better satellite signal, Johnny.
Yeah, but there is no satellites. Satellites. Yeah, well, satellites only is going around. Okay, it's going around, but it's not through around spherical things. It's about. Oh no, it's not. It's over. Just circling. Everything is circling around.
No,
and
he
this
said-
started in 1953.
Johnny, you
1953, they started balloons.
Johnny, you missed it.
Well,
He
they're,
said he
they're
didn't say
still
satellite.
using balloons.
Johnny, listen, dude. He didn't say satellite. He said sad old light. Like a
Oh, sad old light. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
That's, okay.
it's like for seasonal, mood disorder.
Oh, yeah. You know, that's one of the problems here. But I thought he said satellites.
Oh, he said sad old light.
Yeah.
What,
So-
Johnny? What color light do you use for seasonal light needs? Like, do you use red, blue, or do you use like full spectrum?
I thought they were asking me for the eye color, over my. Yeah, it's a fucking gay color.
I bought a red light and it works okay, but I don't know which one do you use.
Okay, is it working for you?
It's pretty. I look at it, I'm like, so pretty, and that's about it.
Yeah. And you're looking in your mirror and say, "Oh, that's working fine."
Yeah, my room looks reddish and everything looks reddish, so I don't know. Feels good.
Yeah. What can I say? I don't know.
How about you, Crit? What color do you use, Crit? Since you brought it up.
Yeah, I kind of have it, rotating, but it kind of goes from like a light green to like a deep purple.
So you're talking about 78 fucking disco ball we had everybody out in overhead.
Yeah, I mean, I could turn it on, but we got too many people in the room, so I can't turn my camera on. Well, I'll show it next time when we get a chance to talk.
So you're talking about that. Oh, I love it.
Let me double check on the new people again. Anybody want to ask Johnny any questions?
Johnny's like an encyclopedia. You can even ask him like random stuff, and he'll know dates and times, and it's like incredible. Like he won't even give him a chance to Google it. You'll get done with the question, and he'll know all about the topic.
So you're saying he's AI?
No, better than AI.
No.
AI will hallucinate and tell you like wrong shit. Johnny
I'm just
nails it.
not
Like
born
he's the
yesterday,
ultimate
that's all I'm
bar
saying.
trivia champion.
I'm
So
not
you're
born
saying he's the
yesterday.
Minority Report program?
No, I'm not. I have a reaction like a human being.
Yes, he what? You want to test it out?
Nobody can drink so much like Johnny B and still be question. Answer the question.
Okay, Johnny, which
But I would say he might be questionable if he drinks too much. No, not Johnny. Johnny is always clear.
Like Johnny,
Doesn't
which
matter.
country is also a continent?
This country is also a continent.
Yeah, a country that's also a continent.
I would say Australia then.
Nailed it.
Aha!
Antarctica.
How many bones are in a giraffe's neck?
How many bones? How many bones?
In a giraffe's neck.
I think it's the same as a human.
It's for Johnny. Shut up. Shut up, go lay
I
down.
think it's absolutely over 52, but the ground base of the bone is 52. But
Nailed
now
it.
I
Look at that. He nailed it.
Is it really 52?
Yeah, he just absolutely
Is there
nails
like-
these questions.
Is there? I have a quick question to ask. Right? Is there like?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Is there
52
like
bones.
a,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
what?
I'll just
No,
write
it's
this
okay,
down
it's
for
okay.
later.
Right. Okay. Is there like a way I can test out the flat Earth theory?
Yeah, definitely. You can use
in my-
water. The physics of water you can use the test.
I got a
Flat
question
Earth.
you won't get right.
Oh, is that for Johnny? Oh, sorry, I didn't know if that was for Johnny.
Yeah, I got a question that not even your AI will get right.
Okay, let's see. Ready, Johnny?
Yeah, I don't have to be right here. I'm just me.
Question
The
is,
only time Johnny was wrong is that he thought he was wrong, but he was actually right.
Yeah, that was
Name
terrible, angry.
just one.
How can I think I was wrong? That was terrible.
Name one of the ancient texts that are found inside of the Sacred Records app. This is an app released by Native Americans, contains over 50 works, 1,000 pages.
Sounds like he cut out. Did you
Yeah.
get that? No. He cut out halfway through.
There's a app called Sacred Records, and it contains more than 50 ancient records from Native Americans, from South America to North America. Name just one of the books that are in it.
Has never. Now, all of that that you're talking about is also false. So you cannot take it as a reliable fact. Therefore, it has to be crossed out. That your question is malformed. I'm not able to answer it because of everything up behind it. There's a big lies. There's no clarity. Therefore, I cannot answer the question. That's not my fault.
You can't answer it because it's not on AI.
Well, generally he won't answer stuff fictional. It's got to be.
It's not fictional.
nonfiction.
I can name some of them, and you can pull them up, and you'll find historical records.
No, listen, you're not getting the point. You're not getting the point. You could have the correct answer, but Johnny will fix it though. Go ahead.
Oh,
but
my bad.
I'm not doing that. There is no clear answer for this question because of misinformation and so on and so on.
Yeah, so this is the type of questions you got to do for Johnny. It's like, which artist painted Starry Night?
Oh, I would say David Bowie.
Nailed it. Look at this. Every single time.
Alright, let me double check in the new people. Anybody got a question about the topic of the VC? I think there was a guy that asked, how can I test the Earth or something? Are you still here? Maybe he left, maybe not. You see?
I'm getting old about hearings.
Old is getting you, Johnny.
Christian, did you have a question for me? What I said earlier? We had like a little thing like several minutes ago. Do you remember?
Yeah,
what
I was just posting it in the side chat. No, sir.
Okay. Did you want to retain my answer? Do you care or?
Oh, you can repeat the answer. I was just curious about the photos that I posted on the chat with.
Yeah, I saw those messages in the open chat too. Yeah. So yeah,
dude, I just don't.
We're all familiar with the notion that humans have allegedly built aerospacecraft to go so far away from the Earth, hundreds of thousands of miles, to get far enough away to take some snapshots, come back to the Earth, and do
Talking about
the best show and tell
like a reality. It is
so
high altitude fucking
first
platforms,
issue,
you can say.
The first issue, right? Like I said to you with the modus ponens, excuse me, not modus ponens, self-correction, modus tollens.
Space.
Okay? If A, then B, not B, therefore not A, right? If all the alleged images of the Earth being a ball are authentic, that's a very sad sentence to say, are authentic, then we would be observing and measuring the Earth being a ball down here on the surface. We don't observe and measure the Earth being a ball, the surface curving like a ball would down here on the surface. Therefore, the alleged images are not authentic.
I'm getting boring. What the fuck are you talking about, my friend?
Now, of course, the next step is to, I would hope you would ask, okay, where is the observations and measurements of the Earth being horizontal? So there are several people who are waiting.
Your bad connection.
Right now in the VC, they can send all sorts of things in the open chat right now. You can study them. FE core laser test, all these long distance observations and measurements.
How can we study them? How can I study?
On the
how can I do?
Johnny,
how can I do?
Johnny.
How can I do that? How can I study it?
Johnny.
Okay.
So they can show you that laser tests, the surface of the waters, no matter how far, it's parallel with the laser rather than convexing down away from the laser, which is the entailment. The entailment of the Earth being a ball, which is not evident at all. Show you the long distance observations where you can see much farther than what would be possible on the alleged ball that we allegedly live on. All right.
Laser test, I love that.
It clearly falsifies, supposes that these alleged images, and that's the technical specific term for these images, why do I say images? Because they themselves in court are going to say images and not photos. Because if they do say photos, then it explicitly asserts that they're authentic and liable to scrutiny, right? And that gives grounds for a lawsuit, which they don't want to be bothered with.
Don't forget the microwaves. Microwaves going. Everything is going in a straight line, and the technology we're using is use a straight line over long distance. It will never work if you are 39 small ball of 3959 radius. So yeah, it's proved the Earth is not 3959 radius. It's proved it cannot be. It's not that. So the Earth, the area we're living on, is measured flat in all directions. There you have it, guys. It's over. If you are a globe type,
I follow. The same answers as before.
It's just like I'm
interested to see if any of the stuff would create some confrontations or discussions or ideas and whatnot. But I thought it would. But I guess not.
In here or like any given forum.
Oh, in here.
No.
I'm curious.
Competition between those who believe the SE doctrine, SE Strudel Earth. Competition between those who believe SE and those who believe FE, right? Other than that, and not really.
So,
out dry.
Do you understand that Johnny is absolutely correct and right on it? I can be teasing. I can be because maybe I'm crazy. I think it's fun, but just because I thought it's fun, I'm trying to make some kind of entertainment out of this fucking nonsense. But in reality, over a long time, of course it's not fun because it's making everybody stupid. Everybody is trying to start his life coming from nowhere. Making a nowhere from the Big Bang. New children born every time. They are trying to take their first step. And that's you want to teach them? Fucking nonsense. Wake up, guys. You have to stop this. Be real.
Thank you, Johnny.
Because we can go so high, but so long as it goes, it's just go down, and it's not fun. Just because I'm making fun of this fucking nonsense, it doesn't mean I'm satisfied for everything that's happening. Of course not. I hate it. I'm just making fun of this fucking nonsense, stupidity. You are not living in a fucking
the globe as a brain rot. I wouldn't call it making people stupid, because there was, stupidity probably was, how do you say, existed before the globe, but it's causing something called brain rotting. It's a brain rot.
What's that?
Brain rot.
I don't know what it is.
Well, when, people think too much about these fantasy ideas, and they just think about it and they entertain it for way too long, these brain rot ideas, it causes an effect called brain rotting.
Okay, then it gets real. It's a cult mentality. Though. Cult, yeah. They start believing something that they want to believe in. Yeah, they believe it's true. And
Gregory, are you still here?
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to ask Gregory something.
That's craziness.
I'm not here.
Oh, you're not here, Gregory. In the scriptures,
How can you answer if you're not here?
I've been entertaining an idea. Maybe you can clarify a little bit for me based on the scripture.
Yeah.
Maybe it talks about the Creator will send a great deception because they don't love the truth or something. He says.
Yeah, you're referring to the strong delusion, quote unquote, in 2 Thessalonians.
For the Creator to fulfill his plan, right? Great delusion. Wouldn't he need like agents of delusion working, or maybe just let's say, I learned about the globe and I kind of like believed it for a while, but then when I actually came back to my senses and I acknowledged reality for what it is, right? I realized that there's a design in place and my senses work. I'm actually in this reality and I'm operating in it, obviously. And I was able to upgrade my programming to accept reality from the brain rot that I was in, believing in the nonsense brain rot of the globe, right? But it looks like there's people that are actually not capable of kind of like getting it. And it kind of like gives me this signal that there might be people out there, many examples that join this VC, that are not designed to actually get it. They're actually designed to just believe in the delusion and not get off it.
Yeah, it's real. It's here. Many are deluded, and not everyone has been saved by the Lord.
So it might be a valid train of thought that I just kind of like been considering.
Yeah, you're correct. In Revelation, the Lord talks about all He will penalize. And one of the descriptors He said about them is that they hated the truth and loved lies and practiced them.
Wow.
In John 3, He says the judgment is that people loved darkness and hated the light.
Yeah, that adds up to it too.
Denying the facts, denying cosmological facts is to deny what God has revealed about Himself via creation.
And even denying your God-given, I mean, not you, but people denying
those who do
even our God-given senses, how we operate in here is kind of like, it's such like for me, it's such an obvious thing, but for some people, I think they kind of get it, but like it says like they hate it in a sense. They actually work against it.
Yeah,
it's almost like a rebellion of a sense, like a rebellion against your father or something.
They suppress the truth.
I would say people are depressed. People are depressed. They want to stay in the dark. They are alone. They lie. They're not doing nothing. Doing any work. They're not feeling good. They don't feel the light either because they just want to stay in light. It's a depression. It's something that's negative. It's not positive. That's all it is. And I will tell you guys.
This stuff is. I don't know. Sometimes I don't even want to think about it. I just want to like. But it's. This is. They come in here as, why is it so important to have this conversation? Like they don't even see how important it is to actually just as a starting point acknowledge reality for what it is, and not kind of like replace it with this nonsensical fantasy ideas that people want to like kind of like live in their minds.
Yeah, it's driven by
really
the intimidation of the weight of the subject. This
intimidation.
Correct to use the word gravity. The gravity of this subject, of these facts, is very heavy, and not everyone has the emotional and psychological strength to carry it.
Yeah, and at the same time, you are using the word gravity for this situation. In the same time, a gravity has been misused. And say everything is because of gravity. It's holding everything, and everything. That's a lie. They're using the word gravity, and the word gravity is a lie. It doesn't mean there is some part because of how things is falling down of 9.8.
Right, it means weight, heaviness. Right.
Second. So everything might be some truth inside it, but how close of misformation or fucking lies. That is terrible. Therefore, we cannot use like people cannot say this and that, and they have to use all the words, censor and so on. It doesn't mean the word. We cannot use many words because they have been misused, and so on and so on. It doesn't mean the meaning is away. It's just, oh shit, we have to change the words then. So we cannot use gravity anymore because the gravity is the answer for everything that you cannot answer. It's like the magic word. What is gravity?
These people, they abuse words. They don't know how to speak well. They don't know how to speak accurately. Scientism. Hey, Taylor.
So, are you talking about the Newtonian gravity? Are you talking about Einsteinian gravity? Or are you talking about this or that? Or are you talking about the gravity of the situation? What is that? Everybody understands, if you say the gravity of the situation, it's about how heavy it is. It's about weight of the conversation. It's about weight.
I like to think. I've heard you having so many conversations in the past. You've been in these talks for a long time, and I kind of contrasted you talking to people. And I remember the Globers in the beginning, like me listening to conversations, and people try to tell them things. They will say this, "Oh, you use word salad or whatever," right? But when I comprehend a lot of the topics and come to my, kind of like certain conclusions about everything, I was able to identify that your speech was cohesive and what had like a means to an end, and you were trying to, make it to the bridge, cross the bridge, and, make it to your goal, make it to the other side in the conversation. I was trying to follow, but then listening to them, like putting what like kind of like going contrary to what you were saying, and in a sense, many people trying to not have the conversation with you. But I actually I was actually able to see what you were doing with the language, and I appreciate it because right now I can see more clear, and people, even when you're addressing people very politely, cohesively, English language, they shut down just by you speaking English, just by you saying words. They just shut down. Like, bro, it's just talking.
It's like I'm speaking better and better. My English is getting better
the knee-jerk reaction to board back at me is you're playing semantics, and then they obviously don't know what the word means. You don't know what semantics is. So yeah, I am playing semantics. Semantics is the study of meaning. That's what it is. Semantics, study of meaning. And I want to speak meaningfully, unless you would like me to speak meaninglessly.
Of course. Yeah. If you not able to do that, then everything falls.
Would you rather speak without meaning? Right?
Yeah, but I am sure.
In contrast, that many of the times when a lot of, the globe believers, even if they do it intentionally, subconsciously, or whatever, they say things speaking about this globe mantra nonsense idea, and they speak a language that doesn't make any sense in reality, when actually is super incoherent, and they are speaking like they actually mean something, but they don't. Which is crazy.
Most people have no idea how to actually identify those types of errors, those rhetorical errors, or those grammatical errors, or things like that. So they just go on talking, and they impress most people as though they know what they're talking about, and they just go unchecked, and they're not convinced themselves that they're just so rigid and solid and got it all nice and tight, and they don't. Their errors go as fundamental as grammatical errors.
Okay. I will comment some point. So no, you can talk after me. No, because
Tyler,
I will say something.
Tyler.
You can go after me. But what I will say now is all of this independent podcaster and everything, they are always talking about the truth. They are always going after the truth and this and that. And listen, they are on the right spot and so on. But then, in the same time, they follow in around the globe and everything. So they don't know the biggest fucking shit is the globe. They are talking about the pandemic. They are talking about COVID, all of that. But they cannot take the dots to you're not living on a spinning ball. That is the biggest fucking desaving that the mankind is in just now. And all of these guys are trying to do the right thing and talking. They are still there. They are not going out. They don't know. And it's so hard to go to them. They are really going against the system and all of that's happening, all this fucking shit, all of this fucking war. But they are still in the nuclear fucking manipulation. There is no fucking nuke in the first place. Yeah, there's that crazy bombs. Now there are much more dangerous things. And nuke was a lie in the But I will tell you guys so much before say something. But if you feel in your heart that something is wrong, I'll talk about it. And then the other guys can help you out. And internet, very internet, is right on. the people that is in charge, they are afraid with internet. They are afraid with the living, growing communities and so on. They said they call us. We are not cats. It's a conspiracy theorist. What is that fucking word? What is the definition of being conspiracy theorist? Is trying to get to the truth, try to understand if something is wrong. Yeah. No, that's actually how it should be. Everybody should be under control, out of lie. We will have greatness, great people, and we should be able to trust the government. But nobody trusts the government, really. It's a fucking play. The American regime is a satanic.
Johnny, let's let Taylor say something. Tyler, is he still here? Tyler, was it Taylor?
Okay, what do you want to say then?
I think someone wanted to say something, but
I'm just what I was saying is that your people have to know everything from the beginning, and you have to understand that everything's a fucking manipulation and has been paid by billionaires.
Wow.
And you are in the midst of it. You just have to grow up and understand it. I love you, people. And the earth is massive flat.
I was did y'all just start up this server again?
No.
Oh, it's been going. Okay.
We jump around from the other server to this one. It's just random. People decide to come here or be on the other place. It's just jump.
Yeah, we're like a bunch of Jews in tents wandering through the promised land.
Exactly.
Where's the other one?
Okay, have you something to say about what I was saying, or you just saying, I'm a sweet girl, I'm just coming in, what's up? Did you listen to what I was saying? Okay, have you something to say about it?
Well, you were talking about how people use words and they don't even know what they're talking about. And then you kind of went on a tangent and I got a phone call. And
oh shit!
It was my point about Gregory, because Gregory is very he used the words with meaning and like.
Yeah, Gregory's super smart.
Yeah, so I kind of like was able to hear him since the beginning, kind of like doing that, and I saw a lot of people pushing him back for doing it, but I actually appreciate his style a lot. So yeah,
I know the first time I heard him, people can get a bad taste in their mouth because he's very like stern and stuff in his like just the way he talks. But if you actually listen to what he's saying, he makes a lot of sense, and he doesn't let people get away with speaking about nonsense, and I love that a lot.
Likewise, yeah. Even Flat Earth is pushing back.
How tall are you, honey?
5'2".
Oh, okay, all right.
Johnny?
Yeah. What? No, I'm not doing anything.
Johnny, you crack me up, bro. You're like.
No, I was just joking.
You light it up. I love you, Johnny. A random question.
I'm like 105 pounds, 5'2", but like I'm in good proportion. My bones are tiny, so I'm like all over tiny, but not like a midget or anything. It runs in my family. Like the women are small. but I like doing science and research. So one of the things about gravity that y'all were talking about it last night.
Thank you, darling. I love you. I love your voice, and I love your spirit.
Thanks. I'm about to get in an elevator. But they don't know how gravity works at all on the atomic level. They invoke it all the time, but they don't even understand it.
It's not a real thing.
Tyler, haven't you? I've heard people talking about you in a few VCs. Haven't you conducted a few tests yourself? You did, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What do you think yourself it will be your highlight that you kind of like? This is kind of like maybe your highlight that you actually maybe you're proud of doing it, or maybe you kind of like you want to present it more than others.
Yeah, definitely. So I was in a Flat Earth Friday one day, and they were telling me like, "Oh, you should talk to Jesse or whatever because he has like proof of flat Earth. The globe." And I was asking people like, "How would I test it? Like, what's like definitive proof of curvature and stuff?" And I was presented about theodolite readings, right? Like with the theodolite, and so I really did a deep dive into that. I was able to get a theodolite and do some surveying myself. And one of the things that I figured out is that they're not like if you're looking through the theodolite at different times of the day, you'll get different readings. And some of the papers I was reading was talking about how day versus night, you'll see things in different locations. Things will actually get shorter in their visual apparent height as the day goes on. And I'm like, this is really interesting. So it's like a trend happening. Things will get shorter as the day goes on. And I'm like, why is that happening? So I basically looked into like Snell's law, atmospheric refraction, stuff like that. And the most important factor is the temperature gradient. And I found out, many peer-reviewed papers talk about this, like not using standard refraction because the temperature gradient in our lower portion of the atmosphere is much more steep. And this would actually give you a prediction. You would expect things to look visually lower because of the temperature gradients that are present during the daytime. And so should do, which is get the temperature gradient so you can know which way the light's bending. And when I did that, it was basically closer to the FE prediction without curvature than it was to the globe Earth prediction. All I did was properly account for refraction and use what their own model says that you should do. And then it was closer to the flat Earth prediction. So that's something I'm pretty proud of.
Thanks for that. Do you get any replies from the Globers, any resistance? Because I know a couple days ago there was this guy here that you mentioned. What's his name? With the guy with the theodolite. I forgot his name.
Jesse.
Jesse, yeah, he was here the other day, and he has an image of him on top of a mountain, looking to another mountain that is like 80 miles away or something. Are theodolites used for that distance? You got anything to say about what Jesse says? Because I know the guys in here kind of like just basically how do you say debunked his claims in a sense, and he kind of like resets every time he comes back. But what do you got to say about him in general?
Him in general, I don't have any issues with.
His test.
It's just like really people. You have to do your own research. You have to look into papers and stuff because many Globers won't tell you the whole truth of what's happening. They'll like tell you what like portions of it, but like so. For example, with me, I'm like, okay, so whenever I do these theodolite readings, the Globers are the ones that like kind of dared me to do it. Like, and I, of course, like I'm going to take the challenge or whatever. But so I'm like, okay, so what about refraction? How do we account for that? They just say, oh, standard refraction. But if you actually look into it, many papers now say not to use that. It's not representative of where we're at, in the troposphere. I can go through the whole thing. I'm not trying to like monologue though. But anyway, and fast surveyors, like, they say that they do like short observations, like maybe 1 mile max. Like they don't usually do observations like that distance for any practical surveying.
No, it's true. I find this all the time. Like what they'll do is they'll hide the globe within the margin of error that they accumulate everywhere all the time. So they will confine themselves only to doing short-term distances, and they will purposefully use error-prone and gross observations. One thing that I'd like to see is maybe a theodolite that's set up and observing the horizon, but to have it record something that's time lapsed, almost like Skunk Bay. Like show us Skunk Bay, but show us you doing your reciprocal zenith angles over the course of a day or two, time lapse, so that we can see the horizon getting squished and stretched and shifting down and shifting up and all that other garbage that happens.
Yeah, that's a good point. So actually, like whenever I've done like a lot of research into it, I feel like I understand what's happening with the theodolites. So that's what I'm proud of. And what else was I gonna mention? Oh yeah, he asked me what pushback I get. Okay, so the main pushback that I get, because they fully acknowledge what I'm saying. It's like in their own, papers, and it's like peer reviewed, like they can't deny what I'm saying. However, they'll say, oh, whenever you get like on top of the mountain, then the temperature gradient is so that you're not going to have the upward refraction per se, where things like appear to drop over distance. Okay, so it's like if light bends up, things drop over distance. That's how it works. And then if light bends down, which they say always happens, which is not true, things appear taller. Now they say that things, because of refraction, always appear taller than they are. But even peer review papers I've given them say no, that is not true. Especially like in the up to like 10 feet from the surface, if you're looking on any given average day. So it's actually not what they say standard refraction would predict. Okay, so they say whenever you get on top of a mountain, then it's going to be different. But I highly disagree. And this summer, I'm going to be doing testing temperature gradients on a mountain.
So you're going out there to do another test. Awesome. Good news then. I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah. Drop my spreadsheets in here in the chat.
So here, guys, someone testing surface of the world. I mean, I'm doing some testing out there. So if the Globers out there looking for information, it's available right now in the text chat.
Testing. It's
not working. It's not working. Check your satellite
connection. It's working.
Check,
Hello. I'm on the moon. I'm on the moon. You have to talk with me on the landline. You need landline to talk with me because I'm on the moon.
Is that my mic making weird noise? Is that what it is, Johnny? You mocking my mic or what?
No, I'm just saying all the people in the politics server, they are sending me 1,000 messages. They love me. And, I'm very thankful.
I don't know if I can post a picture in the text chat. Do I have perm?
To say, there's a lot of people now. Ding.
Yeah, they DM you. The perms in here are kind of weird because you have to have activity. But if you send me some stuff to Gemsy, I'll post whatever you trying to text. It's kind of like
okay.
we're not moderators of the server. We're moderators of the VC.
Okay. VC. Anyways, people are listen to our conversation and they say I'm kind and I'm nice. They love Johnny V. And I will say thank you very much to everybody that's given response. And it's just making me humble. it's making me humble and thankful also. Yeah, that's almost the same. And I will tell you, I know more that I can give because people don't get more than they can understand. No way. But I will tell you some secrets, just a little bit every time. Just a little bit. But then you have to come over to Fucking Shit Friday on Jim Panda. So, that's my show. But he muted me. he was crazy. He got bollocks. But I can say, oh shit, what's wrong with him? Yeah, but I love him anyways. But he's crazy. He's just a little stupid. But, somebody in your family that is stupid, but you love them anyways. It's just like that. But you can ask me a question. I can answer a few questions. Over.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
Oh, Amarant, so I can give you some knowledge. You cannot think on a spinning ball if you have an elevation angle. Let's give you a certain equal altitude. Thousands miles. If you're living a ball, it's impossible. I understand that you don't understand what that means, but I'm telling you, elevation angle is you are standing on the ground. You take elevation. It has nothing to do with altitude at all. It's just
Taylor, did you see the post in the chat from Yaga Bruno?
Whoever did the mute, thank you so much.
Yeah, I did that because we can't take it over on YouTube anymore. Sorry about that. But he's drunk and he's rambling for 30 minutes at a time. We need to fix this.
Hey, man, you don't have to explain yourself to me. You just didn't do it.
Taylor, are you still there? We appreciate you being here. We have some questions for you.
Jimsy, I sent you the pictures.
Johnny being drunk? Come on.
My hands are busy with.
Is there anyone else with perms that I could send the picture to? The trials?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you posted it?
Not yet. I'm gonna check it in a second.
Hurry up, Chimsy. Stop slacking.
Sorry, my hands are busy.
Okay, look. I see in the text chat, Jesse says they all show a drop of 9 to 13 inches at 1 mile. Yes, they do. But whenever you take the temperature gradient into account, that's what you'd expect, even on a flat Earth. So if it was a globe Earth, and we took the refraction that was calculated, we should see like a drop of 20 inches. But if you expect flat Earth with the refraction that we calculated just based on Snell's law and temperature gradients, then it was closer to the flat Earth prediction. And yeah, so Jesse was the first one that told me to get a theodolite. And he said to basically, start a, I was like, well, theodolites are like $1,000. This was years back. And then he was like, okay, we'll help you get one. So yeah, they pitched in, helped me get a theodolite. I did readings. That's not anything that, like I'm ashamed of or whatever. They told me to get it. Globers and Flat Earthers pitched in. I did measurements, posted the data multiple times. And yeah, I think that I figured out what's happening. And so it's true, 9 to 13 inch drop was measured. However, that's what you would predict on a flat Earth just based on Snell's law. You know what I mean? So that's not like a debunk. He knows that because he helped me do the calculations of where you would expect something to be seen even on a flat Earth with the temperature gradients present. So I measured temperature, pressure, and humidity. But temperature gradient is far outweighs the pressure and humidity and what they would, what visual change they would cause.
I posted what Tyler sent me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I see some miraging there.
Yep. That's what's usually seen because it's mainly present during the daytime too when the sun's like really heating up the earth. Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm at school right now. If anybody has any questions, just DM me.
Did anybody look through Tyler's work and made any conclusion about it?
Yeah, nobody has ever debunked the work itself. It's valid, it's legitimate. Even Jesse Globers helped me do the math for it, so they can't dispute that. The only rebuttal is like, yeah, exactly. So really the only rebuttal is like, oh, on top of a mountain, you wouldn't have this happen. But I disagree, but we'll see what happens with my data I'm going to get this summer.
So you're like the anti-Jesse. You both have theodolites, and you are dueling. You're dueling theodolites.
I don't dispute his methods. He's just not accounting for refraction. That's it.
That's exactly it. And other things. He produces exceptionally perfect data. Like he's got, I don't know, what is it, like 100 different data points showing curvature around a globe. And he has that spreadsheet that shows the curvature and this point and this point and this point and this point, and it's curving and curving and curving and curving. But the curve is created incrementally, and there's enough error within the total system that he's working with such that you can create any topology out of those observations that you want. You just don't need a globe one. You can create a concave one, convex, a dinosaur nugget, banana, a rubber dildo, who knows? Like you can create whatever you want out of the data.
There's a lot of things that I looked into, a lot of rebuttals I've heard to the theodolite things. And this one stands the strongest. It's actually like predictable, repeatable, even on a small scale. Go look up Skyfree on YouTube. They do like small scale observations showing the same phenomena.
Something I point out is a square swath of the globe, a curving square of the globe, is, if it's 69 by 69 statute miles, it's 99.77% flat. You know, if I said, hey, boss, I measured this flat spot of the Earth for our construction project over the 69 by 69 mile site, and I am 99.77% accurate, boss. Boss can be like, good job. And I'll be like, good. You can't tell the difference between flat or globe with that.
So for my observations, it was like double the amount, like the actual where I measured it to be was like the GE prediction was double the amount from where it actually was compared to the FE prediction. So it's like twice as accurate to go on the FE prediction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Go look. I think I highlighted actually what to look at.
Do you have a YouTube?
No. I work a lot at school.
I hear you. I got so much going on. I got so much equipment and means and know-how. I'm like, I just need time. I just need like a few days to go out and go do stuff. But yeah. Okay. I mean, DJ is one of our esteemed moderators and super fan. He's got the means, motive, and opportunity. So if you wanted to send him stuff for him to publish, I'm pretty sure he'd do it. He's the guy that blew McToon out of the water a couple weeks ago.
Have you heard me and McToon debate?
Not yet. I heard you're pretty good, though.
He said I was the most. What did he say? I'm a top tier F-ear. I have to be careful.
Top tier. That's wonderful.
Yeah, like the best. Like, well, because I will go read papers, and so that's their standard, and so it's hard for them to argue with that. But yeah, go look. A couple of them were done recently on QOps server, but he can't dispute what I'm saying either. I'm not trying to boast whatsoever, but yeah, if you could find those debates, they're pretty fruitful to watch, personally.
It's good to flex, and I like flexing people from our side.
I don't like doing that, actually.
My claim to fame is I got myself blocked publicly by a Dr. Shiva. Freaking clown.
It's funny because on McToon.net it mentions the temperature gradient, but none of them actually measure it whenever they do their observations.
I've heard some people join in. To want to address the new people real quick, if you gotta, you're welcome to open your mic and ask any questions.
Well, I'm here, and I just want to say that Artemis 2 proved flat Earth completely wrong. I mean, I watched a live stream and saw our 4 brave astronauts, American astronauts, by the way, and they showed the Earth, and they showed that it was not flat; it's a globe. And I just find it so amazing how people like you guys can sit here and continue to be flat earthers.
We just have someone in here that tested the Earth itself. Lady right here, Tyler, and came to a conclusion that, it's not curving though. So how can going away from the Earth proceed a direct measurement of the Earth?
Exactly. You're going to need something more than something you saw on TV, Rico.
And the astronauts even said it. The astronauts said flat earthers are stupid. I'm sitting here looking
Oh,
at
no. No, some people on TV said something. Oh, terrible. We're ruined.
Pack it up, boys.
Furthermore, those astronauts are better scientists than you guys will ever be. Those are real scientists. They do science.
Those are real scientists. Oh, trust me, bro. I know because I saw it on TV.
How do you do science, right? Scientific method? And
Nah, you got to go to school to do science. You got to go to science school. No, you
Wait, this guy's being satirical. This is real. Like this is really what you believe. What you saw on TV. That's serious.
I watched the rocket take off. I watched the rocket leave the Earth, and then I watched the rocket cut on his cameras and show us what the rocket saw.
What I'm asking is, you're being serious right now. This isn't satire. Like this is truly what you believe.
This is just the fact of reality, bro. We watched it live.
It's a yes or no question. Is this truly what you believe? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's what I wanted. That's all. That's wow. That's amazing.
We watched it live, bro. How can anybody look at this and watch this live and say, "Oh, the Earth is still flat"? After we just had four of the greatest scientists.
Because they're not brainwashed minds.
What's their name?
He just said that he watched the rocket leave the Earth. Did you actually saw that yourself?
Why can't with this project had like I think $90 billion of funding, and they can't live stream it? Why?
They did live stream it.
No.
Yes.
No.
There's a cut every few seconds. That's
Aren't they still doing it right now? Aren't they still there? Can you send me the link for the live stream, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Last time I checked, it was like a still shot of like an AI generated picture.
Yeah, there was no continuous live stream. It would cut, fade out, glitch all the time, blue screen.
Here's the live stream right here. They're actually getting ready to land soon. So you can see the 4 actual scientists preparing for that.
What's
real
their
scientists
names
that you guys
and their
are not.
degrees?
I don't know their names, but they went to very
They're the best scientists.
strong science schools.
Man,
Give me
it
one
would only be
example of
nice if
any
they could
science
show me the Earth. Why aren't they showing the Earth?
What science are they doing?
Space science.
Space science. Okay, great. Got it. Noted.
Space science.
He said the best scientists, but he doesn't know who they are. He doesn't know the names. The best
They're doing
scientists.
space science, guys.
Okay, look, here's a picture from earlier. I just scrolled back on the stream. And tell me if y'all... Oh, let me send it to you, Jim C. You can post it or whatever.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Where did you go? This looks so fake, to be honest. They were laughing about it. My husband told me they were laughing about the hospital. This one guy was like, how fake this looks. He was like cracking up laughing. The doctor, he's in this family medicine rotation. So this guy's like, I don't know. A lot of people are questioning it for sure. At least SpaceX has like a continuous like stream, even if they're not showing like the Earth, they're showing like one of their propellers or whatever, propulsors. At least they have a continuous stream.
Downloading and posting. Tyler, send me something, guys. I'm gonna post it for her.
So who do you think I'm going to believe? Actual space scientists or you guys?
The authorities. Appeal to authority, most likely.
Oh, you're gonna believe your priest. Obviously, you're gonna look up for the priest, and whatever the priest says, you're gonna say yes, priest. Aren't you?
We do real science around here. We don't do that fake shit.
How is this doing real science? Please tell me.
See, as you can see right here, you have a live stream video of the capsule itself floating through the space.
How is that science? Do you know how to conduct science?
Of course I do.
Okay. Do you know scientific method?
Yeah.
Okay, go through it.
You said the scientific method?
No Googling.
Well, I know it starts with hypothesis. I don't know what comes after that.
No, observation.
Wrong. Observation first. So
Well,
you
look, I'm
failed
not.
already, though. You just
I'm not.
failed.
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm a scientist though. Like, we got real scientists up there doing science. You feel me? They're looking down on Earth and they're saying like, "Oh shit, this shit is not flat." They're taking photos. They're live streaming.
Wait,
And they're
if you
sending
don't
all the
know
pictures.
what science is, how do you know they're doing science? You're not qualified to talk, right? You just believe they're doing science. You just admitted you don't even know what
Look
science
at this.
is,
Hang
right?
on, hang on. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Look at this picture in
No, I don't
Snapchat.
need your help. I just pointed out your contradiction.
You see that
So,
picture right there?
discussion over.
Help him out at this moment. If you even have a driver's license.
I scientifically have a driver's license. Yes.
Hopefully, you're not on the same roads as I am.
You guys see that picture? That was taken by Reed Weissman.
Ooh, there's a problem there, though. You see that blue stuff there? The blue? You know what
That's
that
water.
is, right?
That's water.
Yeah, water doesn't do that, though.
Water does do that because of gravity. You understand what gravity is, right?
Gravity, for you, at least for you, is a word like that you repeat like a parrot. Gravity, but you don't know what it means, do you?
Oh, I know what gravity means.
What is it?
The thing that holds stuff down to the ground.
So you see, like a parrot.
I'm very familiar with gravity.
How does it work at the atomic level?
That was a question for you, Rico.
It just works. Because all matter has density, right? And so when
That
matter has
doesn't
density,
explain it.
what that does is that creates a weight, and that weight is what holds you down, right? So if you were a
Helium has
feather,
density.
if you were a
Helium goes
feather,
up.
yeah, but if you were a feather, you wouldn't be down on the ground, you'd be floating in the air. That's
But
why
it has
birds can fly.
density.
But that's why birds can fly, because they're light.
Feathers have density. What are you talking about?
Yeah, feathers have density, but the density creates gravity. So if you don't have a lot of density, you're not as gravitatious.
What was that word?
So all matter has density, but if you have a light density, you're not as gravitatious as other people.
Can we get a fact check on that word, please?
Like the reason why we're gravitatious, the reason why
Gravitatious?
the reason why we're gravitatious as humans is because we on average weigh 210 pounds, right?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I just learned a new word today. Thank you, Rico.
Gravitatious.
We are not as gravitatious.
Exactly, that's facts.
It's so weird.
The heavier that you are, the more gravitatious that you are.
Gravitatious.
Rico, are you saying that mass attracts mass?
I would say that it's effervescent.
Is what?
So like mass, so when you have mass, right? Like if you hold mass in your hand, it's effervescent to being gravity. So if I let that mass go out of my hand, what you'll see is that mass will drop to the ground because mass does attract mass, but the mass of the ground is what is attracting the mass, and it's effervescent.
This is interesting. Okay, so I'm messing with the contrast in this picture you posted. Between the loop of his hair, it doesn't change whenever you alter it. But so it's like he stitched himself in this picture. Okay, I can screen record it and share it. Oh, there are changes. I'll share it with you.
You can't go messing with the pictures now, because if you mess with the pictures, then it's you who's editing it. You know that, right?
No, this is how you see if they're generated AI.
No AI. No AI. All facts.
How do you know?
Because they're up there right now, bro. What do you mean? They're up
How do
there.
you know?
Because I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I saw the rocket take off with the people.
Did you ever see SpongeBob on TV?
Yeah, I saw SpongeBob on TV, but SpongeBob's not a real person, goofball. What are you talking about?
How do you know that Keeping Up with the Kardashians is authentic?
Look, all I'm saying is it's so you can see it. So here's the thing. If I'm watching a live stream, right, and then we have people who are actually there on the ground watching the same thing that I'm watching, that's just on TV, right? Because people are there recording it. That means I can be, because it's effervescent, right? And we can be sure that because people are there watching it, and and I'm sitting by the TV watching that shit, right? So if I have my boy, I could call my boy, yo, are you there in Florida watching the rocket take off? He could say, yes, I'm live streaming, and watch my live stream. And that would be confirmation that, because SpongeBob,
Confirmation bias.
you can't see SpongeBob. SpongeBob
Well, we
ain't real.
can't go there either. We can't see what they do.
But we have
You know,
plenty
I
of
looked
people there
into
watching. But
I
here's the
looked
thing.
into
Here's the thing.
like
We have plenty of
how
people there watching the rocket take off live.
yeah.
It's
Okay.
effervescent.
We see planes take off too. Effervescent is an adjective with two primary meanings. First, describing liquids or substances that produce bubbles or fizz, like sparkling water. And second, the second definition is people or qualities that are lively, bubbly, or vivacious. So what do you mean by effervescent? Because I only find fizz or bubbles.
Because when I talk about gravity, right, and we talk about what it means to have gravity, to have mass, to have matter, to be
It's
made up of
bubbly.
atoms, right? What I'm talking about is, you see, because the bubbles, they rise, right? But that's the thing. Look, at the end of the day, the gravity, right? Okay, hold you down, hold me down. Boom. How do we get up? We can't do it no more because of that. So, with that being said, all I'm saying is matter, mass, feathers. Can't keep a feather down because the birds fly. Gravity makes sense.
It's like sparkling water is effervescent.
That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I feel so bad for Jim C. I've sent him like 4 pictures.
Don't feel bad at all. I might just post this video short and the image below that. Posting for Tyler, guys. Posting this for Tyler. Am I saying it right? Tyler? Am I?
It's Taylor, but it's cool.
Taylor. Yeah, Taylor. Yeah.
Because Tyler's
So
like
yeah,
a middle
perfect.
name.
So in this video right here, it's actually perfect because you can actually see the clouds, right? And so what do we know about clouds? We know that clouds are water.
Effervescent.
Basically. So clouds are water.
Good
and
one.
water is water. So you can see that the water that's in the ocean, right? And in the lakes and the oceans and the rivers and the seas and the ponds, they create the clouds. That's why you see the clouds, they primarily sit over the oceans, because in the oceans what you have is evaporation. And what the evaporation is doing is that's because it turns into gas, right? The water, because it gets so hot in the oceans that it melts. So when the water melts, it turns into clouds. And so that's why you see all the clouds above the ocean. It's called evaporation.
It's called evaporation, dumbass.
That's how you get rain too. Did you know that? So all the rain that you ever see, it comes from the evaporation of the water.
Evaporation, dumbass.
Yeah, evaporation. My fault. So that evaporation is what happens when water melts because it's so hot, and then it turns into gas and it goes up into the atmosphere. And then it actually travels over to you, and then the water comes back down from the sky. Right? You can't have that on a flat Earth, because on a flat Earth you wouldn't have the circle required for the clouds to travel.
What are you talking about?
Dude, what? Yeah, listen, what you're describing is basically the condensation and evaporation cycle. Like, this happens regardless of whatever the shape of the Earth is.
No,
In fact, yeah, this cycle requires containment. It requires containment to define a boundary layer and a volume limit for the expansion of gas. And the reason why you need that is because the gas contains all the liquids in the system. Because you have this hierarchy. You have the gas contains the liquids. And if you don't have a gas containing the liquids, you're going to have a vacuum, and the liquids are going to explode and turn into gas.
No, that ain't true.
That's absolutely true. 100%. We've got, besides so many videos of this that we've shared throughout the years, I mean, this is just basic gas laws.
Well, look, the gas. Okay, so the only reason the gas is going around the Earth is because it's going around. So hang on. Let me just say it like this, right? Okay. So
gas molecules propagate linearly in a straight line unless acted upon by a force. So no, they don't go around in geodesics. Gas molecules don't curve.
Let me just say this. I understand that you disagree with me, but to be quite honest with you, I have to disagree with you back. Because listen, Albert Einstein said very strongly that when you, well, I don't know if it was Albert Einstein, but it was one of those people, right? One of the people. And he said that on the Earth, right, the only reason you have the gas, right? So the gas, okay, so clouds are basically gas, right? Clouds are made up of vapors of water. And they all coalesce.
And yeah, water. You sound like you're from like Delaware County, Philadelphia. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's made of water and particles, particulates, all kinds of dust and crap.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. It's effervescent. Because when it travels around, it has to travel around the Earth. It has to travel around the Earth. Why would it have
to? Why is that exclusive? Why couldn't it do that on either?
Because without it, because okay, if you don't got a circle, you don't got travel. Because okay, so basically, then the clouds would just sit there.
They travel, they just don't go in a curve.
Well, they have to go in a curve.
No, they don't.
You're tripping. Are you just saying stuff?
If they're curving, it means that their trajectory, their velocity has to be constantly changed and updated. Something must be acting upon it at every point momentarily, instantaneously across the entire time.
And that's exactly what I was going to get to. I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to get into that. Because when you're talking about water traveling in a circle, how does it travel? Well, the water is traveling because of the wind, right? You don't got wind on flat. If I'm in a flat room,
you don't have wind on a flat surface.
If I'm in a flat room, right? Okay, the reason why the desert's so hot is because it's so flat.
What?
But the reason why when you're up high, like in a building, like you're in a skyscraper, you feel a lot of wind because you're curving. But no. But hear me out.
So the desert's hot because it's flat, but it's windy because it's curving.
Did I just say that? No. What I'm saying is What I'm trying to say is,
seeing what sticks.
I don't know. Look, because okay, so you got wind, you got water, you got clouds, you got energy, earth, gravity. It all works together. Bing, 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 bing. And
yeah, but gravity's not a force for gas molecules.
But if you take one of those away, bro, you can't have clouds. Period.
You can. What do you mean you can't have clouds if you take? What do you mean take one away?
Because they call it the water cycle for a reason. Because all of those
it doesn't require a globe.
Right? Yeah, it does, because all of those things have to be in a cycle, in a circle.
Yeah, you can have all that. Listen, you can create a water cycle. There are people that create terrariums. You know what a terrarium is? A terrarium's is a natural environment somebody creates inside of a sealed system. So you can take like a gigantic, on a 20-gallon glass jar, fill it with dirt, fill it with plants, even put some animals and bugs in it, and then grow it, cork it so it's completely sealed off, and just sit it in your living room. And that thing will last like years, if not decades, as an entirely contained sealed system without curvature.
With all due respect,
without curvature, it's going to have clouds in it. It's going to have rain. It's going to go through evaporation and condensation cycles inside of the glass container. Yes, you get evaporation and condensation inside a terrarium. It happens without a globe.
I get that. But here's the thing, puppy.
No globe.
Right, but what I'm saying is this: like the terrarium itself exists within a globe, so therefore it's subject to the same curve as.
How do you know there's a globe? How do you know there's a globe in the first place now?
He said in. It's got to be on the globe, not in the globe.
I got that, Jemsy. Yes, so you're on a globe. How do you know you're on a globe, dude?
Because we just know. Look at Artemis. Look at what the Artemis spaceship is doing. You can see it. It's doing live streams. And the astronauts have said very strongly, if they look outside the window, they see curve, they see globe, they see don't.
So that's why you know that the terrarium's on the globe, because astronauts said that when they looked outside a window, they're like, "Oh my God, there's stars."
Do you trust everything the government says?
No, what I'm saying is that the astronauts themselves.
Do you know it's a government department?
Of course, I trust the government. Why would I not trust the government? What the fuck is wrong? What?
What about the intelligence spice agencies? Do you like when they do intelligence on you and spy on you? You love it?
Dude, you trust the government? You ever been to the DMV? They pardon my French, they screwed up my driver's license.
Yeah,
Me too. I got tickets that weren't mine.
You guys know that Artemis program.
You're talking about low government. I'm talking about high government, okay? There's a difference between low government and high government.
Oh, you're talking about and high government.
He's talking about the high priest, guys.
The high priest of government. Yeah, so you got high government. Who's high government?
When you're talking about the high government, you're talking about people that have been anointed by God, who have been there for years, right?
Jeffrey Epstein.
But in the low government, these are just people that work for the government. So there's a difference.
Right, they were anointed by the devil. The high government's anointed by God.
No, what I'm saying is the low government, they just work there. Like your post office worker is not going to have any idea what NASA is doing. But at NASA, because these people are so smart, by the grace of God, they can actually work on very high level stuff.
I'm smelling a pretender clown show. This is a circus show.
All right, funny joke, Rico. You know,
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
No, you are. You're not serious. Nobody is this dumb, bro. You're obviously a flat earther who's pretending to be a glober to make them look stupid.
No.
Yeah,
because I already explained it. All right, so here's the thing.
He's been trolling. You're one of us, aren't you?
I explained my science. It's effervescent about gravity. You have to be gravitatious about because when you have mass.
Nobody's going to be that stupid and say that terminology.
Yeah, if anything, this guy's high on government.
Evaporation, effervescent, gravitatious, bro. Come on.
Dude, do you crush up treasury bills and snort them? Yeah, you're crushing up treasury bills. You're snorting treasury bills, aren't you?
Look, let me show you something real quick.
Freaking high on government.
Let me help you guys out.
Hey, he might be.
Snorting the Constitution.
He might be a demonstration that the programming and vaccines work. My bad.
God, yes, man. What am I listening to?
And that's facts.
Somebody's high.
Dude, he's rolling up the Constitution and boofing it.
Well, listen, I didn't want to come here and interrupt you guys. I just wanted to come and say hello and talk about Artemis, but I could tell that you guys aren't. I could tell that you guys aren't. I could tell that you guys aren't interested in a serious intellectual debate.
No, Retardimus, man. Like, let's talk about how real Retardimus is.
Okay, but you have never gone to space, so I don't understand how you can sit there and talk.
Well, you've never gone to space, so how do you believe in a globe?
You don't know what I've done.
Well, you've never gone to space, so why do you think Earth is a globe? You've never gone to space.
You don't know what I've done with my life.
Yeah, you've never gone to space.
And by the way, most people go to space when they get on aeroplanes.
Most people go to space. Are you in space right now, Space Cadet?
Go to space on airplanes, guys.
You go to space on a boat, dude. You go to space when you dig underground like a mole.
when you get on an aeroplane, you go up
Artemis is not
36,000,
landing,
50,000
guys.
feet, right? And so
no
what
one
you
went
can
into
do is you can see the edge, right? Right where the
Kármán
space
line?
meets, right where the space meets the Earth.
Do you go
And
to
can
space
actually
when you
see that.
start huffing marker gas?
Hey, Rico, I just want to say that I feel proud that one of the best pretender clowns that I've ever been in this server is you, and you're half Mexican like me, so I'm proud.
I'm not even pretending. I'm
Is that
being
all you're
dead ass.
proud
Look,
of
when
in
you get
life,
on an
being
aeroplane,
Mexican?
okay, here's the thing. Let me just finish.
An aeroplane. Did you steal a bicycle?
Let me finish. All right, so you're on an aeroplane, right? Bing, 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 boom, goes up in the air. Okay,
Bike
50,000.
Can I just be proud of my people? Can I be proud of my people? Papi, I'm proud of you, Papi.
Okay,
Dude, he's a bike thief, Gemsy.
Listen. You look out the window, you look up. What do you see? Okay, you see a little ring of black up there because that's space. Okay, the space is coming in through
A ring? Like a donut?
No. What I'm saying is you can see a little bit of the space.
Dude.
Listen,
a ring of space, a ring of blackness.
Papi Poo, you should make a YouTube channel, and I'm pretty sure you get a following, though, honestly.
Well, I already have a YouTube channel.
Are you stealing bikes,
have a
Rico?
following. I have a YouTube channel as well.
Can I follow you, Papi? Can I follow you, Papi?
Yeah, stop calling me, fam.
Dale, Papi, please.
Dude, this
Papi,
whole
please.
Artemis stunt is such
stop calling
Hollywood bullshit. Like, it's just so... How is there even a consumer for this shit?
But anyways, if I can finish my points before I got really interrupted. Look, go up on an aeroplane. Bing, bing. Okay, you're up in the air. Look up. Look out the window and then look up if you have a window seat, right? You see, okay, so you see the blue. And then as you go up and up and up and you look up with your eyes, you see the blue fades away and it turns a little black at the very top. That's space. That's space coming in from the blue, the sky. Because the sky
That's George Floyd meeting the knee of the police officer.
The sky ends where the space starts.
Blackness of George Floyd meeting the blue of the police officer.
He said that the space is coming in? The empty space? Papi, can you explain that to me again, Papi?
Sure. So when space meets sky, what you got is because the space is a vacuum, right? There's no air, there's no water.
The coming in part.
Right, because when space meets sky, what happens is that the space is sucking out. It's sucking that stuff out.
Isn't there another glober in here that's going to stop him? Like,
yes, there's one right here that I'm going to stop.
The infinite vacuum, the infinity vacuum of outer space is sucking Earth's atmosphere, except for Earth's atmosphere.
Listen. This is just the way it is. And look, and let me tell you something furthermore. Okay, bing, bing. You got the ozone, right? And the reason we had to take care of the hole is because that hole in the ozone prevented... Okay, so the ozone is what prevents space from sucking us, right? So it wants to suck us out.
No, it doesn't. The ozone is a gas.
Right, and the ozone is a super heavy gas that prevents
the gas doesn't contain gas. Gases mix homogeneously. Gases love to mix and mingle.
Because you have heavy gas. Okay, so then why does
because they don't have any bonds.
Okay, but why does fog sit low to the ground?
Do you know what molecular bonds are?
Do you know what fog is? Do you know fog science? I'm a fog scientist. Look, the fog sits
You're a fog scientist?
Because the fog is heavy. The fog is heavy.
Fog? The what?
The oxygen is light. It's not so heavy. So when you got
so you don't know anything about gas behavior or kinetic molecular theory.
I do. I'm explaining it to you right now.
No, you don't, because there's no such thing as a heavy gas in KMT, right?
A heavy gas.
Because that's dependent on there being weight, and weight has no bearing on the behavior of gas.
You got that, Papi?
What are you talking about? Look, it's very simple. Fog.
I'm talking about kinetic molecular theory, where gas behavior is modified by temperature, heat. Gas is altered by heat, not gravity. Gravity does not create heat, unless you want to rebut that and say it does.
Well, let me make it easy for you. It's not.
Hang on a sec.
Making it easy for you.
Hang on a sec. You got a bunch of heavier gases at the top called ozone. At the very top. Shouldn't they be at the bottom?
Perfect. Yeah, correct.
Shouldn't they be at the bottom?
No, because the ozone is what prevents the space, right? Because space is a vacuum.
Shouldn't the gas, the heavy gas, be at the bottom? Shouldn't the heavy gas be at the bottom if gravity's pulling it down?
No, because the heavy ozone sits on top of the air, creating that.
Gravity's not pulling it down.
It is pulling it down, but you have air in the way. So it's like making a root beer float. It's like making a root beer float.
Hang on.
Okay, so why does ice cream float at the top of a root beer float, even though ice cream is heavier than soda?
Hang the fuck out. Hang the fuck out. Do gases stratify?
I don't know what that word means.
Yo, funky monkey, join another one.
He knows what effervescent and gravitacious and evaporation means, but he doesn't know what that means.
Yeah, this dude's a dumb fuck. Why are we even entertaining this?
Listen. All right, if you guys don't want to hear me anymore, that's fine. I get it.
It's got to be trolling. It's got to be. Nobody's this dumb.
Can I just ask you guys one thing?
Hey, guys, he's my people. Just give him a handicap. It's okay. Go ahead, puppy.
Okay. When you make a root beer float, why does the ice cream sit on top of the soda if the ice cream itself is heavier than the actual soda? Well, that's because it's the same thing with the ozone layer. The ozone may be heavier than the air, but it sits on top of the air like a root beer float. Just like a root beer float. It floats. And that's what protects us from getting sucked into space.
The ice cream is heavier, dude? Really? Did you weigh it? What's the density of ice cream? What's the density of root beer?
Just look at it, goofball. Yeah, one is ice cream. One.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up. And come back and give us the numbers, please.
That's why it floats.
God damn.
And we have a floating layer of air, heavy air.
Yeah, dude.
Out of space.
Yeah, my bro. Can you do what I asked, please?
Nah, you know what?
Get your own shit.
Nah, you guys are mad rude, and I just don't appreciate it anymore.
Hey, puppy, don't say that. We're trying. We're just trying to have a combo with you, bro. Just listen, puppy.
Yeah, we're trying to hold your hand and shit, but you keep letting go and wandering around. Yeah, we're holding his hand, but he keeps letting go and wandering around, and we're trying to catch up to him, and he just won't.
And that's what happens when you're brainwashed.
No, there's another idea, guys. Puppy, have you considered that the creator, when he sent his Great Deception, he needed people to be part of the deception? Like maybe he designed you to not get it. Oh, he left. He dropped out.
Here's
I was meaning like a pretending way of operating. Like he was definitely, I don't know.
They need a fantasy version of the Earth in order to cope with reality. That's what it comes down to. They don't like the fact that reality often contravenes what they think is true and wholly applicable 100% of the time. It's like the whole gas pressure without a container thing totally rubs up against the notion of outer space. They hate that.
Yeah, and the real sad part is we're all going to have to spend next, unaccounted for amount of time recovering all the brain cells that we just lost.
Dude, this Talon guy cannot think for himself. It's such a sad, ironic situation. He thinks he knows what's going on, but in reality, he knows nothing.
Adam, you guys, we're talking about the molar weight of oxygen. No, does anybody here memorize the weight?
Talon, talk to Yoda about it.
Yeah, what did you just say? The molar wave of oxygen?
The molar mass.
I thought you said molar wave. Did you say molar wave?
No, I said molar mass.
What about the molar mass of oxygen?
Well, that's what we're just talking about it in the chat. I don't know why Adam is talking shit in the voice chat. That's wasting your guys' time.
I have no problem with whatever the molar mass of oxygen is.
That's what
he said. That
Adam was attacking me in the voice chat when we're just talking about.
It's not Adam, dude. It's me. Wow,
Talon. You don't even know what's going on. Nobody was attacking you.
Talon, calm down,
stupid
dude.
And don't know what I'm talking about. Do you have amnesia? Do you not remember what you just said, Adam?
Talon.
There's a lot of people, and you're trying to argue with multiple people here, so I'm not surprised you got confused. But the world's not out to get you, bro. Relax.
I'm literally just brought my name up and said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Do you not remember listening?
Yeah, and I was brought up too, Talon, so let's get through this together, buddy.
Maybe pay attention next time instead of assuming things.
That's what I'm telling you. Did you not pay attention?
Oh my goodness. We're not going to do the meta thing, boys.
Can't think for himself. Yeah. He said, I can't think for myself because I looked up something.
We're done here.
Okay.
Yeah. So Talon mentioned the molar mass of oxygen. I was told to talk to Talon. Talon was lambasted in front of the public and said he doesn't know anything. And that's where we are. Want to pick this up right now, Talon, you and me?
Sure.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Great. We're just talking about the weight of oxygen.
Yeah, me too. And so weight is something that's kind of confounding to me. And I'll tell you why. And it's because like the weight of individual atoms that are unbonded actually doesn't mean much of anything.
Well, why not? Well, what does it mean? If it means much of anything, it should mean a little bit of something.
Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all.
Okay.
I mean, what little bit it does mean to me is like density and how much those molecules like to be close to other molecules. And some molecules need more space than other molecules. That's just how it is.
Well, I was just curious how you weigh.
Atomic mass
how do you weigh
how many protons and neutrons, electrons it's got. So
yeah, great.
That's how we define single atoms of mass, is how many particles makes up the atom. So like a small atom makes up a light atom only has a very few particles, like hydrogen, but like a heavy
and that affects like degrees of freedom.
I mean, particles are a real thing, right? Do we all agree that particles exist?
I like particles.
Yeah. So like an atom is made of particles.
Okay. How are you gonna prove this?
Yeah, but particles don't like exist in a vacuum. literally, they don't exist in a vacuum because actual vacuums don't actually exist.
You'd have to show me that.
What they're like actual vacuums don't exist? I mean, that's like a natural law.
You can't really prove a negative, but we can make a vacuum. We can suck all the air out of a space.
Yeah, but like a perfect vacuum is what I'm saying. Like you're going to have particles that are going to be next to other particles always.
What about like the vacuum of space? Is that not a clean vacuum?
There's going to be a particle next to some particle, even in the vacuum of space. Just might have to go a long distance to find it.
Well, what's between the two particles?
Well, I mean, imaginary position coordinates are between the particles. Coordinates.
That's confusing. What do you mean coordinates? You mean space? Like
delineating space and subdividing space between the particles so you know how far away they are from each other.
Like places where there's no material substance at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just most of the universe is a pure vacuum.
Right.
No matter at all. Like the universe is not completely full of matter or mass. It's mostly empty space.
Hang on, Tom. What's the stated pressure of outer space?
Well, none. It's a perfect vacuum.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
I keep hearing
I can look it up.
Yeah. Please verify this. Right? I hear 10 to the negative 17 torr thrown around left, right, and center. What does that imply?
Well, there probably is like very tiny amounts of things.
Thank you. So not perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Right. And so particles generally have like 6 degrees of freedom throughout time and space, right?
Degrees of freedom for time and space?
Yeah, 6.
What does that mean exactly in plain English?
Well, which dimensions that particles can move. So if like a motion of a particle is constrained to a dimension, like it has to move along a wire, okay, from A to B, or some kind of surface like a sheet, then the medium is going to constrain its degrees of freedom.
Well, that's your 3 dimensions.
Yeah, due to thermodynamic boundaries.
Okay.
Right, because it's pushing the energy, the heat, along in a certain direction.
But why are we talking about this?
Well, because I wanted to bring this to space.
Yeah, we're in space where there's like near 0.
6 degrees of freedom.
Near 0, but like it's the vacuum is almost, it's like nearly a pure vacuum. So there's tiny amounts of maybe hydrogen, some like atoms here or there, but for the most part, it's a vacuum. Because you got solar winds and some dust and stuff everywhere, but there is still empty space.
Yeah, I kind of think of the whole vacuum thing as like a mathematical equation. So if I have like 1 + 1 = 2, I got 1 and 1 on one side of the equation and 2 on the other side. What happens if in addition to the 1 + 1 on one side of the equal sign, I start adding like 300, 250, 150, 75, 83, 22, 10? It's going to have to balance. Thermodynamics, thermodynamics is like accounting, like cosmic accounting.
So, but 1 + 1 and 2 are the same thing because they equal.
Yeah, but if I started putting like a 50 on the left side of the equation, an 83, a 212, a 3, yeah, exactly. It's going to be unbalanced.
It would not equal. You'd have to change the equation.
Yeah. So we've got all this pressurization on Earth.
Yep.
Like 14.1 psi at the surface, and it just sprays up.
Yeah, it's very stable.
Right. So the amount that gas expands is commensurate with the size of the container in order to produce the stability.
Well, no, it's a gradient. Like there's no the only thing containing
it's commensurate with the size of the container. Yeah.
Well, it's like no, because in a gradient.
I didn't say it's not a gradient. I agree, it's a gradient.
But like inside a container, there's usually not a gradient. It's usually equilibrium within.
No, there's almost always a gradient.
So like we can tell it's not a container.
No, like in almost every container, there's almost always a gradient.
Yeah, but
like,
the container is
true. It's never completely stable because of entropy.
So like a force can contain something, right?
So now he kind of pulls gravity for the cause of a gradient.
Right. I'm running out of steam. T-Dub, you got this. I got a meeting I need to tune into. Corporate stuff.
That's it? That's all you have time for?
I've heard this before. It's almost like Globers think that that gravity only affects gases when it's not in a container. It's weird.
Well, it's being contained. The concept of containing is not just a like Tupperware container.
What's the reason there's a gradient? Why is there a gradient?
Yeah,
why do we have a gas pressure gradient?
It's weaker.
Right. So do you think that applies inside a container also?
Right. Well, we're on a container.
So there'd have to be a gradient within a container then, right?
Would there have to be a gradient within a container? Well, again,
what causes the gradient?
You're using the word container. And
does gravity disappear inside a container, does it? Does gravity disappear inside a container?
Like, what do you mean by container?
What's the reason for the gas pressure gradient?
Gravity.
Gravity. Does gravity disappear when gas is inside a container?
No.
No. So there'd have to be a gas pressure gradient in the container as well, right?
Why? No.
Because of gravity.
No, the answer is no.
What?
When you put when you contain
so gravity disappears when it's inside a container. So gravity's not affecting the gas inside the container.
If it's different gases in a single container, then yes, there would be a gradient.
Is gravity affecting the gases inside the container?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right. So why isn't there a gradient in there then?
Because it's just it's too small.
It's too small.
It's even amount.
What do you mean it's too small? That doesn't make any fucking sense, bro.
I'm trying to. Well, you got
either gravity is causing gas pressure gradients or it's not.
So the container and the air within the container are all already stabilized by the gravity. They're not falling any further. If you added a gas that's heavier into the container, then that would.
It wouldn't matter if it's in a container or not.
And there would be a gradient within the container.
My God, bro.
Put in like a light gas. If you put in helium and you put in fluorine, there would be a gradient. The helium would be at the top of the container, and the heavier gas would be below the helium, making a gradient within the container. That should make sense.
No. Stratification of gases is not equal to gas pressure gradient.
That should make sense.
You're insane. Give up. You're not Globe Jesus. You disappoint me, bro. You disappoint me. No, you disappoint me.
Wait, how do you think what do you think stratifying the air, dude? What is stratifying the air?
So yeah, we don't have any evidence that gas is stratified based on molecular weight. We've got the exact opposite in nature.
No, you don't. Nature is
yeah, we do. I'm going to post for you in just a couple minutes here from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, where they talk about the thermal diffusion of gases in cave systems is molecularly homogeneous, which means that the molecules actually diffuse and mix amongst each other in these massive, massive cave systems, sealed off from the outside world for millions of years, whose gases have not stratified based on molecular weight. Would you like to see it?
No, because that sounds like an anecdote.
You don't want to see it? You don't want to look at it? You don't want to look at it? Okay, fine. I won't post it. Actually, you know what, guys? I am going to post it.
Yeah, go ahead and post it. But then when I find the part where it says that the gravity is affecting the gas, then you're going to be in real trouble.
And then the Earth is
yeah, it's going to be
the Earth is square. Yeah.
You'll find the globe clip quicker, and you'll find that.
It definitely doesn't claim gravity doesn't work in a cave. I can tell you that right now.
Gravity only works where you want it to? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying gravity is working everywhere.
It's not stratifying the gases.
I mean, it sounds like through your emotional reaction that it does.
All right, posted. We know why it's not stratifying gases, right, guys? Like all of us flat earthers know about Avogadro's law. One of the gas laws, like a natural law that can't be violated because it happens all the time, everywhere, in every situation. So in this case, what's happening is you have different molecules of different molecular weights. And they're heated to the same temperature, but they exhibit different pressures.
Right, but within the cave systems, there is a temperature gradient. There's a stratification of temperature, but not of the gases based on the
so the gases are stratified based off of weight. So, the heat that's imparted into them increases their velocity based off of their molecular density. And they have different velocities based off of these different densities. And all these gases are colliding and ricocheting and running through each other randomly within the cave system without regard to actual molecular weight being modified by a fictitious force of gravity. It's just not present. So I posted the link in the side chat. There you have it. Gravity is not a variable in kinetic molecular theory.
Otherwise, when you open the top of a SF6 tank, it'd stay in there indefinitely, right?
Yep, so maybe I'll read this, okay? So despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces prevents gas stratification. This is evidenced by caves where gases have been trapped for millions of years, maintaining a homogeneous mixture without stratification by molecular weight. Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, Volume 71, Number 1, page 100 through 107. Link provided.
All that study is saying is that there's a lot more mixing of gases that prevents the gas stratification. So if there was
no shit.
Driven, so again, like if you look at the paragraph, it says despite the clean influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces prevents that stratification. So while there is gravity on the air, because
no, you don't have that. While there is gravity on the air, you don't have that yet. You don't have that yet. You don't have that because they're not able to prove it.
Because in the case
of because weight and gravity are combined under the same concept, and because you don't have any stratification by weight, you don't have any stratification by gravity. Do you get that, Talon?
No, that's what you're. I get what you're saying, but that's wrong.
That's what the paper's saying. Okay,
no, that's not what it says.
Yeah, yes, it is. Like gravitation is not stratifying molecules based off of gravitational weight. That's exactly what the paper's saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's like the title of the paper.
Yeah, because it's telling you about how much it's.
Yes, it is. Okay, so now you agree. Before you're like, no. And now you're like, yeah. Okay. No, all right, go ahead, Talon. And I got to step back. I got to go to this meeting.
It says the legend of carbon dioxide heaviness. What does that have to do with?
You got to remember that Talon has to do his Globe Earth Scam community service. So he has to come in here, kind of like say nah to whatever is being presented. It's part of the community service that he's doing for the Globe Scam. Right, Talon?
I'm sorry. Hold on. I was reading. What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Ugh.
I think you nailed it, Jemsy.
Go ahead. Say that one more time, Jemsy. I want to see if it made sense.
Oh, that the creator created a great deception, and he needed certain people to not get it. You're one of those people that cannot get it.
Oh,
even if you try.
You guys are the ones who brought up the study. It's your burden to prove that this study denies gravity, and it doesn't.
Even if you try to get it, Talon, even if you put your best effort, you're designed to not get it.
See, but you're conflating gravity not existing with thermal diffusion.
Even though you have here evidence of the opposite of your belief, you still cannot get it.
So, okay, that's cool, man.
So this is complete evidence that you cannot get it. Because you're designed to not get it. You get it?
Let me know when
you get that? At least. I think the programming is to a point that you cannot get, that I'm trying to tell you that you cannot get it. Right?
Well, that's wrong. Because you're going to tell me that I don't get it, and I understand what it means that you think I don't get it. You're never going to explain. But you'll never explain it.
English, you still don't get it, Talon.
Yeah, but you won't explain why I don't get it because you don't actually have any fucking clue. So you won't actually tell us how.
The other option, Talon, the only other option is that you might be part of a global community scam service, and you're just doing your community service for the Globe Scam.
I mean, I did help.
When it snows and I see the neighbor's car like filled with snow, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do some community service today. I shovel the snow, right? And I shovel it and I clean it. That's my community service, you know. You do Globe Scam community service, and that's pretty obvious.
No, I mean, like I took care of puppies and cleaned up dog shit this morning for the shelter. The local shelter. That's community service. I'm not, but you thinking that I'm some kind of
that too. Yeah, that's definitely community service. But the global community service that you do on 24/7 whenever you join it, 24/7, it's pretty obvious. Like people do get it, even though you don't get it, but other people do get it.
Yeah, but you can't explain, you can't prove that. You don't have any proof.
It's okay. You know what scammers do? They deny the scam. You know that's part of the scam, right? Denying the scam.
Scammers don't show up with evidence. They don't get evidence when they're lying. When you lie about saying that
scammers deny the evidence like you do.
When you accuse somebody of not getting it, but you can't explain why they don't get it, that means you're lying.
Because you cannot get it even if you tried, Talon. You can try it all you want, you won't get it. Obvious.
No, like I said, I do get it, but you will never get that I get it because you think I don't get it. But you will never. You don't even know why you think that. You just automatically
maybe you're just a pretender clown, and you're doing a good job at it. You're just pretending you're a clown, and you're doing your job, being a pretender clown. That's it.
A gas law doesn't need an explanation.
Does anybody else?
A gas law doesn't need an explanation.
Again, he has no proof, so I don't have to prove that I'm not a part of a scam, global scam.
Right. Gas laws don't need explanations.
I don't have to prove a negative. That's his burden. He's failed to provide any evidence to support that I don't get it.
What needs to be provided is that gravity is containing gas, and not just containing gas, but compressing gas, creating friction and heat, and causing it to basically burn up the surface of the Earth.
Like a desert?
Yeah, like if gravity is a force, it's constantly acting to compress gas molecules, then it's going to be constantly creating friction and generating heat, and we don't see any evidence of that. No evidence whatsoever. And so that's why people like Einstein came out and said, well, gravity may not be a force after all, because there are some problems with calling it a force. And one of the problems is exactly what this Amish Yoda guy described, was if gravity is a force, then it's going to be creating perpetual heat from gas molecules and things. And we don't see evidence of that. So Einstein is like, you know what? Relativity. We got this, folks. We're gonna reframe this as not a force. Space-time. It's space-time coordinates.
It's not
great,
and it's not changing. It's not forcing matter to change state.
Good nuance there, T-Dub. It's not forcing matter to change state. Yes, forces do this on matter. Forces cause matter to want to change state one way or another. And that's not what's happening with gravity. Not one bit. Nobody can prove it. Nobody ever has.
Yes, we have. We do and can and will.
Great. Show me one example.
So an example for like you said, with the heat and friction, that's why there's deserts where they are on Africa, because the equator gets really hot and all the moisture rises up.
You're talking about heat and temperature. Where's gravity?
Because of the gravity gradient. Gravity is what's causing the rain to condense and fall back to the equator. But then the hot air will cool and dry, and then it doesn't fall until it hits the desert, and then that comes back down and rips all the moisture out of the desert, the areas where they become deserts, and gravity does all that. Because gravity is what drags the cooler, dry air back down to onto the Sahara and the Namib. Is what's the desert?
Citation, please. Citation, please. Citation, please. Citation.
I just put a diagram in the. There's a diagram in the side chat showing a visualization.
No, I want a citation.
The citation of what? Gravity, or the desert?
Of gravity causing the temperature changes in the desert.
Well, gravity causes heat to rise everywhere. Everywhere on Earth.
Citation, please.
Again, citation for gravity.
For what you just said, gravity causing heat to rise.
Got the
my God, Talon, don't play coy. Don't play coy and dumb.
Oh, okay, so this is atmospheric physics 101. You want me to send you that one? It's by.
There's observable phenomena in the deserts. You can label it certain names and everything, but how does that translate into the scam thing that you're trying to sell?
We're not trying to sell. We're just.
Obviously, the thing that is on the TV, the TV sales stuff, the thing that you're selling here as a representative of the Globert scam community, that thing. How does the stuff that's happening in the desert? How does that happen? How does that translate into the scam that you're trying to sell? Globe scam.
I'm not trying to sell any scam.
How does that translate into the Globe scam?
There's no like you're asking me to translate something into a scam. That doesn't make any sense.
Whatever you're saying about the desert, yeah, the desert this, the desert that. Whatever you said about the desert, yeah, sure.
Oh.
How does that translate into the scam of the glow that you promote?
It doesn't translate into a scam.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, okay, thanks.
It's just the facts, Gemsy. Descending air warms adiabatically due to compression under increasing pressure, a process driven by gravity and responsible for the hot, dry conditions of subtropical deserts. This is based on the David G. Andrews book, Introduction into Atmospheric Physics.
Okay, now show a demonstration which establishes that gravity is the cause.
Yeah,
No, fair. You provided a citation. Okay, now provide the experiment that determined that gravity is the cause of that.
There's
not a diagram, an experiment.
Bro, I'm not a scientist. I don't just pull experiments out of my ass. That's an unreasonable question. Did you want to talk?
Then do not appeal to it. Then you have no appeal to it. Then you have no appeal to it. Then you're invoking cause and effect relationship. If there's no scientific experiment validating that gravity is the cause of temperature change, then it's out. We can throw it away.
That sounds arbitrary. Why do you think you can do that?
Because that's how cause and effect relationships are established in natural science through experimentation.
Well,
yeah,
in the case of the desert, you would observe the hot air rising from the equator and then descending upon cooling in the sky, and then using weather balloons to measure the temperature of the atmosphere, and then you'd use thermometers to measure the temperature on the surface, and so you can also use barometers.
Those are just measurements of variables. Hey, bro, listen.
Want me to tell you the experiment, buddy?
Shut up for a minute. I'm interrupting you justifiably. Those are just measurements of the variables. None of them are measuring the gravity that you're claiming is the cause. None of that is a manipulation of the gravity which you're claiming is the cause, which would be required within the scientific experimentation.
Measure the gravity? What are you talking about? You can measure the gravity. What do you mean I can't measure the gravity?
You're only measuring what you're claiming is the result of gravity without doing anything else. You haven't manipulated gravity, you haven't identified it, you haven't isolated it, nothing. You're just measuring variables and then claiming these variables are the result of gravity without establishing that to be true.
No, I am just establishing that to be true because that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point of the stuff falling.
Yeah, which is ipsy dixit.
Therefore, truth. Yeah,
it's an because you can measure gravity. It's an acceleration. You can drop an object and measure how.
No, acceleration is acceleration. You're saying the acceleration is the result of gravity.
No, it's not what I'm saying. I say that.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. We have to understand. We'd have to agree on what I'm saying in order for us to know what I'm saying.
Okay, so the acceleration is not the result of gravity then.
No, again, you got to stop trying to twist my words.
Acceleration is not the result of gravity then. You're not saying that. You're not saying that acceleration is. You're not saying that acceleration is the result of gravity.
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying that.
Okay, all right. Then why are you arguing for it then?
I'm not arguing for that because I'm not saying that. You gotta let me say what I say. I can say what I say.
You just did say it.
No, I didn't say that.
You did.
Oh my god! You gotta let me say what I want to say.
Okay, so what's the cause of acceleration then? What's the cause of acceleration?
Gravity.
For fuck's sake, bro.
I'm telling you, he's designed to not get it.
It's Newton's second law, dude. It's a net force.
You just said that's not what you're saying, and then you said it.
Again,
if you gold. This is one of my greatest wins. Thank you, Talon. Thank you.
Oh my god, dude! I don't even You got to explain what you're talking about, T-Dub. You're just saying I'm not saying this. You keep telling me I'm not saying something, and then You say something completely different than what I said. Instead of
It's
like,
okay, Talon. The audience heard it.
Can we agree?
It's written down in digital history.
Why don't we agree
for all to go back and listen to?
Oh my god, dude! But it's not gonna be the same thing. I'm not saying you're not like memorizing what I'm saying verbatim and then repeating it back to me. You're saying completely different shit.
It's okay, Talon. It's okay, Talon. It's all good. It's all on record, bro.
What's causing the acceleration?
I'm not making a claim about it. You are.
Hey, when the glow scam
acceleration can be caused by heat.
Get, like, third place.
Heat.
Let's talk about why gravity is causing acceleration.
Let's talk about the theory of heat.
No, we got to prove gravity first before we can prove temperature.
Gravity. We got to talk about the theory of heat.
Well, I have to be able to talk about what I'm saying. If you guys keep interrupting me, then I'll never get to say.
So gravity doesn't create heat.
What, dude? No, it's the heat that is. Again, like, what do you think? What is creating heat?
Friction.
Sun. Okay, wait a minute.
Friction.
Yeah, and then what's creating the movement? That's creating the friction. Something's got a force.
Yeah, not gravity. It's electromagnetism.
Oh, it's magnetism now? Wait, what?
Electromagnetism, not gravity.
Excuse me? Whoa, this is a...
Yeah, electromagnetism moves things. Imagine that.
Do you agree with that, T-Dub? Are you suddenly saying that electromagnetism is the cause?
Me, Jamesy, me.
I exposed your idiocy. You're done. I'm done with you. I destroyed you.
Yep, and I agree with T-Dub.
You can't even
I agree with T-Dub, dude. I agree with T-Dub, Talon.
You gotta let me, like, we gotta have a mutual understanding, or you're just gonna keep...
You tried to make the audience think that we don't agree, but I agree with T-Dub, so you're not gonna get away with that.
You guys won't even consistently make a point about what...
Yeah, just make a point.
And like, you won't...
I'm making it consistently.
You won't let me have a chance to say, yes, that is what I'm saying. I haven't said that yet. So like, whatever it is you guys think I said, I haven't agreed to any of that, because you won't let me agree. You won't let me actually clarify.
But Talon, your whole point is to have no point.
In order for you to understand what I'm saying. So you don't understand what I'm saying because you don't let me clarify. And you keep saying the thing that I didn't say, rather than hearing what I did say.
But you're designed to not get what you're saying. You say, but you don't get it.
I mean, Gemsy, you just don't let me say anything, Gemsy. But T-Dub actually lets me say
things. You've said more than I've said.
I want to hear. I want to follow up.
You've spoken 10 times what I've spoken. So yeah, you've said more.
So I think we can all agree. Let's start with something we all agree on. We all agree on things moving and the gas is rising and falling.
Let's agree and not agree.
So does hot air rise and cool air fall? Do we need to prove that, or do we all agree on that?
At this point, I will agree to lose your voting rights. Also, your driver's license on any of those, like gun licenses. Just take it away from this guy.
All I did was say, let's agree on the hot air rising and cold air falling. Can we all agree on that?
You don't have anything, bro.
Do we have to prove that?
You don't have anything.
Do you have to prove that? Do you know that? Do you know that hot air rises? Do we all know that?
You don't have anything to support gravity being the cause of anything.
Let's forget about gravity.
And then when I challenged you, you said, "No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's the cause of it." And then you said, "Yes, it is." Yeah. And then I asked you, "What's the cause of it?" Then, and the very thing you're saying, you're not saying that it's the cause. You said it's the cause in the next breath. So you contradicted yourself. So either it is the cause of it or it's not the cause of it. And you, every time you're challenged for evidence, you say that I'm not saying it is, when you are. That was the very thing you started out saying is the case.
So it would be less frustrating if I could clarify, please.
You don't need to clarify.
Yes,
you
already
did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
It was very clear.
No, I didn't.
It was very clear that you originally started off saying that gravity is the cause.
No.
You started off claiming that gravity is the cause of temperature changes in the desert, which would be the result of acceleration. Right? The very thing that you're saying is the cause of the acceleration is gravity.
Wow.
Right?
You are all over the place.
Yes or no? Is gravity the cause of the heat change in the desert?
Does he? Well, you have to tell me if we have to decide.
Is gravity the cause? Did you or did you not start off claiming that gravity is the cause of temperature change in the desert? Yes or no?
Gravity doesn't alter heat at all.
Gravity is the reason
No,
why.
gravity. If you can provide a citation for gravity altering heat, which means gravity's causing the compression, right?
Making it more. You guys are deliberately making things more confusing.
No, we're not. So the idea is that gravity's causing things to come down.
No.
And not just down, but inward towards a common barycenter.
Like you're trying to guess what I'm trying. You're trying to guess what I'm about to say.
If all things in the world are being drawn to a common center, then all things are being drawn in towards a common inward point of convergence, which creates friction. We need evidence of that.
Why do you need evidence of that?
Because I don't have any conclusion to reach without it.
Nobody made that. You're the one making that claim. I never made that claim.
I'm not making that. No, I'm definitely not making that claim. That is the claim of the people that we argue with every day.
Okay. Sorry, are you saying that I'm making that claim?
I thought you were. Are you claiming that things meet a common barycenter of mass?
Can I actually make a claim? That's actually.
So he just did it again. He just did it again.
Idea that all things converge to the center of the earth.
Ooh,
now he's reneging on his claim.
He really is. He wants to sidestep this.
Let's just forget whatever.
As soon as you're challenged for evidence, this is what you do.
Well, let's just start fresh.
Dismiss your claim, your original claim, and then start. When we start afresh, you start with the claim that you're saying you're not making.
Oh my God! Well, then let me make that claim. Let me make that claim, and then we'll talk about it, rather than you constantly twisting my words. Just let me make the claim.
You already did. You made it clear. Gravity is the cause of temperature changes in the desert. You already made that clear.
No. See, no, that's what you think I made. That's the claim you think I made, instead of letting me make my fucking claim.
Get out.
No, dude, don't do this. This is crazy. Let me just talk.
No, get out.
You keep arguing with me about what my claim is, rather than just letting me say my claim and then discussing it.
I just asked you to clarify about 5 minutes ago. Are you claiming that gravity is the cause of temperature changes in the desert? And you said yes.
Are you claiming? Am I claiming? Rather than I'm just going to say no. You asked me a yes or no question. I'm going to say no because I want to use my own words rather than what you think I said.
Okay, so why don't I just go back and clip it out?
Oh my God! And can you do that? Because it'll be way better than whatever you're saying, because it'll be my voice. And then we can talk about the words I used instead of the words you think I used, because you're definitely not saying what I said. I maybe said 3 words. The fact that you are trying to even claim that I said that much when you guys interrupt me after I say a half a sentence means that you're not actually telling the truth, because you haven't given me the opportunity to say that much.
Why are you so emotional, man?
I would love to finish my point without being interrupted. But Gemzy and T-Dub and Hammer interrupt me every single time.
Hammer. No, it's not Hammer. It's Grundle. Grundle Hammer. You know what the Grundle is? The Grundle's the last mile.
Yeah, we get it.
The Grundle is the final inch. And you better protect that Grundle. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. Did you protect your Grundle today, Talon?
I'm going to plead the 5th.
Okay, well, everybody else is going to know.
Your name is Grundle Hammer, so that's technically a hammer of a Grundle.
Freaking hammer! That's right. My Grundle has a hammer.
So your name is Hammer.
Yours might have a pixie stick or a toothpick.
So my claim is just that gravity has an effect on gas.
Well, guess what? That claim is disputed by mainstream science.
Okay, prove it.
I would point to the law of Avogadro to prove it.
Law of Avogadro?
Yeah.
Avogadro these nuts.
Glad you said you were going to read it and get back to us. What happened to that?
I'm not the one. The burden of proof is not on me.
You're the one who said you was going to read it. What'd you volunteer to read it for then?
I'll read it. I'm fine with that. But you keep, again, you're jumping.
Yeah,
read it out loud, please.
I could read it too.
What does this have to do with gravity having an effect on gases?
Everything. It has everything. Avogadro's law has everything to do that's pertinent with this discussion.
So Avogadro law states the equal volumes of gases at the same temperature and pressure contain the same number of molecules. So all that means is gases have equal volumes in temperature and pressure. But anytime the temperature changes due to gravity, the molecules Avogadro's law means that the volumes of gas won't be equal because they won't be the same.
That's hilarious.
Therefore, the gravity.
That's freaking hilarious.
The air would then be a different.
He just start putting words in where they don't belong. Go for it. All right, keep going.
I'm not putting words into the law. I'm explaining how, like, the law.
Santa Claus too.
You exactly did that, man. Like that was freaking hilarious.
This law doesn't dispute what I'm saying. It actually reinforces it because it talks about
how it causes Santa Claus, dude.
Similar gases
Santa Claus.
Stay the same. Stay together. They stay the same number of molecules within the same gas. But any gas that changes temperature will then rise and leave.
All right, I'm going to read something. If you guys maybe, I'd like to read an article. I wrote this. I might publish this somewhere. All right, I'm going to bore everybody to tears. I'm sorry, but I want to read this. Okay, so why is gravity not crushing your gas? It's the name of my article. So we need to talk about the atmosphere. Specifically, we need to talk about the absolute mess that standard hydrostatics makes of gas physics. So you guys know the story that the atmosphere is a stack of blankets. You pile them onto each other, and that the bottom layer is crushed by the layers on top of it. But this is kind of dumb, because if you treat gas like a stack of blankets or bricks or anything that exerts weight from above down below, you're going to miss the most beautiful part of gas physics. And that's the motion of gas. So gas is not a solid form of matter. It's not a liquid form of matter. It's its own form of matter. It's chaos. It's billions and billions of tiny particles that bounce off walls, off each other, going thousands and thousands of miles per hour. If we look at the math and logic, we're going to see why the weight argument falls apart and why the mass of gas disappears as the cause of force. The standard textbook physics wants you to believe that the pressure of gas is just weight equals mass times gravity. So the weight distributed over an area that it's pressed upon. If that were true, then a column of heavy gas coming down from above should crush you much harder than a column of light gas, as opposed to heavy gas. But if you look at Avogadro's law, this law, it's a law. It's non-negotiable. Avogadro's law says that if you have a box of hydrogen, let's say it's 1 cubic foot in dimension, and you have a box of argon, we'll put that next to it, 1 cubic foot in dimension. So the hydrogen will have like a mass of 1, the argon will have an atomic mass of 40. Both of these boxes are going to have the same number of molecules. So you're going to say that the hydrogen box has 40 times less the molecules as the argon box. You'd be correct. We would put the same number of molecules in one in accordance with their mass to the other. Now, here's the funny thing. If we increase the box of hydrogen molecules from 1 atomic mass to 40 to match the argon's mass of 40, and we bring them to the same temperature, these two boxes will have the same pressure. And so people are like, whoa, hold on, wait. Argon is 40 times heavier than hydrogen. So if gravity and weight were driving pressure, then the argon box should have 40 times the pressure as the hydrogen box. But it doesn't. It has the same pressure. So how's this possible? Doesn't the mass of Earth attract the mass of gas? The answer will surprise you, and it's no. No, it doesn't. The mass of Earth does not attract the mass of gas. You cannot meet this out or prove it with any of these demonstrations. With hydrogen and argon and different boxes, and you measure all that, you're not going to get mass attracting mass from the Earth to gas. So pressure in a gas isn't pushing down. I want you to, if you could take anything from what I'm saying to you right now, the pressure of a gas is not downward pressure. It's bombardment. It's like cannons shooting stuff. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. That's kinetic molecular theory. The pressure of gas molecules hitting or bombarding something is proportional to the mass of the particles times their velocity squared. Pressure to the mass of the particles times their velocity squared. That's how pressure is proportional to mass. P is proportional to m times v squared. So with that in mind, the secret sauce is that gravity is causing pressure. And everybody gets this wrong. You think that because the Earth is a gigantic center of mass, that it's a center causing pressure. You think that Jupiter is a gigantic center of mass, that it's causing pressure. The sun is a gigantic center of mass, it's causing pressure. You think that's the great secret of the universe, and it's wrong. Temperature is actually a measure of the average kinetic energy of a system. Temperature has nothing to do with the measurement of gravitational compression of gas molecules. So if two gases are at the same temperature, argon and hydrogen, their kinetic energies are equal. But because kinetic energy is 0.5 times mass times velocity squared, then a heavy particle, like heavy by mass, has to move slower. And that's true. Heavier, weightier particles move slower. But that doesn't mean that they move down more than up. Okay? Yes. Some particles move slower. You could call some of them heavier particles, but even this isn't true. The higher the atomic mass of a particle, of a gas molecule without bonds, doesn't mean that you need more temperature, more heat to cause it to move. So this seems to generally happen, but it's not really what happens. It's not the granular case. So the velocity of a gas particle scales, the velocity scales of the particle inversely with the square root of its mass. So the square root of the mass of argon is heavier than the square root of the mass of hydrogen. So the velocity of gas with argon is going to move slower than with hydrogen, but the movement is governed by heat, by temperature imparted into it, not by gravity. So if we were to plug the velocity of gas into our pressure equation, we're going to start with like pressure is proportional to mass. We're going to borrow from Maxwell. So we're going to do pressure times mass E is proportional to mass times 1 divided by the square root of mass and that quantity squared. So if you were to take gas pressure, make it inversely proportional, make it a, yeah. So if you were to make this inversely proportional, take gas pressure, P, make it inversely proportional to mass times the velocity of that mass and square it, which is acceleration. You're going to end up with an equation that results that distills into P for pressure is inversely proportional to mass times parentheses 1 divided by the square root of mass, close parentheses, squared. And if you square the term in brackets, you'll get pressure is inversely proportional to mass times 1 divided by the square root of mass. And when you consolidate further, you're going to get pressure is inversely proportional to 1. And this means that the mass of gas cancels out. K or P equals 1. The heaviness of the argon, apart from the hydrogen, the heaviness of the argon atom is perfectly and mathematically destroyed by how slow it is, its sluggishness, and the lightness, the happiness, and how energetic hydrogen is perfectly compensated by its immense speed. This means that the pressure of gas has nothing to do with the weight of the particle, hydrogen or argon, in whatever gravity field you're imagining. It has everything to do with the energy and the containment that it's in. Energy being temperature and containment being volume. So people are asking, like, what about the barometric formula? And I hear you. So the barometric formula is pressure is equal. Pressure is equal to the incidence of pressure multiplied by E to the raised to the negative mass times gravity times height divided by radius times temperature. Yeah. So with the barometric formula, the fall off of pressure happens in accordance with the radius and distance from the point of origin. So listen, I see the little g2 in that. I see the little g in the barometric formula. But if you look closer at that, we're not just going to regurgitate the little g, but we're going to think about the little g. So if you have a ratio in the exponent, mgh divided by RT, that's a barometric formula. The top term, mgh, mass gravity, it's the gravitational potential of energy term. So you have mgh divided by, so you have gravitational potential energy divided by the bottom term, which is RT or KT, K1. So it's a thermal kinetic energy. mgh divided by RT, gravity potential energy divided by thermal kinetic energy. This equation for the barometric pressure isn't calculating weight pressing down. It's describing a statistical distribution, not the forces, but the outcome. The barometric pressure formula is describing the outcome of the statistical distribution and not the forces.
What are you trying to prove?
Well, I'm trying to describe how basically the weight of molecules has nothing to do with the pressure of molecules.
Well, I mean, it kind of does if the kinetic energy remains constant.
No, it kind of doesn't, because kinetic energy is entirely reliant upon heat. HEAT, heat. Because gravity is not a force that causes the compressing of gas and causing heat. It's just a description of where you're going to find these gas molecules most prevalent versus others.
Wait, hold on. What are you trying to prove with that, though?
Gravity's not a force. It's describing...
Gravity's not a force?
No, it's not. It describes a statistical distribution.
How can gravity not be a force of... I mean, literally all you need to do to disprove that is just...
Yeah, well, literally, for one, gravity doesn't cause gas molecules to force together and excite themselves and generate heat.
So are you
like
saying
nobody's
that
ever been able to
exist?
demonstrate that. And that is probably the biggest proof against this.
Are you trying to say that gravity doesn't exist?
No. I'm just saying that gravity is not causing the forced heat compression of gas molecules.
It is a force.
I don't think it is. And
Then how
if
can
it is,
objects accelerate towards the ground?
even if it is, it's not causing the compressed heat friction of gas molecules.
Okay, but how would objects accelerate towards the ground if gravity isn't a force? Newton's second law of motion.
Because the objects underneath them are going up against them going down.
Then there's a force that's acting on the
what's causing
planet.
the particles going up?
Wait, so then there's a force acting on the planet, making the planet go up.
Yeah, what's causing gas molecules to go up? Yeah, what's causing gas to go up?
No, because
does gravity, hey Farms, does gravity cause gas molecules to go up away from the Earth?
If the ball accelerates towards the ground, either the object, the planet itself is accelerating towards the object, or the object is accelerating towards the ground.
Why would the planet, why would Earth have to accelerate towards the object?
Oh, exactly.
Here, can I try something real quick, see if he gets this?
Yeah, Crit, I think you got this guy. He's ready for your level, not mine, so go for it, Crit.
Like, so I've got an object that you think is being affected by gravity. I pick it up, I let it go, it goes down. Now that it's here, why is gravity off? Why isn't it forcing the kinetic energy into the object that's holding it up? It should be building heat right now. That force should be applied right now. Like when you see
normal force.
When you see like two cars, like a car just slightly tap each other, like a little fender bender, that creates a large amount of heat. That's why they swap paint. You call it swapping paint. How come my water bottle is not swapping paint with my my desk?
The normal force. Force that opposes gravity when you put an object on a table. So when you put the ball on the table, there's a normal force which opposes
gravity's
the
not a force. Gravity's not a force to even be opposed.
Do you know what Newton's second law of motion is?
I do, and you know what? Newton's second law... Listen, I'm going to explain to you and the audience something about Newton. Newton actually described gas molecules as moving away from each other instead of condensing towards each other. Against his own proposition of gravity, Farms. Yes, that's right. Newton
I'm just
said
asking about Newton's second law.
Oh my gosh, you have to listen. Farms, guys, for the audience, Farms has to talk over me because he doesn't want you hearing this.
Does it sound like I'm talking over you?
Oh, here he goes again. Newton described gas molecules as expanding away from a common center as opposed to compressing towards it. Because gases expand and solids and liquids contract.
Okay, so I wasn't talking about gases. I was talking about the second law of motion.
Well, when you butted into this conversation, we were talking about the atmosphere of Earth.
Okay, perhaps you can entertain this, because this should be very easy for you. What is Newton's second law of motion?
Is that what? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction?
No, that's the third. That's the third law.
Third.
The
Okay.
second
What's
law
the
is
second
F
one?
equals ma.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we were just talking about that too. So F equals ma.
Mm-hmm.
So gravity's not a force.
So F equals ma says that if an object has an acceleration, then it has a force.
Gravity's not a force because the acceleration of gas molecules depends on temperature.
Okay, so I want you to just stop thinking about gas molecules for a second. Let's just think about a ball.
Why won't you think
because
about
I think
gas
it
molecules?
Simplifies the question.
Yes, farms. You don't want to think about gas molecules. Listen, the audience, the audience. You guys don't want to think about gas molecules. You know why? Because you're gonna start doubting your worldview. You're gonna start coming over to our side. Yeah, you're gonna start being one of us. You're gonna be like, no, you guys are so right and correct. We can't talk about gas behavior, farms. We can't, because if we talked about gas behavior, people might start to doubt the globe, farms.
I wasn't talking about gas molecules.
All right, well, guess what? I was and I am. When you butted in.
So I was just going to ask, right, if gravity isn't a force, but the object is accelerating, then how is that possible?
Hello,
because Newton's second law says that if an object has acceleration, a force is present.
Yeah, so farms, let me end this real quick for you right now, because gravity is not a force, and there are other forces.
No, we've established that. So what's the force instead?
Even if you think it was, there are other forces.
Grundle, you seem to be struggling. So I'm saying that if an object has acceleration, a force is present. That is the second law of motion, right?
Okay, so how do you determine a force that's not present?
What? I'm saying that Newton's second law of motion, says that
whatever her name is, how do you determine a force is not present?
If the object is in equilibrium, then a force isn't present.
No, that actually means forces are present.
Oh, well, it means that the forces balance out, sure.
Yeah, so you were wrong and I was right. Okay, so just so the audience hears that.
Okay, so
you were wrong, farms, you were wrong. I was right.
Why are you resorting to these childlike antics to debate me?
Because people like you want to portray people like me as being uneducated, as being stupid and dumb.
No. You sound quite. Smart.
I'm doing this. I'm doing this right now.
Correct.
I'm doing this, farms. I'm doing this right now. People like you portray us as being stupid, and then I come along.
Portraying you as stupid.
And I come along, and I upset your apple cart. Okay, I totally destroy your worldview and probably cause you to lose followers on your YouTube channel because I'm so good at this.
I don't have a YouTube channel.
So that's what this is all about,
you'd be
right?
losing
You guys don't believe in this bullshit about the flat Earth, and you're all just clip farming for YouTube?
No, we definitely don't believe it. I could be stupid enough to believe it.
Yeah, I know you guys don't, bro. I've spoken. You guys started laughing one time. We talked about projectiles and weaponry.
Yeah, I know. Everybody thinks we believe it, and they're so stupid.
You actually don't believe it? Oh.
No, we actually don't.
So why do you do this?
Because we know it. It's beyond belief. We actually know this to be true. It's not we believe it could be true. We know 100% factually it is true.
That just sounds like an argument of semantics.
No, it's not. It's an argument of evidence.
When is it?
Let's see if you understand.
Do you believe it or not? I'm confused now.
If something's true, is belief required?
If something's true,
for him, absolutely not. Why would you need to believe something that is proven?
So you're saying that belief is? I think that you're conflating belief and faith.
Belief is not required.
Faith is different to belief. So belief is just I can say I believe that.
You want to redefine belief as something that you can accept without evidence.
No, that's
like the globe. Like the globe. Got it.
So
okay,
listen to what I said. So I said that that's faith. That's different to belief. right? So faith is believing in
Yeah,
something
like
without
if
evidence.
you want to have faith or belief in a globe as opposed to
No,
knowledge,
those are two
then that's
different
fine,
things. That's
man.
what I'm saying.
You go for that. Like you can just believe and have faith all day long. That's great.
Did you even hear what I said?
Yeah, you can have belief and faith all day long in your worldview. But we're here to destroy
Did I say
it.
that? Did I say
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, you
Okay,
did.
repeat to me exactly what I said.
You said that you can have faith or you can have belief, and belief is greater than faith.
That's not what I said, so you didn't listen. I
Yeah,
said
you
that
said
faith and
belief is
belief are two
greater.
different things. I said
You're
that
like,
they're
no,
two
no,
different things.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
faith is the belief in something without evidence.
Yeah, so you have belief without evidence, don't you, my friend? You got belief with
So now you're just
zero
changing the
zero
conversation again.
evidence. Zero evidence, and you got total faith.
Did you not hear what I just said? My point was that
Do
I
you
said
not know
something
what I said?
and you didn't hear what I
I
said.
heard what you said. Do you not know what I said?
then-
You got belief and
what are you
faith,
even saying?
and they both have absolutely no evidence backing
Well, let's
either.
get this conversation back on track because I feel like we're losing.
Yeah, so can you show me any evidence that the Earth curves?
No, we're going back to default now. I was going to ask you about the F equals ma equation.
Dude, okay, this is important. F equals ma. Does that require belief?
No, it's a law.
Okay, so
that's what we're
talking
I mean,
about.
depends what you mean by belief, because I think that if you're taking belief in how you're taking it, which is like faith, then no, it doesn't require faith.
Belief.
Because it's just sort of a fact of nature,
Okay.
right?
No, don't change any words. Add no words.
No, because how are you defining faith? You seem to have a different definition to me, right?
Remove
I
no
would
word.
define belief as just believing something, like
Okay, yeah. Does
thinking something
does
is true.
F equal ma require someone to also believe it?
Yes.
Yeah, and Fred, he said that belief requires belief. I think
It requires
he couldn't
someone
be
to
any
think
more
something is
descriptive.
true.
That is like so precise. That is the best 200
It
IQ
requires something to be
description.
true.
Belief is belief.
Okay.
Yeah, what we talk about here in other spaces is that belief is lower than if you know something. If you know it, you don't need to believe it. Belief is saying that you haven't passed that burden of proof to that you know something.
So that's why I asked you what you meant by belief.
It's
This
one
is
thing
such a stupid
under.
argument because I literally asked you what you meant by it.
So listen,
by your definition.
Franz,
Yes, by
you
my
want
definition, you need to believe in
you
it.
want belief to produce a physical globe for you, and it doesn't do that.
I don't remember saying that actually. I
know you don't remember saying that, but listen, I'm so good at this because I've been doing it so long.
Okay, Grundle,
I can
so if you're
think
so
about
good
your
at this,
thoughts before you think
maybe-
about them. No,
Grundle,
listen,
if
I
you're
can
so
think
good at
about
this-
your thoughts in the future before you actually think about them. And it's
good for
happened
you. I'm
twice
really
now.
happy for you, mate. I'm really happy for you.
Great, I'm glad you're
can
happy.
you-
So, would you like me
Can
to
you
carry
just
on this
ask me to answer
conversation
the
for you,
question?
with you, by myself?
Grundle, can you just answer this question for me? Can an object have acceleration without having a force present?
No.
Okay, so how does an object accelerate towards the ground when I let go of it?
Because you picked it up and dropped it.
So when I dropped it, was there a force present on the object?
No,
Making it accelerate towards the
but you increased its energy level when you picked it up, and with every centimeter, every millimeter, every inch, every micrometer that you picked up that object up and up and up and up and up, you imparted more and more thermal heat to it. You imparted more energy to that object. The more you lifted it up, and the higher you lift it up,
So now we're talking
guess
about
what?
energy?
Guess what? Guess what? The more it drops. I'm totally serious. The higher you pick up something and drop it, the longer it drops to the ground.
So
you
now
think
you're
I'm
talking about
crazy,
energy.
right? Everybody
We're
thinks I'm crazy for saying this, but that's
Grundle?
the truth.
Randall, you're talking about energy now, but forces.
Yeah. Do you think gravity's energy, or is gravity not energy? Because I don't think gravity's energy.
If an
I don't think
object's
gravity's
accelerating to the
actual
ground-
energy that you
Grundle, I
can
need
use
you to
for
stick with me
anything.
here. No, I need you to stick with me here.
Oh man, he
If an
loves talking over everybody.
If an object is accelerating towards the ground, is there a force present?
Yeah, because you dropped it.
Okay, So was my dropping, the action of dropping, provided a force?
Yeah.
Which was then maintained.
Yeah, because the energy is. Listen, you pick up something off the ground. No, listen. Okay, I'm going to diagram this thermodynamically for the audience. You got a rock.
Are you talking about
on
thermodynamics?
The ground. You got a rock on the ground. You pick it up, and the higher you raise the rock, the higher it goes above your head. And let's say that you have a jetpack and you press a button and you go up into the sky. You bring that rock higher up into the sky,
So you're
higher and
talking about
higher.
thermodynamics
That's what's
again.
happening to that rock. That rock is experiencing something. It's experiencing an increase of energy.
Yes.
Yes, and when you let go of that rock, after you did all the work, all the force, all the time you spent, like you could have been there for your daughter's wedding, but instead you decided to take a rock and lift it up to the sky. And as you did that, you imparted your energy into the rock. And when you let go, that energy dissipates. Poof.
I imparted my energy into the rock.
As you lift it up, you impart your energy because you're lifting it. And when you let go of the rock, it falls. It falls down.
No, that's actually...
Yeah, the energy dissipates.
That's actually not how it works.
Everything, guys, for the audience, everything returns to equilibrium.
Yeah. So you're talking about energy again? I wasn't talking about energy.
Thermodynamics. No space gravity farms. No space gravity. No Einstein gravity required for this. No Newtonian gravity even. Just thermodynamics.
Grundle. Okay, Grundle. I wasn't talking about energy. I was talking about forces. Okay.
Force. Oh, wait. You weren't talking about energy, but you were talking about forces.
Yes.
You want to tell the audience how dumb that was?
No, because I was talking about forces instead of energy.
Wait. You were talking about forces.
Yes.
Instead of energy. Yeah. You want to tell the audience how dumb that was?
No. Or maybe we could just keep on going with the conversation. So what I said was, and then you started talking about thermodynamics, I said that when you drop an object, it accelerates towards the ground. It accelerates at 9.81 meters per second. Why does it do this? If there isn't a force present, what is causing the ball to accelerate towards the ground?
Yeah, your energy.
Energy, okay.
Yeah, forces, pushes and pulls, which are vectors, are not energy. They cause acceleration.
Velocity. Energy gives something velocity. That's the kinetic energy equation. I'm sure you know it.
Forces cause acceleration.
He wants to know why the direction that it takes. That's what it is. That's what he's meaning to ask.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter what the direction is.
Everything is energy.
So it doesn't matter what the it doesn't matter what the direction is.
Fundamental misunderstanding of how
does the direction matter to your inquiry or not?
Well, I suppose it does, but it's not what my inquiry was about because
it wasn't.
I was literally just asking about
it.
No, because I was actually before I even combated the problem of direction, the mere presence of a force is being disputed here. Which is just insane.
From your own side, that's declared that there is not one. From your own side. Your own side declares there is not one. Your own side declares there is not one. Are you presenting something that's antithetical to the mainstream?
T-Dup?
Are you presenting something? Are you claiming something antithetical to the mainstream? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay, so the mainstream says it's not a force. The mainstream says it's not a force.
No, they don't. They say gravity's a force.
Yes, they do.
They have not said that it's a force for over 100 years.
They've said it's not a force for over 100 years.
They have said gravity is not a force for over 100 years. You know where they teach that gravity is a force? They teach gravity is a force to kids in school. up till about the age of maybe 14 or 15. And then after that, they start teaching kids that gravity is not a force. And before they taught them that it was a force. And when they teach them it's not a force, they get into space-time warpage and relativity, which has nothing to do with the forces of Newton.
Yeah, so what you're saying is Newton's gravitational equations are actually wrong, which they were, yes. But
I'm not saying they're wrong, although they are wrong. But I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm saying that Newton's equations are fully enveloped within Einstein's equations. And Einstein's equations supersede Newton's.
And in both cases, the dynamics are just declared without verification.
So your claim is that
it's kinematic.
Force. And there's no force.
Yeah, it's all kinematics. That's right, T-Dub. It's kinematics. You got it.
Exactly. You could literally replace any background, overlay that's being placed on top of the math, right, as being a reification for an idea of cause, right, without scientific experimentation, with anything you want, gnomes and fairies, unicorn farts, anything you want.
Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that force equals mass times acceleration.
No, F.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
So fairies equals that. Fairies equals that, not force.
Yeah, energy is not necessarily
Guys,
force.
you're going to have to just work with this for 1 second, okay? Maybe I'm really
Energy doesn't equal mass times acceleration, which you seem to think it does.
For a second here. So,
I mean, energy is just your capacity to do work. It's a scalar, whereas force is actually a vector. Like this is like, high school physics. Energy is a scalar. Force is a vector.
Yeah. What's your point? This has nothing to do with what I said.
Well, it does have everything to do with what you said.
Thinking. Let me just walk you through my thinking, okay?
What's your point?
Do you accept that F equals ma?
Yeah.
Okay. When I drop the ball, does it accelerate towards the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it accelerates
going to calculate
towards
the force that it's going to
means
have,
there is a force,
not the force that's being placed upon it.
So F
that's
equals
a calculation of what the object is. That's a measure of what the object is. That's a measure of the force the object is going to cause, not the force that you're claiming is being acted upon it.
Precisely.
What's the unit for a force then?
Yeah, check this out. You nailed it.
Kilogram meter per second squared, right?
Farms, check this out, dude. Okay, Farms, check this out. Okay, you're conflating the word force here in two different contexts. The term force, when you describe it, check it out. If you describe the term force as in the cause, right, as opposed to the amount of energy expended. Okay, there's the problem.
I'm defining it as kilogram meters per second squared.
Okay, there you go. So you have so check this out. You have energy expended upon impact, let's say, right? If you take your F equals ma, mass I have, however many grams, it's accelerating, at this, rate or whatever, and upon impact, you do a calculation, and then boom, you have the amount of joules, kilograms per meter squared, what have you, expended in that instant. Big deal.
Joules, kilogram meter per second squared, what have you?
I said joules. No, dude, I said joules, right? Comma.
Yeah.
Kilograms per meter squared.
Yeah.
Whatever unit you want to describe. Whatever unit you want to describe it as. Okay. There you have your energy expended in that instant. Okay.
So
this says nothing about the
kilogram meter per second squared has nothing to do with energy.
What?
That's not, and that's not a unit of energy.
What's your unit of energy then? In this case, or unit of force, you said.
Kilogram
What's a unit of force?
Squared?
What does that translate into?
The amount an object is accelerating per second.
Oh man, we need the amount of units. We're talking like coulombs, henries, newtons. What is it?
Coulombs is a unit of charge. What are you guys talking about now?
I'm asking you for your units of energy.
Joules.
Joules. Okay, so heat. So does gravity cause heat to form?
Joules is not just a unit of heat; it's a unit of all energy. It's just a unit
So
of energy.
does gravity cause joules?
Oh, so it has nothing to do with thermodynamics then?
No, because
can you measure something in joules without invoking thermodynamics? Can you measure something in joules without invoking thermodynamics? Can you measure something in joules without invoking thermodynamics?
I'm so confused.
Can you measure something in joules without invoking thermodynamics?
Okay, hold on. Use the logo.
Can you measure something in joules without it involving thermodynamics?
You can't mute a mod or something like that.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
So
you coward!
Forces.
You utter coward muting me.
Acceleration is present when you
what
drop the ball.
Coward!
So therefore, there is a force. This is very easy to understand. So since there is a force,
can he please be
something needs to be pushing the object down?
I demand he answer that question. I demand he answer that question and not be allowed to speak until he does.
He's had diarrhea in the mouth.
If the object is going down and something's pulling it down, what is that thing?
I want Yoda's question addressed. I want Yoda's question addressed.
How is the ball accelerating towards the ground? This isn't just something that happens.
Hang the fuck on there. Farms, do you have T-Dub muted?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a rat fuck. Okay, unmute him. Let us know when you're unmuted him in the chat, and shut the fuck up until then. No fucking wonder it's getting fucking chaotic. Are you crazy, dude? Who the fuck do you think you are? That explains everything. Sorry, T-Dub.
Thank you. I demand Yoda's point be addressed. And address it as good.
You're going like a bitch. Tabarnak, man.
Yeah, he just wanted to skip straight past that one. Yeah, I was not going to let him.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Yeah, Yoda, if you wouldn't mind clarifying that, right? I tuned in. He's talking about F equals ma. Is it not the case that mass times acceleration yields, an energy output at an instant? Right? That's what we're talking about, right? You drop a ball, it hits the ground. How much force is there on impact?
Yeah, it's going to dissipate energy.
There you go, right? So just the sheer fact that it's dissipating energy, right? It says nothing about the reason why it's dissipating energy per se. But he seems to be like wrapping that up in a nice little package and giving it to us as if there is a thing that he apparently knows as to why that's happening. I don't know if that came out right, but you follow what I mean? Yay, nay? Or did I miss something?
I thought, did he leave? I thought you said he left.
Yeah, he left. I was asking Yoda if he.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Could corroborate. Yeah, I was just asking if anyone can corroborate what I was thinking about what just happened there. If not, I mean, whatever. Maybe I misunderstood there, but. Anyway.
So, Final Boss, you didn't answer my questions in the side chat. Why not? What is that image supposed to be of? You said, do you believe this? What is it supposed to be? either of them. I asked you the same for both.
What's that blue stuff on the picture?
Why don't you just open your mic and talk to us, Final Boss? Just talk to us in the VC. No, that's not. If you think that that's what we mean by flat Earth, then you're incorrect. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that. That's not flat Earth. It's not the flat Earth we're talking about anyway. You might want to go find somebody that thinks that that's actually flat Earth. But okay, so if you say that the first image is of Earth, in what respect does it represent Earth? Like, what is that? How was that image taken? How was it created? Is it a photo? Like, what is it? Where did it come from? Yeah, can you show the source of that, please? Can you show the source data? So, because I don't know where, I'm not going to take your word for it. So, can I see the source of the image, please? Yeah, that's great. So, post the source. Post where the image came from, please. Post the link. Let's take a look. I want to see what the claim is. I want to see if its source says the same thing that you're saying.
I gave you 8 sources. They're all different. And they are all real flat. They're all real art. All 8 different real arts.
Alright, Final Boss, that says image source NASA. Alright, I need you to go get the NASA source. That's a secondary source, it's not primary source. I want the primary source, Final Boss.
My 8
please.
also from NASA.
So, it's your burden. Because you've appealed to this, they've appealed to NASA. So if you want to appeal to NASA, you have to go find the original source to see if what they're saying it is, the original primary source says also agrees with that.
Hey, by the way, just to settle any confusion from before, when we were talking to Farms, and he was talking about, unit of force and all this shit. Turns out a kilogram per meter squared. Excuse me. Oh, I think I misread something. Never mind. Oh yeah, no, kilogram meter squared per second squared. Ah, fuck, no, I messed up. Never mind. Scratch that. I mistyped.
which is equivalent to right.
Yeah, I there's a typo in the text. I was just trying to convert from kilogram per meter squared to unit of energy. I wanted to see what the conversion would have been, and I think my search screwed up my prompt, because we were talking about force versus energy output, all that shit, and for some reason it seemed like there was no equivocation between the two, and apparently there might not be. Just wanted to clear the air on that. Never mind. I think I butchered something. Give me a sec.
Yeah, okay, we will, final boss. So I guess since you don't want to talk about it or discuss it in the side chat, you'll just be sitting in here silent and listening, alright? Your presence won't be felt within the text chat either. Okay then, don't post anything. Don't ask any questions. Yeah, hold to your word. Hold that to be true, right? You're just here to listen, nothing else, just listen. Is Gregory lit up for anybody else continuously?
How do you guys feel about the Artemis landing?
The Artemis what?
The Artemis landing.
What's that? What's the Artemis landing?
So they shot a rocket up into orbit, came back, landed.
Okay, cool story, bro.
All right, well, have any evidence that they didn't?
Why would I?
That's how critical thinking works, mate.
Why am I thinking about it?
Well, it's pretty interesting, no?
No.
Well, to each their own, I guess.
Yeah.
Did you see the title of the channel?
Yeah, is Artemis landing?
No, yeah, that's good. Now, can you read
up?
the title of this channel?
24/7 Flat Earth?
Any Artemis there rocket?
Yeah, it says in the status, is Artemis landing?
Yeah, I'm asking you, in the title of the channel, is any rocket in the title?
No.
No? What is in the title?
24/7 Flat Earth.
That's flat Earth. What's that?
It means you believe the Earth is flat.
why should I believe in that?
I don't know.
If something is if something is curved, why I should to believe that it's flat?
I don't know. If maybe you take some measurements.
Yeah, but if something is flat, what should I do then?
You mean if you measure it flat?
Yeah, if I measure flat, what then?
If you measure it flat, then I guess you believe the Earth is flat. I don't really know what to tell you, mate.
We are here.
Well, we're here regardless. I'm going to drop the Australian accent.
Okay, can I finish the sentence why we are here? We are here because yes, we measured flat. Yeah.
Am I still letting up?
What'd you say?
Is
we measured flat,
still
and
letting up
that's
around
why.
my account?
One sec. Where are you? No, it appears to be fixed.
I actually have a conspiracy
Okay, I'm going to
theory
mute my
about-
headphones, see if it still doesn't.
I have a conspiracy
You think that
theory
geometry is a conspiracy theory?
No, listen. I have a conspiracy theory about flat earthers.
I'm asking you, do you think that geometry is the conspiracy?
No.
That means if something is measured curved, it's curved, and if something is measured flat, it's flat. Is that correct?
If you take into account all variables, yes.
How we will find out what is something curved and what is something flat?
If you measure it accounting for all confounding variables.
Like what?
Like atmospheric refraction, for example.
Like atmospheric refraction. How atmospheric refraction can curve the land?
It doesn't curve the land, but what it does is it...
That means if you see the physical land, it will not curve the land. It will be there, that physical land, but you see it will be there.
What's curving is the light, right? We're able to detect objects because...
Does surface curving?
No, listen. The surface is
only light
curving. Right.
Only light is curving.
No,
okay,
the surface is curved, right?
Okay, the surface is curved.
Yes.
That means it will measure curved also.
Again, when you measure curve, you have to account for refraction to make sure that
that means it will measure curved.
Yeah, if you account for refraction, it'll measure curved.
Yeah, I will account on everything, but it will measure curved.
If you account for refraction, it'll measure curved, yes.
Okay, can you show that?
That's the burden of proof is on the person claiming the Earth is flat.
The person of the okay. So
right,
I need to show you something what is flat, what is not curving.
You need to account for refraction in your calculations, yes. And then if it comes back flat, then the Earth is flat. But it won't.
Okay. Can I use Salt Lake, Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, and also account on refraction?
I don't know the answer to that.
That's one lake. It's 4,000 miles squared. You know.
I want to say proof of refraction. Refraction is like.
Can I use the flatness of the 4,000 miles squared of the flat lake, Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, and it's only changing elevation from 1 meter in that 4,000 miles squared? Can I use that surface for the refraction?
I don't know what your question is asking. I don't know how you use a surface for refraction.
I'm asking you this: if in 4,000 miles squared, elevation change in 1 meter, how we will call that surface?
Well, I don't know what you're asking.
I'm asking. I don't know if other people understand. I'm asking for the 4,000 miles squared surface, elevation change 1 meter. How we will call that surface? Curved, spiraling, or flat?
How would you describe that surface?
You're saying with elevation changes?
1 meter.
Of 1 meter. Overall, 1 meter elevation change from one point to another.
I honestly don't understand what he's saying.
Okay, if I'm on 1 point and you are 60 miles away, because 60 miles per 60 miles is giving you 3,600. It's not 4,000. Doesn't matter. 3,000. That means if I see you on 60, if you are 1 meter above me on 60 miles, how you will call that surface if it's your elevation changing only 1 meter from me to you?
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Because elevation changes are independent of the macroscopic curvature.
Macroscopic curvature.
Yeah, so like
salad.
no, so like at 60
What he
miles.
said is, how would you describe that surface?
Not what he asked. That's not what he asked you, mate. Yeah, exactly. He asked you how would you describe that surface? And you went on about something about curve, like
okay,
some other type of curve that can't be.
Is it that slightly curved surface?
Maybe,
or is it that flat surface?
It's too damning for him to answer.
Slightly curved.
Slightly curved. Are you saying that we have a drop over distance for 1 meter on 60 miles?
That's not accounting for elevation changes.
Yeah. That's I'm telling you what we have in reality, how elevation change in reality. Do you understand me? Do you want to try with Florida? Or maybe with Holland? We can go to Holland. We can choose the land, whatever you want. And try to see elevation change. And how elevation change, due to sea level or due to sea curve?
Let me think about it, because I want to give a good faith response.
What is for you sea level?
He wants to avoid the question 3 times, and now he's going to be good faith. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, man. Describing that as slightly curved of what? It's not the 39-59 mile radius Earth ball. They have to go out of their way to be good faith. They have to really lock down and attempt to be good faith here. They don't. They think that sounds like some high speech, but it's just kind of. It lets me know that you're starting from a place of a lie. It's bizarre.
Because it's squared, that means on 120 miles it's 4 meters. On 240 miles it's 16 meters. I can go on if you want. We can come to see how much is on 3,000 miles. 3,000 miles it's like 200 meters. Is it a big ball or small ball? I don't understand now.
It's a big ball.
With small dimensions.
So you're saying across like vast distances, there's very little elevation change?
Seems to be the case.
That's like 3 feet. For 3 feet, you need how much of distance?
Do you
for the
have
sphere,
an
this sphere?
Do you have an example of this?
Yeah, it's called Salt Lake, Bolivia. It's in Bolivia. You can take Florida like an example. You can find out how Florida look like. It's almost like that Salt Flat Lake, you know.
Okay, so the survey shows less than 1 meter of elevation over 50 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that if the Earth were curved, there should be a huge drop, which
on 50.
Makes
you can
sense.
find out how much is on 50 miles. Go and Google it now. How much drop over distance it's on the 59 with the Earth with the radius of 3,959 miles. Every ChatGPT, everyone will answer that question. The same thing will be correct. No, don't look for 10 meters. That's nothing. But it will tell you.
Well, according to gravity, like a basin of that size and that orientation wouldn't. It'd be trying to fill uphill, and it'd probably spill over at one end. Filled up too much.
Over 1,000 feet.
Not the other. Yeah. It's weird how it just all fills up evenly and just looks like a mirror.
Yeah, and also it doesn't mean that it's dropping 1 meter when you get to the end of it.
It means that there's a variation of 1 meter. So whatever the mean level is, one area might be half a meter lower, and another area might be half a meter higher than the average mean. It just means that there's a variation, a deviation of 1 meter over that distance. No curvature.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. You can now build the mountains in between with you will have all the time that flat base, that mountains, it's only going away from you, with the changing elevation. That's the flat earth with the sea level and the land above the sea level. Somehow logically, unfortunately.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
But can you imagine these guys could tell you also about that space stuff? Oh my God, there is another story there. There is nothing to measure flat, but it's another story,
How do you know which way the light goes in the air, Mage?
Hold on, I'm reading something. I think I have an answer to his question. The measurements are relative to the geoid, which is true level as defined by gravity on the rotating spherical Earth. Basically, they set up their instruments so that the level follows the direction of gravity. But if you were to start from a point and take that tangent line all the way out, there's still the same drop that you're saying isn't there. But I'm trying to read more because
let's see that. Let's see this elusive drop of the Earth's curve. Let's see the surface dropping. Where have you seen this?
Well, you can't really see
it's still there. You can't see it. How do you know it's still there?
You have to measure
it. But we show you now 50 miles. We show you the 50 miles of the flat surface. Now you're saying that surface it's curving, understand? And it's not in that
it's not in the measurement.
For sure.
The measure is the 1 meter difference overall.
And for me, will be question: what would be the flat surface? What we can say, call it? Okay, this is not, but this will be the flat surface. If you have 1 million miles with 1 meter, elevation change. Okay, then I will call this flat surface. But 50 mile surface, I cannot call with 1 meter.
So
elevation change.
Yeah, but they're measuring the elevation change relative to something called a geoid. Not
doesn't matter.
Plane. No, it does matter. If it's relative to a geoid.
No, that's not how they. That's not what they're doing. No, that's not what they're doing.
That is what they're doing.
No, it's not.
It's not.
No, that's not what they're doing at all. They don't have a geoid with them when they're out in the field with the odd lights and shit.
Well, it's not an object; it's a mathematical abstraction. It's essentially the shape of the Earth's oceans that would take if they were allowed to flow freely, without any currents, wind, tides, and they take the measurements relative to that geometry.
No, they just take measurements relative to themselves and their instrumentations.
Here, I'll give you a source.
In the field. That's where they're getting that measurement from, in the field.
Yeah, you're bullshitting, Mage.
It will give us a source. Give us a curved surface in reality. That's better than source.
Why did he even ask for an example in the first place when after you showed him the example, he goes, well, they're measuring it's flat, but it's still there. What was the point of you even showing? Why even ask, Mage?
This is how critical thinking works. Somebody says something and you question
No, dude, you're doing everything to avoid critical thinking.
Yeah.
No, what I did was I stopped. I said, let me think about it, paused for 5 minutes, read some stuff, and said, oh, this is why you're wrong.
Okay, thought about it or come up with an excuse.
Are you saying that my logic, that what the geometry of the Earth is saying, that on 50 miles you will have a drop of 1,000 feet, but still there is only 3 feet of difference? And you're still telling me that's 1,000 feet, it's covered by this observation of 3 feet.
Yeah, because they're taking measurements relative to the geoid model here. I provided this.
I'm telling you this, that's what I'm seeing, that 50 miles of 3 feet, it's not flat because of why?
Well, one sec, Sasha. They're not taking measurements with what do you say? With respect to?
Yeah.
Geoid?
No, they're not. They're just taking measurements.
Check the side chat.
In the field. In the field. They're taking measurements in the field. With respect to reality. The physical and natural world surrounding them. Underneath their feet.
The salt flat.
That part. That's what they're taking the measurements with respect to. That's what they're taking the measurements of.
Yeah, so now be good faith, Mage, because that's what you're after, and acknowledge that.
He's just wrong, and I gave a source in the side chat. They are taking measurements with respect to the geoid. They use kinematic GPS. I'm reading. They use kinematic GPS, and the GPS gives ellipsoidal heights, and then they convert those to orthometric heights. And they do this conversion by subtracting the geoid height from the EGM96 global geoid model.
They shouldn't need to subtract anything from anything.
So now you're moving the goalpost. Now you're moving the goalpost. So now you're moving the goalpost. So now you're moving the goalpost.
No, you just go and take measurements. They need to mind. Why do you mind subtracting something?
You are moving the goalposts.
Why are you subtracting something?
Don't worry about it. He just admitted that they measured it flat, and then they went ahead and afterward added in the curvature. Good job, Mage.
That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
Do some research.
So what are they doing? What are they subtracting? Tell me again.
That's what I heard.
So the curvature is only mathematic. It's not measured. That's what he's telling us.
Exactly.
Good job, Mage. Proud of you. Did he boot scoot? Did he run away?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He hasn't been here in a while.
He left? He's not in here. Mage is gone. I was half paying attention. What scared him away?
Flatness in reality.
He looked in the mirror.
He snatched his own wig off. He told us that they measure it flat and then use all kinds of equations and nonsense to put the curvature back in.
Ain't he a usual suspect? Y'all spoke to him many times before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sucks.
Thought I did remember him coming back at some point with, some semblance of clarity. But then he went away and now he's back. Full reset, it seems. Or am I mischaracterizing him with somebody else?
No, full reset.
Yeah, okay.
It was if he was hoping we had forgotten he existed. I don't know.
Did you people ever accounted on refraction for that Bolivian Salt Flat Lake?
Who asked that?
I don't know anyone who does anyone accounted on refraction on that. Or when you go there and you make beautiful videos and photos about that beautiful mirror. Did you anybody accounted on that people accounted on refraction when they made all that videos of flatness?
How would they do that? How would they account for it?
Like, look at people. This is the flatness, but we will speak later why you see that what you see. Because light is bending.
Yeah, they'll always do that. They'll always do that. If you refuse to accept it as a debunking of the globe, then you have no choice but to claim that. Yeah.
For me, more logical would be
right?
I will fight. I will invoke rotation. Because in that moment, the Earth rotating and moving the post. To understand, and then it's making you always that drop leveled. But not with. But not with refraction ever.
Neil deGrasse Tyson actually says that the Earth rotates through the water.
Okay.
That's collected upon its surface. Yeah, that's how he explains tides. So there's a continuous shape of the water in space, and the land that happens to be higher than the equipotential level of it rotates in and out of the different, in and out of the bulge. He'll say because it's bulging right in the middle, flattened at the tops. So the land that is poking out of the water will sometimes experience deeper water based on that bulge.
Yeah, that's what this guy was telling us, like a geoid. It's not perfect sphere, you know? It's like a 20 miles over 10,000 miles bulge.
Yeah.
to understand how that stuff, it's small.
Guys, do you also shave between your butt cheeks to keep it cleaner?
No.
Not sure, Josh.
I have a dedicated shaving machine for my asshole.
Can recommend you do that?
I heard that when geometry is starting to hurt people, that it's coming to us some kind of questions. Because you cannot deal it with when you cannot deal it with sea level, then it's problem. It's like your life is changing. You you started to be angry. That's the first, you know, and like no, and no sea level. And then you know other stories are only continuing, like asking stupid questions, you know. But avoid sea level. That's the reason of being like that.
Yippee!
And avoid the places you don't like, man. That's the advice. You don't like that. Why are you coming where you don't like to be? Why?
The gentle hate. No, they probably got ran of all. You know, they got they went to the other debate rooms, got ran out of there, and they're like, "Well, I guess it's flat Earth then." Fuck.
Oh, Chris, I like your today's speech when you said the guy, you know, okay, then I don't have a, you know, I don't have an answer for you. I don't have anything for you. Now it's, you know, you choose your.
Yeah, I was gonna get there. I was gonna be, dude, this is a choose your own adventure. You know, the funny part too was he came here to fuck with Radwin. Like that dude, that was his first day on the server today. He went like he joined on the 8th, but he hadn't done anything for 2 days. Then comes right into the channel and starts messing with Radwin like instantly. So I'm like, I kind of stole some of his thunder there for a little bit. I don't like Radwin heard him on YouTube or whatever, you know, like somehow, you know, he knew Radwin from somewhere, like maybe an alt account or something, but that was epic, man. The dude freaked out. He totally freaked out and ended up getting like server timed out.
Chris, what is the shape of the Earth?
Not good. It's in very bad shape.
What do you think? What is the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, the Earth is in very poor condition.
Oh, I mean, like a physical shape.
Yeah, the physical shape is very bad. It's in bad shape. We got like a giant garbage patch in the South Pacific.
So you don't know?
No, I do know. I know that the Earth is very poor. The condition, the ecological condition of Earth, the ecosystem is in very bad shape. It's like
but seriously, in speaking about shape like some, let's say, cube or sphere or something. What do you think? What shape Earth is?
Yeah, Earth would be 3-dimensional. Those are 2-dimensional shapes. So that's not going to work. Yeah,
ball is 3-dimensional.
Yeah, a ball would be 3-dimensional, but a ball would have curvature, and there's no curvature. So it can't be a ball.
So you don't know what shape your fat is?
Yes, it's bad. The Earth is in bad shape.
Okay, why you don't know that?
Well, I haven't seen the whole thing, so I wouldn't know whether all of it. Are you kind of thinking about it could be like a cone?
No, I think it's in that sense, because he was asking, now he wants the shape from you,
Oh
and
yeah,
now
shape,
I want, that answer from you. I don't care but why you don't know? That's not possible.
He wants a model. He's like, give me your model.
Yeah, it was eclipses. Now I remember eclipses. You showed to him, and he said, no.
Oh, that was a different dude. Yeah, okay, we got mixed up on the guys. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. There's another guy called Overly Cooked who came in and messed with Radwood, and I told him the same thing too. He kept saying, I want sources. Yeah, one guy came in here, I think
Yeah.
Yeah,
like you asking me source, I now want from you source.
Yeah, give me sources.
And you said, I don't have a source. And I was like, great. Maybe you have even. But I was like, he told you that he doesn't have. But he was asking, no, I want sources.
I can't remember that guy's name, but I remember I talked to him before. And it was F-bomb. Okay, I just found it. Yeah, he was coming in here, like, I want to tell you something. And we're like, what? You guys can't explain eclipses. And I'm like, oh, here, just one sec.
What do you mean by upside down shadow? Nothing. Leave it.
What's going on here? Double check for new people. Nope. What happened with Achilles? Achilles heel. That's talon, because talon in Spanish is the heel. The flutter is talon's Achilles heel. Mage. Whoa. What the heck, guys? The English hub, it's populated with people at the moment. So since you guys are not saying nothing, I'm gonna go to the English hub later. I was tagged earlier, I didn't saw it. Let me check in here. Tagged. Find it.
I have one simple claim to the flat earthers, by the way. It's very quick and simple and straightforward.
It's not a great look for the flat earthers.
Shut up, let me finish. You interrupt. You don't have basic adequate behavioral discussion norms, you fucking bitch.
So many cups.
Yeah, because I have to be giving you very thoughtful, adequate, and appropriate, and tailored. Don't laugh. Islamic space, you said, program? What is Islamic space? You've never been to space as a Muslim. Oh, you mean the missiles?
Oh, do you think goat pussy flies that high?
Why do you hold up? What did you just say to me, you fucking bitch?
Do you think goat pussy flies that high?
I mean, you're the one who should answer the question. The guy who really... Oh, he deserves it. He deserves it. Yes!
Yo, what up? What is up? All right. Nobody's here.
Guys, if the Earth is flat, how did we go to the moon like 2 days ago? It was live on Netflix. You guys are tripping.
bang expert at maths or anything.
Right, and then the second one would be go to Worthing. So you're going to head west from Felixstowe. You're going to go along the coast. Yeah. Go to Worthing and then look at the Isle of Wight right there. The Isle of Wight right there. Another beautiful one. That's about 30 odd miles, and you can see no curvature there again, and you can witness and view the Isle of Wight. So if you've got the time, these are the places to go to. The reason we're saying look across the ocean because it's an uninterrupted expanse.
Yeah. There's no terrain to interrupt.
Exactly.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Go ahead. Do these things. Do these observations. You will be moved, and that's the beginning of your realization that you're on a flat Earth. I'll tell you that. It's beautiful. Go and check it.
I mean, I guess that's why I'm curious, is because of that. And from everything I looked at in terms of refraction and the percentages that they give seem to be vastly incorrect, which either points to the Earth being, if it was a globe, a damn sight bigger than what it's saying it is, which seems a bit odd. Because, but at the very least. But it just does, it almost like when I've tried to look at it in terms of like sources like Wikipedia, which obviously we know are not going to be great, it seems to be very confusing and also doesn't seem to actually calculate with things that I've looked at. So it just seems to be a little bit odd.
Yeah, the heliocentrists throw the word refraction in, and refraction isn't an exact science due to the fact that Earth's atmosphere, the air we breathe, changes by the second, by the minute, by the hour, by the day. So there's just no way you can't penalize, you can't. What's the word I'm looking for there? You can't finalize it and say, okay, this is how much refraction happened. You just can't do that. It's as varying as we have fingerprints. So the thing is, go and make those observations first and foremost. And if you've done the Dover one, then go and do the Isle of Wight one. That's a beautiful one. Again, you might need a weekend to do that because it's I don't know where you live. Oh, you said Felixstowe, so it's a bit of a drive for you. Yeah. You've got to head west, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, I'll be down there at some point. I'll have a look. I just find it interesting. Like, not because I'm particularly bothered either way. Like, I don't think it makes a massive difference to my life. I just find it curious. You know, I am intrigued by this situation. So,
I find it important because obviously kids at school are learning the wrong thing. You know what I mean? You know, so why not teach the kids properly? You know, why not learn about the Earth as it actually is? Right, and then, you know, why have this globe that doesn't exist? They're going to Mars when they can't go to Mars. They're on their way to the moon, apparently, on the way back. It's crap. It's just nonsense. Stealing trillions of pounds and dollars from everybody whilst we're all being duped. I mean, that's I don't want to be duped. I don't want to walk the streets of Japan or the streets of London and I'm living in a duped world, a world where I'm being duped every second. I look at the people, I look around and people don't even know that the Earth is flat, but they're busy getting on with it. You know what I mean? And that's, for me, it's shameful. It's really bad. Really bad. And the governments, when I say shameful, it's on the government's part, not on the people as such. The governments that are doing that, So, you know, that's why it's important to me. Because when I walk the streets, I look at people and I think, if only they knew. That's how you think. Right.
Yeah. I'll have a look. I appreciate your time.
Well done. Appreciate your questions as well, sir. And how's the weather in Felixstowe? Nice place.
Well, it was nice. Well, I'm not quite at Felixstowe. I'm slightly further in now, but not far away. But
all right.
I think the last couple of days were good. It wasn't so nice today, but it's all right. You know.
All right. Okay. Well, enjoy anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Cheers.
Seems his logic is screwed on a lot better than quite a few others that have come through.
Well, yeah, he actually admitted that the refraction thing didn't seem to be accurate because it's suggesting a larger globe. So there you are. He was screwed on. You're right. Yeah.
We've had a few talks with him. We had some big arguments with him when he used to come in, but now he's come around.
I wasn't aware of these. Thank you. Yeah, I knew he was from England anyway. And the fact that he's near the coast.
Ship guy, dude. He had a meltdown the other day. That's not the first time he's had a sook.
Yeah. The other European guy that DJ was talking to about he could see the sun, even though he's looking at Australia. The sun is above Australia, and he's looking through the telescope, but he can see the stars. He can't see. I mean, what a silly thing to say! What a silly thing to say there.
He can see. You know how there's a difference between daylight and sunlight?
Well, yeah.
That's what he was referring to. Why is it we can see daylight pre the sun being there? Why is it illuminating things? And that's what when I started to tell him about the wavelengths of light. Oh, you're just guessing. No worries, mate. I'll just keep guessing. All good.
Yeah. And then Yoda tried to explain to him, and DJ the attenuation of light, and he just didn't seem to want it. He didn't want to get it. He had his agenda. You see, he'd already got his case well rehearsed.
I nearly want to go to uni and just do a full rundown on optics, just for the specific purpose of when some clown show like that comes in. Oh, you're just guessing. Yeah, no worries, mate.
Yeah. I get that temperament or sentiment. Yeah.
We have Debate Daddy back. You follow us around, Debate Daddy. Have you found any chinks in the armor yet?
Video demonstrating gravity earlier today, but I had no responses yet.
Don't have any gravity demonstrations. I told you that earlier. You can't hang balls in a closet and call that gravity.
I'm going to just treat that as a troll, but if there's anyone who wants to seriously look at these two examples in side chat that I just linked,
that was an accurate description of Henry Cavendish's setup.
Yeah, if there's any serious responses, I'd be interested.
Yeah, Debate Daddy, what are you showing us? I'm clicking on the link, even though it's ill-advised.
It shows two experiments. One of them is like a horizontally pivoting arm, and the only force that is stationary until the big lead balls are next to the small lead balls, and they actually rotate towards them. And then the second one is a very similar one, but vertically with mass. There's a triangle on a string. We weigh it. We put the lead ball below it. Lead is not magnetic, and so the mass actually gets heavier. The scale tips up.
No worries.
And this is something that's, you could do yourself, presumably, right?
No worries. So we have an experiment. Can you show me the naturally observed phenomena?
Just look at the video. I don't know why we're doing this.
Naturally observed phenomena. So you said experiment. I assume we're talking about science and the scientific method, right?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing attracting it is the bigger mass of the bigger lead ball. That's the only variable.
Obviously, this is not a naturally observed phenomena. I'm talking about in nature. What are we observing that you would be creating some kind of experiment? What are we looking at?
Well, we weigh it. We see if it gets heavier if we place mass below, which is what gravity does.
Bro, you're skipping past the naturally observed phenomena.
Debate Daddy, with the amount of times you've been in here harassing us, visiting us, surely you'd have heard us say, thanks a lot for just jumping right in, bro. The amount of times you've been visiting us, surely you would have heard Says Who, or Yoda, or Jedi, or any one of the guys talking about natural science, because that's what this is all about.
So the naturally observed phenomena in nature that we see so we can create this quote-unquote experiment would be what?
I don't know. I don't know what you're getting at.
You don't know?
You want to talk about the video or not? I can go back on me.
No, I want to talk about, you said there was an experiment, so I'm talking about the scientific method. And the first thing that you do is you observe a phenomena in nature, and then you go ahead and see if you can create the cause of the effect. So in nature, What are we observing that we would create this experiment? What are we talking about?
Look, do you want to talk about the video, or do you want to talk about the scientific method?
Well, when you said about the scientific method and this experiment and what we observe in nature, that we would create this apparatus. I know, a demonstration of what happening in nature.
You know what, Sesu? I think that's the most exciting part about science, is observing the thing in nature that happens.
Right. Right. So do we have any lead balls in nature that are attracting to each other that we can create this scenario? What are you pointing to that we would recreate so we could find the cause of the effect?
Why is the scale going down in your explanation?
Okay, Debate Daddy. How about we change the bottom lead ball to a big plastic one? Do they get the same effect?
Well, I thought he was debating, not asking us questions. He's asking us questions.
I just want the answer. I don't want a question. I want
figure it out. Do an experiment and figure it out.
About your video.
What is causing the result?
If we have an experiment, certainly someone can tell me in nature what we are trying to recreate in this experiment. So what is the naturally occurring phenomena that we can all experience and view so that we can create this experiment? Are you going to keep dodging this debate, Daddy? Or should we call you Dodge Daddy? Dodge Daddy.
You're dodging the video I linked, to be clear.
Dodge
Daddy. I'll address the video. No, hey, Sesu, check it out. I'll address the video. From what you've given us, I can assume lead is attracted to lead. There you go. There's nothing else that's in there that suggests otherwise.
I told him earlier lead was attracted to triangles, and he didn't believe me.
Yeah, interestingly, lead's not magnetic.
I never said lead was magnetic. So don't give you a straw man.
No, but yeah, a lot of electricity to flow through it, huh?
Terrific. This is fantastic. So Debate Daddy has actually admitted that magnetism is not a part of what we're observing here. So what do you suggest is the reason for the two lead balls coming together?
There's a force.
What
There's
force?
A force there.
What is the force?
Well, if you deny gravity, then you have to say it's some magic.
No, don't tell him what he is or is not going to do. He asked you, what is the force that you speak of?
Yeah, we could ask Matrix, we could ask him, why should we accept gravity as a force? Why should we accept gravity?
The point of this experiment is the obvious answer here. I mean, the only thing that could be moving the mechanical arm there is gravity. If you deny it, confirming magic.
Okay, so why should we accept gravity as a force? Why should I automatically believe that is the case?
You're seeing it right here.
No, why should I automatically believe your explanation? I think you're crazy.
Demonstrated in front of your eyes.
I don't have to automatically believe what you're presenting in front of me as an explanation, right? I mean, why should I do that?
It's being demonstrated in your eyes.
Here's the thing. Actually, what's being demonstrated is that there are invisible fairies that are pushing the lead balls together, and you cannot deny that.
No, I agree with that one. I think it's fairies too, because you can't debunk that.
Well, there's just enough evidence for invisible fairies as there is for curvature.
Or gravity.
The thing is, this is a simple demonstration showing,
Yeah, but it doesn't demonstrate what you believe it demonstrates, Debate Daddy. Debate Daddy, that doesn't demonstrate what you believe it demonstrates. You do understand
you could do it with any. You could do it with any other math.
No, I didn't say. I didn't ask what you could do it with. I'm asking you, seriously? Do you comprehend that demonstrates what you believe it demonstrates? Because you're claiming that demonstrates gravity. Gravity's a force. Okay, so go and do your natural observation to kick it off. Where have you observed this force?
I want to know where he observed lead balls flying sideways and then set it up in his basement.
Yeah, me too.
100%.
Oh, this is something that physicists. This is a really common intro to.
No, it's not what it's not the common intro to pretend science. What made you want to hang balls in a closet?
There's something this is something that's done all the time in physics classes, right?
Yeah, we know that. Made you want to hang them in the closet.
Yeah, I'm not clear on like the purpose of the question.
Yeah, I took that class too in like 1996.
You guys gotta meet that troll. But yeah, I mean, so the guy who said that this proves that lead attracts lead, and it's not magnetism.
Ask him what I said, and also tell him lead is attracted to triangles
if lead
too.
Attracts,
He said,
so why did
he told me he put a triangle on the ground, and the lead went towards a triangle because it's attracted to triangles before.
Yeah, presumably this is done with different shapes, different materials.
Oh, presuming.
Right? And so
you don't show that. Triangles attract things. Triangles
done all the
attract
time
things,
in physics classes. So
yeah, you repeat yourself, Debate Daddy.
Given that I've demonstrated this,
Debate Daddy, we know it's done. Debate Daddy, we don't have to explain anything. You're the one that's got to explain. No, listen. You're the one that's presented a video and then expecting us to explain your video. That is not how it works. You put data forward. If it requires explanation, you are the one that has to do it. If we don't ask for explanation, we can walk away. Why do you have this innate fucking need to talk through people, you rude little child? Stop that. Please.
He mutes people.
You're the one who needs to present your data backing up your claim. What you've done is walked in with the back end of a video and went, here's something that I think proves gravity. That's great. So what was your natural observation to kick it off in the first place?
Yeah. Debate Daddy, you claimed that it was gravity. I claimed that it was invisible fairies. So how do we prove which one is correct?
He still won't answer the question. What made him want to hang the balls in the closet in the first place? Sonny?
That's a good point.
Well, if we're claiming invisible fairies, I'm going to take a W on that, right? If those are the two options, gravity or invisible fairies, I think I've won.
So
neither one can be proven.
Gravity is invisible fairies. Is that what you're saying?
If you think invisible fairies exist, that's why the mass is attracting the smaller mass.
If you think that gravity is a mass attracting mass, you need your head checked because you haven't even told us what mass is yet. What is mass?
Mass is what is it? Just physical particles, right?
Mass is physical particles. Give me the citation. I want you to give me the citation. Citation, please.
Occupying.
Citation, please.
It's been a while since I've done grade 11.
Well, that's great. Why don't you get me the citation? That way you can get yourself refreshed.
Okay, but suppose I go grab that definition. Am I going to get the answer to my question after that?
Just get the citation, and then we'll go from there.
So you're gonna give me a
just go and do it. We don't want to well poison.
Give me the citation, right? You're going to avoid getting me the citation.
He's looking for it. Most excellent.
Yep. And now we're going to compare the citation with what he said, which will be fun.
Oh, sorry. I must have meant matter, but yeah, mass is the weight.
Oh, so wait, mass is weight. How come they're two different words? Is weight, or is mass, or are they the same thing?
I love this topic.
Mass, noun, unified body of matter with no specific shape.
Unified body of matter with, so it's just a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Mass is a thing?
What Google said.
Unified body of matter. So anything could be a mass.
Anyway,
yeah, does that mean you need bonded molecules or
why does
only
big ball
unbonded?
attract small ball?
Oh, I'm asking you.
Molecules unbonded or both?
You told us it was because there was a triangle on the ground.
So if gravity is not true, then big ball shouldn't attract.
No, we just want to get your citation. That'll be just go and get that. That might help. And I want to see the citation where you said. I want to see the citation where you claim triangles to attract things too.
Presumably, you could do it with any shape, right?
Yeah, that's great. Just hold your thing. Go and get your citation. That'll be awesome.
For what, the Google definition of mass?
Well, Google's not a source. It's a search engine. We need a citation, which is a quotation within a source. So get that.
He went to an advertising agency for his source.
Isn't that interesting?
For what?
He had a dig at you a second ago about, I don't remember this year 11 crap, but he doesn't remember what a citation is.
You need a citation for the definition of mass?
Correct.
You'll see why very shortly.
So you just want the definition of mass that I read? The noun?
No, I want a citation. Friend, here's the problem.
You want me to screenshot the Google definition?
Maybe you could just keep asking questions through me. No worries. We need a citation, which would be a quotation within a source. Google is not a source. So whatever you think mass is, get me the citation from a source, and then we will go ahead and evaluate it and see if it's correct.
What is this?
Your answer is going to tell the audience how smart you are on this subject.
Why are you running away from the video?
We're not running away from anything.
You want to do semantics?
We're actually very much digging into your claim, which is that mass apparently attracts things, and we're asking you what mass is. And this all has to do with the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment, right? So we're not running from anything. You're running away from getting the citation that we asked for.
I don't. I'll concede the word mass. I don't care about it, right? What I care about is
we don't want your concession.
What I care about.
Wait.
Things and
what I care
fantastic.
You're done, dude.
I'm being talked through.
That's fantastic. So he doesn't care what the definition of mass is, what it does, but he's going to claim that mass, which is undefined, apparently attracts things. This is brilliant. So not only are we not running from things, now he's run away from his own claim, which is mass does or is something.
Well,
continue debate, Daddy.
This is one of the reasons why I love that we have all of our YouTube video bots streaming and recording all the time, because this is one of those conversations that we want to have recorded and archived.
Mass kind of does attract mass, because if you notice, like if you're in a city, a lot of churches are all near each other. And then when they have mass, a church by them has mass. So it is a fact that mass does attract mass.
This is true.
Mass in the middle of the desert and then another mass right next to them.
100%.
I think that, I don't know the Cavendish experiment with Christmas bulbs. I don't know if there's like static electricity at play, but I'm assuming that's not going to be at play with.
That is with the lead balls, though. Yeah, that's static electricity.
You think they're attracted by static electricity?
Yep, I sure do.
Why?
If they didn't use electrostatic.
No, they didn't isolate it, DJ. No, they didn't isolate anything, DJ. They just hang balls in a closet and call it an experiment.
Yeah, so lead spheres can accumulate static charge. Even a tiny imbalance produces electrostatic forces far stronger than what the gravitational forces would be. There's a whole list of things that probably weren't accounted for in that test, which could throw off the results. So look, it wasn't done in a vacuum, and because the air isn't static, or even in a closed room, there could be convection currents caused by temperature differences, warm air rising, cool air sinking at the same time. A whole bunch of things, electrostatic shielding, like I just said, magnetic interference, because it's weakly diamagnetic, but the surrounding materials in the apparatus may not be. Nearby steel supports, building infrastructure, or even Earth's magnetic field interacting with impurities could introduce forces. Then thermal stability, temperature differences matter for two different reasons. Temperature gradients, convection, went over that already. Vibration isolation, and then further testing like repositioning the masses and independent calibration of the torsion system, the torsion constant. A whole bunch of things that probably weren't accounted for. So it's probably inconclusive at best.
Thank you very much, DJ. So you're saying that they didn't isolate the aforementioned variables. They didn't isolate any of those at all.
Hey, I've got a crazy idea. Hey, wow. Jen, you're going to laugh at this, mate. I've got an idea. Can we set up a Cavendish experiment next to a Foucault experiment at this, just side by side?
Yeah,
he got it.
That would be fantastic.
So DJ, for some of that stuff, right? Like assuming that there's like no convection currents in the room causing the arm to move. Like let's say it's at rest. I'm going to mainly focus on the only one that really like it seems like matters, because obviously the static electricity is a big deal.
Well, all of them are.
The other one seemed like a little bit.
Barometric pressure. Also, you need to isolate from that.
I'm not sure why. When the only difference is there's a big ball placed there that it starts to move, and the barometric
If you're not going
pressure
to
didn't just cause it
isolate
to move
everything
otherwise.
out of it except for gravity, you don't have an experiment.
You would expect it to be moving before the ball was placed there.
Debate Daddy, did you just listen to what Triangle said? Yes or no?
Yeah, but he's
So why don't you respond to that directly instead of just yabbering on with some other shit?
Yeah, but that I am responding. So that wouldn't cause the arm. That wouldn't cause the arm to swing when the only change is that there's a big ball there.
Prove it. What did he say?
It would be swinging before if the pressure was causing that.
He never mentioned anything about pressure. So what are you talking about, son?
And I never mentioned anything about before
barometric pressure wasn't controlled or something like that.
So what about gravity pressure? Does gravity have pressure?
Like, do you guys actually think that those are likely confounding variables? Are you really?
Do you actually listen to what people are telling you?
We can focus on the electrostatic confounding variable if you want, but
because we're not going to focus on gravity because that's not what's causing pressure, right?
Well, you presumably want to isolate it, but I want to get through. I want to get through the.
That's what we're trying to tell you, son. So you've agreed with us. So you've agreed with us that we need to isolate things. So have you isolated static electricity? Yes or no? Yo, Bill.
I'm not sure he's doing that, but so
he's not
yes or no?
He's not isolating gravity.
In standard, yeah. In universities, when this is done,
we don't need a story.
Yes,
just answer the question. Has it been isolated? Yes or no?
Yes, they do.
How?
Yes.
How was it? How? In that video, it doesn't show that. So you're assuming that. Congratulations, you're a clown.
They use a common ground to ensure there's no potential difference between them. So the
balls are isolated in the air. Stop lying. So how are they a common ground if they're isolated in the air? How are they isolated?
So when he mounts the lead ball, the big one, onto its position, that is grounded. So there's no potential difference between them. Same with the arm; they're both grounded. So again,
they're not grounded. They're suspended in the air.
So again, now that all of the
you're just making shit up, kid.
Brought up. Now that
Debate Daddy, stop making things up.
Yeah, this is how it's done in universities. I'm just trying to explain.
This is how it's done with your 8th grade version of physics, dude.
They don't do that in universities.
Things now.
They don't do that in universities.
Ruling out the other nonsense DJ said, like there's a heat draft or something like that.
DJ said nonsense to everybody
before. So the only difference
there is nonsense that can interfere with that, right? Like if a heat draft blows it, you're going to be like, oh my god.
The funny thing about
talking nonsense is you, as usual.
Yeah.
Well, I gave you an isolated,
and now you're butchering.
You an isolated example.
You come in here,
right?
No, you didn't give us an
every single time.
You realize that science is not impressed by examples. Science is not impressed by explanations. The only people who are impressed by explanations from scientists are people who know absolutely fuck all about science. Because people who actually know something about science are not going to ask for explanations off the bat. They're not going to ask for the models off the bat. And we get these kind of questions all day, every day in here. People who are really infatuated and involved with science, they're going to ask for data. That's right. They're going to ask for information regarding the acquisition of the data and the experimentation of it. And they're going to ask for how the scientists interpreted, what were their thought processes behind evaluating the data. They're not going to ask for explanations and models. The only people who ask for that retarded shit are people who don't fucking know what they're talking about. So why don't you keep asking for models and explanations, and we'll keep laughing at you. Just plain and simple.
Also, change your name to Asking Daddy, not Debate Daddy, because all you do is ask questions. You don't debate anybody.
Yep, it's true. Like, everybody outside of science are like, trust the science. Everybody outside of science are like, follow the science. I trust my scientist. I trust my doctor. I trust NASA. I trust. And meanwhile, the entire scientific method was created so you don't have to trust anybody or anything or whatever. You don't have to trust with the scientific method. The whole point of the scientific method and of doing science is that you don't trust, that you interrogate, that you evaluate. You collect information, you replicate, you verify what was collected, you try to do it yourself, you try to replicate what the observation was or the measurement. You try to replicate what the experiment was because you don't trust the science, because you don't trust the people doing it. You do it, you reproduce it because you're trying to falsify what they're doing. But, you guys come in here, you're like, why don't you trust all the science? Like, all the scientists, they just love touching dicks. They just love playing faggot footsie under the table. That's just what they do. They love it, man.
Oh, Yoder. We might have to ban you, bro. You use the magic F word, man. Yoder, can you take a 24-hour hiatus? Thank you. Anyways, for this to be an experiment, we would have to have a naturally observed phenomena, which would be apparently stuff like smashing into each other in reality in a horizontal fashion.
Yeah, going sideways.
And then we would.
I want to see anything
going sideways.
Just anything, and then you can use lead balls. You can use birds. You can use chicken beaks. You can use your toenails, whatever you want. But I want to see them going sideways. That's what you saw. And then now I think I'm going to go hang toenails in my closet because I saw them flying sideways. That's how it works, dude. That's how you do an experiment.
Right. So, I mean, you could probably put these objects or whatever they are in a shed, like a closet or whatever, to kind of eliminate the wind factor. No problem. But then the next thing you would have to do is introduce your presumed cause. Now, you're saying gravity. No worries. Get some gravity, put it in the frickin' closet, and then see if it makes the balls clank together. Or turn off the gravity, on and off, and see if it's clankers in there. That would be an experiment. This is just people making shit up. I'm putting lead balls in a closet with a torsion rod and a string and blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to just go ahead and baselessly claim that it's gravity, even though you haven't defined it, explained it, described it, any of that stuff. So this is bullshit on a worldwide scale at this point, putting balls in a shed. They clank together sometimes. Sometimes they don't do anything. Sometimes they go the opposite direction. So you guys are screwed. It's stupid.
And then if we want to be really brutal about it, Cesar, let's just say we go, you know what, you can have your gravity. Now what's that going to prove? Things go down. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
It's going to be a problem for the flat Earth for multiple reasons.
Down is only a reference for flat Earth. Down is only a flat Earth reference. Down does not happen on a ball. So yeah, we win again.
The reason it's not a problem, Debate Daddy, is because the ground is measured as flat. So you can scream and squirm and come in here and cry and carry on about gravity. The ground is still flat. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it.
No,
if you don't like it, hey, deal with it. If you claim gravity is making things go down, we're going to say, not a problem. Things go down. Ta-da! It doesn't change the shape of the ground, bro.
Yeah, it's a problem because...
No, it's not a problem. The ground is still flat. See, I'll tell you why. Listen, the title of this room is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's not 24/7 we give a fuck about things going down Discord. You see the difference?
You want to hear why it's a problem or not?
The ground is flat. So you coming in here preaching about gravity means nada to 99% of the people in here.
So, can I go ahead?
You're going to talk shit anyways. So you may as well enjoy yourself.
Now explain why it's a problem. You just claimed it's not.
We know it's not. Because you're going to try to conflate things going down with curvature. There's no curvature. We've measured that bit already. So anything that you claim about curvature is going to be a falsity. So it's not a problem. Please, tell us how it's a problem.
Yeah, so objects in space as large as the Earth are naturally formed into spheres with gravity. And if you
There's no curvature. We've already covered that.
If you imagine a flat plane...
we don't have to imagine it. We can go outside.
Objects would be attracted to the North Pole, right? As you went towards the end.
Why would they be attracted to the North Pole? Okay, you're confusing magnetism with gravity. You're talking about gravity here. You're supposed to be telling us how gravity is a problem for us. It's not a problem. I've already told you that. The ground is measured as flat.
Matrix, we got a new guy in here. Somebody introduced themselves, said hello. We can deal with Fallacy Daddy later. Who said hello? Was it Nova? Maybe not. Anyway, to the new people in the room, we're talking about the Earth being completely flat and stationary and enclosed. We'll get to that maybe later. But yeah, whoever said hello, please feel free to pipe up. This is the problem with like talking to these trolls and these sea lioning jackwagons is because someone comes in, they're new, they have genuine questions, and we're dealing with Fallacy Daddy. So anyway, we'll go back to Fallacy Daddy for content purposes, even though he left. I guess he decided to take the opportunity to run away. Anyway, Nova, welcome. Jesse, welcome. The Earth is flat and stationary. If you have questions or you disagree, please let us know.
I think Fallacy Daddy realised that he backed himself into a corner. Why does he do that? Why does he just come in here and preach just randomness and expect us to swallow it like that?
Well, because he thinks he's in the we give a fuck about things going down server 24/7. That's why.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I thought that was really good. Why do things go down? Why do things go up? Why don't they go sideways? If you have any questions relating to that, please don't hesitate.
Well, Jen, why do things go sideways? Well, that's what I find interesting. Things go sideways, so therefore they go down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's silly.
Yeah, it is silly.
And that's why I want to set up a Cavendish and a Foucault side by side.
Oh, yeah, I love that one. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you're coming up with some good ones today.
Welcome, Avi. Avi, have any questions? The Earth is flat, by the way, Avi. Oh, man, they're gone quick. We must be getting the rejects.
It's a wonder Clippy or someone hasn't done a compilation of welcome, how's it going? And just the doorbell as they leave, the chime sound as they leave. Hours and hours of entertainment in that.
I don't get it. You go into a sub and then you just turn around and leave. Wow, that's just never done that.
So let's have a look. We've got, starting from the top of the list, Al McDad. I'm going to butcher some of these, I can see it already. But anyways, we'll keep rolling down. Jesse, welcome. Down. Mala Yaha. Yeah, I've probably wrecked it. I do apologise. If I've said it wrong, please tell me where I've gone wrong. We've also got Nova. That's an easy one. Not too bad, my friend. I'll just go through these names and then we can get a question out of you. I'm sure you've got something to ask. Who else we got? Down the list. Truth by Proxy. I've seen that name before somewhere.
Yeah, I have as well.
And we've got a Fallen Angels down the bottom. So anyways, welcome one and all. If you've got any questions, like our mate Mala.
Yes, no, I don't have any question. You think the Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it's flat, mate. There's no thinking about that.
No way.
Yes, why? Why do you think it's what do you think it is?
It's like the egg. Maybe.
Like an egg. Okay. So the science guys would call that oblate spheroid. So why do you think it's like an egg?
I don't know.
Well, you're the one that said it's like an egg. Did you go outside and you see part of it and go, wow, it looks like part of an egg?
No, it's very difficult because when you go to YouTube or any website, you search for what does Earth look like. You see example. You see the channel. He talk about the Earth, and he I don't know English very well that word. He talk about the Earth, and he say it's flat. He give you the proof. He give you the proof, and you say, really, the Earth is flat. But when you go to another channel, it say it's like an egg, and give you a proof. I am in there. You know what?
So you're in the middle, not sure.
Middle. Hey, I'm in the middle. I don't know.
Because one story says flat, one story says egg, and you're not sure because contradicting stories. Well, yes. What can we do?
And both have a proof.
Yep. Well, that's where you've got to look into their proofs and see what they've got. So, on the flat side, what was the proof that they used? Do you remember?
No.
That's all right. Because that's what you've got to do is have a look at the proofs that they give you. Sometimes the proofs are not actually proofs. They're just assumptions. And we've got to look into that and keep an eye out on it. But let's put that aside. So in the left hand, we've got the flat camp. In the right hand, we've got the egg camp. How are we, just you and me, how can we, or what can we do that can prove either flat or egg? What can we do?
I don't know.
Measure it?
Yes.
Sounds like a plan, eh? We can measure it. And that means that the videos won't mean anything because they're second-hand information and we'll have proven it for ourselves.
Why I can't share my screen here?
You might not be high enough level yet. I don't know. You might only be new.
Because I have a channel in Arabic. Maybe he's have a translator to English too. He talk about the Earth and he answer the people is what like you. It's a Earth flat. I mean? You know what I mean? It's he's so smart, and he's give you the proof. Wait a second. Maybe I send you the link. Wait a minute.
I'm going to post for you 200 proofs of flat Earth in Arabic. Okay, just give me a couple of minutes. Okay.
In Arabic? Okay.
Yeah, Arabic. Yeah, it's an Arabic. It's Eric Dubé's video, but translated into Arabic for you. Okay, 200 proofs of flat Earth in Arabic. I'll give me 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I wait you. Thank you.
That'd be a dry lesson. That's torture in English.
Yeah, but it'd be all right for him though. I mean, it's got the main parts in there. It's going to lead him somewhere, isn't it? He's not going to be not a flat earther after that, surely. Okay.
Okay, I found it.
Okay, there it is. There's your 200 proofs for you, okay? My Islamic brother. Subhanallah. There it is.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome. I should put one more as well. A Quranic verse that mentions flat earth for you, okay? It's in the Quran.
I know that in the Quran.
You know that verse, yeah? Okay. Yes. Okay, well, I'll post it in anyway.
But the meaning is not what we think.
That's right.
Before we go too far, can we address his problem? Because he already described this. He's going to go to YouTube, and then there's going to be a YouTube video that tells him the Earth is flat. Then he's going to go see a YouTube video that tells him the Earth is a sphere. The ultimate thing for him to do is to measure the Earth, like Matrix said.
Absolutely.
So Matrix is right on. We need to go ahead and address reality and screw the videos.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So, friend, have you ever experienced the Earth to be round, curved?
Yeah. No, it's about the Wait.
He's not answering your question.
What?
Yeah. What's his? Do you ever experience the Earth to be curving?
Curving? What do you mean?
Have you seen the curvature of the Earth on Earth in your life?
No.
Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth?
You can. You can.
I saw it.
Where? Okay.
In your ass.
No.
Here we go. We have a troll. Trolls have to go by.
No, please don't. I believe Earth is flat.
No, I don't care.
You're still wrong.
Please don't. Earth is flat. I know this.
You jacked it up. It's not even. You just can't jump into a channel and start talking shit. Goodbye. Maybe your parents didn't love you. Maybe they didn't teach you manners, but that's not my problem. You're going to have to go somewhere else. So to our friend here who's asking genuine questions, he said, no, I've never seen the Earth curving. That's an honest answer. How about this one? Have you ever experienced the Earth spinning?
You can't, because you
can't.
You live
right.
You can't.
Right. So you live on the Earth,
maybe,
and you don't experience any motion. Right?
Right.
How about this?
Right.
Do you ever experience the vacuum of space? That means that if you live on the Earth, you would have to experience an environment with extremely low air pressure, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Basically, whatever air was inside your body, it would be trying to leave your body at a very high rate of speed, meaning you would kind of turn inside out. Does that happen to you?
Well, painful.
Oh, I know what you say. Look, you know what's my problem? You know what?
Go ahead.
My problem is my language.
I don't think so. I think you speak good enough English. Okay, well, if you have questions, because this whole server, the point of the server is for you to practice. So if I said something that you don't understand, please tell me. Yeah.
I can't explain very well to you in English. That is my problem.
Well, so would you be telling me things like this? The Earth is so big we can't see the curvature, right?
Yeah.
Would you be saying that?
That you say is I have answer for that, but I can't collect the word to explain it. My English is not
That's okay.
very good. And I have this channel in Arabic. This channel is a smart boy. That smart boy, Arabic smart boy, talk about the Earth and how the answer the flat Earth thinking. You can see it, and maybe other after the day or today, you can I can join to the here and tell me what your answer.
Well, before you do that, there's going to be three things that you're going to be having explained to you. People are going to try to tell you that your experience is wrong, and I'll tell you how. They're going to say the reason that you can't see or experience curvature is because the Earth is so big. So what they are admitting, what they're telling you is that you experience the Earth as flat. They're going to tell you, oh, you can't experience or feel the Earth spinning because it's so slow. Now that is incorrect, especially according to the scale. But what they're telling you is the Earth doesn't move. Then they're going to tell you that gravity holds the gas down. That's why there's no vacuum. When they're telling you that you live in pressure. So everything that they are telling you is going to say that you live on a flat, stationary Earth. And they have to make excuses as to why you experience those things, and they're all wrong. You're being gaslit and lied to about your ultimate experience. And they don't have any evidence to back up what they say is actually going on, that the Earth is curved, spinning in a vacuum. They don't have any evidence for any of those things. But this topic is not about what you and I can do in an argument. It has to do with what exists in reality. The truth is about what reality presents itself to be. The Earth is measurably flat everywhere we go. There is no experiment or measurement that we can take that the Earth is spinning. And 3, gas pressure requires containment. So it doesn't matter what anybody says in any language. Those 3 things are absolutely true.
I search about it.
Okay, you search about it.
Okay, thank you for your explanation.
Yeah, let me help you one more little bit and break it down a little bit more. Hang on, just before you go. What my colleague says, who is telling you, is this: number one, if you have to have air pressure, you need a container. Do you understand that? Air pressure, you need container. Do you understand?
Yes, I know. I understand.
Okay, like if I want to pump up my tire, okay, I need the rubber tire around the rim so I can inflate the tire on my bicycle, and now I can ride the bike. Yeah. Okay, that's fundamentally what he's saying. Right. Pressure. Okay. No. So you understand that you need pressure for that, right?
Yes. Right.
Do you understand? Okay. Yes. All right. That'll do. As long as you got that main point. I seem to remember at the beginning of this Flat Earth Awakening, the Globers would say you're not allowed to use your personal experiences because it's just anecdotal. But I mean, how can you discern then? How do you discern if you don't bring in your own personal experiences? Are you going to tell the difference? And whenever you ask people, have they seen the curvature of the Earth? 8 times out of 10, they say they've never seen it. The other 2 times they've said that where they said they have, they said they've seen it from an aeroplane, generally. But again, you need your experiences to discern. So you've got to go out there and measure it. You gain the experience and then you gain the knowledge, the fact.
Yeah, I do it, yes. Of course. I don't believe in NASA, really. I don't.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, yeah. Yeah, because, NASA, obviously, they're deceiving the world by saying that they can go to the moon or put things on Mars. Yeah, sending satellites, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2,
maybe it's a satellite, but women, no. I don't believe women can go to the moon.
No, yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, that's not possible. We can say Allah didn't give us the permission. Yeah?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, definitely.
But
because you agree that you can't have air pressure unless you have a container, okay? So the Earth cannot be the ball in the vacuum of space, because it would mean that all the air on that ball would be in the vacuum of space and we would all be dead. That's true, isn't it?
Good point.
Right, exactly. So we cannot be the ball flying through the universe. That's it. We would all be dead now. And you agree we're alive because we have 14.7 psi pressure at sea level. So we must have a container keeping the air pressure for us. It has to be. That's protection. Okay?
Okay.
Right. So NASA could never go to space. It'd be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So basically, no, NASA is not going to the moon or to Mars or sending any satellites, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, beyond the solar system. That's all a lie. Absolutely. They're not on their way back from the moon as we speak. That's a lie. I think they might be on their way home today, even.
Of course. Yeah, sure. Why do you think the NASA lying to people?
Well, it's all about controlling. This is just a theory, which I don't often do, but obviously they're making their money from it, and they are controlling the humanity with it all. That's what they're doing, aren't they? They've already tried to reinforce the globe. They're trying to make everybody believe the globe is real, so they send their pretend. They're in a studio pretending they're going to space to show us the image of the Earth. But we know it's not true because we're measuring the Earth flat. So the reason they're doing it is to keep everybody believing in the story of the helios. Okay? That's it.
Okay.
It's that simple.
I love to listen to the other side.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Because where are you from exactly? Where are you from?
I'm from Kurdistan.
I didn't hear you.
Kurdistan, like
Kurdistan. Well, welcome, and we appreciate you speaking English as well as you do, because I can't speak Kyrgyzstanese. I can't speak that language.
Thank you.
We thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that you like to listen to the other side, because that's how you learn. You see, you have your knowledge, you listen to someone else's knowledge, and then you compare, you check. Maybe the knowledge you have is incorrect. Maybe I'm incorrect, so I check your knowledge. You see, information. Yeah. And remember this other point, that everybody learns about the Earth being a globe at every school in every country through the government education system. So you know that the governments of the world are linked together. Okay? They're teaching us about the globe everywhere. Yes?
Yes, true.
Right. So they're linked together. So this is a deliberate action. Yeah? It's not accidental. It's not coincidental. This is a deliberate action from the governments of the world teaching us we're on a globe when it is not a globe. Okay? So they are deliberately deceiving us. That's a fact. I don't care what anyone says. That's a definite fact when you look at it on the grander scheme. Look at the whole world and look at how the education is being taught. Yeah, it's an education curriculum, and it's there setting us up to fail.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I do feel that's what I've noticed. Yeah, that's what I have noticed. Yeah. Right.
Your name is Jin?
Jin, yeah, that's my nickname, if you will, from when I was at school. Yeah. And then the CBR1 is the motorcycle name of my motorcycle. Honda CBR 1000.
Honda CBR. I love Honda CBR. Exactly. CB4.
Thank you. Yeah. In Japan here, it's the cutting edge of all the motorcycles that Japan makes, the CBI is the cutting edge. It's not the fastest, but it's not the fastest one because there are other motorcycles faster than the 1000cc. But in the 1000cc class, it's the cutting edge. That's why we call it the samurai of all the motorbikes. But that aside, so we have to really be careful with whatever we're being told by the authorities. Check everything, don't just accept it. Look into it, check it, and then you'll know either way what to do.
Yes, I'm doing that.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell you're doing that. You see, like you said, your problem is it's difficult for you to find the words to explain your position. I understand that, and I wish you all the best in learning the English so you can tell everybody here in where we are in the West, if you will, and then you can tell your family and friends as well, because the truth is the Earth is not a ball, and if you don't trust NASA, then that's a correct position. Correct position is not to trust NASA at all. Correct. And then to look at your land where you live, go and find places. If you're near the ocean, go to the ocean and make your observations. Go across the land and make your observations. Check your country. And you will see that there's no curvature there. And you said proofs, right, earlier on. You said that they put the globe is a proof and the flat earth is a proof. Well, with the globe, there is no proof at all of the globe. Zero proof. There's information. Okay, there's misinformation, right? Maybe if we go to a court, that would be their evidence. Okay, that's not proof though. That's just their evidence, their material. Okay, their information on the table. Boom. Flat Earth, on the other hand, has proof. Okay, because we can bring data to you that is proving the Earth is flat. We can do that. That's proof we can bring to you, the measurements. Okay? So Flat Earth has proof. Globe has no proof. It just has misinformation and material. And if you gather that material together and you went to a court, you could say, here's my evidence. Cannot be proof because it doesn't prove the globe. Can't prove it in reality. So it'll just be evidence that they put down. Flat Earth, on the other hand, if we go to court, we bring the proofs, which is our measurements, and we bring it to the table, to the courtroom. Yeah, we would win our case because what's on data can be repeated. Repeatable, testable, empirical evidence. So you can actually check and validate everything that we say.
Don't worry, I do it.
Yeah, that's the number one thing. That's the most important thing. The thing is that, you search for the globe and you find the flat Earth. It's just so beautiful that. Because literally you take the globe information and you're going out now to measure the curvature only to find the flat Earth. Yeah. Couldn't happen to in a better way than that. It just couldn't happen in a better way than that. You took the information, we all did, to try and validate that globe. And we found the flat Earth. That's why you never forget it. It's such a strong impact that you never forget it. You just never forget it.
It's very complicated to me now because in Quran, I'm Muslim. In Quran, that mentioned that Earth is flat, but not that flat, like all the Earth is flat. It's flat on our eye. You see it flat, but it's not flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What I would say is don't try to over interpretate the Quran. It's as simple as that. When it's saying to you it's flat, and they lay out the carpet flat out and put the mountains on the corners so that the carpet doesn't fly up. That's what we do when we go and have a picnic When we go and have a picnic out in the park, we look for a leveled area so that the drinks and your food don't roll off. So you lay it down flat, okay? And that's what God has done. God has made the earth in such a way that we can build on it. Because if the earth was a ball or an egg shape, we would have to factor that curvature every single time. There'll be no time you cannot consider it. Whether you're flying, sailing, and navigating, right? And then building, construction. You have that would also include drilling holes and tunnels. You have to think of the earth's curvature all the time. That's a nightmare. But we don't have to. When they do the construction and the building, earth's curvature is never considered. Never considered. Except, ladies and gentlemen, when they want to lie and put it in a dictionary or in some weird citation. That'll be the only time you're going to hear these words. Outside of that, in reality, it's not even weapons of mass destruction do not factor in Earth's curvature. And that's the worst use of the taxpayers' money when we're making weapons that supposedly fly across the Earth. Those weapons are flying across a flat Earth to their targets. They're not taking any curved trajectory, following any curvature at all. So that's the truth. And God made that Earth flat, easier to build on. Do you understand?
The last point, no. The last point, we don't know.
The last point is that, the weapons that the army, the military, the navy use, they don't think about Earth's curvature when they fire the weapon. Do you understand?
Yeah.
They don't think, okay, let me work out the curvature of the Earth. Hang on, what's the distance? 120 miles. Okay, what's the curvature there? Doing the maths, and then they program that into the computer, into the missile, and then they don't do that. They don't do that. They just point and fire. That's it. But if Earth is curving, they would have to do that. Do you understand?
Maybe they do it. Maybe they do it.
No, they don't do it. No, they don't do it. I was in the army myself. They don't do that. Okay? The army does not do that. The navy does not do that. The air force don't do that. They don't factor in curvature of the earth. They don't. In fact, there are government documents which I can post. I have 194. Okay, and they state that the earth is flat, stationary, non-rotating, and if you are flying a aeroplane or you're going to fire a missile, you have to consider Earth flat and non-rotating. That's what the government agency documents state. These agencies are the KGB, the CIA, NASA, the military, that would be the Navy, the Air Force, and the Army, and finally, the instruction manuals when you want to learn how to fly an aeroplane. It all states that you must consider up to be non-rotating and flat stationary Earth. Okay?
Okay.
Right. So they don't consider Earth to be curved at all. It's in the documents. And if you want to see the documents, I can give you the documents. Very interesting, isn't it? Yeah?
Yes, of course.
Yes, very interesting. That kind of documents exist. Those kind of documents exist that state that the Earth is indeed flat and not rotating. Okay? Government documents. And I say government agencies documents, to be exact. Yeah, when I heard that, that's when I knew, everything is being done to control humanity. When I found that out, that's when I knew for sure, they're controlling all that information. There's a lot we do not know. that they know.
Where are you from, Mr. J?
Oh, thank you very much for asking. Yeah, I was born in London, England. You know London, England?
Of course, man.
Yeah, that's where I was born. But I am now talking to you from Japan.
Oh.
Right. So I'm in Japan right now. I've been here for 27 years.
Okay? 27 years?
Yeah.
Oh, you know Japanese? Japanese.
Nihongo shibarimasu. Hi. Yes, I do speak Japanese. Yep. 27 years. I have to be able to speak Japanese. It's where my life is here at the moment, you see.
I love Japan, but I don't have enough money to visit.
Yeah. It was expensive to visit back in 1990. So instead of going to Japan, I went to Africa by motorbike instead, because it is an expensive holiday to go to Japan. It always is. Yeah. But so instead, it's cheaper to live there, really. Yeah.
Why? I saw the Japanese people working at every time and sleeping in the metro, in everywhere.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But they work hard, yes. But when you compare the cost of living in Japan to Europe and America, Japan is cheap.
How much do you pay for your, let's see, your electricity?
Okay, let's have a look. Electricity,
for a month.
3 months would be, it's costing us like 30,000 yen.
Like in dollar, how much?
In dollars, maybe $150.
$150. Here for 3 months, here in my country for 3 months, it's like $50, maybe $50.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
3 months for me is over $1,000.
Fucking yeah, sorry man. They're cheap.
Yeah, but your economy is much, much lower than the rest of the world, you know?
Yes, but we have oil.
Yeah, and you have oil as well on top of that, you see. So obviously it's going to be cheaper than us.
What time is it in your place?
Yeah, it is now 8:18. So 8:20 in the morning, Saturday morning.
Okay.
Jin, did you say it's 150 for 3 months?
Yeah.
And he's 50 a month.
Yeah.
That's the same thing, isn't it?
I suppose. Yeah, his is $50. Yeah, they're not the same, I suppose. Yeah, I think still think his is cheaper than ours.
So they're both the same amount per month, but his is cheaper.
Because mine is oh, sorry, his was I thought he said that was 50 for 3 months. That's 50 a month, so it's the same. Sorry, yeah.
It's like,
sorry, I thought he said it was 50 for 3 months, because I gave him 3 months. So it's the same then, yeah.
Mine's about $350 for the month, Jin.
Wow, you must be burning. You must be burning a lot of electric there, man.
No, I'm not. Ours is just that expensive.
Yeah. I did notice around the world that, energy prices were going up. Set to go up here in Japan as well, but we're lucky. At last, I found the documents. Here we are.
Let's see.
Yeah. Uno momento. Chottomate kudasai. One moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, here we are. Right. Okay, what you got here is 44 documents. Okay, short video. You can watch it now, watch it later. But these documents are stating that the Earth is indeed flat and non-rotating. And it's aimed specifically at flight instructors. Those are the men and women you go to learn how to fly aeroplanes. Okay? And then the military itself, that's going to be the Navy, the Air Force, and then the Army. Okay, boots on the ground. And then you've got like NASA telling us, and then you've got the KGB and the CIA. Now the KGB were looking for curvature, and they never found it. And they wrote their documents about that. They documented that. They went out to try and measure the curvature of the Earth, and they found it to be flat. There we are. So clearly NASA's lying.
I need a lot exploring in that case.
Yeah. The first step is to measure it. Once you measure it, that's it. The game is over right there. Everything else is just like window dressing, because at the end of the day, you don't need to concern yourself with all the other stuff because the surface is level. That's it. That's your proof. The Earth is flat. It's not rotating. It's flat. But then, when you look further, you find other holes in the story you've been told. You find other discrepancies and anomalies, right? And all these lend to the truth that you're on a flat Earth. That's all they're doing. Just giving you more strength in your argument. But the basic argument is and the fundamental and most powerful one is the Earth is measured and utilized flat. In fact, our leveling tools came because of the flat Earth. Because of flat Earth, we now have leveling tools. So due to the flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
I have
not because of a ball Earth, but because the Earth is flat is why we have leveling tools.
Hello, hi.
Hello and welcome.
I have a question for flat earthers.
Okay. You go ahead, sir.
Are you 100% sure that the flat is Earth? Or
yes, the Earth is flat. I am 120,000% sure.
So there is no possibility, zero chance that the Earth is a globe.
Zero chance, zero. A gazillion zeros of a chance.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I've gone out there and measured it. I'm now at 64 years of age. I've never come across a curvature anywhere where I've been.
You say a curvature?
Yeah, the Earth's curvature. I've never seen or measured it in the time that I've been alive.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but you are very small relative to the globe. You
doesn't
are very
matter.
small.
It doesn't matter. If I travel 6,000 miles, okay, 10,000 kilometers, that is almost 1/4 of a globe. That's 90 degrees. I never saw the curvature or measured the curvature there at all. It was horizontal all the way.
Yeah, for me personally, this is how I would explain it. It appears to you as if it is horizontal because you are relatively very small compared to the globe, which is very huge. So just because you are so small, when you walk across the globe, you don't feel the curvature.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second right there, though. See, what you're doing is you're giving me something that thousands of people have said over the years, and you're incorrect because you're ignoring the method of measuring. If somebody gives me the numbers to this Earth it means I must be able to confirm and measure it. And I'm not able to do that. It doesn't matter how tiny I am, right? I could be minuscule, but I must be able to measure the curvature. And I'm not able to measure it. I'm finding horizontality. And I just told you that in one instance, I covered 6,000 miles. Right? There should have been 3,720.47 miles of curvature. That's not there. It's horizontal all the way.
Hey, Jen, how about instead of your awesome anecdotes, how about we ask this young fellow something very simple? If it's so big and we're so small, as in this comparative scale, how do you know it's curved anyways?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I've never look. Myself, I don't know for a fact that it's curved. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an expert.
Science don't measure balls.
I also can't say for a fact that it's flat. That's the thing with me.
When you go outside, so to start off with, you said you're not a scientist. Well, that is great. I'm glad to hear that, because this is a question of geometry, not a question of science. So you're not being a scientist is awesome and all, but it doesn't really help anyone here. So this is just about measuring the shape to find out whether or what it is.
Yeah, I mean, science, geometry, you name it. You understood what I meant.
No, geometry is not science.
Which is I don't have the qualifications to make a conclusion.
So what? Excellent. So what qualifications do you need to be able to measure the ground? Thank you, the other person. Just hold up. There's plenty of people here. You'll get your go, mate.
Okay.
So, Conqueror, what qualifications do you believe you need?
I think you need to be. Okay, this is just my own subjective opinion, because again, I'm not an expert, and don't expect me to give you the exact tools that you need to be able to determine.
I didn't ask you for the tools. I asked you what qualifications do you need.
Yeah, qualifications are the tools in this context.
What qualifications? Do I have to have a PhD in art, for example? Do I have to have a doctorate of some description in order to be able to operate a tape measure?
Geometry.
So what do you need in geometry? What kind of special degree do you need in geometry? Your degree is called geometry degree?
I don't know.
Do you know what a triangle is?
Uh-oh.
Yes, I do. You think I'm stupid?
Do?
I don't know what a triangle is.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what a triangle is. Let's see if you're stupid or not.
Why do I need to tell you that?
Uh-oh, we got a problem. He can't tell me what a triangle is. All right. You had your chance.
A triangle is a shape that has 3 angles.
Okay.
Anything in particular about those 3 angles?
That's a triangle. About the thing, like, where do you want to get with these kinds of questions?
Oh, so you need the full thing. 3 straight sides, 3 angles, and the internal angles add up to 180 degrees only. Not more, not less. Correct?
Yes.
Beautiful. So now you know triangles have straight sides, correct?
I do know triangles very well. I have studied them in elementary school.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, too bad, you guys. I have to go in this building that I'm in the parking garage of right now. But you guys, I put you right on the track with this one. Happy triangles.
Oh, this guy is crazy.
Oh, yeah. A whole new level.
Bro, this guy asked me about the definition of a triangle, and then he went and he asked ChatGPT, and he literally read it from ChatGPT, bro.
No, he didn't.
I'm sure he did.
Why would I read that from ChatGPT, dummy?
I don't know,
Don't
man.
you see
You're
what
weird.
my name is?
Bro, you're weird. This has nothing to do with our discussion. Like, why would you be asking me, about the definition of a triangle?
Oh, but it does.
The fuck? Yeah, I mean, I guys respect your criticism, like your skepticism, and you guys question things. and you guys
But the thing is, you're not questioning what you're saying. See, earlier on, you came to have a shot at us about our beliefs of being flat, and then you're trying to tell us that it's so big that you can't see the curvature anyways. So how do you even know it's curved in order to put forward an argument? What tells you that it's curved?
He replied that he wasn't an expert. He wasn't a scientist. He hasn't checked. Those were his words. But carry on.
Guys, by the way, this is not a debate. I'm trying to have a good discussion, so you don't have to shout.
So am I. So am I.
Just relax. But the thing is, you said I made an argument. What was my argument?
You were putting forward to me and us that the Earth was so big that we wouldn't be able to recognize the curvature. But when I told you the distance I traveled across the Earth and how much curvature there should have been through that distance, that wasn't there. You seem to be disagreeing. And remember, you're the one that's not the expert here and hasn't actually done any investigation. So obviously you telling me, obviously is a joke, isn't it? Because I've actually checked. I'm telling you the findings. You don't know that yet because you haven't checked. Because as you've admitted to everybody, you're not the expert. So don't you think before you say I'm wrong or you're suggesting we're too big, don't you think you should go and check first? Don't you think?
First of all,
can you answer that question? Can you answer that question?
I'll answer the question.
No, you're not answering my question. Can you not answer that question? Don't you think you should check first? I'm chilled. I'm just asking you for a question. Answer my question. Please answer it.
I just want to touch some points before I do that. So first of all, I never said you're wrong.
No, answer the question. Then you can talk about whatever you like afterwards.
Okay, the question is, you're saying to me, okay, if I'm so small and the globe is so big, I have traveled all this distance, why wasn't I able to experiment or at least experience the curvature?
I didn't hear anybody say anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, he said that. I was just rephrasing
it. The question was, if you don't know either way, don't you think you should go and check first? That is the question. Please answer it.
Yeah, okay, I'll answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So what you need to do is go off and check it and then come back to us experts with your findings.
I don't think you're an expert. I think you're delusional.
Suggesting we're wrong. We've gone about it wrong, but you're not the expert. You don't even know. You haven't even checked. It's a joke. You're a joker, sir. That's what you're doing.
I don't think you're an expert either. I think you're delusional.
Unfortunately, you're not expert enough to.
You are the delusional one, dude. You think you live on a ball in a vacuum. Right. That's delusional, dude.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen, guys, you guys are contradicting science. You guys have nothing to do with science.
Hold up. You made it quite clear that you're not a scientist. You made it abundantly clear to us.
Sunshine.
Conqueror, you made it abundantly clear to us that you're not a scientist. So you making claims of what is or is not science is a fallacy. This is a break in your logic. You don't have the right to make those claims if you're going to claim that you're not a scientist. So how do you know what is or is not science if you're not a scientist?
Here's the thing.
Exactly, it's yet to be determined. Exactly, so it's yet to be determined.
I see all the scientists agreeing upon this, and they are saying that the Earth is a globe. And
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
No, hey, Tito, let's find out which scientist said this. He's just he's just claim stacking now to protect himself. Hey, kid, you are allowed to say, I don't know.
You want me to name them?
Well, you made the claim of all of the scientists agree.
Just one.
So
name one. Just one.
One scientist who believes the Earth is a globe?
No.
Yep.
That agrees with your bullshit.
Yeah, that agrees with you.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac Newton, for example.
No, that's not a scientist. He drank mercury.
Oh, he's not a scientist? Okay.
No, that's not a scientist. They didn't have scientists back then.
You don't even
So it's
know.
not important. That part isn't important. The important part. One sec, bro.
One of the greatest scientists.
That's not the one sec, bro. It's not that part. Isn't the important part. The important part is the evidence that this so-claimed scientist has presented. Okay, that's what's important. Otherwise, if they've no evidence that anybody can present from a scientist or anybody else in that matter, for that matter, right? Then you can't claim that, right? So it's yet to be determined whether we actually are denying scientific evidence or not.
I get what you mean. You're basically saying regardless of the scientist you're naming or you're picking, if you don't understand his methodology and how he came up to conclude that the Earth is flat or a globe or whatever, then you can't use that as an argument. The thing is, here's the thing. It's not just one. There is a consensus amongst modern scientists.
No, there's not.
Irrelevant.
I'm not saying that's necessarily a proof. I'm saying if there is consensus, by experts, then it is more likely. And this is, I want you to underline.
That's a subjective argument. That's subjective.
No, it's not subjective.
Yeah,
it's very objective.
No, it doesn't make it more likely for the Earth to be a globe. Does not make it more likely for the Earth to be a globe.
Hey, Conqueror, check it out. Check this out. Let's go off consensus. Look what room you're sitting in, and let's just do a quick survey. Flat or globe? And you're a flat earther now. See, your consensus argument falls flat on its ass pretty quickly, doesn't it?
But your voice cut off. What was that? You said something I didn't hear.
What? You'd be the first person in history to say you didn't hear me.
Anyway,
I don't know what to say, man.
Anyway, my question.
You're basing everything off of consensus.
Yeah.
This is your personal belief. So have a look at what room you're in. You are sitting in a flat earth channel on Discord. Yeah? So what do you think the consensus in here is going to be? So based on your logic of it's consensus, therefore you are now a flat earther.
Yeah, see, that's wrong, isn't it?
The difference. Yeah, but we have to realize that you're making a fallacy here, because you guys.
No, we're not.
You're the one making the fallacy. You're the one. So what? As again, the argument comes back around. What qualifications do you need in order? And you didn't answer that before. See, you're stuck in a loop. You don't realize you're programmed. You are programmed to regurgitate the shit that comes through the computer, the television, the mobile phone. And when you break that cycle for yourself, then you will have more of an understanding. This is not a language barrier. This is you being caught in a loop. You bow down to these so-called scientists. Why? Because you're a dumbass and you don't know anything. That's what you've been told. You don't have a PhD, so you can't make a decision. You can't measure anything. You can't check anything for yourself. So you have to appeal to these other guys. Now, when you haven't done any research, you don't even know what these other guys have done. You don't even know what they agree to.
Bro.
You're claiming consensus without any survey. Have you done a survey of all these scientists?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you have?
I have checked actually an article. It was written like 2 years ago, and it was talking about this specifically, and it was comparing,
Excellent. Put it in the side chart.
Scientists. I'll put it in the side chart, but just let me finish my point. It was basically comparing scientists who believe that the Earth is flat, compared to scientists who believe that the Earth is rounded.
So, just so you can have an understanding, check this out. Just so you can understand something, there's an old saying, you don't bite the hand... Conqueror, there's an old saying, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. So do you think if I'm getting paid $140,000 a year to tell you about physics and whatnot, I'm going to stand up and say the Earth is flat? No, I'm not, because I'd like to keep my cushy little job. Do you honestly believe that article would be 100% truthful about those so-called flat Earth antibodies on there? See, your arguments break down. You don't think about them. You just accept it on straight up face value. This is truthful. Break the thing down and have a look at it. Hey mate, think about it. You've got two people, a flat earther getting paid 140 grand a year, and your normal ball believer. Do you really think them being physicists has got anything to do with the shape of the ground? And number two, are they going to stand up and say, yes, I believe in flat earth, when it contradicts all of their pay structures and the hierarchy behind their job? No, they're not. They're going to sit down and shut up. So you making claims in an article, it says these flat earthers say this, I call bullshit.
Yeah, I'd like to see that article if you can get it. And I've got a question for Conqueror as well. Conqueror, look, do I not have the right to check what the scientists are telling me? Do I have that right?
Yeah, of course you do.
Right. So that means I can go out now, regardless of what they're telling me, let me go and check for myself. Well, that's what we've done. We've gone out to check for ourselves, and we're finding the discrepancies and anomalies in what they've stated. That's how we know. That's why when you asked me earlier on, are you sure? I said, yeah, I'm 120,000% sure. And you said, there's no chance. And I said, there's a gazillion zeros of a chance. No chance at all. Because I know when you know something, nothing can sway you from there when you've checked and validated. And in the case of the shape of the earth, there's no way the earth is a globe. It's an impossibility. And you need to go and check that, right? Remember, you're talking to me. At this point, I'm more of an expert on this topic matter than you are currently. Okay? So you need to then go out and investigate and come back to us with your findings. We're the experts here. Okay?
All right.
Right. That's it. You can't begin to say we're wrong. Make any suggestions because you haven't checked it yourself yet. Sorry? Well, no, you are. When you say we're so small, it's not detectable, you're saying that my methodology is wrong. That's what you're saying. That's what you are saying.
All I say is, you know, when I joined, hang on a second. When I joined first, all I said is, I do personally believe the Earth is a globe.
Correct.
I'm not saying 100%. There is a possibility that it could be flat. Why am I saying that? Because I haven't conducted my own personal research, right?
Right.
So so the thing is, I'm not saying you guys are wrong, and I'm not saying the Earth is.
You just haven't thought about your argument. Hey, Jim, he just hasn't.
Hang on a minute, Matrix. Hang on.
He just hasn't thought about his argument. That's all.
Yeah, let me get my point. Hey, listen, young man. What you've done, though, by your statement of the Earth could be bigger and we're so tiny, you're saying that we haven't investigated properly when you put that forward. That's what you're doing when you say that. When you say that the Earth could be so big and we're so tiny, you're saying we didn't check properly.
Yeah, but that's a factual statement. Don't you think that we are small?
No, it's not. It's wrong. No, it's wrong. That statement you made is made from somebody who is not an expert. That'd be you. So you made a mistake in putting that up. You're wrong there, sir. I can say you're wrong.
When you stand next to a mountain.
You're still wrong.
When you stand... Okay.
You're still wrong, mate.
When you stand next to a mountain, are you smaller than the mountain?
Excuse me. You're still wrong.
And what has that got to do with the shape of the ground?
Exactly.
No,
exactly.
It has nothing. No, because he's saying my statement about us being small is wrong.
Okay,
and all I'm saying
Conqueror, you're the one that made the claim about scale to start off with. Now, the reason we jump straight on it is because every single day there's some kid that comes in here and goes, my proof of curvature is ships going over the horizon. Now, here's you telling us that, hey, thanks a lot for talking through me. We get kids coming in here saying ships go over. Why are you still talking? We get kids coming in here saying ships go over. Why are you still talking? We get kids coming in here saying, why are kids still fucking shut up? Holy shit, dude. Shut up. You cried a second ago about other people talking.
You don't need to crash.
We get kids coming in here saying ships go over the horizon. This contradicts your claim of it being so big we can't see the curve. That's all I wanted to say. Now you may reply.
Yeah, I mean, you're making assumptions. Why you think I'm a kid?
Did I point it at you? You sound like a kid.
Do you feel insecure that the kid is smarter than you?
Why would you assume I'm a kid? That's why I was cutting you off.
Because you sound like one. And that has no bearing on this argument. The point is the contradictions we get from kids that come in here.
All right, chill out. I feel like you're so...
So address the contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, there's no contradiction. We are relatively...
So let me get this straight. On one hand, we're so big we can't see the curvature, and on the other hand, we can see the curvature because of ships going over it. Which one is it?
Okay, say that again. What was your point?
In the left hand, we've got conqueror's argument. We're so small, we can't see the curve. Okay?
Yeah.
In the right hand, we see ships going over the curve. Which one is it? Is it too big or too small?
It's the first one, because when we see ships disappearing, it's not ships going over the curvature. It's because our eyes are not capable to, see things that are very far away from distance. I mean, this is actually, you could experience this when you are sometimes very far from a mountain and you see it, a bit foggy, and then the further you
Why is it when we're referring to ships, how many ships do you see sailing over mountains? Just out of curiosity.
That's what
I thought. Well, it was a very poor one, because I've never seen a ship sail over a mountain.
That was
Why would a ship go over a mountain, dude? Come on.
He said it, not me.
Are you guys stupid or deliberately trying to be stupid?
It sounds like you're deliberately trying to be stupid.
The fucking example I gave
chill out.
Has nothing
There's no need to get upset. There's no need to get upset.
Conqueror, we're talking about ships sailing away, and your proof is something to do with mountains. How is a mountain relevant to a ship sailing away?
Can I explain very simply why I brought the example of mountains up?
Because you're sidestepping the ship thing. I know why you did it.
I'll tell you why. The thing is, some people might come on here and claim that the ships are disappearing from our side because of the curvature, because they are going into the curvature, and thus they disappear. And all I'm saying is that's just not true. The ships disappear because of the fog. When the ships gets further and further and further away, our ability to see them gets harder because our eyes are not designed to see things from...
Excellent. So you're a flat earther then?
And then I gave you the example of the mountain to back my
That's
argument.
Great. So you're a flat earther then?
Hang on, I didn't finish.
Oh, you don't have to finish. I've got enough information.
If you see a mountain from distance, if the distance is so huge, the mountain is going to be foggy from distance. And the further you get, the foggiest it gets. So that's why I brought the example of the mountain. I know it has nothing to do with the ships, but it was an example to illustrate.
So you're a flat earther then?
Thinking. I'm not a flat earther.
Well, you must be, because based on your elevation is how far the curvature the horizon line should be. If you're claiming we can see beyond the horizon line, there's no horizon line, therefore no curvature. You're a flat earther. It's all optics. That's what we've been telling people for years. It's all optics.
So you carry some flat earth knowledge right there, unbeknown to yourself, because you're speaking like a flat earther when you say the ship is disappearing due to the distance from the observer to the object as it moves away. That's perfect. That's a flat earth statement right there. Thank you.
So,
Right?
Conqueror, just so you know,
a ship sails away and
hold up,
it disappears. How
So, Conqueror,
does it disappear if the Earth is flat?
Oh, it disappears because it goes beyond. Look, the same way.
Jen, hold up.
Yeah, go
on. Finish with Conqueror first. So, Conqueror, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, if you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, as claimed at school, you might have been taught it in metric. That's nice. You can work out where the horizon or where the ships are supposed to disappear. So at 1 foot high.
That's wrong.
Oh, I'll get to you in a minute. At 1 foot high, the square root of 1 is 1.
Wrong.
Times 1.22 or 1.225 equals 1.225 miles.
Wrong.
We've got observations that crush that by magnitude.
Can you prove it?
What about the observations? Oh, shit, yeah.
Have you done the maths?
He has done.
I just give you the maths for you.
No, have you like proved it yourself?
Absolutely. Otherwise, you would be sitting there, would he?
He believes it. It's all that matters.
No, he's talking from his own personal experience. Yeah. Come on.
Sorry, thank you very much.
Come on.
Are you guys religious?
You're wrong.
Come on, people.
No.
So religion's got nothing to do with it. So.
I know.
Iku,
Just out of curiosity.
Ilku, in the side chart, this is a screenshot out of video footage. As you can see, oil rigs, whoop-de-doo. Those oil rigs are for demarcation only. As you can also see, the horizon, well and truly beyond the oil rigs. Anyone who says otherwise is just here to pull our chain and they shouldn't be in this conversation. The issue is, from where that was filmed, or videoed, whichever term you use, we know the distance to those oil rigs. The left-hand one, 9.41 miles. The right-hand one, 6.21 miles. The horizon is clearly beyond 9.41 miles.
Can you verify those distances?
Yeah, get on Google Tard Maps and do it yourself.
In those pictures, though.
Okay, do you guys think at least the moon is a globe?
This is a.
Do you guys think at least the moon is a globe?
What the moon is has no bearing on the shape of the ground.
Dude.
I know. I'm just asking, like, again, out of curiosity. I want to know what you guys believe in.
Artemis 2, dude. They just went around the moon. Yes?
Oh, another Artemis believer. Awesome.
Yeah, sure.
A flat moon.
Okay.
I think
is the moon flat?
I think the moon is flat.
Yeah, it's a hologram.
Nice. The moon is flat.
Don't care.
It's all created by NASA, I think.
Why is it all of you guys need to stare up in order to validate what's beneath your feet? Conqueror,
that's wrong.
Why are you looking up in the sky to validate what's beneath your feet?
Because they're retarded.
You know what is gravity? Yes.
Ilku, why are you looking up into the sky to verify what's beneath your feet? What's the deal with that, bro?
I'm not looking up at the sky to verify what's beneath my feet. I literally said I'm just asking you out of curiosity. It has nothing to do with the Earth being flat or being a globe.
Excellent. So there's no more need for discussions of the moon then, or Artemis. Why don't we just stick to pure measurements and see what you've got? Long-range observations, laser tests. Maybe you walked it out like Eratosthenes got his little brothers to do.
Matrix, can I ask you a question?
I'm very worried about you guys. I feel like you guys are gonna die believing that the Earth is flat. That's a big delusion.
We don't believe it, Conqueror. This is where you failed.
We know it.
This is not a belief system. It's measured as flat. Whether I like it or not, it's measured as flat. I've just got to learn to live with it like you.
It's not measured as flat.
It is measured as flat.
Because what? Your picture?
Because what? You stare at the moon, so therefore it's not measured as flat. Congratulations. You've got no measurements of curvature. Provide them. You've got photographs that you can't even validate or verify where they come from.
You can see it on the Optimus stream.
Okay, where are they?
See the curvature.
Where are these? You can shut up because you're being a pest. Ilko, sorry, or Iku. Where are these measurements of curvature?
That's wrong.
Wait, I will look them up. I promise there are some. If not, I will join you, brother.
I'll see you next week.
I think his point is I'm just not an expert, but I know that scientists claim that
Conqueror, if you're gonna do a conquest, will you just look at the people you're gonna conquest, or you go physically and conquest them as a conqueror?
I would go physical.
You will go physically and conquer them, right? Exactly with like the measurement. You don't look at the moon to determine the shape of the Earth. You measure the Earth.
No way he's saying this.
Oh my God! Yeah. Thank you.
I said over 100 times when I asked about the moon. I just asked it out of curiosity.
And that's okay. I know what you said. I'm saying what I'm saying. And it's okay for me to say that. All I'm saying, if you're asking about the moon, that's observable phenomena. It's beautiful. We can say that. It moves in cycles. We observe that. But what it is, how far it is, what is it made of, what is the cause of the effects, those are unknowns. Questions for your creator. And you as a conqueror should know that to be a real conqueror, you need hands-on to do stuff. To conquest, okay? So concentrate on what Matrix is trying to tell you and don't argue so much. Go ahead.
I don't know what to say, man.
Oh, beautiful Chicago. Why can't you see Eiffel Tower from New York? Why is that?
Because of its angular size.
What?
Angular size. Every single optic, the lens in your eye can only resolve an image so far. You need to get a bigger lens in order to resolve that image at longer
distance. Can't you get a telescope to look from Big Ben?
Telescope not big enough.
Big Ben to Empire State Building, yes?
Telescope not big enough.
What is big enough? Is there a telescope?
Well, you can probably jump online.
A telescope big enough
yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's different. There's a reason why it's different.
Yeah.
Yep, you can also grab a camera and look at the moon. You can also walk outside and see it with the naked eye. Yep, one at a time. Inco.
Okay. Thank you.
Number one, you can jump online and do the calculations yourself and see what size lens you would need to look across and see Big Ben or the Eiffel Tower. So you'll need to know how big Big Ben is. Yeah, that's hold up.
Yeah, okay.
Most people can't hear what you're saying if you try to talk through me. That ain't going to do anyone any favors. Work out how big Big Ben is or how big the Eiffel Tower is. Jump online. See what size angular resolution you're going to require. Using the Rayleigh criterion calculations, you can then work out what size lens you will need in order to view that at the given range that you're after.
But even then, you still wouldn't be able to see it.
Correct.
No, you would if it was flat.
No, you wouldn't.
You go 100 meters up, you get a telescope to look.
No, you wouldn't.
From Big Ben to New York, you would see the Empire State Building, right?
No, because of the weather and the air itself will be the main obstacle. The air that you
air
breathe.
has pollution, and that's because.
And the weather. Jump on the weather.
Jump on Jin, fuck's sake, please, mate. We don't really need any more help on top of me. I make enough noise for myself. Inku, jump onto a weather app. And if it tells you today's, as in your local weather, rain, hail, snow, that kind of stuff, it will give you a visibility range.
But in theory, now in flat Earth...
No, there's hold on. It will give you a visibility range. If it tells you you can only see 10 miles, you're not going to grab a telescope and see 10,000 miles, are you?
You can definitely see over 10,000 miles with a telescope. You can look at the moon.
He just missed the whole entire point of what I said.
Yeah, I may have missed it.
Have you looked at a weather app before to see what the weather is going to be? Temperature, raining, snowing.
It's -1 right now. Wind is 2 meters a second. Okay.
Excellent. Look at the weather app now. Does it give you visibility range?
No, but I guess I could get that.
Some of them do. Just so you know, some weather apps actually give you a visibility range. For example, if there is fog, they might say visibility 10 meters. That's a pretty hardcore fog. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Some of them give you visibility in all conditions. They don't care. Today's visibility range, 20 miles. Tomorrow's visibility, 5 miles, due to smog or whatever the reason. Now, if they're saying your visibility is only 5 miles, doesn't matter what telescope or what camera or what binoculars or what you do, you are not going to see much more than that.
What if you went like a kilometer up on the flat Earth, and you observed under the clouds? Of course, you observed from Europe to New York.
You know, you're still going to need that weather. The weather and the air is going to block observation.
So it's
okay. So there's also other problems with your air.
Yeah.
Air is not crystal clear as you believe it is.
Yes, it is.
Now, I'll give you a more extreme example. You know, when you go underwater, you get so far down and all of a sudden light can't penetrate any further.
So air is the same, that light can't penetrate air.
Yeah,
right?
Just not as extreme as water. Exactly.
But still you have... You know, our light comes from the sun. Yes.
Yeah.
So you have a lot. You have light in Europe at the same time as you have in other places.
So you've got an issue with places being illuminated at the same time. Or not illuminated at the same time.
Yeah, as you said, like you compared air to water. Yes.
Correct.
So because light can penetrate hundreds of meters deep into water, it can't do the same in air.
That's correct.
So
it cannot shine the whole of the flat Earth.
Okay.
It cannot shine up the whole of the flat Earth, no. Because its luminosity is limited to the local area where it's at. So it's at currently it's here in Japan, it's 9 o'clock, massive sunshine here, blinding full sun, 9 o'clock right now. Okay? So later on in the day, it's going to move on at around 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock. The sun will it'll start to set. Okay, 6 o'clock, 6:20, it's gone. Yeah, now it gets dark. At this time, it's going to be lighting up other areas of the world. Okay, that's how it is. All right.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect at all.
I think that's because the Earth.
I'm in Japan right now, right? It's just coming up for 9 o'clock in the morning, and I've got full sunshine. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's 9 o'clock in the morning right now in Japan, and we've got the full
Japan, right?
Sunshine.
Oxygen.
Full sunshine right now. It's sunny right now. So what's not to believe there? Or what's not to understand? Yeah, Lambili. What don't you understand about that? So currently it's 9 o'clock here in Japan, which would make it in Australia, 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., possibly 11 a.m. 10 and 11 a.m. in Australia right now. So we're looking at the same sun, me and Matrix and that, and T-Dub.
Brother, we have all seen
it's
the
8 in the morning. It's in the evening right now in the east coast of the United States, and it just turned dark. It just turned dark right now. 8
there you are.
p.m.
So you can see that the sun is over where I am. So I'm enjoying the sun at the moment. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah,
everybody else, good night.
Good morning. Good night.
Right,
How
good
does
night
it
for
work?
those who are-
In my country, in the summers, we have almost 24 hours of sunlight.
Yes, because the sun is locally over where we are in the Tropic of Cancer. Currently, the
but
sun is. Hang on, because you asked. Let me explain. Currently, when Matrix, who's in Australia, has the sun over his side, we have shorter days because the sun is over where he is. Even though we see it from where we are, it's not as warm. We don't get the maximum heat. It's cold, it's winter, it's freezing. But when the sun is over where we are now, they get their winter over there, okay, and we get the heat and we get the longer days, shorter days where they are. That's simple, okay? Does that make sense now?
Yeah, very much. Yeah.
Thank you. You are welcome. I shall leave you in the capable hands of my colleague now, as I'm going to go to the super to collect my
Is
water.
this your profession?
You
call him your colleague? Is this your profession?
Yes, absolutely. It is a profession
this is your
here.
job.
We are the experts here. We are professionals at what we do.
Yeah,
yes,
man,
this is one of my
you sound
professions.
like an expert.
I don't make it.
I respect it.
But then we've got people listening in. So one must have a professional approach when you've got people listening in the live stream. Okay? Come on, man. Don't shoot us down for being professional.
Hey,
Yeah,
hello.
we're live streaming this, yes, on several platforms. So don't shoot us down for being professional. Hold on. Do not shoot us down for being professional and holding the scientists you believe in to tasks, because that's what we're going to do here.
Brother, I'm very open-minded about
Good.
this.
I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. And the one thing you must do is to actually go out into nature and verify. Because when you do that, all your other questions just melt away, because it just becomes understandable like that. Click of a finger. Now I get it.
Maybe it will click someday. I'm not 100% sold right now, but maybe I go
you never will be.
I'll go on the balcony and look at Empire State Building.
Okay, well, remember this: you will never prove it unless you go out and actually prove it for yourself. So that's how it is. You've got to go out, put your boots on the floor, and make on the ground and make those observations. You've got to do that. Okay, and be open-minded. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. This is my 11th year. I'm into my 11th year, and I'm 64 years of age. So I truly, truly know the Earth is indeed flat. I've lived long enough to know now. Okay. All right.
What? I'm not saying you're wrong, but what if you're 70 years old in 6 years, and you get proven wrong? What happens?
I will never be proven wrong. I can bet all of my wealth on that point that I will never be proven wrong, and I'm going to win and leave the money to my children. I'm that confident.
Is that a good state of mind that you will?
That is a very stable mind. I can lay my life down on the line. I'm never going to be proven that the Earth is a globe. Never going. That's never going to happen. Yeah, I'm that confident. Yeah. There is no evidence for the globe. The globe has no proof at all. Not one single degree of curvature can be measured on this beautiful flat Earth where we live. Okay? Thank you. 8 inches per mile squared is not happening.
Yeah, you're not just talking to any guy, bro. Gene is a successful man in life. Family man, husband, brother, ex-military man, engineer, traveler, flat earther, all of those things. He's a very successful man. He's no joke. He's also climbs Mount Fuji dozens of times, walking and in bicycle. Have you ever done that? Climbing a mountain that high yourself? That's Jin for you. He runs multiple miles every day at his age.
That's very respectable.
He's no joke, bro.
And magical curved measurements ain't gonna just show up all of a sudden.
He's also a teacher, a sensei. Students, people call him sensei. Teacher Jin.
Yeah, teaching right
Yeah,
now.
Jin Sensei. Yeah,
You'll
that's
see
right.
the astronauts
Exactly.
just touched down from Artemis 2. They just hit the water a couple minutes ago.
They were dropped out of an aeroplane. That's all that happened there. A capsule was dropped out of the back of an aircraft bomber, and then the parachutes were deployed. That's it.
What are you laughing at? They got busted doing it once before.
Yeah.
Well, do we have pictures of these airplanes?
Oh,
yeah, there's actually video of it.
Evidence of the transponder data? Anything?
There's actually a video of it. They videoed it. On one of them, the shuttle getting slid out of the back of a massive plane.
Japanese airline, JAL Airlines, that's JAL Airlines, Japanese pilots said they witnessed that happening. Okay?
Really?
They witnessed it over the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Didn't know it.
Yeah, that's 100% correct, DJ. Animations the whole way, and then they see this thing go kaplunk in the ocean, and they're all lapping it up.
I'm trying to look.
So check
up
it
the
out,
map,
J-Dog.
the map for the Earth,
Well,
like as flat.
to be fair, I mean,
So let's have a look at what we've got so far. We had a rocket launch, okay? Thousands of people went and watched the rocket launch. That's good. I'm not going to say they didn't. There was camera crews videoing thousands of people all gathered around watching it go up. Okay, so rocket goes up in the air. Rocket goes out of sight. Now, once it's out of sight, you guys have got no friggin' idea what it's doing, where it's going, or even if it went anywhere at all.
You're right,
Everything after that rocket went out of your line of sight is all CGI. It's all television, computer, or mobile phone, force-fed propaganda. You don't know if it's truthful, or thanks, man. You don't know if it's truthful or not. You just accept it because you saw the rocket go up. Now it's time for the show to end. Ball comes back down, or rocket comes back down, and you still don't know if the bit in between is true, false, or otherwise.
I mean, we don't have any evidence of what you just stated there. I mean, that's a theory, sure. And I'm not going to sit here and say that.
Well, that's not a theory; it's factual.
I know for a fact because I obviously didn't see this with my eyes the full course of their mission, right? None of us did. But I also didn't see this plane or whatever in the sky that we're claiming dropped this capsule.
Oh, there was another video, not this one. There was another video once before where it was they showed the a shuttle getting slid out the back of it and deployed. They get the plane up as high as it can go, slide this thing out, plane flies away. Next thing, boof, shoots come out, everyone's happy, and because this thing's only tiny, like I've been over to Kennedy Space Center, those shuttles, seriously, if you're over about 5'3" or your shoulders are over the size of anything bigger than a 10-year-old kid, you'd struggle to fit in it. Like I looked at it and laughed. Seriously, I'd take up 2 seats. Easy.
I mean, it's not probably comfortable to go into space, you know?
So this thing's only tiny. They spit it out the back of a plane, cram a couple of guys in it, spit it out the back of a plane, and all of a sudden it comes into visual range. By then the plane's already long gone. And we watch this thing come down. There's a very large gap between watching rocket disappear out of sight and this thing coming back. You know, like it's just, we're going to rely now on one company to tell the truth.
You're right.
Which they've just had their classification changed.
Yes. Company consisting of many people work different jobs.
Well, that means nothing because, as you know, in any large organisation, things are compartmentalised. So if there's many people working there, maybe the janitor knows what's going on in the boss's office. He might have looked at the paperwork. Maybe the boss knows where the dunny rolls are kept. I doubt it. It's not his job, is it?
I'm sure there's some crossbreeding in terms of the understanding of stuff. To some degree. I'm just saying.
Let's not.
It is very interesting, though.
Yeah, they're meant to be coming in at 32, at Mach 32 times the speed of sound, 25,000 miles per hour. Woo! Wow, that's a record, by the way, apparently. They just busted some records there.
I've always loved that meme where they've got the Blackbird. This thing can do Mach 3.2 or 3.6 or whatever its number is.
Yeah.
And then this thing can do Mach 17. And they got a picture of a shuttle. It's like, seriously, you've got the most streamlined, epic craft built in history, and then there's a house brick.
Yeah. Oh, it is weird, isn't it? It is weird.
Crack up.
You know. 17,500 miles per hour. He's Mark 23. Unbelievable.
Look, bro, we're not saying you can't believe in your awesome TV show. Go for it. We're not going to stop you. Just take a step back and have a look at what you're actually being shown and what you're actually being told. What we've all seen, rocket went up, rocket went out of sight. And then we're going to see shuttle come back. Yay! That's it. That's what we've actually seen.
I'm sure, and it would require at least a couple of people to have the knowledge that we lied about this is all fake. At least a couple people, right?
Well, the interesting part,
and
there
would
was
also
a
require a lot of potential for exposure to many other people that work within that organization. Not saying that everyone's going to be exposed to the information that would really blow.
The interesting part, J-Dog, is one of the coordinators actually quite openly stated that they can't tell the difference between a simulation and the real thing when it comes to their screens back at home base.
Oh, okay, but that doesn't disprove anything. That's just a...
What it does is it shows how easy it is to trick your workers. So you might have only 5 people that know about it, and all of a sudden we're going to run a simulation. Now they've openly admitted they cannot tell the difference, computer screen wise, between a simulation and the real deal. So if they just run a simulation, all of a sudden now you've got 6,000 people who instantly think that it was real.
Yeah, there you go. I'm just saying it would be pretty tough to keep this thing sealed to the degree that it would need to be, so that people can't leak information about it.
No,
like, hey, the
compartmentalization is phenomenal. The guy that puts the triangles together sends them to the guy that makes the circles. One guy bolts all those together. Everyone's got their own individual job to do. There's probably only 1 or 2 that actually oversee everything, that know everything about it. The rest of them are just doing, I'm the guy that does the spreadsheets. You're the guy that puts the fuel in. He's the guy that does the O-rings. Apparently he stuffed that up a few years ago, but we'll leave that alone. You know, everyone's got their own individual job to do. They all do it to perfection.
That's right.
Holy.
And don't they call that a black box when whatever happened before is just a black box and it's really none of my concern? I just do my part and then it goes back into another black box. Isn't that what they call that in operational workflows?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there's some name for it.
The hint is that's what they call it. I just was trying to leave it a little open for our friend there that, each person does their part, and especially as it passed several steps down the chain, the people at the beginning don't know what the people at the end are doing, and the people in the middle don't know what the beginning or the end are doing, and it's passed off one thing or to the other, and they have what's to them a reasonable belief of what's happening, but that's what it is, it's just a belief.
I mean, let me ask you this. Do you think with everything else going on in the world right now, this would be one of their top priorities to maintain this type of lie?
Yes.
I mean,
because it distracts them from the other stuff.
This lie has been going on for so long, yes? It's like every pilot and every engineer, everyone who does physics, a part of this lie.
It's not about physics. It's a psychology thing. So when people are distressed, and that's great when they're flying planes. When people are stressed or in distress, they will accept information more openly, and they do stupid things more openly.
So are you in distress?
Here on one hand, we've got people freaking out about wars and whatnot else going on. Hey, look at the rocket! See how easy it is to get information, India? It's horrible.
All right, so it's they're just trying to confuse you.
Keep the dream alive. Yeah.
With sending Artemis 2 to go around the moon. Yes. But they have live streams and pictures and stuff like that. You don't believe it?
You believe it. This is the problem. From the rocket leaving the ground, we see the rocket go up in the sky. We see the boosters jump off the side. We see the rocket lean over and sail off into the distance. That's what we all see. That's what probably 200,000 people witnessed with their own naked eyes.
No,
that's as far as the story goes. That's where it stops, because nobody is witnessing anything further than that. This is where you can't tell me whether it's true, whether it's false, whether it's otherwise.
Okay, so they send a crew of people with a rocket just high up into somewhere, and they just quit it. They don't ever come up. They just come down. I mean, and they just start a live stream that is fake. Yes.
Why not? A lot of the other NASA live streams fake. We got a 6-hour compilation of green screens and other stuff ups. Why should they not continue their story?
I don't know. Wouldn't it be way harder to fake it? Just do it actually, you know? Why not just?
Well, actually, with this today's technology, you don't even have to leave haven't you had a look at what you can do at home? Seriously, bro.
What do you mean?
I don't think AI's to that degree yet. But
they've been able to fake shit like that easily for a long time. If you think they can't fake something like that, then you're so naive.
When did these lies start then? Like why, or not necessarily why, but when did this start? Because I know there's also
I don't really care. When that rocket launched, there was nobody in it. Prove me wrong. There was nobody in that rocket when it launched. Prove me wrong.
Curious,
prove me wrong. Can you prove me wrong? Can you prove there was someone in that rocket when it launched? Can you prove beyond all doubt that there was someone in that rocket when it launched? Can you?
Obviously, I can't. I wasn't there.
Right, nobody can. Nobody can. Just on that premise alone, it should be doubted. Just on that premise alone, it should be doubted. Just on that premise alone, people should be outraged. And especially American citizens, especially the entire agency should be taken to The Hague. They should be held accountable and shown and demand that all receipts be shown and be completely and utterly transparent, and also to begin to make this the common person's experience and stop being so fucking greedy. Hurry up. You've had how long? How many decades have you had? Space tourism still isn't a thing except for allegedly for the very, very rich.
Yeah, I think space tourism.
And even then, they only take you to like 100K. That's not going into space.
A lot of the stuff.
Where's all the space tourism? Where's the space tourism? Where's the Mars Hotel?
But,
bro, they're not doing anything. They're not going to space. They don't have spacecraft technology. They're lying to you. And when they show you imagery that supposedly depicts a sphere Earth, supposedly taken by the cameras attached to these fake-ass fucking rockets and satellites, it doesn't match what we experience in reality. So the average person's common experience is that the water is flat and the Earth is flat. You'll observe it, measure it, and use it that way. And then you switch on your TV and you see something different. I know which one I'm going to choose. What about you?
Yeah, and T-Dub, you are absolutely correct to make that demand. Hurry up and bloody up, what's taking you so long? Because there are private agencies that are vying to offer up helium balloon flights up instead. So you go into these little capsules attached to helium balloons, and they're going to raise you up to altitude to see a bit of space. You know what I mean? That's what's coming up.
But who
So
or
that,
what is
bear that in mind.
like the deep state? Like what's going on with who's controlling this information exactly?
Yeah. Why are they lying and who are lying?
Yeah. Because
who are those
obviously this would
people?
have to be multiple countries too, where there's at least one or two
Yeah.
people in major organizations who have some crazy knowledge.
Multiple
where they
countries
know
that are
this
not
is a lie.
like allied. They're not friendly. Like
Every
let's say
country,
US
that's
and
what you
China.
think. Hang on.
Both
That's what they want you to believe. Hang on. They want you to believe that Russia is an enemy of America and China is an enemy of America, but they're not. They're bosom buddies. That's what you don't seem to understand.
No,
Remember, they're teaching, hang on, they're teaching everybody they're on a globe, and then all those with the space agencies are interlinked because they're lying to the world. We know it's measured flat. So when they offer you up this globe, right, or this space image that is not from space, you know they're pally-pallies. They're interlinked. Okay? Get on with this.
This is the
Wake
most
up with it.
important conspiracy, just lying to people that the Earth is a globe.
They've been doing
They're
it
not
for
lying.
the last 500 years.
But they just
Inku, check it out.
They're lying about
They're
going
not
to
lying.
space. Lie to people that the Earth is a globe.
They're not lying about the shape of the Earth. When was the last time you had a NASA personnel stand in front of the TV, national news, whatever, and say the Earth is a globe? These are the measurements.
No,
You've never
North
seen it.
countries
To
are
people
all
who
secretly
know.
friends though.
Yeah, and so you're both going to talk at the same time and both talk about different things. Fantastic, lads. Take your time.
I'll let you go first. You go, Aiku.
No, I don't have anything smart to say, brother. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, wouldn't all these world leaders then, because these countries would be working together?
You're
they would have to be
assuming
pretty good actors, right?
No, you're assuming they've got information in the first place. People are fucking stupid, bro. Seriously, they've never been taught.
Yeah.
You're assuming that they know the information in the first place. They don't.
Exactly.
They've never looked into it.
Okay, so the one guy who
You put too much stock into their ability.
Japan and Russia. There's one guy for every country,
all of them,
and they're really good actors.
Yeah, if what they were saying was true, when we go to a lake and we wouldn't see clear across to the other side of a 20-mile body of water, we wouldn't be hitting targets with lasers across those sort of distances. There would be observable and measurable Earth curvature, and there is not. They are lying.
Yes,
This would be pretty insane that all countries were colluding on this fact that the Earth.
I don't care about your incredulity. The surface of water doesn't lie. People do.
The surface of water, you can't see the full surface of water of like a ball that you.
No, but we see more of the surface than what they claim we should, based on the geometry that they're claiming exists. That geometry does not exist in physical reality. There is no radius value of 3,959 miles. There is no horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We see too much surface for it to be the ball they claim it is. Period. It's over. They lied. They've been exposed. And it's not necessarily that they're trying to convince you that the Earth is globe. They just want to convince you that they have the ability to go really high and far away and place technology in the sky that you can't replicate and you can't authenticate and you can't repeat and test and validate and verify or falsify. That's what they want to do, so that you're a sucker and remain held in their clutches of monopoly.
What do you think they gain about all this?
Your unquestioned faith in their abilities.
What abilities? What do they gain?
So they lead you around like a puppet, like a mindless NPC, not questioning their authority. Because they're the big guys who can go to space. Oh, they're much smarter than me. They're bigger than me. I better not mess with them. Fuck them. Mess with them.
They can lie to me and also tell me that the Earth is a globe or it's flat.
DJ, how are
It doesn't
you?
matter what the
DJ,
Earth
look at your DMs.
They can just lie to
Stop
me.
ignoring me, DJ.
You know?
DJ, you muted me
what
for
does
what?
it matter what shape is the Earth?
They're nobodies. NASA and all the other space agencies are nobodies to care about. While ever you are paying attention to them, they're getting what they want.
I'm paying attention to you.
DJ, look at your DMs, mate. Why are you ignoring me?
Is there an
For those two of the boy band that just decided to join in, no, we don't need some kind of couples thing going on. If you've got a question, just be patient whilst there's a conversation happening. And it was me that muted you. So if you've got a problem with me muting you whilst you're interrupting, please step up to the plate. No comment? That's what I thought. So if you've got a question for DJ, post it in the side chat. Don't interrupt. That's rude.
Or ask it out loud. I'll shut up so you can ask it.
Excellent. How about we get Sim first? He can ask his question. Sim, you are now unmuted. You may ask DJ your question.
Okay, DJ, can you please unmute?
No,
DJ,
Yeah,
hello.
okay. So did you want to discuss some of the things that you were making accusations about in the side chat?
Yes, please. I don't know why you couldn't have just debated me in the side chat. But
Yeah, we can debate here. It's a bit of a waste of my time to go back and forth with someone that's making such terrible arguments in the side chat. We may as well record it on live stream.
I mean, who's watching the live stream?
Yeah, so we have a whole series of citations ranging from NASA to the FAA.
No. My question was who's watching the live stream?
So the live stream gets clipped onto multiple YouTube channels. So people take clips of dumb things Globers say and conversations that go well, and then they put them all over different social media networks. Yeah, and they acquire tons of views.
Are you
Yeah.
trying to shame him? Dude, a healthy conversation doesn't do that, you know.
Inco, just mute yourself up, mate, and just have a listen.
He wanted to talk shit. He wanted to talk shit about. He wanted to talk shit in the side chat, right? So yeah, let's debate the topic of the channel.
You clearly got triggered. You just instantly muted me for no reason.
Yeah, right. So yeah, because you weren't in the. So the side chat is for the people in the VC to use. So you weren't in the VC. Okay, so now you've joined the VC, and now you can be unmuted in the side chat.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No. Do you have any evidence the Earth is flat?
Yes, I have a huge amount of evidence. Would you like me to present?
Yes, please, yeah.
All right. So do you know what the horizon is?
I know what the horizon is.
Okay. What's your definition of a horizon?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, you just said you know what it is.
I know what it
You're
is.
going to have to prove that the Earth is flat because everyone thinks it's.
Hey, why have you muted Eco?
Because you're having a conversation, not him. He was asked politely to mute, so you can keep talking.
He rudely
Please.
interrupted.
Okay. I'm sorry, Eco.
Okay.
But anyway,
so yeah,
continue.
so you said you know what the horizon is. I was just asking you if you could back that claim on.
Okay.
Just
How about
define it.
I don't know what the horizon is. I'll just say that you define it. Go.
You don't know what a horizon is?
No, I'm just assuming I don't know what it is, so you can explain it. Go ahead.
Really? Okay. So on a globe, a horizon would be a
Are you going to keep
byproduct of
shaming me, or are you going to explain what it is?
I was just explaining to you what it is. You're shaming yourself. You're shaming yourself by admitting you don't even know how to define a horizon.
Okay.
And then as soon as I started defining it, you started complaining about me not explaining it.
Continue. Can you please just continue?
Maybe you should actually listen instead of...
I'm listening. Continue.
Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, right, the horizon would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. And it would be dependent on the height of the observer. It would be the point in which you could see the maximum distance over the surface of the water or the surface of the land, depending on the height of the observer. Do you agree or do you not agree?
But what happens if you use the heliocentric force?
What's the heliocentric force?
You know, the Coriolis effect and the,
What does that have to do with the horizon?
Yeah, it just proves why the Earth isn't flat,
Okay, so what does that have to do with the horizon?
Everything.
Yeah, like what?
The heliocentric force.
Okay, define the heliocentric force. How's that work?
These people are dumb as shit.
Can you please mute yourself? This is very, very rude. Thank you. It's a good boy.
So what's okay? Define what the heliocentric force is. How's that
I'm
work?
not sure. I'm sorry.
What's
It's just
heliocentric mean? What's heliocentric mean?
Heliocentric means, the flat Earth NASA is all corrupt?
What? How many times does the Earth? Hey, bro. I just have to keep taking this down a notch to get to your level. How many times does the Earth spin in one day?
Do you not agree that NASA is corrupt?
Can you answer that question? I'm trying to gauge your level of intelligence here, so I can ask you the appropriate questions. So, in one day, how many times does the Earth spin?
In one day,
the globe model. In one day,
1,057.
All right.
My God.
Am I wrong or right?
You're wrong.
Oh,
I can't really dumb it down. All right. So does the Earth spin west to east or east to west?
Well, I mean, that depends on what side of the flat Earth it's on.
No, the globe. Does the globe spin west to east or from east to west?
You're funny. Flat Earthers across the globe, they all try to claim the Earth is flat.
Wow,
across the globe.
Well,
see,
I think this
is why
conversation with this one, DJ.
Do you not?
Maybe we could step this up to. No, hold up. Before you embarrass yourself even further, Sim, please, just wait.
Matrix.
How about we switch it? Okay, I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way. Silence, little one.
Yeah,
the suggestion was going to be Sim.
That guy can stay on the globe side. I don't think we need.
Yeah. How about we have a chat with Akiri? Because I'm hoping he's got more IQ points than the last one. So Akiri,
that's a given.
Don't say that people are stupid. You.
Akiri, welcome to the channel.
How you expected me to respond earlier when you had me muted, but I was going to.
You interrupted earlier. That's why you were muted. Nothing more. Nothing.
What you did was you muted me, and then you said no response, as if I meant to respond while I'm muted, which is quite hard.
Oh, prior to that, you were muted for interrupting. Remember the DM you sent me crying about being muted?
Right, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, excellent. Right, so you were muted for being interrupting other people. Now is your golden opportunity to ask questions of DJ. And because DJ's feeling quite hospitable at the moment, I'm going to let him have the floor.
Yeah, can you explain the FAA stuff you sent? There's links that don't work.
Yeah, it's the links. Yeah, absolutely. Just click the FAA link. It works.
Okay, that takes me to like the FAA hub. It doesn't take me to a quote.
Okay, well, I can get you a direct link, or I could show you a screenshot from the manual. But basically, anyone, like all aerospace engineers, when they're designing aircraft, right, they have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of their calculations. Now, they say it's for simplification purposes, but isn't it interesting that they don't treat the Earth as a spinning globe when they're designing the aircraft? And then the pilots themselves also don't treat the Earth as a globe. Right? They also treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane for all of their aircraft training as well.
You just said it yourself, it's a simplification processes.
Yeah, isn't that interesting that they have to treat the Earth that should be spinning faster than the speed of sound at the equator as a non-rotating Earth, okay? And they also treat it as flat. It's not a proof that that's what the Earth is, right? The validation that the Earth is not a globe comes in the form of consistent long-distance observations, laser tests, high-altitude, low-altitude, infrared tests. Right? This confirms the Earth isn't a globe. It's just an interesting fact that when we measure the Earth, it measures flat. And then also they have to design planes and architecture and whatnot as if the Earth is flat as well. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's not really compelling.
Oh, really? So long distance tests that validate that the Earth's not a globe isn't interesting?
I was talking about the FAA stuff. It's not very compelling at all as an argument.
Oh, really? Did I say it was an argument for flat Earth? I just said it's interesting, isn't it?
Why'd you send it then?
Because it's.
I agree.
Okay,
it's interesting.
Okay, because the guy in the side chat called Elko, okay, he was saying that they treat the Earth as a globe or something like that. Pilots, right? He said, "Are all the pilots lying?" And then I posted a 3-hour video where they interviewed 28 pilots who are all flat earthers, talking about flat Earth. And then I posted that when they actually design the aircraft, they also have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. So yeah, they don't need to lie because that's how they treat the Earth. That was why I posted it. Is that satisfactory?
Cool.
How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel any anger or what?
It doesn't make me feel angry now.
You okay?
I'm okay. Yeah. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Okay.
Do you have any evidence? Like, I got a ton of evidence, empirical evidence. I don't.
Yeah.
think
What was the laser test stuff? I've heard about that.
All right. So, if the Earth's a globe over the surface of water, there should be a certain amount of curvature. So, if you have, for example, say a 20-mile body of water anywhere on the globe, it would have to have about 260, 270 foot of curvature over that distance. So we can test for that curvature. One good way of testing is to use high-powered lasers, and you would basically set up the laser on one side of the body of water, and then you would have a target at a certain height on the other side. And then you could take the height of the laser into account, the height of the target into account, and how much curvature there should be over that distance. And then you could conduct a series of laser tests to try to detect the curvature that would have to be there. And then when we do that, we can never detect any curvature. We've done a huge amount of different tests now. And yeah, we can't find any curvature. And then we go seeking, empirical evidence from the globe side, and we can't find any from them either.
How did you account for refraction in that experiment you did?
Well, some of them, they take weather stations, okay, and they will measure the vertical refractive index by measuring the temperature, the pressure, and the humidity vertically using weather stations, right? Because the amount of refraction that would be required for this to work on a globe is literally, doesn't have any evidence that such a thing exists, right, for this level of refraction. So if you did a bit of research on refraction and laser propagation over water, you'll find that there's zero evidence that lasers actually bend down over water. There's tons of evidence that they bend upward sometimes, right, if we have certain conditions present, or they go straight. But to this point, no one's ever been able to provide any evidence that they actually bend down over vast bodies of water.
So those weather stations that supposedly calculated the refraction, were they actually used on this specific test?
Yeah.
And do you have any values or calculations to support that?
Sure.
Okay.
You want to see them?
Sure. Also, could you kind of do that thing in DMs and unmute me?
What do you mean unmute?
Just mute me and unmute me in text, and it might help.
Oh, in text. Okay. All right, give me a second. All right, so the type of refraction that would be required for the lasers to always hit their target over these vast distances doesn't have any evidence to be possible. The meteorological conditions, the way the laser works, right, it doesn't align with how refraction works. There's no evidence that it would be possible. Basically, what you'd be saying is that the laser is perfectly bending around 500 or 600 feet of Earth curvature just to perfectly hit the target. You know.
So did you do a calculation to confirm that it wouldn't be able to refract that much?
Yeah, there's absolutely, you can do the calculation. And there's also absolutely no possible, there's no evidence that it is possible. So you're claiming that it can do it, right?
Well, you said you did a calculation to ensure it would not be possible. So could you give me that calculation?
No. Okay, so what ensures it's not possible are the meteorological conditions. And also the fact that there is no evidence that it is possible. So you're the one claiming that it is possible, right? That's your claim. I'm showing you a test that shows that there's zero curvature. And you're saying maybe the laser's bending somehow around 100 meters of Earth curvature. So that's a positive claim. And you don't have any evidence to validate that that's possible. Right? I don't have to prove a negative. I can debunk it by just showing you the laser test. Okay, so in the side chat, you've got 180 page or 120 page PDF document where they show all of the results, and then there's a video showing the setups. Right, so I bet not only can you not show me evidence that refraction could cause a laser to do this, you won't even be able to show me evidence that a laser will bend downward over a body of water.
Well, like I said, let's go back to the weather station thing. You said there were weather stations that were able to calculate that this sort of refraction wouldn't be possible. But then you have no calculation.
No one's streaming the splashdown.
Oh my god.
Rodent circuses. Excellent. Please continue.
Do you hear what I said?
Oh, you can unmute them, Matrix. They're fine. That's quiet noobs. Yeah. Look. Okay, so this is what I've shown you, right? I've shown you a laser test that hit the target from 40 kilometers away. I can show you 20, 30 other laser tests that hit the target from various distances. And now you're claiming that refraction would allow that to happen. I'm saying you don't have any evidence that that would be possible.
Why wouldn't it? What calculation can you give me from those weather stations that you
Because there's no evidence that it is possible.
You're claiming there's an effect. You have to produce that. Not us produce negatives to your effect that you haven't produced in the first place. So your claim is there is refraction. Okay, so what are your formula to guarantee that this effect is there so we can apply it to our measurements?
Yeah. I mean, do you even know? Okay, so how does refraction happen?
When there's variations in densities and light bends towards the normal.
Temperature, density would do.
So what would right? So it's to do with the lapse rate. Right, if you're talking about the normal. Right, do you know what the lapse rate is?
I do not.
All right, so we're talking about the normal lapse rate, okay, the conditions that would be the norm on a regular day, okay? And normally over bodies of water, the temperature is the main contributor to the density of the air. And it gets colder as you go up in altitude. Right, so light will deviate towards the more optically dense portion of the medium, which will be the cooler air. And that would be the normal conditions. Okay, very rarely you could have an inversion, a thermal inversion, where you get a layer of cold air trapped below the warm air. Okay, but the readings from the weather stations don't show any indication that that's the case. And you can have a look at the PDF document. They go over those readings. And also they did 5 different laser tests in all different conditions, right? The laser is hitting the target. And there's like every single test that gets done, right? They're able to get the laser to hit the target once they get the alignment correct. Do you have someone in your DMs giving you tips?
I don't. I'm looking through this PDF.
Well, that was an interesting claim. So, Sim thinks the Earth spins 1,057 times in one day.
I'd better buckle in.
So, I would be buckling in if I were you, Jesse. And you also need to be wary of the heliocentric force as well. That was another thing that Sim brought up. All right, so anyone else can keep chatting if they want. I guess this guy's gonna go read through the PDF or something.
Although I'm just curious, you mentioned the laser tests. I'm just joined this Discord for. I was just curious, what this flat Earth theory is about. I was just curious, how long were the lasers? Like, what was the distance they were traveling?
I think some of them have been done ranging from 6 miles up to about 36 miles. Everywhere in between those distances.
A 37 mile, that sounds like a good distance. So it's well beyond the horizon.
Even 10. Look, the way I look at it, I actually like the shorter distance ones better because there's less chance of some, refractive conditions or pockets of hot air, pockets of cold air, right? Some deviation in the atmospheric conditions. Also being able to zoom across with a camera and confirm what you're looking at much easier. But yeah, they're all pretty compelling. But the one I posted in the side chat, that was 40 kilometers distance.
Oh, you did? Okay. Where is it?
Yeah, it's
I just joined a minute ago.
44 minutes after the hour. They actually did 5 different tests over different distances, but the longest one was 40 kilometers. And the laser was about 1.5 meters high. And the target was 1.5 meters high.
Where were you earlier along, Zergs? There was a young chap in here telling us about how big the Earth was and we wouldn't see the curvature due to our scale. And here you are saying that this guy filmed a ship going over the curve. That's amazing. I wish you were both in here together.
Yeah, through a telescope, you fucking retard.
Ooh.
Yeah, we did. We see too far.
Oh, so you couldn't see a ship going over the horizon with your naked eye? Why not?
I think you can, yeah, in clear weather, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, and even in mediocre weather, you should be able to. But yeah, you definitely, you can't unless you have certain conditions present, like ocean swells, or maybe certain refraction effects, like sinking refraction. But we can see ships, 15 miles out, no problem, quite consistently.
Hey, DJ?
Longer. Yep.
Can you post me a link in the chat? I DM'd it to you. It's a 3-mile laser test I did, but I did it in upward curving light conditions, so it actually...
Could you do me a favor and go ahead and document for me the path of light between the target and the observer? I would love to see that.
It actually shows the...
I'll give you every 50 feet. I feel like that's fairly generous. Just give me the angle every 50 feet between the target and the observer.
I already told you I don't have it.
Then why are you calling yourself Jesse Path of Light if you don't know the path of the light?
Because I'm studying the path of light.
No, I don't want to hear studying.
DJ man.
How about you change your name to Jesse Studying the Path of Light? I'll tell you what, you change your name to that and I'll let you stay in here. How about that? You change your name to Jesse Studying the Path of Light and I'll let you stay.
You know, it's funny. Actually, years ago, Riggs gave me this name. So,
Jesse, I don't really give a shit. So if you change your name, I'll let you stay. If you can't give me the path of the light, then you're going to have to go bye-bye. And this is not me being some kind of tyrant. I'm just hoping to get an answer to the question that I've been asking. How do you know what the light is doing between the target and your eye? Because if you call yourself Jesse Path of Light, I would like to know what the light is doing on the path. So, seems reasonable. In the meantime, we have someone in here that thinks we're, crazy. Lil D, do you believe that you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
Yeah, I do.
Terrific. How would you prove that?
I mean, it's a vacuum. I mean, your claim is that it's a vacuum. It can't stay on the sphere since it would fall off, right? Like, you don't believe
That's not my claim. That's not my claim.
So why did you say why did you say it like that?
Well, that's the heliocentric claim. That's not my claim.
So I think that we're on a globe and there's water in it. We have an atmosphere that keeps that ball in the water. Have you ever put water on a tennis ball and see it stick to the outside of it?
Can you show me how atmosphere makes water stick to the outside of balls?
It's not the atmosphere. It's just I'm acting something so big.
Isn't that what you just said?
Have you seen water, how it works in
You're asking me a question.
A low gravity space?
I don't know why you're asking me a question. Can you demonstrate atmosphere holding water to the outside of a ball, please?
Put water on this outside of a tennis ball. Have you search up a video of water on the outside of a tennis ball? You can see how it sticks to it.
The Earth, a tennis ball?
No, but I'm saying it's in a low gravity space.
So
imagine water being shot out of a low gravity space. It forms into a ball. Search up water being shot out in a low gravity.
Weird.
How about you post that up for us, since it's your claim and it's backing up your whatever you want to call it. Just chuck it in the side chat, kid.
Thank you for muting that spasmodic individual.
Yeah, Lil D, we're trying to keep things really concise and to the point. So if you're making a claim that the Earth is like a tennis ball, well, then that would mean that you would need to measure some curvature on the surface for the ball part. We'll get to the tennis and the water and the atmosphere later. But just get me the ball part measurements first.
So you want the tennis ball part?
No, just the ball part. So where's the curvature on the surface of the Earth? Weird. On the surface of the Earth, where have you or anybody else in the beginning or, of all of mankind's history measured curvature consistent with a ball?
I mean, have you, okay, so how?
It's weird. Don't ask me questions. Just tell me who measured the curvature, Lil D.
Repeat your question, please. What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
How many times do I have to repeat this?
Who measured the curvature instead of taking the fucking flat?
Who measured the curvature of the Earth? How, when, and who? Pretty simple.
I don't know who exactly. Who measured?
Okay, so you don't know who measured it. Okay, then are there any measurements of curvature of the Earth?
Yes. Have you seen?
Don't ask me a question. Tell me how it's done.
Tests with lasers being shot through at different distances.
Perfect. Post it in the side chat for me. Somebody with a laser over a distance measuring curvature consistent with a sphere radius 3,959 miles.
I'm sure you're very familiar with this video.
Show us in that video where they were using the laser.
I mean,
As
I guess
requested.
okay, not a perfect laser. Sorry, it's a form of light. My fault.
So it's not
But
a
you
laser.
can see they
So,
they.
Hey,
this
how
is
about
their
this?
own
Before
test.
you, how about you don't explain yourself? How about I be really generous before Sezu jumps on your skin, and I'll say, go and get another test, kid. Don't worry about that one. You're gonna get wrecked on that
Just
one.
go
trust
get
me.
another test. Okay, let me take my time and find another test for you.
Excellent. And while
That's
you're doing that, if you cared to watch that video at all, they did start out with a laser. They broke a component on it, the little piece that goes on the end that focuses the beam. But anyways, and when they broke that, because they'd invested so much time, money and effort into making said video, they decided to continue on with a flashlight.
I mean, how embarrassing is it as a globe believer that the only individual in all of mankind's history to measure curvature is some washed up flat earther with a flashlight? I mean, that's pathetic. Do you feel good about that, little D?
I'm fine with that. I mean, it's just funny that he proved his own point.
So you feel good that the only man in all of history to measure Earth curves is a washed up flat earther with a flashlight. Is that right?
It's not the only person. I bet there's many.
No, I don't want you to bet. That's the whole point. Who else with a laser, as you have described, not a flashlight, but you've described somebody with a laser has proven Earth curve other than Jeranism, who was a washed up pothead flat earther? Who?
In history's text, like Aristotle, I'm pretty sure positive that he.
Aristotle did laser tests, little D?
Laser test, but he proved many.
Aristotle, he didn't do a laser test. So are you saying that there's nobody in the history of all mankind other than a washed up flat earther with a flashlight that has measured Earth curve with a laser? Nobody?
I mean, not that I know of. No, I.
Great. So you don't know of anybody who has measured Earth curve in all of mankind's history from point to point, drop over distance?
What did you just say? That made no sense. Repeat that, please.
From point to point, drop over distance, who has measured that in physical reality?
Have you seen the tests with boats going over the horizon? That's point to point. They slowly disappear over the horizon.
Great.
Through the curve.
Give me one. Terrific.
Give you
Thank
one
you
test.
so much.
Okay.
Give me the point. Just give me the point to point measurement. That's all I need.
Point to point measurement.
I don't think he knows what a measurement is.
I don't know the exact point to point measurement. Sorry. Do you know the exact point to point measurement of the horizon?
Dude, this is your claim. Is the horizon geometric Earth curve?
No, your change. My claim was just the Earth is ball, and the Earth is a globe, and I started explaining that, and you keep changing every one of my claims. You're like, oh, can you prove that? Can you prove one of your claims? Can you prove one of your claims?
I really. Hold on, bro. You claimed that the Earth is a sphere. No problem. What you would need to prove that sphere, because the weird thing about spheres is that they curve everywhere from point to point, no matter what. There's going to be a curvature in between those points that is measurable. So if you could prove that from point to point on the physical Earth that we have drop over distance, that would really kind of like make your claim solid, and we would shut this server down and everything. So if you could show that to us, that'd be great. Don't reverse the burden. I'm hoping that you will prove your claim.
Yeah, sure. Give me time to prove my claim. I don't have. I joined here just.
I don't really need to hear all of your excuses and why you joined and all that bullshit. Just get me the measurements and the method so I can verify them. Thank you.
Okay, let me take my time and get the measurements for you, and I'll be right back to you, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
We've been waiting a few years now.
I'm curious, in your community of the people who believe in the flat Earth, do you, any of you have a plane?
It's not a belief, it's an understanding and a knowing. Thank you.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to offend. In your, like, you think it's true. I get it.
Oh, no, I wasn't offended, sir. I wasn't offended.
But anyone has a pilot? I never flew a plane. Just curious, because in theory, if any one of you have a plane,
I jump out of them as a hobby. No left to right curvature, no matter the altitude I jump from. Does that help you?
sorry, you kind of jumped with a parachute. Is that what you said?
Well, I would certainly hope so. I'm talking to you, so I must have had a parachute on. The mind is like a parachute, sir. It doesn't work if it's not open.
Zerge, I'm curious. You asked us if we had a claim. Is that right?
No, a plane. Like some people have a pilot license. They can fly a plane.
Hey,
Like a
Zerge,
cheap,
in the,
like
in the
cheap
side chat,
private
mate.
one.
Yeah, in the side chat, there's a video, 3-hour video, 28 different pilots being interviewed that are flat earthers. You might want to check that out at some stage.
Yeah, again, I just joined, but because there was a way to prove the Earth is a globe if you fly in 19 for a long distance and then turn 90 degrees. Then on a long distance, if it's a flat surface, then you would make a rectangle, a square. But in reality, if you fly for a long distance and then turn 90 degrees, it's going to be a triangle, which is only possible if it's a globe. And it was proven by pilots.
So
I've
something that
heard.
nobody's ever done. Right? No, you're not going to be able to present a test that someone did that confirms what you're saying.
Okay,
I don't think it's even possible to do that with a plane.
Plus, the ultimate claim is whether or not the Earth is curving, not about the coordinate system or the triangle that the plane could fly. A triangle is a triangle, but is the Earth curving? That's the ultimate question.
Yeah, but if you just fly straight,
how would you fly straight on a globe? I'm just curious. How would you fly straight on a globe? There's 3 axes. So let's pretend for a moment that on 2 axes, you have a straight vector. On the 3rd axis, which is the elevation, would that be have to be curved?
You're breaking up, but if you fly straight, you are supposedly flying along the Earth's curvature. So really, of course, it's not a straight line. It's bending with the curvature of the Earth. That's the assumption.
Right. So instead of the assumption, do you have any examples, especially according to the instruments that are on the aircraft? If the aircraft is flying along a curved path, or any way to validate that the airplane is flying along a curved path?
The plane itself doesn't really have anything like that, no.
Yeah, it does. It's got an artificial horizon, which is essentially a gyroscope. Gyroscopes maintain their position fixed within free space. So if you move forward along a curved path, the gyroscope will tell you that you are augmenting your path according to the plane that it holds, and it would reflect that, especially in the flight data. Well, we've looked at the flight data, and there is no deviation within any of the instrumentation showing that the Earth is curved or that the plane is flying along a curved path.
Right. So if you fly along the curvature, along the long distance, the gyroscope should kind of point to at an angle after you fly for like 2,000 miles or more, right? It's a good question. I think it should show it, but I'm not sure it should. I don't. Gyroscope. I'm just
the interesting thing. Yeah, the planes have what's called an artificial horizon. So I'm sure most people that have played video games or even seen the cockpit of an aircraft can know what knob shows them the artificial horizon. It's a gyroscope with a little flat line in it. And then according to that little flat line, there is above horizontal and below horizontal. Let's say that you flew all the way to China, because on the globe model, China is supposed to be essentially 180 degrees from the United States, right? So if you get in a plane and you start out and your artificial horizon is level with the aircraft, when you make it to China, you should be 180 degrees. The horizon should be essentially upside down when you make it to China, because the gyroscope holds its position within free space.
Right. So in theory, you could just have a gyroscope in your suitcase, travel to China. I assume you are in North America somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So that could be a good, easy, relatively cheap experiment. I'm curious if you could do that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, relatively cheap. There are planes on the Earth flying over it every day, and you want to know what the artificial horizon shows them? The relative pitch of the aircraft to the horizon every day, and it maintains its level throughout the course of flight, whether they go anywhere. Europe, Asia, Africa, I don't care where you go, it's always flat.
I'm just reading. It's AI, Google AI, of course. It does.
Well, that's got to be reliable, right?
So I assume it's sarcasm, and you don't think it's a reliable source. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I find reality to be the most reliable source, not what some kind of tech company tells me.
Okay, but let's say
he's using an advertising agency to search for his research.
Yeah. But okay,
well, that's fair. Let's see what it says. Go ahead. Tell us what it says.
Oh, I already closed it, but sure. Okay, it's the first thing I search for term gyroscope after long distance showing a curvature of Earth, and it's AI generated slop, but I'm just read it. High precision gyroscope such as a ring laser gyroscope can detect the Earth's curvature over a long distance by measuring the rotation of the Earth. Contrary to some beliefs that they show a flat surface, these devices.
What if it was a spinning cube and not a ball? How would you be able to tell then? So contrary to what your AI just told you, it's wrong.
Yeah, I'm just reading it, but I think the cube should still be like gyroscope.
Detectable. You should be able to tell that if the surface is flat or curved. Yeah, it's flat.
It's even. Yeah, you would travel along the side of a long cube. It would not show anything, the gyro, unless actually it would still show if the gravity points towards the center of the object. It would still show it even on the flat surface of the cube. No, actually, no. Yeah, I'm wrong. Yeah,
gravity points.
Scrap that.
Stuff,
yeah, gravity. There's nothing to do with gyroscope. You're right. Never mind. But I have an idea. What if I don't know if it's possible to buy a commercial gyroscope on Amazon, get it working, and just do an experiment and see what happens.
What do you use gyroscopes for normally?
To measure the Well, I don't know. I'm just assuming it maintains its relative position no matter how you travel. It kind of
Okay, yeah. So what do you use them for?
well, many things in aviation. I guess that's one to maintain.
Well, they wouldn't work on a ball. If you took a gyroscope, a little toy gyroscope, and held it over a basketball, and you were on the top, and you went zing and pulled the string, and the gyroscope was zinging along and just didn't want to move, and you tried to move it down the side of the ball so that its axis still pointed towards the center, the gyroscope would not do that. So you can't have gyroscopes on a rotating ball Earth. Figure that one out.
Also, gyroscopes cannot be used to.
Nope.
To prove
no,
the
they can't be
curvature.
used to do. No, they can't prove. They cannot prove something is curved. That's correct.
Mm-hmm. But why did we? I'm sorry. I think it was somebody else who brought it up. Is it Flatman or says who? Because it was mentioned just now as a kind of proof that the Earth is flat, because on planes the gyroscope shows somehow
The
that
gyroscopes only work on flat Earth, correct? Not on globes. I didn't say anything about flat Earth it not working on. I said it doesn't work on a ball.
So here's what I'm proffering to you. I'm not saying that the gyroscope proves flat Earth. The Earth being measured flat and water always finding its level, that proves flat Earth. But you were appealing to some kind of triangle flown across a pre-assumed globe and the curvature of that path. That was supposed to be your proof of curvature. I'm wondering, is the Earth curved in the first place before we invoke any kind of coordinate reference system like a globe?
Yeah, that's a good question. But suppose it's not curved, right? It's flat. Right. Then if you travel,
I'm not supposing that. I'm not supposing that. That is everybody's base reality.
Okay, let's say it's a base reality, and we just want to prove that the base reality is the Earth is flat. If you travel a long distance straight, I don't know how long. Let's say 8,000
You lost me at
miles.
if you travel, dude. You lost me at if you travel to prove something's curved or flat. You lost me at if you travel. No, you can't. That's not how you do it.
No. Okay, so if you want to travel just straight, like take a compass, I don't know, whatever the way you like take a stick, take a laser, and keep extending it further for 8,000 miles.
Okay.
Fair. And just keep traveling along the way that the laser shows you.
Okay. For what ends?
For what ends? Just keep with me. So keep traveling straight, right? And then after 8,000 miles, turn 90 degrees. Right?
Okay.
And continue traveling, following your laser for 8,000 miles.
Right. For what ends?
Well, you'll see what. Then you keep doing it, and you keep turning 90 degrees every 8,000 miles.
Okay.
So after you do it, after you complete this square, you should end up in exactly the same spot.
That's nice. Can't we just measure the surface though to see if there's a rate of change of slope? Can't we just measure the surface to see if it's curved or not?
Yeah, we probably could.
Okay, we should probably just do that because this sounds like it's going to take an awful long time. 8,000 miles with a laser. My goodness me. We should just measure the surface to see if it's curved or not, my friend. We should do that. Oh, we have done that. We measure the surface to be flat.
I have a small question for you. If you were to follow a laser straight for 8,000 miles, how do you get it to bend around the ball?
I see. So you're probably referring to
what you
the
just
laser
said.
pointing up?
You follow it straight and go 90 degrees. You follow it straight, go 90 degrees. So how do you do that on a ball? How do you? How you do that?
So
how does the laser bend around the ball?
Well, if it's on the ball, then you wouldn't be able to follow it.
So you can't do that pretend thing.
Supposedly, no. But on the flat Earth, you definitely can do that. So if you do it and turn 4 times, you should end up in exactly the same spot you started at, right?
Yeah, you're just drawing a square. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And was that done?
No, we just measured the rate of change of slope on the surface and measured the surface to be horizontal. No need for 8,000-mile long laser transits to 90-degree corners to make squares. Just measure over a section of the Earth, let's say 15 kilometers, and see if it's curving or not.
Yeah, I don't know if you need 8,000. I'm just maybe exaggerated it quite a bit.
That's fine. I mean, we can just measure over a distance of 10 kilometers to see if it's curving over that distance or not. Don't need to go 8,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000. 10 kilometers far enough.
But supposedly on lower distances, even like a huge ball would appear flat.
Yeah, but over the distances that I've mentioned, there should be a rate of change of slope. There should be curvature over 10 kilometers.
Yeah, on the
you measure over distances where there should be curvature, and then you're surprised when you don't find any. It's stupid to measure too small a section of the Earth and then declare that everything is flat. Now you measure over a section of the Earth that should, according to the mathematical claim, show curvature. And when you don't measure that curvature, you understand it's flat.
Mm-hmm. And so if you take all the, let's say, countries, and you have about 200 of them, give or take, right? Is there at least one country that officially says that the Earth is flat, or somehow there's a huge conspiracy theory that every country in the world somehow...
Countries don't have vocal cords to be able to speak. Countries don't speak. People do.
So every country has people who think like you do, right? So
yeah, in every country of the world, there's people that take reality into account and might communicate with their vocal cords that the Earth is obviously stationary and flat, obviously. But the country overall, not everybody is gonna say that, obviously, right? Or people in the country, because the country itself doesn't speak. People speak. People say stuff.
Yeah, and I'm sure you already answered it a billion times before. I'm just curious because I just joined, but what's the benefit of keeping this, how would I say, this reality from everybody else?
Who's keeping it from you? Who are you suggesting knows that the Earth's flat?
Well, I'm assuming it's the NASA. Like I see somebody has.
How would NASA know? I think NASA's lying about space travel.
So they don't know, or they lie on purpose? Because if they do lie, why would they do that?
I don't have any. I can't provide a list of names of people that would be lying about flat Earth at NASA. Can you?
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone who works for NASA believes that the Earth is not flat, so I can pull up
so
any.
They wouldn't be lying then about it being a globe, would they?
I see. So the whole thing is about misunderstanding, not a conspiracy. Is that?
Yeah, most people that believe the Earth's a globe have believed the Earth's a globe since they were small children when it was first told to them, and then it gets reinforced throughout their life, and then they get rewarded throughout the education system for just memorizing and regurgitating information from textbooks. Now, I don't think...
Hi.
Hey, bro.
What's up, man?
Yeah, don't just jump in on conversations. Interrupt.
Sorry, man. I just got here.
Thanks for announcing yourself. Yeah, look, I don't think most people are lying. I think most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Most people have never tested it. Most people have never questioned it, and most people have no idea about the technical details regarding the globe anyway. Like 99% of the people we talk to don't even know the basics. It's just a belief. More educated people in specific fields, yeah, they might know a bit more about certain specific areas, but it's not like they're going and questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks with their university professors, right? They're just taking it as a fact. What we're doing is going out and actually empirically testing to see if the mathematics that we're told about the globe matches reality, and it consistently doesn't match reality. But we can't find that Earth curvature over distance, and then when we go looking for it from anyone throughout all of history, we can't find it from them either. But we've got a huge amount of empirical evidence, right? Long distance laser transit tests, infrared photography, all sorts of different tests, hundreds of them, if not thousands now. And we're not finding that curvature. So.
And it's mostly speculation when you think about, who's lying and who's not. I will agree with DJ that most people just believe it, like it's cultural for most people. But I will also add up that there's definitely a scam going, and there's definitely some people that do know and just benefit from it. But who is it? Good question.
Are you guys coping about Artemis? Woo! Artemis, look at that. Went to the moon, went back to the moon.
Yeah.
It's horrible, isn't it?
You're very easily you're very easily tricked. I think. I think you're just getting trolled.
Victory for the globe, yeah.
We're doing victory laps right now.
Really?
Is that BritNet? That's BritNet, isn't it?
Yeah. Can't wait for Artemis 3. Yeah,
this is BritNet. Listen, BritNet and his boyfriends, they always join together, and they are basically representatives of the
Just
globe.
mute them all and kick them all.
Mute them all. Kick them all.
Yeah. They join together and they promote the Globe scam as a community service for
that's Fligagigu. That's what's his head? Rainbow Boy. I can't remember his name now. That's how Yeah, that's how insignificant he is. That's how unmemorable he is. I can't even remember his name. Oh, that's right, BritNet. That's the moon. I remember now.
Yeah, sorry. And the moon is also flat, or I think it's
How would we know?
How would we know?
Yeah, we say the Earth is flat because we're on the Earth and we can measure the Earth. But none of us are on the moon.
Like you, Civ.
But what
if we want to figure out the shape of the moon, we'd have to go to the moon and measure it, wouldn't we?
Like the Imperial,
the guys who just did the Artemis.
You're so cute. You're so pretty.
Even if they think,
don't be a rooster. Okay? Can you be a hen? We want you to lay all kinds of eggs.
Can someone mute that idiot?
From that egg so that you could lay it.
Sorry, I
was just... Yeah, here we go. I got a fun little test that I've been doing recently. Okay, so if we have pictures from Artemis that they're showing us, I'm asking Globe Earthers, like, how can you tell the difference between whether it's CGI or whether it's real? For example, Zergs, if I put this picture in the side chat, right, see the one I posted?
Yeah, with the engines, yeah.
Yeah, like, Are you honestly going to be able to tell me whether that's a legitimate picture or if it's just CGI?
Looks very pixely, like distorted.
Right. All of their footage was pretty low quality, though. That's the thing, right? Like with all of this amazing technology that we have now, they produced very unimpressive footage. Now, I would argue that can you tell the difference whether this is real or CGI? I mean, do you think that that's a real picture or do you think that that's CGI?
it looks like two images copied together in Paint or something, but hard to tell.
Right. So what if I told you that's a real picture from Artemis? And you can do a reverse image search on it and find the picture yourself.
Mm. But I'm not keeping track of who is saying what, unfortunately. But are you, DJ, are you saying as well that whoever works for NASA, they are genuinely mistaken, or?
Yeah, I'd say most people that work for NASA are genuinely mistaken. I think most people that work for NASA aren't even lying about going to space. I think that would only have to be a very small amount of people. I think most people that work for NASA, just have a very specific job to do. They compartmentalize just like they compartmentalize in the military. And they have a non-disclosure agreement, and they don't know what the people in the next room are doing, and so forth. Okay, so they have a small job to do, and they're doing it.
So what do you think they saw? Like if the Artemis guys, the 4 guys who went there, like what did they actually do if they didn't fly around the moon?
Well, I don't know. We can't confirm any of it, can we? This is what we saw. We saw the people jump into the rocket, and then we saw the rocket take off, and then we saw some escape hatches come down from where the rocket is. We don't know if there was people in that or not. We can't confirm that. Interesting that the 4 escape hatches came down when the rocket launched. Once again, we can't prove anything there. Then we saw the rocket go off up into space, allegedly, right? Much footage of the people. Now, they could easily fake that if they wanted to, right? They could easily pre-record or post-record all of the interviews in the little capsule. All of that can easily be achieved. I mean, they can do that in the movies. They could do that in TV shows on a small budget. Now, they had $92 billion worth of budget for Artemis 2. And they could easily have faked it, right? They didn't show impressive footage. They weren't showing 8 megapixel video footage of the Earth rotating from space and all that kind of thing. They showed extremely limited bits and pieces here and there, to the point where there's so many people making videos on TikTok saying, oh my God, I cannot believe how much of a letdown this was. Now I'm questioning NASA's integrity and whether they actually went or not, because I was expecting all of this amazing footage, and it just didn't happen. So yeah, we can't validate. It's faith-based. What we can validate is that there's no curvature, there's no drop over distance when we go out and test the surface of the Earth. That's the easiest thing that we can go and check, rather than just believing in space agencies.
Some nice modern day 4K images would have helped.
Yeah, and that picture that I put in the side chat, I mean, that was just made in ChatGPT, by the way. This one here is the NASA one. And it doesn't even look as good as the ChatGPT one. My point is basically with that you can't really tell. They could easily trick you if they wanted to. I mean, they even tricked people. Did you know they tricked people over 20 years ago into thinking that they went to space? Have you heard about that?
It's weird they did it on April Fools both times.
Both times?
Yes, both times.
Oh, did you hear McToon debunked? Sorry, Fight the Flat Earth. Radwin, Fight the Flat Earth debunked that.
And why was that picture why is there a picture from back then dated April 1st?
Apparently they did it just after midday. So wasn't April Fool's. So we can't use that claim.
April 1st, April 2nd.
Sure about that. You can look it up.
But during the Cold War, Soviet Union had all the incentive to say that the US faked it. Why would they know?
They did say we faked. They did say we faked it.
Yeah, they did say that.
They did?
Yeah, the head of Roscosmos actually said that they faked it. Yeah.
No, I mean in the Soviet Union when there was a man supposedly on the moon.
Yeah, have you seen the? Okay, so all right. Think about this though. Have you seen the Soviet footage because they said that they landed something on the moon, right? They have footage that is even worse than NASA's crappy footage. It looks twice as fake as NASA's footage, right? That's pretty bad. So why would they say, oh, NASA's faking it? Wouldn't people then say, oh, hold on a second, your footage is even worse than NASA's footage?
So you're saying the Soviet Union faked it first and then they played the game?
Yeah, I think that was, it's kind of like a, the space race. It was like a show of superiority. Like our nation can do what no other nation can do. We've conquered space travel. It's a huge thing.
The US should have done it first. If they saw the Sputnik launched, they could have said...
Russia was the first people to put someone in space, weren't they? The Soviets?
Yeah, Sputnik, they did it first. And
yeah, the footage is, look, at the end of the day, that stuff's not difficult to fake, and you can't really confirm it. And the height that they're putting people up in low Earth orbit, that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. You would only see 2.9% of the surface area of the Earth from that height.
Can we just get a moment's silence for the cameraman who filmed them leaving the moon for home? Thank you.
I remember a few years ago there was a guy jumping like literally from space with a parachute, like a Red Bull thing.
Yeah. So these are scams. This is big companies scamming people. Even that scam even pissed off some of the the globe Earth scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, and he went and he did a presentation on it. It's a scam.
I just used a video. It looked like he filmed it from the very beginning.
Right, so you can see the same amount of curvature when he's on the Earth than when he's in the sky because they're using a fisheye lens.
So because of the lens, it gives you this effect that it seems like a globe.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it seems like a globe, but if you look closely at the footage, you'll see it turns into the opposite of a globe when the camera pans around.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson said it. He used the eyefish lens to make the curvature. At 2 millimeters, at that height, you cannot see the curvature. This stuff is flat. So
that's right.
For him to say that, right, why don't you use your brain to think, hold on a second, if this guy that is the head of the so-called communications of the globe, right, is saying that this guy who jumped from the Red Bull jump, right, he said at 2 millimeters, right, he cannot see the curvature of the Earth. Right? So are you still believing that he jumped and he was able to see the curvature that doesn't exist?
Also, when you look at it, all you see is like
the International Space Station.
Sorry, Jamesy.
No, go ahead, play that. I want to hear it.
All right, this is the clip.
We'll be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yeah, that's right. It's a lens. effect. Yeah.
Yeah, he even came out after that, and he said even from over double that height, you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth because he
Yeah,
was
you can
talking
get this
about
effect literally standing on the ground. Yeah. that's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
This is a globe
Or
high priest
triple that
telling
height.
you this.
hmm
When you look at the footage, you see all land. It's all Nevada. So is it planet Nevada that he's going? Is it like like planet New Mexico or something? It's all land that you see below him.
Yeah, and it's not much land he can see.
And another funny thing is, on that jump, right? It took him 2 hours to get there to the point he was, right? And he landed on the same place. So where was the rotation of the Earth at the same time on that day? Did the rotation skip from it, or what?
Well, I can try to explain it, because I'm still. Again, I just joined, and I'm just joined with the notion the Earth is still a ball, but
You can't
how they explain it is it rotates, yes, very fast, but the air and we, like on top of this Earth, where we still have the same momentum with the air. So if this
So
guy
now you're throwing out Coriolis effect. So you can't. This is the problem. To explain one thing, you have to deny another thing within the same paradigm, vice versa. So now you've just thrown out your Coriolis effect for Earth-based Coriolis effect.
Right.
Yeah, like if a sniper, this is another one of the arguments they give for the globe proof. They say when a sniper shoots his bullet, the time that the bullet travels through the air to the time it hits the target, the Earth moves underneath the bullet by a certain amount. So they have to adjust for Coriolis effect.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, in other arguments, they'll say, well, the Earth is actually only the atmosphere is moving with the Earth due to the conservation of momentum, etc. So there's a lot of contradictions when it comes to the globe side.
We're told storms form. We're told We're told storm formation is due to the rotation of the Earth. The way they appear to us is because of the Earth rotating. That's literally in the air, but now it's not independent. Okay, in one breath it's independent. The air is independent of the Earth rotation, and in another breath it isn't. You just have to make up your mind.
Good point. You know, sir, when you said that you could explain it, obviously you're talking from the globe belief perspective, but that's what the globe is made of: explanations, but no demonstrations. Because an explanation without a demonstration, what is it? It's just a story. You cannot verify it, show it, demonstrate it. The globe idea is a man-made story. It's a doctrine of men. Fantasy that cannot be shown in the physical and natural world. So it's faith-based, basically. Go ahead, guys.
Zerge, I realize that what you're being presented with here is pretty intense and unbelievable. I can completely understand that position. My only hope for you is that you don't argue with us from a place of incredulity, like, how could it be that a nation or NASA or whatever, my elementary school teacher is lying to me? Number one, we're not claiming that everybody is lying. Number two, that's not how we prove things. Just asking questions like, how could I possibly have been lied to? The ultimate way to prove things is to go ahead and examine the claim or the thing that you're trying to prove. In this case, it would be the Earth being either curved or flat. And your experience is of a stationary, flat, existence. And it turns out that everybody around you, even in the major industries, nation states, whatever, they also measure a flat and stationary Earth. So never mind what people tell you. What is reality telling you?
I was wondering, I'm just curious. I think in this, let's say, community, you have a very rich, how would I say, collection of categories which, like, I didn't even know existed. Like, you talked about, like, laser bending upward because of the air and gyroscope not working, or the opposite. Actually, I've got confused. But do you all agree internally with each other, or even, because I heard, I think, potentially contradicting?
What do you
For example, some people say, let's say NASA stage things. Another opinion was that they are just genuinely mistaken.
No.
Or
NASA as a whole, look, we all agree on this. NASA as a whole is deceptive, right? Like the actual, what they're doing, what they're putting out is faking space. But that doesn't mean that everybody that works there is in on it. It's not like you get a job at NASA and they pull you into some room with a bunch of guys in suits and they're like, all right, this is what we're doing. Okay, we're lying about space travel. I don't think that's the case. And if you look at government agencies throughout history, you'll find things like, I forget the name of it, but Project Mockingbird it might have been. But when they were working on the atomic bomb, for example, I mean, there was over 100,000 people working on that project, but only a handful of people, maybe 100 people, actually knew what they were working on. The rest of the people just had specific jobs that they were doing. They had no idea that they were working on an atomic bomb, etc. Right? There's Pearl Harbor. There was tens of thousands of soldiers that were tricked, and they didn't know exactly what was going on. And these government agencies do this. It's all compartmentalized. So I think we can all agree that NASA's doing some shady stuff, but that doesn't mean that everybody that works there is in on it. Makes sense?
Right. So the biggest, how do I say, the biggest guys in the hierarchy, they are deceptive, but everyone below them at a certain level, they just genuinely mistaken. Is that
let me address this really quick. Zerge, we could never pretend to know who knows what and how they know it. We don't spend a whole lot of time, and I know that, like, if you're speaking to us and your mind is running through this gamut of thinking who knows what and who's ultimately lying, because if you think that you've been lied to, you would probably want to know who is doing it and why. But we are at the stage where we don't really care who is lying and why. We can only deal with what is empirically validatable. Meaning, is it observable? Is it testable? Is it repeatable? Is it falsifiable? Does it bear out in reality? So the thing that we do the most is point to the reality, which is the physical realm in which you live, which is the Earth. Is the Earth curving measurably, or is it not? And in reality, the Earth measurably is not curving, not only according to us, because we've done our tests, we've done our observations, we've busted out really expensive lasers, we've done all these things to go ahead and check. And yes, indeed, measurably, the Earth is flat. But you mentioned a second ago, internally, are we consistent, or externally, are we consistent? Well, actually, now we're beginning to refer to our external sources. We go beyond this quote-unquote flat Earth community, and we go, well, what is NASA saying? NASA tells us, by definition, that gas pressure is defined by the collisions, or the force of the collisions of the gas pressure on the walls of its container. They also have documents where in their flight models and how they model Flight is according to a flat and stationary Earth. Same with JPL, John Parsons, blah, blah, blah. Lockheed Martin, CIA, FBI, you name it. All of these external governmental entities, they verify and they describe the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. The navigators, the surveyors, everyone measures the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. So not only is it consistent internally with as far as the quote-unquote flat Earth community is concerned, but every other entity beyond us is verifying what we are claiming. Now, what they measure and they claim, and also we claim, is completely different than what is going to be claimed in the news media, the rocket launches that you see on TV, and what your high school or elementary school teacher is going to tell you. So whatever you are told is one thing. Whatever is actually happening in reality is another. And the thing that's happening in reality is the Earth is measurably a flat and stationary realm. I hope that kind of sums it up for you.
No, I mean, if there is an empirical test you can do, and sounds like, I don't know if you personally did any of these tests or you mean the community did this, but I like this idea. As long as you can devise a test that proves or disproves your idea, then yeah, that's the right way to do it.
Sure, we have many ways. I think, in my opinion, we have exhausted every possible avenue that we can as human beings on Earth to do what we can to see if it's curving physically in reality like a ball. And so everything that we've done has shown us that it is not. And the thing is, in my mind, the truth is a simple thing. And some people, I think, have been trained to think that to get down to the base level of a matter, you have to do all kinds of complicated, crazy things. And I just, that is not borne out in my reality. So so let me just give you the most simple proof, right, that the Earth is flat. And we tell this to most people, but they don't accept it. But I'm just going to give you the bottom layer of it. You and I both know that water seeks to find its level, right? So even if in a small scale you pour water onto something that's kind of misshapen, it's going to flow to the lowest possible point, and then on the surface of that water, it's going to have this nice flat level surface. Well, in reality, the water cycle that we experience on the Earth is, the oceans evaporate, water sources evaporate, even in the dry land, quote unquote dry land. Humid areas get heated up by the sun. The water and the water vapor in the air rise. It moves because the wind pushes it in a different place because of pressure systems. And then when that water or that humid air gathers and condenses, it creates clouds, and it rains on the surface of the Earth. And on the surface of the Earth, at the high points, the water flows downhill all the way to the ocean. And it forms this completely level surface because we know that water finds its level and all the water ends up in the ocean. Well, guess what? 70% of the Earth's surface, supposedly, is water. And the surface of all that water is flat and level. So there's no way you could have a flat and level ball in any way, shape, or form. It's very simple.
But do you what do you think about the gravity? Is it real, or what do you?
Good question. So when people think about gravity, because you seem like an honest guy, so I'm going to give you what people are going to argue about as far as gravity is concerned. And there's really only two schools of thought when it comes to gravity. Number one, there's the Newtonian idea. Okay. Now, the Newtonian idea is that mass, which is sort of an ambiguous term, it's not really clearly defined in physics, and usually mass is conflated with this idea of weight. Okay, so weight and mass are interchangeable, but two large masses, mass attracts another mass. Okay, that's the very base level understanding of Newtonian gravity. And we don't have any experiment that we can point to that proves this is actually true. Weight attracts another weight, or mass attracts another mass. There's no experiment. The other one is Einsteinian gravity, which is supposed to have replaced and superseded Newtonian gravity. This idea is that there is a space and time fabric. And I don't know if you've ever seen like a Discovery Channel special, or, you know, your elementary school teacher got out this big sheet and then they threw a couple of balls into it, right?
Yep.
And they said, oh, yeah, no, let's see how it all kind of flows towards down the fabric of, you know, the lesser medium, or the lesser weight goes towards the greater weight. There's a space-time fabric, and the unequal distribution of mass causes gravity. That's the new one. Here's the problem. Both space and time are just concepts, okay? So when you're dealing with something that is conceptual, meaning immaterial, it's just a mathematical proposition with no physical evidence or experimentation that can validate this idea. So it's a mathematical concept which they are telling young children all the way up to college grads that this is their reality, when in all reality, it's only a mathematical concept. There is no space-time fabric. It doesn't exist. It doesn't have any weight, charge. You know, it's not made of cotton. There's no space-time fabric. It's just an idea. So when people tell you, right, that, well, when I pick something up and then I let go of it, it goes down. All right? And you would agree with this, Zurge, and I don't want to monologue. You agree with me, right? You pick something up, it drops. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So here's something that they kind of like leave out of the entire story. You and I, we are both mammals. We spend most of our time in the air, right? So we can pick something up, like a block of wood, and we can go, look, I picked this up and I let go of it and it drops. We kind of take for granted that you and I are in a medium called air. And so if we lift something solid in the air and we let go of it, the air doesn't support it, and so it falls to the ground. Now, what if we change the medium? What if you and I are fish, right? And we live in water. So you and I as fish, we're going to go and we're going to grab a piece of wood. It just so happens that it's floating at the top of the water. Never mind. We grab it. You and me, we're a team of fish. We're going to swim this bastard all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And we're going to let go of it. What is the block of wood going to do?
It'll just keep floating, no?
Yeah, it's going to go straight up, right? Because wood floats in water. So now we've realized that in the air, wood is dense, and in the medium that it's in, it goes down. In water, wood is less dense than the water, it goes up, right? Mm-hmm. So there's this medium and object relationship. So any time that we try to test this, if the medium is less dense than the object, it will go downward. If the object is less dense than the medium, it will go upward. This is all we can observe. I could not give you a cause for why that happens. I could not even pretend to tell you why this happens. This is just what occurs. So we have a medium and object relationship, and everything is dependent on the density of the object and the medium determining whether or not it's going to go up or down. So the idea of gravity is kind of blown away by what we observe. There is no space-time medium. It's only conceptual. There is no mass attracting mass. We can't prove that, whatever mass is. And all we observe is in the air, the heavy stuff goes down. And if I have a helium balloon in the air and that particular object, that balloon filled with helium, which is less dense than the surrounding medium, if I let go of it, it goes up. So gravity has been totally nullified by what we observe. And, by the way, the air that you breathe is moving freely and randomly in all the directions. It's not being drugged down to the surface of the earth. It's going everywhere. Everywhere we go, we can breathe air. Even to the highest heights, there's air up there. So gas debunks the entire idea of gravity. I hope that kind of shines some light on the topic.
Yeah, I mean, I to be honest, I had no idea this community does not believe in gravity. I just Googled it and I was very surprised. So that's interesting. But you also say that.
How did you take that from does not believe in gravity? He never said that. He simply explained we don't know exactly what gravity is.
Oh, okay. So it exists. We just don't know why things float, up and down.
No,
not the other way around.
No. What I'm telling you is that this is what I would tell you. I don't know if you use the word gravity. What do you mean?
Well, I just would regurgitate to like what I learned in school and university, and
right.
I mean, you don't want to hear the citation, but yeah, I guess that's the
totally.
What you learn in school is a theory. What you learn in school is a theory of what gravity is.
Right. But at least in theory, it could explain why it's kind of wood floats up, not the other way around in water.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
Still Archimedes' principle.
Well, before we get into too deep of it, so you can take whatever gravity that you get from Google AI or whatever physicist website that you want to visit, and I will debunk it with gas every time.
Okay, but I'm just curious. So if so you say the gas moves around freely, air, which is true.
Yep.
Like on a small scale. Yep. I'm just assuming, like, if gravity existed, right, that on a very small, like, air molecule, it would be extremely low force. So a separate molecule wouldn't notice it. This force would be minuscule. So it would just still float any direction it wants randomly.
Well, then let's do this. Before you continue to describe to me or explain to me what would happen, quote unquote, why don't you tell me what gravity is?
It's a good question. So nobody really knows, but it's something related to mass, and that supposedly somehow distorts the space or space-time, and two objects that have some kind of mass that kind of fall within, like, towards each other because of some distortion of space and time, something like that.
Right. So what is
just
space?
Repeating what I heard. I mean, that's.
I know. What I'm trying to do with you here, Zerj, is to kind of bring you back into reality.